Welcome to the thrilling game. Gooey heard the mechanical-like announcement.
Groggily opening his eyes, he found himself on an open-air platform. Sitting up, Gooey looked around and realized he was on top of a building.
Wait, no. I was reading in the dormitory just now, wasn't I? Oh, looks like I fell asleep halfway through. But how did I end up here? What is this place anyway?
While he was still confused.
Attention, adventurers. The game is about to begin. Please get ready.
The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Gooey's eyes widened, he swallowed hard, and finally understood the situation.
Thrilling game. A chilling live-action game.
A year ago, a mysterious space invaded Earth. Every day, people were pulled into a mysterious world, forced to participate in deadly adventure games.
Those chosen were called adventurers.
The thrilling game had all sorts of demons and monsters, who took pleasure in harming adventurers. The struggles of the adventurers were broadcast live on the internet for everyone to see. Countries tried to stop the broadcasts and sent all their forces to find the game's location.
But they were always unsuccessful.
No one could find the mysterious world, and no one could stop the broadcasts. In desperation, and out of responsibility to the public, countries began to shift their focus, hiring experts to analyze the game and educating the public. The public went from panic to gradually accepting the game. The process was hard to describe. After a year, now almost everyone, except for children, had a basic understanding of the game.
Gooey was no exception. He had watched nearly all the game videos.
He just never expected that, so unfortunately, he would become one of the players. The game you are about to play is called High Altitude Escape.
The game system issued the announcement.
The system seemed like an artificial intelligence, without any emotion, only responsible for explaining the game rules and rewarding survivors.
Gooey's expression grew serious as he silently listened to the explanation.
To participate in the thrilling game, the first two things to remember are:
1. Stay calm. If you panic out of fear, you will definitely die.
2. Understand the rules, learn to use them to your advantage, or you will definitely die.
Therefore, Gooey didn't dare to slack off, afraid of missing anything. There are 4 suspension bridges connecting the rooftops.
You must cross the bridges to get to the other rooftops. There is a passage building on the rooftop that leads to the ground. Find that building and reach the ground safely to complete the game. Adventurers, please be sure to check your wrist game bracelets. They contain task prompts and other functions.
Do not ignore the prompts, or it will bring disaster. Good luck to you all. The announcement ended. Gooey raised his left hand.
At some point, a metal bracelet had appeared on his wrist. A virtual screen appeared on the bracelet. It displayed the message, "The game is about to start."
Below, his personal information appeared. Name, Gooey. Physique, 10. Mentality, 13. Strength, 11. Speed, 12. Normal adult standard is 10. Skills, none. Items, none.
Very simple, very clear.
Gooey took a deep breath and stood up.
Since he was unfortunately chosen, he had no choice but to face it bravely.
After all, he didn't want to die.
According to experts, adventurers in the thrilling game might have a chance to return to reality. Because completing the game, the adventurer would receive a special reward, a cursed playing card. It's known that some participants had already obtained a number of these cards. These cards granted the adventurers incredible superpowers. Experts made a bold prediction: if someone collected all the cursed playing cards, it could trigger a change in the game.
Perhaps, they could return to reality. Anyway, Gooey was still young, and naturally, he didn't want to die.
So, he decided to try collecting the cursed cards and leave this hellish place.
Meanwhile, on the internet in reality. Hey, I found an interesting game called High Altitude Escape. The rule is to escape between skyscrapers via suspension bridges.
These buildings are so tall, at least 500 meters above the ground.
Are there any extreme sports enthusiasts here? What do you think a normal person would react like at this height? Because the title was very attractive, many people rushed into the game hall.
Among them, dozens of people entered Gooey's live stream room.
Wow! This little brother is quite handsome.
Plum Blossom Level 3, the difficulty is not small. What a pity, the little brother is a newbie, he probably will not survive this level. The suits and numbers in the playing cards represent the game type and the difficulty.
For a newcomer, Plum Blossom Level 3 is not simple. The horror game room has a detailed introduction. The audience, from a god's view, can see the game difficulty. But Gooey, who has not cleared the level, cannot see anything.
At this moment, he came to the edge of the rooftop. Looking down, he felt a wave of dizziness.
High. Too high.
When humans are 500 meters in the air, even without fear of heights, they feel scared to the bone.
Ding. The game officially begins.
A vibration came from his wrist, and the prompt sound rang.
Gooey lowered his head and saw the virtual screen display. This rooftop has 2 minutes of stay time. The countdown began. 1 hour 59 minutes and 57 seconds. 1 hour 59 minutes and 55 seconds.
The time was accurate to milliseconds.
2 minutes? What will happen if he does not leave? Gooey really wanted to ask the system, but he knew the other side would not answer. Even though he did not know what would happen.
But from other adventurers' experiences, he knew it would definitely be nothing good.
Which suspension bridge will the little brother choose?
Hope he is not like other newbies, not even looking, rushing in blindly. Rushing blindly here, most likely he will fall off the rooftop.
Look, the little brother is moving. Gooey relied on his handsome looks to attract several female fans. Coming to the suspension bridges, Gooey felt a little troubled. The game rules explain that only by choosing the correct bridge can one smoothly reach the other rooftop. The hidden meaning is that if you choose wrong, the result is obvious. Just look at the height from the ground.
Once you fall down, you will definitely be smashed into meat paste.
Gooey swallowed his saliva.
He forced himself to calm down and try to observe the differences between the bridges to make the correct choice. While he was watching with full concentration, suddenly his vision blurred. A line of golden, eye-catching big words appeared before his eyes. The one ahead will break, it is best not to choose it.
Gooey blinked his eyes. What is going on? Could it be that the system is kind and gives a hint? No.
Horror system hints all come from the game bracelet. Besides, the difficulty of this game lies in having no hints at all.
Telling him so clearly, would it not go against the original intention of the game? Then what is this current hint? Gooey stepped back a few steps, and the hint disappeared. Turning to the other side, the hint appeared again. Did you not notice that beside the passage house, a sickle is hidden? Pick it up, it may become a life-saving tool. Chapter 2 Suspension Bridge Trap, Killing Puppet.
Gooey saw the hint, and joy rose in his heart.
No need to say, this is the golden finger.
He had already noticed the iron door of the closed passage house. It was just that he had no time to verify whether this rooftop could lead downward. Of course, games generally will not have a big bug that lets adventurers clear the level directly. So Gooey guessed that the iron door of this building was mostly sealed.
The hint also proved this point.
The problem was, he really did not notice the sickle beside the door. There were supporting pipes blocking that place. Plus, just arriving in the game, his heart was inevitably nervous.
Not observing details carefully was also reasonable. Gooey walked to the door and tried to open it. Sure enough, it was sealed.
With his strength, he had no hope of opening this iron door. Then, under the pipes beside the door, he found the sickle mentioned in the hint. The sickle was very ordinary, but the blade was sharpened very sharp.
Although it was not very handy, it could still be considered a self-defense weapon. In reality, seeing this scene. Wow! This little brother is really not simple, so calm to find a weapon, maybe he can clear the level. Compared to other newbies, this little brother is pretty good. I remember the main room has adventurer information, let's see what this little brother is called. I just looked, the name is very unique, called Gooey. Gooey, deliberately coming to the horror game? I think Gooey is pretending to be young, actually a master. Because of Gooey's name, dozens of female netizens started a discussion.
Gooey knew someone was watching the live stream, but he did not know someone was joking about his name.
Of course, even if he knew, he had no way to refute it.
The horror game is a one-way street, where players can only watch, unable to interact with others online.
Carrying a scythe, he walked to another suspension bridge, and a prompt lit up.
This suspension bridge is fine, as long as it isn't blown off by the wind, you can safely reach the other side, but the distance to the target will only grow farther.
Gooey immediately turned around and headed towards the next suspension bridge.
Time was limited, and in just this moment, he had wasted half a minute. If he didn't hurry, the staying time would soon run out, and bad things would happen.
So, Gooey quickened his pace. Before the next suspension bridge, the prompt lit up.
If you can walk on a tightrope, be brave and try it on this suspension bridge, because its planks will automatically fall off, and the only solution is to climb across using the rope handrails.
Alright. Gooey admitted he didn't have the skill, so he could only go to the next suspension bridge.
If this didn't work, he could only take the second suspension bridge.
Before the final suspension bridge. Walk with confidence. This is the shortcut to the end. Great. Gooey didn't hesitate, stepping onto the suspension bridge. On the internet. No, little brother, be careful. I can't watch this, such a handsome little brother, don't fall. I can't even imagine the scene. Be brave, maybe he can make it. Too rushed. Newbies are newbies, they have no experience. Making such a hasty choice usually doesn't end well. The last speaker's tone was full of criticism, clearly not liking to see others succeed. People like this were everywhere in live streams. No matter what the adventurer did in the horror game, they would always throw a few harsh words to show their own wisdom. In reality, people like them would just be more cowardly in a horror game. Gooey didn't hesitate, stepping forward with determined steps onto the suspension bridge. In the current situation, he could only trust the prompt. Making random choices would just get him killed faster. Walking on the wobbly suspension bridge, Gooey couldn't help but feel nervous. He absolutely couldn't look down, or else he would lose his balance and fall, it would be over. Fortunately, the prompt wasn't lying. There was no danger, and Gooey reached the top of the next building. First step, he looked at the building's passage. Don't bother thinking about it, the escape route is still far away, the game's area is much bigger than imagined. Gooey pouted, feeling like the prompt could read his mind, always saying exactly what he was thinking. No choice, he had to look for the next suspension bridge he could cross. At that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! Gooey turned around and saw a woman fall from a nearby suspension bridge. The planks of that suspension bridge were still falling off one by one. It was clear she had fallen into a game trap. Gooey shook his head. He couldn't save anyone. Right now, it was good enough if he could take care of himself. He took a few more steps when another voice reached his ears. Help! Don't come over. Gooey was stunned and turned around. He saw a high school student lying on the ground, waving his arms. In front of him, a masked muscular man was slowly closing in. The man was holding a large hammer, looking like he meant harm. No! The high school student was terrified, losing the courage to escape. The muscular man reached him, raised the heavy hammer, and swung it down towards his head. Gooey couldn't help but close his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, puff, puff. The scream stopped abruptly. When Gooey opened his eyes again, the ground was covered with blood and flesh. The muscular man was still swinging the heavy hammer without stopping. Even though the high school student's head had been reduced to mush, the masked man didn't stop. He seemed like a machine without emotions. Gooey squinted his eyes, staring at the man. Who exactly was he, to be able to kill without blinking an eye? Ugh! That's too disturbing. How can there be such a person in this game? It's okay, there are even worse games out there, you get used to it. That freak on the other side, is he a player, or an NPC? I don't know, we'll find out by watching. In the live stream, a group of people was discussing while vomiting. Gooey also had the same question, so he turned towards the man. The prompt lit up. The killing puppet Iron Hammer, his strength is 5 times greater than that of a normal adult, it's best not to confront him directly. If you see him, it's best to run, or jump off the building. At least wait here and die. Wait for the prompt to finish, then the doll over there will stop. Glancing at Gooey, it turned and left. Dragging the heavy iron hammer, the doll walked towards the rooftop passage room. Click sounded as it twisted the door handle of the passage room and walked in without hesitation. Bang! The door closed again. Gooey was stunned as he watched the scene. The killing doll hides behind the iron door? Does this mean, once the stay time is up, they will rush out from the passage room? He looked down at the horror ring, the time shown was less than 1 minute. Gooey couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately chose the hanging bridge. But just as he was about to step onto the hanging bridge, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, he thought of a question. If he kills the killing doll, is it possible to go down to the ground through the door behind it? Raising his hand to look at the scythe, Gooey felt tempted. Chapter 3, Educational Comments, a bad example. Gooey was a college student, but not an ordinary one. Due to special experiences, he had systematically learned CQC combat techniques and was very skilled in real combat. According to the prompt, the doll only had strength greater than an ordinary person. With just that, Gooey was not afraid. With his own speed and skills, plus the scythe in his hand, it wasn't impossible to defeat the opponent. But the risks were too great, and too many uncertainties existed. Gooey felt he needed to think carefully. First of all, the dolls were created by the horror system, so it was hard to say if they could be killed. Also, it was unclear whether the door on the rooftop led to the ground. Struggling and succeeding only to find it was all in vain would be even more tragic. Moreover, it was uncertain if there was only one doll. After thinking carefully, Gooey decided not to act recklessly. Sighing, he put away his thoughts and prepared to cross the bridge. However, his hesitation caused him to waste precious time. Click. The iron door of the passage room was opened. Then, a masked female doll rushed out like lightning. Her speed was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, she was already behind Gooey. Just as Gooey's foot stepped onto the hanging bridge. The female doll suddenly stopped, less than a meter away, staring silently at Gui. In her hand, she held a gleaming curved knife, hovering just before Gui's carotid artery. It was so close, just a little more, and she would have slit his neck. Fortunately, bound by the rules of the game, she didn't continue to attack. Gui swallowed and turned his head to look at her. The prompt lit up. Killing doll Scythe, her speed is 10 times that of a human. If you try to chase her, you won't even see her taillights. It seemed his decision had been the right one. The doll that came out this time was simply unbeatable. He feared that before he could make a move, he'd already be dismembered. Forget it. As a rookie, it was better to just follow the game rules. Gui no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the other rooftop. In reality, the national television live studio. Welcome to the Horror Game Education channel. I'm your host, Zhang Ning. Today, we have invited the renowned analyst, Professor Zhou Zhibua, to comment on the horror game. The Horror Game Education channel was a show hastily set up after the horror game arrived. The show's purpose was to teach the public how to survive in the game once they were chosen as adventurers. Every day, the program would invite well-known analysts to comment in real time on the ongoing games. Because of its immense popularity, the show had very high ratings. Professor Zhou Zhibua had appeared on several episodes, and he had built a certain reputation with the public. The key was, his commentary was sharp, and he could predict the consequences based on the adventurer's behavior, and his predictions often came true. The camera switched to Professor Zhou Zhibua. He wasn't very old, only in his 40s. But his sparse hair made him look like Guan Kuan-gu. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly air. Such commentators had never been valued in the past. But after the horror game appeared, they had become highly sought after. Facing the camera, Zhou Zhibua was confident and calm. Hello, audience friends. Professor Zhou, let's get straight to the point without any small talk. Zhang Ning cut straight to the point. Zhou Zhibua nodded. Zhang Ning continued, we discovered a new game, called High Altitude Escape. It has unique rules, something we've never seen before. Let's watch the game replay, and then we'll ask Professor Zhou to give his comments on the game. With that, the large screen behind them started playing the game. The screen was divided into many sections, as many as 12. The 12 players in the game were shown one by one. Some players accidentally died, and their deaths were censored before the screen. High Altitude Escape is classified as a level 3 game. As everyone knows, the suits and the cursed playing cards represent the type of game, while the numbers represent the difficulty level. In other words, High Altitude Escape is a game of physical strength and courage. Level 3 is not too difficult for seasoned adventurers, but for newcomers, it feels like hell. The reason we chose High Altitude Escape is not only because it's the first time it has appeared, but also because the people selected for it are all novice adventurers. Zhang Ning gave a rough introduction, then began explaining the game rules. Once finished, he turned to Zhou Zhibua and asked, Professor Zhou, what are your thoughts on this new thrilling game? Zhou Zhibua adjusted his glasses and spoke in a deep voice, I just observed it. It matches our assumptions about cursed playing cards. Adventurers need enough courage and superhuman strength to complete the game. Oh? Zhang Ning frowned, but based on the rules, I feel it's more like the spades game, testing luck and observation, right? In the cursed playing cards, spades represent games of observation and luck. Hearts represent games of psychology and killing. Clubs represent games of physical strength and courage. Diamonds represent games of intelligence and teamwork. High Altitude Escape requires the adventurer to choose one of 4 suspension bridges and determine the correct path. This involves observation and luck. What Zhang Ning said was not wrong. On the surface, the game does require observation and luck, but in reality, it's not like that. Look, these suspension bridges are full of traps, but they're not dead ends. Even if the bridge breaks in the middle and the planks fall, as long as you grab the rope, you can climb back to the starting point or reach another building. Zhou Zhibua explained while adjusting his glasses. After hearing this, Zhang Ning carefully watched. Sure enough, Zhou Zhibua was right. Zhou Zhibua continued, that's why I say this game requires physical strength and courage. Only those with the courage to face heights and the physical strength to save themselves quickly will pass the game. Zhang Ning nodded in agreement. Then he furrowed his brows, time is limited, please give your comments on the selected adventurers. Zhou Zhibua stood up and walked to the live broadcast screen, waving his hand. 2 adventurers' live broadcast windows were enlarged on the screen. This game has 12 participants, but from the starting point, only 7 remain alive. The others didn't stand out, so I won't comment on them one by one. Here, I'll take 2 examples to explain. One of them is a potential adventurer in my eyes, and the other is a typical bad example. Their characteristics are clear, so they're the best to illustrate my point. Zhou Zhibua pointed at the 2 adventurers in action on the screen and explained. One of them, the typical bad example, was Gui. That's right.
In the expert's eyes, Gui's actions were nothing short of suicidal. It was a miracle that he had survived this far. Meanwhile, the live commentary was attracting countless viewers. People were searching online for the high-altitude escape game rooms, rushing to watch the live streams. Immediately, Gui's live broadcast room skyrocketed from dozens of viewers to tens of thousands.
Ha! Why are so many people suddenly here?
A girl in Gui's live stream room curiously asked.
Ha, I'm here to watch the bad example.
Right, Jojibwa said on TV that the people in this live stream room are typical bad examples.
I just want to see when he dies. Hey, speak politely. No matter what, it's not easy for others. A counterexample, it's about using death to make us remember the lesson. In the room, a heated discussion was taking place. On the TV, Jojibwa wore the expression of an educator and critic.
Everyone, look. The two people I'm talking about, one is a woman named Kai Mantong, and the other is a man named Gui. Their jobs are sales manager and college student, respectively. Let me explain their performance in the horror game, and you'll soon know who's good and who's bad.
First, let's talk about this saleswoman, Kai.
From the moment she entered the game, she was unusually calm. According to the game rules, she immediately started testing. In the testing process, she quickly discovered the bridge trap and took appropriate action. Each time she crossed the bridge, she tightly gripped the rope to prevent herself from getting trapped and unable to save herself. Also, she must have undergone special training. Physically, she's very strong. Now, as we see, she has already climbed across a rope bridge, which is very difficult for a woman. I hope our audience, in their daily lives, keep exercising so that in similar situations, they can stay as calm as her. As Jojibwa explained, more people flooded into Kai Mantong's livestream.
Many silly netizens left comments. But the comments were not related to the game. This lady's figure is amazing, go go go, lady.
Not just her figure, her looks are loved by everyone.
A bunch of infatuated men, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Then what should we focus on? What kind of makeup does she use? It's just, wow, I'm speechless.
Meanwhile, in the TV live stream room.
Everyone, please pay attention. Next, I'm going to explain what this student Gu did wrong.
First, on the surface, he also appeared calm, but the speed at which he chose the suspension bridge was too fast, and he didn't observe carefully along the way. Although we, as the audience, know what type of game this is, and we also know that observation doesn't help. But the chosen adventurer doesn't know the game type, so when entering a horror game, we must observe carefully. Next, after Gui got on the suspension bridge, in order to cross quickly, he didn't hold the rope tightly. When he encountered a trap, he had no chance to save himself.
That's not all.
I also saw that this student picked up a sickle and kept holding it.
This hindered his movement and wasn't good for dealing with crises. To be honest, the fact that he's still alive now is truly a miracle. Jojibwa pointed out Gui's many unreasonable actions without mercy.
In fact, what he said wasn't wrong, but there was a big premise. That premise is that Gui was just like an ordinary adventurer.
But with the hints available, Gui was no longer within the realm of ordinary adventurers. His unreasonable actions all had reasonable reasons. For example, Gui didn't observe the suspension bridge because it wasn't necessary.
The hint would tell him which bridges were passable.
Not holding the suspension bridge rope tightly also wasn't necessary. After passing a few suspension bridges, Gui gradually mastered the balance trick.
As long as he paid attention, his hands could touch the suspension bridge rope to prevent falling off. There was really no need to waste time being overly cautious on the suspension bridge.
Professor Zhou, even though you say this, we can see that this student named Gu has successfully passed 3 rooftops. What's he relying on? Zhang Ning interrupted Jojibwa's words and asked.
In fact, he felt very disgusted with these professors who only knew how to talk big. But the show required it, so he had to deal with these people. Now that he had a chance to refute, Zhang Ning wouldn't be polite. Jojibwa adjusted his glasses and said 2 words, luck.
Zhang Ning, then, based on Professor Zhou's guess, how many more rooftops will this lucky student be able to pass?
Jojibwa confidently said, according to probability theory, he can pass at most 6 more rooftops, maybe even fewer. No one knew how he calculated that probability.
Zhang Ning didn't call him out on it, but instead said, well then, let's wait and see. Let's see if this student Gu can break Professor Zhou's probability theory. In front of the TV, everyone heard this talk, and the viewers also began to watch Gui. They watched to see from which rooftop he would fall. Gui knew nothing about all this.
At this moment, he had already come to the 4th rooftop. He did not rush to move forward. Gui came under the passage house and reached out to hook the roof. His waist used strength. With one jump he leaped onto the top roof. On top he looked around. With one glance, all were tall buildings, like there was no end.
Gui frowned.
Going on like this will not work. The sky has a burning sun, walking on the hanging bridge also needs constant care to prevent slipping by accident. If this continues, before finding the pass-clear rooftop, his strength will be used up first. He must take time to rest, best to add some water.
Thinking this, the hint suddenly lit up.
If you want water, you can look near the passage house. Some rooftops have tap water, for example the next rooftop.
Gooey's eyes lit up. Truly what is lacking comes right away.
The problem of adding water can be solved, now only rest is left, to recover strength. He calculated, on each rooftop he can stay 2 minutes. And his hint needs to be near the hanging bridge to be seen.
If using running, in over 10 seconds he can judge which hanging bridge can pass.
According to the rules, before the safe hanging bridge, rest until the last 2 seconds, then step onto the hanging bridge. Even if the killing doll appears, it will not attack himself who has stepped onto the bridge. In this way, he can save a bit more time, used for rest. Therefore, every time he reaches one rooftop, there is about 1 minute and 40 seconds of rest time.
His strength should be enough. Perfect.
Thinking like this, Gooey immediately scanned the hanging bridges. Then, he ran to the hanging bridge that could safely pass and sat down. This action of his immediately caused a wave of discussion.
What is this kid doing? Enjoying the view? Does he not want his life? Did he not see the masked killer?
The viewers did not know the killing doll's name, so they simply called it Masked Killer.
I think he gave up.
After all, people in desperate places, when bearing too much pressure, will produce thoughts of suicide.
Makes sense, I think he is planning to give up. But why do I feel he seems to be resting? Resting? And then what, when the doll comes out then step onto the hanging bridge? But then, what if the hanging bridge breaks?
Looks like he still does not know. The staying time is continuous for adventurers. Once falling into a trap, even if barely climbing back to the original rooftop, the staying time will still keep going down.
That's right.
In this game, the time adventurers stay on platforms is all counted continuously. In other words, when an adventurer leaves the rooftop, time will stop, but when returning again to the same platform, the remaining time will continue to go down. Before this, there were already adventurers who paid with life to dig out this hidden rule.
But Gooey obviously still did not know.
Of course, he also had no need to know. Because the path he chose was all correct beyond compare.
Chapter 5 Lucky King Intentional Brother. Gooey leisurely finished resting, and at 2 seconds before the staying time ended, stepped onto the hanging bridge. Ka!
The iron door of the rooftop passage house was twisted open. But it seemed to know Gooey had already left the rooftop, that door was not opened, and the doll also did not come out.
Passable.
Gooey tilted his head and glanced, showing a satisfied smile, and continued forward. Arriving at the next rooftop, Gooey first looked for tap water. Beside the passage house, he found a water pool, and drank big mouthfuls. For the first time, he felt tap water was so sweet. Coming to the horror game, it had been nearly 1 hour. The weather was dry and hot, plus nervous sweating, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this time drinking 1 mouth of clear water was without doubt a huge supplement. Next, he walked around the surroundings once, came to the hanging bridge he planned to pass, and then rested. Under Gooey's unhurried rhythm. The discussion in the live room had completely changed.
I told you, little brother would not easily seek death. Look at him, he is just like on vacation. God man. How big must his nerves be, to be this relaxed? I suspect, this person is a madman.
It is also possible he is a worldly expert, placing life and death aside. In short, looking at Brother Goo's state.
He's doing fine. The question is, how does he know the next bridge has no trap? Don't ask. Just say it's his lucky day.
Trust in his luck, and he'll live forever.
The TV broadcast room fell into silence. Gooey's actions undoubtedly made Joe Gibwa feel uncomfortable.
Just after he said that Gooey was doing poorly, he came out with this relaxed attitude.
Was he trying to slap his face? Humph. Let's see how long he can act cocky.
When he picks the wrong bridge and falls into a trap, he'll be done for.
Joe Gibwa's dark side was triggered by Gooey's actions.
Zhang Ning silently counted the rooftops Gooey had crossed. When Gooey easily stepped onto the 6th rooftop,
Zhang Ning coughed lightly twice and then spoke. Professor Zhou, I'm afraid your prediction is wrong.
Our student Goo has already reached the 6th rooftop, having crossed a total of 10 rooftops.
What do you think? Joe Gibwa's mouth twitched. What do I think? What else can I think?
Of course, I'll just sit and watch.
Meanwhile, the netizens fully showcased their ability to mock. Professor, what do you think? I'm kneeling here watching, I give up. Lucky body, beating all the odds.
What the professor said is nonsense.
Actually, it's not just Professor Joe who should kneel and watch. I am kneeling here too, oh great lucky God. I said it before, trust in our brother Goo, he'll live forever. You just said trust in the lucky god? Brother Gu is the lucky god. Mom asked me why I lick my phone, what should I say?
The truth is, when it comes to Brother Gu's luck, if I don't lick it, I feel like I'm letting myself down.
Kid, don't worry, maybe you'll win the lottery.
In the TV broadcast room, Joe Gibois adjusted his glasses and finally spoke. Luck can bring temporary stability, but it can't bring eternal safety. I still stick to my view that it's very difficult for Gu to pass the game.
Zhang Ning nodded, let's wait and see.
Then, glancing at the data, he reported, it seems that the remaining adventurers have figured out the rules of the game.
In the past hour, only one person has died. As he spoke, the screen behind him replayed the unfortunate adventurer's death.
This adventurer clearly lacked physical strength, couldn't grab the rope properly, and fell into the trap of the suspension bridge.
Zhou Zhibo looked at the screen and spoke confidently.
Meanwhile, outside the broadcast, Gui had reached the 11th rooftop. Once again, he chose the correct suspension bridge, sparking another round of discussion.
Long live the lucky god body, Gui is awesome. Don't call me a god, I did it on purpose. Ha ha. Gui, on purpose, I'm just showing off what it means to have a lucky god body, perfect match. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose +1. I did it on purpose +2. Clearly, Gui was on fire.
I did it on purpose became the latest internet catchphrase.
While the netizens were fiercely discussing, Gui encountered a problem.
He arrived at a rooftop, preparing to choose the shortcut suspension bridge, but in front of him, he saw a speechless scene. It turned out that on a must-pass rooftop, an adventurer was playing tag with a killing puppet.
One chased, one ran, circling around the rooftop. What the hell is going on here? Gui was a bit dumbfounded. The person being chased by the killing puppet was very fast, as agile as a monkey.
On the other hand, the puppet was clearly a powerhouse.
It held an axe in its hand, looking like Jason. Gui hesitated whether to go over.
At the same time, another person walked onto the rooftop from the other side. It was Kai Mantong, the potential adventurer Zhou Zhibo had mentioned. Gui and she both gathered here, which meant that the previous rooftop was indeed the necessary path to pass the game.
But it was blocked by one person and one puppet.
At this moment, both the TV show and the live broadcast room noticed the scene. Dear viewers, we see that 3 adventurers are about to gather, and this is the first time such a situation has happened.
Faced with the dilemma of others, how will the 2 adventurers who came later choose? Zhang Ning teased the audience, then turned to Zhou Zhibo and asked, Professor Zhou, what do you think the 2 will choose that makes the most sense?
Zhou Zhibo adjusted his glasses. In my opinion, the best choice would be to wait on the suspension bridge when the time comes.
Zhang Ning, you mean? Aren't you going to care about the adventurer on the opposite rooftop?
For newbies, just taking care of yourself is already a victory.
Trying to care about others is definitely seeking death.
Watching others die sounds cruel, but it's the best way for adventurers to handle things. Zhou Zhibo sighed, his tone deeply sorrowful, but his words were cold and ruthless.
In plain terms.
His meaning was clear, whoever goes to save someone is an idiot. And the one who tries to save will die for sure.
The online community didn't really oppose this view.
The horror game situation is special, there are no laws or morals in the other world. Adventurers can do whatever they want, as long as it's within an acceptable range. That's also why it's not suitable for minors to watch. They might see the dark side of human greed and selfishness through the adventurers.
I wonder what my intentionally brother would choose. Ha! Why not say Sister Manton? Idiot, that sister is so weak, going there would just be offering herself up.
Only my lucky brother intentionally has a chance to win.
That's true, with intentionally brother's unreasonable luck, maybe the masked killer will even get heatstroke. I agree. Totally agree. Intentionally brother, come on, it's time to show off your lucky aura.
Show them how it's done, so that everyone can learn and make Zhou Zhibo shut up. At that moment, a prompt lit up in front of Gui. Blood axe of the killing doll, strength exceeds that of a normal person by 2 times, speed is slow, can be attempted to be taken down, unexpected rewards await. The prompt was encouraging him to take down the doll. This meant that killing the doll was part of the game.
Gui had already thought about trying to take down a doll.
Now that the prompt appeared, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. He tightened his grip on the side and stepped towards the opposite rooftop.
Intentionally brother charged up. As expected of my intentionally brother, with his lucky aura, he's invincible. Who else is there to challenge? But I feel like the young man is too impulsive.
With the lucky aura, no matter how impulsive, he's covered.
Taking down the masked killer and making Zhou Zhibo shut up is the real way to go. Who cares about impulsiveness? The online community fully supported Gui's actions. They affectionately gave Zhou Zhibo a nickname, Zhou Probability.
Zhang Ning, in the TV livestream, started to get nervous and clenched his fists in silence.
In horror games, tricks and deceit are everywhere. Suddenly, there's this passionate, rebellious young man who's quite admirable. He hoped that Gui could break the bad influence caused by the horror game. However, Zhou Zhibwa next to him sneered. It seemed like he couldn't stand seeing anyone else do well. Even though Gui's actions seemed righteous, Zhou Zhibwa still didn't approve. He could already foresee that Gui would soon be taken down. Only such a tragic scene would highlight his correctness. Under the gaze of countless people, Gui charged to the rooftop. "Little brother, save me!" The person running on the roof, seeing reinforcements, shouted excitedly. Then, he ran towards Gui. Following him, the killing doll also rushed towards the side. Just as Gui stepped onto the rooftop, he could finally see clearly the size of the person being chased. Miracle! The person was actually a fat man, weighing at least 70 kilograms. Such a nimble fat man is truly rare. Indeed, the saying fat people are potential stocks is true. Big brother, you must have been really tired earlier. Yeah, I feel the same. Don't worry, our intentionally brother is here to save you. Charge! Fatty! Follow intentionally brother, and you'll have a different life. The viewers, now seeing the fat man's size, couldn't help but start mocking. At the game scene, seeing the fat man charging, Gui shouted loudly, "Move aside." The fat man was indeed agile. Just before he collided with Gui, he rolled on the spot and reached the edge of the rooftop. The killing doll closely followed, raising its axe to strike Gui. Although the target was the fat man, it didn't show any mercy to anyone stepping onto the rooftop. However, just as the axe was raised, a flash of cold light passed. A scythe slit the throat. Gui's movement was clean and neat. After swinging the scythe, he struck a pose. The killing doll didn't change its stance with the raised axe. It stopped for a full 2 seconds. With a loud clang, the axe dropped. Then, he wobbled and fell headfirst. Though they are called puppets, their body structure is just like a human's. A fatal blow will kill them too. In an instant, the internet exploded. What the hell? Brother Gu intentionally hides his skills? His movements are so dazzling, I feel an urge to worship him. I'm already worshipping him. A man with the luck of the European king, he's extraordinary. Can someone tell me what kind of martial art that move was? From my professional point of view, Brother Gu used combat techniques. The angle, speed, and power of his strike were flawless. Could it be that he was born for horror games? In the TV studio, Zhang Ning and the others were both stunned by what they saw. Then, Zhang Ning snapped back to his senses and said to Zhou Zhibwa, "It seems we underestimated student Gu. Just from that strike, he's definitely no ordinary person." Zhou Zhibwa adjusted his glasses, "I admit that. Ordinary people can't attack with such precision, but no matter how skilled he is, the mistakes he made in the game can't be hidden." It seems he was preparing to argue with Gui to the end, stubbornly defending himself. Online, people were talking. Zhou Zhibwa is spouting nonsense again. Heh, do you like getting slapped in the face? Getting slapped over and over, but not learning a lesson. Right. Does Brother Gu make mistakes? With that European king luck, nothing can be measured. Ah. The wisdom of humans. Is analyzing anything useful in front of Brother Gu? I just want to see Zhou Zhibwa's face after Brother Gu clears the game. Attached with a face slap image. At this moment, a document was handed to Zhang Ning. He glanced at it and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received news that student Gu has participated in advanced CQC combat training, which is why he has such skill. Ordinary viewers, if you are unfortunately chosen as adventurers, please do not imitate." Once someone is selected to be an adventurer in a horror game, their information is quickly dug up. Even places like educational radio stations can get first-hand information. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Some even went and looked up relevant knowledge. Then, Zhang Ning shifted his tone. "Of course, we should recognize student Gu's spirit. Despite the danger, he risked his life to rescue his companion, showing our national spirit." Zhou Zhibwa stood aside, his face full of dark lines. He had just called someone an idiot, and now Zhang Ning was praising Gui. Wasn't this a slap in the face? At the game site, Gui had just defeated the killing puppet, and the horror ring shook. The system sent a notification. "Adventurer Gui, you have killed the killing puppet Blood Axe. A hidden mission is triggered. Explore the building where the Blood Axe is located. The hidden mission is highly dangerous, and adventurers can choose not to accept it. Accepting the mission will provide new hints." Gui's eyes lit up. Hidden mission. Some legendary adventurers had completed hidden missions, earning huge rewards. Now, those people had become invincible masters in the horror game world, and no challenge could stop them. Should he take the risk? Just as he was thinking, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Before accepting the hidden mission, you should check the puppet. Its equipment might be key. Gooey crouched down and picked up the puppet's axe. The horror hand ring vibrated, showing the axe's information. Name, Cursed Blood Axe. At the same time, another prompt appeared before Gooey. This thing's main function is chopping wood, though using it to chop people is a good option too. The key is, sometimes it can even kill monsters. Other than slowing down your progress, it has no side effects. Overall, not bad. At least it's stronger than the sickle in his hand. Gooey was satisfied after reading it. In horror games, items are divided into white, blue, and red levels. Items of different levels have different powers and functions. White items are the worst. But in low-level game dungeons, user is a professional expert in translation, with a focus on novels and is capable of translating complex literary works. The stay time has increased. As Gooey observed, on the other side, Kaimanton let out a soft exclamation. At this moment, she too had reached the top of the building. Gooey glanced at her, then looked down at the eerie bracelet timer. The time had expanded to half an hour. It seems this is the reward for defeating the killing puppet. I say, Scythe bro, thanks for your help just now. The chubby man stood up, panting heavily as he expressed his gratitude. After thanking him, he smiled and asked, Scythe bro, what's your name? Gooey. Gooey fiddled with the cursed blood axe, not looking up as he replied. The chubby man blinked, surprised, and asked, on purpose? Goo as in concern, E as in perseverance. Not on purpose. Gooey explained helplessly. Many people misinterpret his name, so he had gotten used to adding an explanation. Oh, I'm Wong Dong, you can call me Wong Fatty. The chubby man replied. Gooey rolled his eyes. Did you come to the wrong set? This isn't a toon rating world. At this moment, Kaimanton walked over. I'm Kaimanton. Hello, both of you little brothers. Meeting in the horror game is also fate. How about we team up? Her voice was a bit coquettish, feeling like a harmless little bunny. Wang Fatty turned his head, his eyes lighting up, and he grinned, sure. We can team up, it's safer that way. Gooey remained expressionless. No thanks, I prefer to enjoy the scenery alone. Kaimanton and Wang Fatty were both stunned. Enjoy the scenery in a horror game? Are you looking at ghosts? At the same time, the forum erupted in laughter. Did you see that? That's our on purpose bro. For the scenery, he stands alone in the horror. The answers from on purpose bro are always so unexpected. Thanks for the invitation, but when you're in a horror game, it's just for the scenery. Want to piggyback on the luck of the EU Emperor? Not a chance. A different kind of man, a different kind of answer, on purpose bro is amazing. In the live TV studio. Zhang Ning, our classmate Gooey really has a unique personality. What does Professor Zhou think about this? I'll just lie down and watch, Zhou Zhibao wanted to say this, but on the surface, he had to act serious. I think, at this point, team cooperation would be better. Gooey has undoubtedly made another wrong choice. In response to his answer, the netizens sent mocking comments. Here it comes. Zhou's prediction is online. I wonder how on purpose bro will slap him in the face this time. Undoubtedly, he'll rush in and slap loudly. As always, Zhou's prediction is on its way to be slapped in the face, always so unmatched. According to probability theory, the slap is just a moment away. Strongly requesting Zhou to host a special show for on purpose bro. Request +1. Request +2. Clearly, after a round of teasing, Zhou Zhibao gained a new nickname, Zhou's prediction. In the game. Gooey continued inspecting the puppet, and a hint message appeared in his eyes. The puppet's greatest power comes from its heart. Be bold, try dissection, and you'll get good things. Upon reading this line, Gooey furrowed his brows. For most people, dissecting a corpse is a huge pressure. But in the horror game, sooner or later, this pressure has to be faced. He took a deep breath and first removed the puppet's mask. A wooden puppet face appeared before his eyes. Immediately, Gooey's mood relaxed. Dismembering a puppet didn't carry the same psychological burden. This guy isn't human. Wang Fatty leaned over to watch, exclaiming. Kaimanton also leaned over, curious, what are they using to power it? In the real-world network. Netizens also saw this scene. Oh my, this puppet is too realistic. When it's wearing the mask, it looks like a real person. When on purpose bro killed it, it even sprayed blood. I was scared, my little heart was thumping. Fake humans aren't scary. Now, I see that on purpose bro is still pure, didn't get involved in any blood. Is it possible that on purpose bro has activated his EU Emperor luck and temporarily turned a human into a puppet? This assumption is absurd, but why does it feel so reasonable? I've said it before, EU Emperor luck can't be explained by logic, anything is possible. In the live TV studio. Zhang Ning, this puppet monster is something we've never seen before.
It seems that the ghosts and monsters in the horror game are endless.
Zhou Jibo pushed up his glasses. I'm not surprised at all. The horror game itself is out of the ordinary. Everything is normal.
I hope Mr. Gu can uncover the secret of the doll and let everyone know about this monster. Zhang Ning said with some anticipation. To understand the monsters in the horror game, adventurers must explore them live. But many adventurers, when facing monsters, can only struggle to survive. Forget about understanding the monster, just surviving without being paralyzed by fear is already a victory.
Zhou Jibo sneered, if you want to understand this thing, you have to dissect it. Obviously, ordinary people don't have this ability. Hurry, Zhou's prediction is stirring up trouble. Give him a loud slap, Brother Gai.
Right, let him see, Brother Gai is invincible.
Zhou Jibo, you still dare to go against Brother Gai? You really don't know how to die. Zhou's probability is just riding on the hype.
Even if he's slapped 1,000 times, he'll still go head-to-head with Brother Gai.
That's how you get the traffic. The rebellious Zhou probability. Online, there was an immediate flood of rebuttals. Zhou Jibo's predictions and Guyi's contrasting actions had become something that netizens loved to watch. In just a few hours, they flooded the internet. As expected, tomorrow they would make it to the trending searches. The station had clearly noticed this. So, the station director decided to temporarily add an interactive segment with the viewers. Zhang Ning quickly received a tip from the station.
Dear viewers, due to the overwhelming attention from online users regarding our broadcast of the horror game, the netizens have sparked lively discussions.
Therefore, we are temporarily adding an interactive segment with our viewers. Viewers can give real-time feedback on the broadcast.
After the introduction, Zhang Ning took the phone handed to him by the staff.
He casually scrolled through and couldn't help but laugh.
Professor Zhou, it seems the netizens are really concerned about you.
Zhou Jibo froze. What do they care about?
Seeing the malicious grin on Zhang Ning's face, he had a bad feeling.
Zhang Ning handed him the phone. After reading a few comments, Zhou Jibo's face turned dark. Damn. Is it really necessary? All I did was point out a few of Guyi's mistakes, and now I'm getting dragged through the mud like this? Everything I said was true.
It had been verified by previous adventurers.
It's all Guyi's fault. This bastard who doesn't play by the rules, how is he still alive?
As Zhou Jibo was thinking this with malice, Zhang Ning's soft voice came through. Look, Guyi really didn't disappoint us.
He's starting to dissect the doll. Zhou Jibo was stunned, his face even more inscrutable. Damn. How much longer will this go on? I just said, ordinary people can't dissect it. And now you slap me in the face so quickly? Ha ha. Brother Gai, go for it.
I can hear the crisp slap sound through the screen.
Probability theory proved, the slap in the face came right at the next moment. For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for Professor Zhou's predictions. No doubt, when facing a weak person, everyone feels some pity, but I can't stop laughing.
Same here.
Attached with a smiling face. Hey! If you meet Brother Gai in this life, and don't get slapped, what a waste. The person above is still wet, respect. Chapter 8, The Doll's Heart, Hidden Quest. Guyi was unaware of what was happening outside. He was currently focused on dissecting the doll.
The dissection process was bloody, but not disgusting. The doll had blood, but it didn't smell, and its body felt like plastic, so touching it didn't feel uncomfortable. Even so, when they saw Guyi dissecting it, Fat Wang and Kai Mantong immediately left and went to the other side to rest. The TV screen quickly blurred out the image. As for the internet, it couldn't be blocked, and the government could only keep calling for it to not be viewed by minors. With a scythe, Guyi easily sliced open the chest of the doll and found its heart. The heart was spherical, with a transparent surface. He could see energy flowing inside, giving it a sci-fi feel. VVVV. The horror bracelet vibrated. He raised his hand to look. Name, Blood Axe of the Slaughter Doll Heart. Level, White Item. Type, Energy Item. Quality, Normal. Function, can provide sustained power. Can be taken out of the dungeon, yes. At the same time, a prompt appeared in Guyi's eyes. The power of this thing can provide energy for 100 years. Mom said we will never have to pay the electricity bill again. Horror game quality guaranteed. You deserve to have it. The thing is good, but right now it cannot be used. Guyi can only put it away for now. Wang Fatty and Kai Mantong were far away, and did not see what he got. Now both of them are a little afraid of him. A normal person would not dissect a corpse, no matter whether the corpse is human or not.
On the internet.
Look, Brother Gooey found a new treasure, it looks full of science fiction. If there is loss there is gain, Brother Gooey made such a bloody scene, he will naturally gain something.
Ugh, I just finished vomiting, don't you feel anything? You can still discuss so calmly. I am typing while vomiting. Alright. The one upstairs is strong, I am watching on TV, I give up the livestream for now. From another angle, using Joe Prediction's words, Brother Gooey really does not seem very normal, he can even do dissection. Brother Gooey is of course not normal. Have you ever seen a normal person be possessed by the Luck King?
This discussion finally no longer attacked Joe Jibwa, and turned into discussing whether Gooey is normal or not.
Looking at it now, the netizens all agree that Gooey is non-human. The dissection was very fast, it took about 5 minutes. After getting the heart, Gooey immediately stood up and walked toward the passage house. He reached out and twisted the iron door in front of the house, but it did not open. Little brother Goo, it's useless.
Wang Fatty's voice came, I tried just now, it seems only the masked person can twist it open.
Gooey thought for a moment, raised his wrist, and clicked agree on the virtual screen.
He accepted the hidden task. Then, the virtual screen sent a new message. Adventurer Gooey, you have accepted the hidden task, you can open the passage door leading to this seats building.
Task, explore the building and find the reward item.
So it turns out you need to accept the hidden task to open the passage house. Thinking this, Gooey took a deep breath and twisted the passage house door again.
Ka-cha! This time the iron door opened with a twist. Holy crap! What is going on?
Wang Fatty was the first to jump up and rushed over quickly.
Kai Mantong also ran over and looked into the passage house.
Inside the passage house it was pitch black, nothing could be seen.
Obviously there were no windows inside, sunlight could not shine in.
A burst of cold wind blew out from the passage house. It made the 3 people under the blazing sun feel goosebumps all over.
The internet was also in an uproar. No way! So fast, did Brother Gooey find the clearance passage? I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah, this passage house looks problematic no matter how you look at it.
Joe Prediction, what do you think? Quick, make a prediction, let everyone know what will happen next. Why does asking Joe Prediction mean we can know what is about to happen? Idiot. Joe Prediction is a guiding light, whatever he predicts, you just think in the opposite direction. Oh, wise words. Seeing the netizens' messages, Joe Jibwa's face was about to turn purple. When did he fall into being a guiding light? To make it worse, Zhang Ning asked with gloating joy, Professor Zhou, what do you think of this passage? I think your damn ass. Joe Jibwa almost flipped the table and left. But looking at the live broadcast camera, he held back the impulse. Adjusting his emotions, Joe Jibwa said, according to past adventurer experience, this should not be the clearance passage. Then what does Professor Zhou think Gooey opened? Zhang Ning continued to ask. Joe Jibwa pushed his glasses, if I'm not wrong, this should be a hidden level. As his words fell, Gooey also spoke to confirm this point. This is a hidden stage, do you want to go down? He told Wang Fatty and the other that there was a hidden stage here, and wanted to find the two to go down together. More people means more strength, cooperation is more beneficial at this time, he cannot enjoy the scenery alone. After all, even if he has hints, he does not dare to guarantee that going down will be safe. It is best to pull 2 people to accompany him, so there is someone to look after each other. It must be said, Gooey is also very double-standard. Hearing his words, Wang Fatty and Kai Mantong looked at each other, then both shook their heads. They naturally knew that hidden tasks exist. The problem is, hidden tasks represent risk. The two felt that with their newcomer status, it was not very suitable to do tasks with too much risk. On the internet. It really is a hidden task. Brother Gooey is Brother Gooey, triggering a hidden task in the first game. I have watched many horror game videos. It is said that even some experts cannot trigger the hidden tasks. So far, the only adventurer who has triggered hidden tasks on every level is Chi Lei. Even Goddess Zuo can't do it. Although Chi Lei is powerful, he didn't trigger a hidden task on his first mission. From this point, he's not as good as Gooey Goo. Of course, Gooey Goo was chosen by the gods. A mere mortal can't even compare. That makes sense. It's too hard to compete with someone who has the blessing of the European Emperor. By the way, do you think Gooey Goo will give up the task? The hidden task is very dangerous. If a newbie takes it on, they might die in it. Gooey Goo knows this, so I bet Gooey Goo definitely won't give up. Okay. Your logic isn't wrong. I can only say it fits Gooey Ge's character perfectly. Our predictions are useless. Let's see what Zhou Yu's prediction says. I have to say, the netizens have started with their tricks, and they're targeting Zhou Jibwa. Jiang Ning cooperated, asking, Professor Zhou, do you think Gu Yigu will give up the task? Zhou Zhibo was furious in his heart. Why ask me? Does he want to die? Calming down, Zhou Zhibo realized that if his prediction was wrong, his image would be ruined. So, he said flatly, generally, newbies, once they understand the rules of the horror game, will choose to avoid hidden tasks. Here it comes, the prediction emperor is here. Haha, let's see how this prediction turns out, how much of a bright light it will be. No need to say, Zhou's prediction is going to be slapped in the face again. Isn't this what we love to see? Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it +1. Looking forward to it +2. Just as the netizens were eagerly waiting for Zhou Zhibo to be wrong again, he unexpectedly turned the tables. He changed his tone and said, but considering Gu Yiji's adventurous personality, I believe he will definitely take on this hidden task. The netizens were all stunned, and the bullet screen froze for a few seconds. Chapter 9, Hidden Task, The Wall of Ghosts. Wang Ponzi and Kai Manton did not accept the hidden task. Gui didn't force them and walked into the passage room by himself. Bang! As he entered, the iron door of the passage room automatically closed. At the same time, chaos erupted online. Professor Zhou, you've turned bad, you said the opposite. Exactly, you've let down the masses. Without any rival scenes, what are you showing us? I'm unfollowing. Why not just stop being a foil and predict things? Zhou's prediction is hopeless. If this keeps up, I'll send you a razor blade. The netizens were all criticizing Zhou Zhibo, feeling dissatisfied with his performance. Zhou Zhibo, however, was satisfied when he saw the comments. He felt comfortable. It felt so good to skillfully retort against the netizens, a real sense of accomplishment. Jiang Ning said, looks like Professor Zhou is getting to know Gu Yigu more and more. Zhou Zhibo pushed up his glasses and said, although Gu Yiji's actions can't be judged by common sense, they can still be predicted. The netizens immediately replied. Big Talker Zhou is back, I'm just waiting to see how you'll be slapped in the face. Come on, tell us what Gu Yigu will do next. Exactly, I bet you'll say, Gu Yigu is courting death, and so on. Congrats, you've learned to answer first. Jiang Ning asked as expected, so, Professor Zhou, do you think Gu Yigu will pass the hidden task? Zhou Zhibo thought for a moment, squinted, and said, based on Gu Yiji's luck so far, he should be able to pass. Before he finished speaking, the online comments were filled with insults. It's over, it's over. Zhou's prediction is just following Gu Yiji's lead, no surprises here. Who says? He's not cooperating with Gu Yigu. There's no fun in it anymore. Such disappointment. People just don't stick to their principles. Zhou's prediction, you're really disappointing. Just as the netizens were accusing him, Zhou Zhibo turned the tables once again. But as I've said before, luck only lasts for a while. It won't help someone forever. So I predict that Gu Yigu will find it very hard to survive the hidden task. This is not alarmist talk. I've done special research on hidden tasks. Hidden tasks require adventurers to have high demands. Wisdom, physical strength, and skills must all be well-rounded. Only someone with exceptional personal abilities, like Zhuo Xiaoxuan, might be able to pass the hidden task. As for Gu Yi, I admit his luck and skills are decent. But in terms of wisdom, it falls short. So I concluded that Gu classmate is likely to have a hard time passing. After this analysis, the internet exploded. Here it comes, here it comes. As expected, our Zhou prediction hasn't changed. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhou, I was impulsive just now. I shouldn't have said you lack principles. This is the Zhou prediction we know. Go team! I'm a fan now. In the future, I will definitely follow any show with Zhou prediction, as long as Brother Gu is there. Ha ha! I imagine the face-slapping moment later will be spectacular. It can be said that a very serious science show is increasingly becoming something the internet can play with. Gu Yi, Zhou Zhibo, and the silly netizens create a unique scenery. The cooperation of the three parties greatly enhances the entertainment value. The ratings soar to an unprecedented high. Such a huge success makes the radio station feel incredible. The camera shifts to Gu Yi. At this moment, he has entered the building through a passage. As he enters, dim lights in the corridor turn on. Though not bright enough, at least it allows him to see the path. Inside the building, there is only one staircase, there are no doors or elevators. Each staircase is marked with a floor number. At the ceiling, the number 200 is displayed. It's normal for a 500-meter skyscraper to have 200 floors. Gu Yi feels a bit speechless. No elevator, how long will it take to walk down? But since he's come, he can only go down. 199th floor. 198th floor. 190th floor. 191st floor.
Gui suddenly stops, looking at the floor number displayed in the corridor. His memory is quite good, with few deviations. He clearly just walked past the 191st floor, why is he back to this one again? At the same time, netizens also notice this scene. Did I not see wrong just now? Brother Gu seems to have walked past this floor? That's right, I'm counting. No need to count, the video can be replayed, he indeed passed the 191st floor. The corridor is the same, Brother Gu actually noticed this detail, very impressive. This requires high concentration and a very calm mind. What was said earlier? I remember Teacher Joe said Brother Gu's wisdom is lacking, how does it feel like he's about to be slapped in the face? Exactly, wisdom includes observation and analysis. With Brother Gu's performance, these two aspects are clearly strong. The face-slapping moment for Teacher Joe is coming. In the live TV studio. Zhang Ning, audience friends, now we see that Gu classmate has encountered a problem, he has entered a dead loop, not knowing how to solve it. Zhou Jibo looks a bit smug, the wall of ghosts can be explained scientifically in reality, but in a horror game, there must be ghosts at work. If you don't find the ghost and eliminate it, it's hard to escape the dead loop. So, Teacher Zhou, do you think Gu classmate will not find the ghost causing the wall of ghosts? Zhang Ning asked. Zhou Jibo has a helpless expression, sighing, it's very difficult, and even if he finds it, it's harder to kill the ghost. On the internet. This is troublesome. Even with good luck, but encountering a ghostly being, it will be challenging for Brother Gu to solve. Don't be so pessimistic, Brother Gu is capable of anything. Exactly. The facts have proven time and again that Brother Gu will ruthlessly slap Teacher Joe in the face. We must believe in Brother Gu. I feel like everyone seems to have a bit of blind faith in Brother Gu. Don't you trust him? Of course. I do, I believe Brother Gu will live forever. I just mean, you shouldn't have blind faith, don't worship him like a god. Wow. Why does it feel like a religious ceremony? The cult of Gu has arrived, everything Brother Gu does is right, mortals tremble. Even facing dire situations, netizens still hold great confidence in Gui. They believe that a man chosen by the gods can achieve anything. In fact, hints have already appeared in Gui's eyes. Congratulations, you have fallen into a low-level wall of ghosts. But don't be nervous, the one causing the dead loop is a big-headed ghost. It has no attack power, just looks scary and can create illusions. Find it, and you can solve the problem with the axe in your hand. After all, the weapon in your hands is cursed, making it easy to deal with the little ghost. No wonder there was a hint earlier to pick up the doll axe. Ordinary weapons cannot harm ghosts. But the cursed weapons are different. Not only do they have special effects, but they can also kill ghosts. The question is, where is this little ghost? While thinking, the prompt came immediately. Look up, and you'll find the big head ghost. Don't be scared. Gui looked up as instructed, and immediately felt goosebumps rise. He saw a monster clinging to the ceiling of the corridor, staring right at him. This monster was so ugly. Its head was bigger than its body, and it stuck out a long tongue, licking all over his face. Gui wasn't scared, but he was disgusted. Chapter 10, 3 Potions. On the internet. So disgusting, what kind of monster is this? The horror website has info. It's called the Big Head Ghost. Its attack power is average, but it can create illusions. The image is too beautiful to appreciate. I'm going to vomit first, you guys do what you want. What I care about is, how do we kill this thing? Good question, but sadly, I don't know. Seeing the big head ghost triggered a group of complaints. In the live TV studio. Zhang Ning frowned, trying to suppress his discomfort, and asked, Professor Zhou, do you recognize this kind of monster? This is the big head ghost. Some adventurers have killed it before. Its attack power is average, but it's not easy to kill. Zhou Jibwa didn't seem uncomfortable at all. He was used to the disgusting appearance of the big head ghost. It's impressive that Gui found it so quickly. Zhang Ning praised, then continued, but according to Professor Zhou, Gui might find it hard to kill it. That's right. Gui is skilled, but when it comes to ghosts, seeing them doesn't help. Ghosts have a special body structure. Humans can't touch them, unless they have special skills or tools to subdue them. At this point, Zhou Jibwa said with a hint of pride, so, generally, it's best for newbies not to take on hidden tasks, because without any tools, it's hard to complete them. The viewers started a new round of mocking. Professor Zhou's prediction is a good idea, but I feel like he's going to be wrong again. I have some faith in Gui. It's not a feeling, it's a fact. Exactly. The all-powerful Gui, this little thing is no problem for him. That's true, but how is Gui going to break this situation? I'm curious too. What will the man chosen by God do? Don't ask, just charge ahead. The sand sculpture netizens had all kinds of opinions, but very few people were worried about Gui. As it turned out, no one needed to worry, and Joe's prediction was indeed slapped in the face. The moment Gui saw the big head ghost, he suddenly leapt up. Then, he swung the cursed blood axe down.
Put.
Black blood splattered everywhere. A piercing scream rang out as the big head ghost fell to the ground.
Taking advantage of the moment, Gui swung the axe again. Put.
The big head ghost's head was severed from its body.
This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Just like that? What? Joe Gibois stood up in shock, saying, "Impossible." Was the key to breaking this situation the doll axe? He couldn't see the cursed blood axe's attributes.
What he saw through the livestream was just an ordinary weapon. So, when he saw the blood axe kill the big head ghost with one strike, he was so surprised.
Zhang Ning patted him on the shoulder. "Professor Zhou, don't be too excited. It's very normal. For Gui, this is just basic gameplay. Basic gameplay, my foot. Cursed weapons are so rare, do you understand? Gui casually got one, and you tell me it's basic gameplay?" The netizens started getting hyped. "I told you. Gui's face-slapping speed is always lightning fast. Hee, Professor Zhou might as well be called Professor Shocked. The thing is, I'm not even surprised. As expected, this is just Gui's basic gameplay." Exactly. It's just basic gameplay. Gui didn't expect that his simple attack would stir up such a storm. In fact, it was because of the other adventurers that this seemed so impressive. In the public's perception, only veteran adventurers could get cursed items. Newbies might not even get one after going through several levels. This is understandable. Cursed items are often in the hands of monsters. Newbies rarely dare to face monsters head-on. Like this high-altitude escape, without the prompt. Gui wouldn't dare casually mess with the killing dolls. After all, it's hard to tell which doll can easily kill. Encountering a monster at the level of a razor, you wouldn't even know how you died. So, Joe Gibois was right. Newbies, indeed, are not suitable for hidden tasks. But Gui is an exception, who asked him to have a cheat device. If Joe Gibois confronts him head-on, he'll undoubtedly end up getting slapped in the face. Eliminate the big-headed ghost. A notification lit up in front of Gui. Next, boldly head down. Soon you'll see good things. From this prompt, it's clear that the big-headed ghost is an obstacle before the rewards. It seems the level isn't too difficult after all. At least this is what Gui thinks. If it were other newbies, behaving so recklessly would get them buried. The death of the big-headed ghost changed the surroundings. The monotonous and repetitive corridor vanished, and the surroundings became dilapidated. Walking in this kind of environment made one feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gui had good mental quality and didn't think much of it. He walked down to the bottom layer, which was about 10 floors. It could be seen that the space inside this building was quite small. What are the other parts used for, one wonders. Thinking about it, it's quite terrifying. At the end of the bottom layer, there was a hall. In the very center of the hall, there was a table. In front of the table, there was a layer of transparent protective film. Gui stepped forward and touched it with his axe. The resistance was enormous. Ding! Congratulations, Adventurer Gui, you have found the hidden task reward. Suddenly, a chilling system prompt echoed in the hall. In front of you, there are 3 potions, 2 of which are potent poisons that will cause immediate death upon consumption. The real reward, however, can increase your basic attributes. Adventurers have only one chance to choose, please make a careful selection after the energy shield dissipates. As the prompt ended, the online discussion immediately began. Wow, attribute increasing potions, this thing is incredible. Exactly, Chile added mental attributes to normal people several times, allowing them to remember everything. In the first game, encountering such a good movement, it's truly my deliberate brother's doing. But which potion is the genuine one? Sigh. If you choose wrong, it might even be poison. This is not a reward, it's clearly a trap. In a thrilling game, it's all about the heartbeat. Trust in the European royal luck of my deliberate brother, this isn't a big deal. I'm now curious about what Joe Predicts will say. Come on, Joe Predicts, give us a hint so everyone knows which potion is the genuine one. Joe Gibois saw the netizens' discussions quickly. He once again felt the urge to flip the table. This is a disaster for one person. Why should he sample it? If I choose right, can I drink? Zhang Ning maliciously asked, Professor Zhou, do you think Gui can choose the correct potion? It's impossible to choose right. Everyone thought Joe Gibois would give a vague answer. Who would have thought he would say it so confidently? Immediately, the online community erupted again. Whoa! Go for it, Joe. You're amazing. I have never seen someone so arrogant. Hey, now you've seen it. Why would Zhou Mingding seek to be slapped in the face? Has he been driven mad by my deliberate brother and started to self-destruct?
No, this is hormonal imbalance. Men have those few days.
Poor Zhou, there were originally not many hairs. You guys are forcing him to go bald. Balding can also make one stronger. That's a good thing. Chapter 11, Betting on Paper to Amplify Power. Facing the netizens' mockery, Zhou Zhibo remained exceptionally calm. Professor Zhou, how can you be so sure that Gui will choose incorrectly? It's obvious, Gui has good luck, maybe he really can choose correctly. Zhang Ning asked in confusion.
Zhou Zhibo pushed up his glasses and smiled sideways. I'm very sure, no matter how Gui chooses, it won't be correct.
If you don't believe it, we can bet, if he chooses right.
As he spoke, he looked around, picked up a document from the table, and continued, I will eat this document.
Professor Zhou, no need to be so excited.
Zhang Ning immediately spoke to dissuade him.
Well done, Zhou predicts this bet, I'll take it.
Get ready the paper, if my deliberate brother chooses wrong, I'll live stream eating paper.
I'm in on this gamble too, I bet my deliberate brother will win. There are no manuscripts at my home, is toilet paper okay?
The online viewers were very enthusiastic, actively joining the betting game. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Zhang Ning hurriedly said, Professor Zhou is just joking, eating paper is harmful to health, everyone must not take it seriously.
Come on, this is an educational program.
Supporting betting on the show, he would be fired tomorrow.
Zhang Ning glared at Zhou Zhibo resentfully and continued, let's see what Gu classmate will choose. But Zhou Zhibo didn't take it seriously at all. He wasn't betting money, just betting out of spite. Anyone could understand that. Besides, he was confident he would win. Hearing Zhang Ning's words, Zhou Zhibo smiled, we probably won't see whether Gu classmate's choice is right or wrong. Zhang Ning and all the online viewers were stunned. At this point, no matter the outcome, Gu classmate will not drink the potion on the spot.
Life and death are at stake. Gu classmate's right action is to wait until he leaves this game, test on animals first, then decide whether to drink the potion. In fact, afterwards, he won't even tell us if the potion is real. That's why I said, no matter what choice is made, it's not correct. Of course, you could say, whatever he chooses is correct. Zhou Zhibo explained smugly. Saying something that can't be known, anything is right. His previous words were just teasing the viewers, happy to provoke. Damn. We got tricked. Yeah. Intentional brother doesn't drink the potion during the livestream, who knows if it's right or not.
Zhou's tricking us, you learned badly. Suddenly, I feel insulted. The hurt isn't big, the insult is huge, old Zhou, you wait for me. The online viewers were grumbling, but the attacks didn't feel sharp. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhibo gained goodwill from everyone, so there were fewer verbal assaults.
The heated discussion outside continued. The energy shield in front of Gui began to slowly recede.
A system prompt echoed in the hall. Adventurer Gui, you can make your choice now.
Remember, there's only one chance, you can only take one potion, taking more will result in an attack.
Gui thought for a moment and directly took the potion on the left.
The prompt in his eyes had long indicated which potion was the real one.
Then, Gui made a move that everyone didn't expect. He uncorked the potion and poured it straight into his mouth without hesitation.
Such a good thing that could enhance attributes is naturally more powerful the earlier it is used.
The comments section on the internet fell silent in an instant.
In the live broadcast room, both of them opened their eyes wide.
About 5 seconds of silence passed, and then... Damn!
Holy hell, he really drank it on the spot.
Couldn't have imagined it.
Nothing's unexpected, a man who can admire the scenery in a horror game does anything normally.
Oh, by the way, it seems intentional brother is fine, so Zhou's prediction bet counts as our win, right?
Life and death means nothing, just to slap him in the face, mourn for Zhou's prediction.
I'm really looking forward to eating paper. Expectations. Waiting for it +1. Waiting for it +2. Zhou Zhibo was frowning deeply. Gui, can't you be a normal person? How can you play like this? Are you kidding? You don't take your life seriously at all, do you? The viewer's anticipation was seen by Zhou Zhibo too.
Looking at the manuscript in front of him, he felt a surge of wanting to cry.
Looking at Zhang Ning, Zhou Zhibo really wanted to say, you should advise me to stop eating. Advise me, let's get me a way out, I won't eat.
Zhang Ning seemed to have forgotten this, his gaze glued to the screen.
Zhou Zhibo knew, this was pushing him to eat paper. If he didn't eat, his reputation would be ruined. In the future, no one would invite him for shows again.
Determined, Zhou Zhibo picked up the manuscript, tore it open, and stuffed it into his mouth.
Hey! Professor Zhou, what are you doing? Let go, don't get too excited.
Jiang Ning came over to snatch it away, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Today's live stream is too interesting. Zhou Zhibua didn't eat it all, but he stuffed several torn pieces of paper into his mouth, stretched his neck and swallowed. Hey! A bet is a bet, I lost this round. Well done, my Zhou, although your prediction was wrong, your character is still okay. Real man, eating paper without hesitation. We support prediction, uncle. Next time let's change to digestible paper. The viewers cheered loudly. Zhou Zhibua looked at the comments, wanting to cry but having no tears. At the game site, Gu Yi was very satisfied. After drinking the potion, he felt his power increased greatly, and his strength attribute increased by a full 3 points. Don't underestimate this 3-point boost. Now compared to ordinary people, Gu Yi was already a little strongman, easily lifting the barbell. Stretching a bit, Gu Yi turned and walked back. Hidden task completed. The golden prompt showed that there was nothing to dig into, it was better to quickly finish the game. Speaking of which, the high-altitude escape was really not that difficult. Experienced adventurers could earn quite a lot. But it seemed that this game was only for new players. At least Wang Pengzi and Kai Mantong were definitely not experienced players. Thinking this, Gu Yi arrived at the top floor. Ka-cha! Gu Yi came out of the passage room. In front of him, he saw Wang Pengzi and Kai Mantong sitting outside, resting. The break time hadn't ended, and the two were not in a hurry to leave. Waiting for the last 10 minutes to choose the suspension bridge was not too late. You completed the task? Upon seeing Gu Yi come out, Wang Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Kai Mantong also felt it was unbelievable. A hidden task. Even experienced players found it difficult to complete. Gu Yi finished it in such a short time? Could it be that the task was very simple? Kai Mantong couldn't help but regret. If she had known, she should have followed. Gu Yi was too lazy to deal with the two. He bypassed them and sat down in front of a suspension bridge. This suspension bridge was the shortcut to clear the game. Brother Gu, what task did you complete? What benefits did you get? At this moment, Wang Pengzi ran over eagerly, asking. Gu Yi glanced at him and replied lightly, next time you take down a puppet, you will naturally know. Wang Pengzi looked glum. If I could take it down, I would have done it long ago. Not bragging, I have practiced martial arts, my skills are not bad, but competing with puppets is just not a match. He had no hints, not knowing what type of puppet it was. Going up to compete in strength was naturally a huge disadvantage. The key was that he didn't even have a suitable weapon, making it even harder to take down the puppet. Chapter 12, Gu Yi is an exception. Hearing Wang Pengzi say he had practiced martial arts, Gu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder this guy was so agile, turned out to be a martial arts practitioner. But his luck wasn't as good as Gu Yi's. He hadn't found a weapon and didn't know the puppet's characteristics. So, he was chased by a strength-type puppet. If they could cooperate, and let the other serve as a meat shield while he looked for an opportunity to sneak attack, maybe they could take down the puppet. This plan was worth a try. As Gu Yi was thinking, Kai Mantong walked over. Two handsome brothers, it's about time, which bridge shall we choose? Wang Pengzi showed her a smile. Goddess, you choose, once you decide, I'll test it. Hearing this, Gu Yi slightly moved aside. Encountered a sycophant. On the internet. The fatty sycophant has arrived, come and watch. Don't laugh at him, he might be a potential stock. Potential my foot. I wouldn't even want him as a spare tire, my brother is much cooler, looks so aloof. The cool guy is a god, but the fatty is just a man, he can only lick. The problem is, I feel like the licking has a problem. Kai Mantong is full of bitchy vibes. No need to feel, just look and you can tell. A group of netizens began to mercilessly mock the fatty. It was clear that most people did not like sycophant men. Especially Wang Pengzi, being a bit more lewd made him even less likable. At the game site, Kai Mantong smiled, then asked Gu Yi, Brother Gu, you. Stop. You should be older than me, don't call me brother. Gu Yi waved his hand, then said, you can try whatever you want, don't drag me in, I still want to enjoy the scenery. Kai Mantong's smile froze. Ha ha. Auntie, my brother Gu is not someone you can mingle with. Scenery, I like the thrilling world, not old women who waste time. Could this be the rumored heart without women, super god with a sword? Obviously, my brother Gu looks down on the scheming bitches with ordinary appearances. By the way, who is our brother Gu's ideal partner? Don't ask, just know it's about scenery. Seeing Kai Mantong being rebuffed, the netizens burst into laughter. Kai Mantong felt quite frustrated. Originally planning to find 2 scouts. Gu Yi isn't easily fooled. Not only that, but he also said he was getting old. For a woman, nothing is more unbearable than being told she's old. Considering Gu Yi had taken down the doll, Kai Mantong held back and didn't explode. She stood up and said to the fat brother Wang, "Fat brother, let's go try the suspension bridge, let's not disturb them enjoying the scenery."
Fat brother Wang nodded repeatedly, okay. Then he happily followed Kai Mantong away.
Even though Gui and Kai Mantong passed 2 suspension bridges without traps on the way here.
But the traps on the suspension bridge could change at any time.
In other words, as long as adventurers go to a new rooftop, they have to choose again. Of course, they could eliminate the bridges they used to come, turning it into a 3-choice scenario. Previously, Fat Brother Wang and Kai Mantong had come over using the same suspension bridge. Counting the bridge Gui came from, the two only needed to verify the remaining 2 suspension bridges.
Gui was currently occupying one. The two had to try the other one first.
A moment later, they heard a lot of shouting and screaming from Fat Brother Wang's side.
Damn! I almost died. The bridge planks fell too quickly. It was obvious they had encountered a trap.
Fat brother, come on, climb back, we still have time.
Kai Mantong's voice rang out. Sure enough, they treated people as pathfinding dogs. Gui rolled his eyes in silence.
However, if one is willing to take the risk and the other is willing to endure the consequences, it wasn't something he could manage. Before long, panting, Fat Brother and the relaxed Kai Mantong came over.
Fat Brother Wang plopped down on the ground, smiling bitterly. "Gu Xiaogu, did you know this bridge had no problem?" Gui gave him a glance and said nothing. "If you're not going to say anything, then let's walk together." Fat Brother didn't mind Gui's attitude, and once again acted as the pathfinder, stepping onto the bridge in front of Gui.
Once on the bridge and finding it fine, he called the others to join him. Kai Mantong hurriedly stepped on the bridge and quickly followed over. When the two reached the opposite rooftop, they saw Gui hadn't moved.
"Gu Xiaogu, hurry over!" Fat Brother called out. Gui waved his hand. "You guys go ahead, I still want to enjoy the scenery." Time wasn't up yet, every additional moment of rest was precious. Being too hasty would only waste energy.
As for teaming up with Fat Brother Wang, that plan was temporarily shelved.
With a scheming woman around, Gui wouldn't let people benefit for free. On the internet. "Thanks for the invitation, the scenery here is wonderfully beautiful. I deliberately do things, why do you need to point fingers?"
This wave definitely deserves a 666.
Intentional brother is just strong, being unafraid in danger shows my heroic nature. You guys go ahead.
During the anniversary, I will go burn paper.
Every time Gui made a move, the online discussions heated up.
Currently, his live stream views had already reached over 100,000. Gui was a newcomer, and it was his first time doing a mission. His traffic rivaled that of top adventurers, making him unique in the thrilling world.
This shows just how popular his individuality was.
On the other side, when Fat Brother Wang and the others saw Gui not moving, they had no choice but to leave quickly. They didn't have the luxury of Gui's leisureliness, they needed to test each bridge. With only 2 minutes of stay time, if they didn't hurry, the dolls would be attracted.
Gui watched the other two bustling around but remained still.
It wasn't until Fat Brother and Kai Mantong left one correct bridge that he relaxed and moved. With only a few seconds left, Gui took his time to rise and stepped onto the suspension bridge. Upon reaching the new rooftop, he first looked for the pool by the side of the building. Indeed, this rooftop had a pool filled with clean water. It was just that Fat Brother Wang and Kai Mantong were too rushed to notice. After drinking a few refreshing sips, Gui thought in his heart. If only I could know what type of dolls were on this rooftop. If it's a strength type, I could try to take it down. His leisurely state drew renewed discussions online. "Everyone, have you noticed that Intentional Brother's actions are quite targeted? It seems like he knows exactly where the water pool is." "Yeah, and he's never chosen the wrong suspension bridge, every time he's right down to the last moment before stepping on the bridge."
"If we say this is luck, I don't quite believe it. What do you think, is it possible that Intentional Brother has figured out the differences in the suspension bridges?" That really is possible. Why don't we let Joe make a prediction and analyze it?" The topic shifted to Joe Jibois. Zhang Ning saw a comment from a netizen and curiously asked, "Professor Zhou, do you think the netizen is right? Could it be that Gu, the student, really figured out the trick of the game?"
Joe Jibois frowned. "Actually, I also have this suspicion, but after carefully comparing it, the rooftops that the adventurer experienced are almost identical, so I stick to my opinion. It's all about luck."
"Nice, you should stick to your opinion." Banging into a wall and still charging forward, Joe's prediction didn't disappoint us. Now that Joe said this, I'm even more sure that Gu deliberately found a game bug, but we mere mortals can't understand it. I agree. Joe's prediction truly is a guiding light. Joe Jibois saw the comments and his mouth twitched. I'm telling the truth. Though not golden words, they are definitely useful in this horror game. Why don't you believe me?
Zhang Ning saw this and laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he remained serious. "Everyone, please stay calm.
Gu Yi is an exception. If you're chosen to be an adventurer, don't follow his example.
Zhou Zhibua nodded repeatedly. That's right, don't follow such an exception.
Chapter 13, Ambush Doll. Gui was indeed an exception.
A life with cheats, no one can copy. Just like now, he had just thought that if he knew the type of the rooftop doll, he could try to kill it. A prompt immediately responded in his eyes.
A speed-type doll lurks in this building. Its speed is average, only 3 times faster than an ordinary person. If you set up a trap, maybe you can kill it.
Huh?
Gui was stunned after seeing the prompt.
The prompt can respond based on the thought in his mind.
If he thought of something else, would the prompt give a different answer? After thinking about it, Gui immediately tried it, asking in his mind, who created the horror game? The prompt lit up. You ask me? I ask who? Alright. This verified 2 things. 1. The prompt can truly respond to whatever thought is in your mind. 2. It's not all-powerful. But even if it's not all-powerful, it's still insanely powerful.
At least in this horror game, becoming a master just by relying on the prompt should be no problem. Gui had no idea that with his performance, he was already hailed as a master by people outside. Of course, Gui couldn't care about what was happening outside. Right now, all he thought about was how to kill the killing doll. The prompt emphasized the need to set up a trap.
Thinking it over, he understood the reasoning. A speed-type doll moves very quickly.
If you don't set up a trap to limit its movement, it's very hard to kill it. But how to design the trap was a problem.
Gui walked up to the tunnel door and carefully examined the iron gate. If only I had a rope. I could tie the scythe at the door. Wait. Thinking of a rope, Gui looked at his own casual outfit. No rope, but I can use my clothes to make one.
Looking at the remaining time, he still had enough. Without hesitation, Gui took off his clothes, used the scythe to cut them, then tied them together and twisted them tightly with water. This way, he could make a strong rope. His actions immediately caught the attention of netizens.
Huh? What is Gui doing? Is it too hot and he's giving up his clothes? Even if he doesn't want them, why is he cutting them? Why not just throw them away? From a professional perspective, this still needs to be analyzed by Zhou's prediction.
A very reasonable analysis.
Professor Zhou, please share your thoughts. In the live broadcast studio. Zhang Ning, Professor Zhou, what do you think Gui is trying to do?
Zhou Zhibua thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. The goal is clear.
He's setting a trap. A trap, could it be? Zhang Ning was surprised. Yes, I wasn't wrong. Gui wants to kill another doll. Zhou Zhibua continued. Zhang Ning, isn't this a bit too rash?
Although he killed a doll before, that was purely luck. He should know that dolls vary in type and level.
It's hard to win against a high-level doll, right?
Everyone had witnessed the scene when Gui encountered the razor. If he meets such a doll again, Gui wouldn't stand a chance.
Now doing this feels a bit too risky. This is the result of being blinded by the benefits. Today, there are tens of thousands of people in the world chosen as adventurers. Among these adventurers, there are certainly some lucky ones.
They start the game with benefits, becoming blinded by profit and challenging impossible tasks. And the results for these people, I don't need to say, everyone knows. Now it seems that classmate Gu is about to become one of them. Saying this, Zhou Zhibua seemed to find a vent for his feelings.
His words implied that Gui was doing something wrong. Hearing this, the netizens immediately entered rebuttal mode. Zhou's prediction has begun again. I'm already tired of this. When he talks about Brother Gu intentionally, it's just nonsense.
Don't argue, arguing is meaningless. The highlights during the face-slapping moments are quite exciting.
Hey!
Even if slapped 10,000 times, Zhou still treats Brother Gu like his first love.
This true love is earth-shattering. I'm really intoxicated. In life, one needs a master debater. What more could one ask for? To relieve boredom, only lifting the debate. Zhou the debater, from now on we worship you as the god among debaters. Zhou Zhibua.
In a single day, he had gained 3 to 5 nicknames. To be able to sit here, he considered himself quite bold.
At the game site, Gui was already prepared. He tied the torn clothes to the iron door and the nearby pipe. The scythe was slanted and tied to the rope made of the clothes. This way, as soon as the puppet came out, it would be hit by the scythe. Gui held the cursed blood axe, squatting beside the door. This trap isn't that great.
Seeing this, Zhou Zhibua shook his head repeatedly. If the puppet that comes out clears the way with a weapon, it can directly break the trap.
Even if it doesn't use a weapon, a strength-type puppet could brute force through. With its strength, the scythe couldn't cause much damage.
Only speed-type puppets, if they choose to dodge, might give Gui the chance for a sneak attack. But if they are too fast, they could evade the sneak attack.
In the end, Gui would be empty-handed.
Thus, only puppets with limited speed could be the target of this ambush.
Maybe classmate Gu has other plans, or a backup? Zhang Ning observed and frowned.
Unless we know the puppet's level and type, otherwise, the trap is just a display.
But who can guarantee that the puppet that comes out will definitely be a speed-type puppet with exaggerated speed? So I say the trap isn't that great, meaning classmate Gu didn't think it through. Zhou Jibwa explained. The netizens immediately retorted. Zhou's prediction, you just don't understand, does Brother Gu still need to think it through?
Exactly, with the luck of a king, the puppet that comes out will definitely be a speed type, and as slow as a snail.
Ha, Zhou, do you dare to bet? I have toilet paper ready.
Why toilet paper?
Because just now I didn't have any other paper at home.
Alright. I'll prepare draft paper, what about you, Zhou? Zhou Jibwa's forehead was covered with black lines.
Bet?
He just swallowed a bunch of paper, and his stomach still felt uncomfortable. These netizens were trying to push him to a dead end.
What if a speed-type puppet comes out and Gui successfully ambushes it? Wouldn't he have to get his stomach pumped immediately?
What I mean is, this trap has flaws, but for classmate Gu, it's a perfect trap. After all, classmate Gu is an exception.
To avoid betting with the netizens, Zhou Jibwa went all out, even abandoning his bottom line. Damn. The debater is convinced? So uninteresting. Admitting defeat before this game even ends, it's truly a disservice to the audience.
Brother Gu hasn't even made an effort, and you're already down, it's really disappointing.
Zhou the debater, you better get it together, without your lifting the debate, life loses its flavor. If the debater doesn't debate, what's the meaning?
At worst, I won't force you to eat paper, I'll treat you to some Oreo.
Anything is fine to eat, just keep debating. Zhou Jibwa rolled his eyes. Did these silly netizens really think they were making a monkey out of him?
They love to see the excitement, no matter how chaotic it gets.
After today's live broadcast, who knows what will happen? It seems no one will invite him to comment anymore. Chapter 14, Popularity Surges. At the game site. Gui's time of delay was coming to an end.
In an instant, the entire network stopped discussing.
Everyone held their breath, staring intently. Looking at the iron door of the passage house.
In a horror game, it is normal for newcomers to be slaughtered by ghosts, and very few newcomers can achieve a counterkill. Even if someone does, at most they can only kill weak ghosts.
The killing puppet is certainly not considered weak for newcomers.
Yet Gui has successfully killed one puppet, one ghostly being. He has also completed a hidden mission. If he kills another puppet, he will achieve a triple kill. This is unheard of in horror games.
Today is the moment to witness a miracle. Everyone watching Gui is extremely tense. They are even more nervous than he is. Creak.
The iron door opened, and then a figure flashed in.
It is definitely a speed-type puppet.
Before everyone can see the figure's appearance, the puppet flashes and avoids the scythe trap set by Gui.
Unfortunately, Gui had long anticipated this.
At the moment the puppet crouches down, the blood axe is already near its face. He knows what puppet is coming out and has used traps to restrict the opponent's movement. In the instant the door opens, Gui swings his axe without hesitation, striking at the puppet's lower body. Just as the puppet crouched to dodge the trap.
Thud. With one axe, it struck precisely on the mask. With Gui's enhanced strength, this blow cleaved the puppet's head apart. Bang!
The puppet fell to the ground, unresponsive.
One must say, encountering a player as powerful as Gui, its death was very frustrating. Yay!
As expected of my destined brother, a man favored by the gods, everything he does is flawlessly successful.
Although this result was expected, I still can't help but feel excited. I feel the same way. Watching my destined brother kill monsters is such a thrilling experience.
Unfortunately, without the presence of a nitpicker here, it feels like something is missing.
Zhou, please be a decent person. With you like this, we miss out on a lot of fun. Strongly request, nitpicker, come online. Zhou Jibwa felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't make a bet. Damn, is Gui sent by heaven to play with me?
The puppet that came out of the passage house is indeed speed type, but its speed is not fast.
At the game scene. Gui kills the puppet and immediately receives a horror ring prompt.
Adventurer Gui, you have killed the slaughter puppet Windblade, triggering a hidden mission to explore the building where Windblade is located. The hidden mission is very dangerous, and adventurers can choose not to accept.
Accepting the mission will trigger new prompts. This puppet is named Windblade, which is very apartment. If he hadn't prepared in advance, it would be hard for Gui to catch its movements. Picking up the weapon of the Windblade puppet, he finds it is a slender short knife. The system displays. Name, cursed short knife. Level, white item. Type, weapon. Quality, inferior. Function, doubles the holder's speed but affects strength performance. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? No. Another white item that cannot be taken out of the dungeon. However, its utility during the game is not small. Next, it is time to dissect the corpse. This is something GUI does with great ease. Soon, the puppet's heart is taken out. This heart, like the blood axe puppet, is also a power item. Though he won't need it for now, he stores it away. Looking at the two round puppet hearts in his pocket, along with the axe and scythe at his waist, GUI feels a bit troubled. If only he had a backpack. He has too much stuff, and it's really hard to carry. If you search the puppet's pocket, you will find a sturdy cloth bag. This is used by the puppet for collecting corpses. If you don't mind, go ahead and use it. While he was pondering, a prompt lit up in his eyes. Oh, such good fortune. Mind? In a horror game, would you mind such things? If one were to mind, they might as well commit suicide. In horror games, germaphobes cannot survive. Because they can encounter disgusting monsters at any time. Germaphobes need not resist, they will just be disgusted to death. Clearly, GUI is not a germaphobe. He rummages through the puppet and finds the body bag. Don't say, the bag has quite a bit of technological quality. It can be worn on the back and can also suck out the air inside, thereby reducing weight. He puts the two puppet hearts and the scythe inside. GUI carries the blood axe in one hand and the short knife in the other, walking towards the iron door of the passage house. Now he holds two cursed artifacts in his hands, their power attributes amplified. With a hint of an external aid, there's no reason not to take on hidden tasks. Joe Gibo wasn't entirely wrong, GUI is indeed greedy. However, he hasn't lost his mind, he's greedily confident. The first game has the lowest difficulty for newcomers. If he doesn't seize opportunities in this game, it will be hard to take off in others. Therefore, GUI plans to complete more hidden tasks here to make himself stronger. Walking into the corridor, he sees the dim hallway with peeling walls everywhere. It feels like being in a haunted house, making every step creepy. In the TV live broadcast room. Zhang Ning, Professor Zhou, what kind of ghost do you think GUI will encounter in this task? From the game setting, it is not hard to see that the platform faces doll monsters, while the hidden stage deals with ghosts. As we all know, in horror games, ghosts are divided into different levels: fierce ghosts, evil ghosts, vengeful ghosts, and little ghosts. In the last hidden task, GUI encountered a little ghost, which is the lowest grade among ghosts. You can understand it this way, since this game is for newcomers, the ghost levels have been lowered. If nothing unexpected happens, GUI will encounter a little ghost next. Zhou Jibwa analyzes seriously. On the internet. Finally, Professor Zhou has said something useful. From this analysis, Professor Zhou still has some skill. Stop it, don't whitewash Professor Zhou, I prefer his argumentative side. Exactly, if you want knowledge, ask Baidu. We came here not to hear about ghosts, but to see you argue. I ask, does Professor dare to bet that GUI can successfully clear the level? I have toilet paper ready. Upstairs, is that the one whose house only has toilet paper? No, I have napkins at home too. Okay. I'll prepare some too, maybe Professor Zhou will open his betting line. As for the increasingly off-track rhythm from the online comments, not only is Zhou Jibwa a bit speechless, but even Zhang Ning feels helpless. This is not a reality show, why is no one discussing the main topic? With such strong entertainment value, will it be stopped? GUI would never have imagined that while exploring hard, his rhythm outside was being messed up by internet users. Even online, headlines about him have appeared. GUI struts through the horror game. I purposely came to the horror just for the scenery. Heaven sent luck, the deliberate brother rules the horror. In my life, I act deliberately, I need no explanation to you. Independent horror, this is my paradise. There are so many games, I want to play around. Many net users were attracted in hurry to the live broadcast room. In a moment, GUI's live broadcast room had a traffic of up to 500,000, and it kept growing. Chapter 15, The Clever Ghost. The dim hallway, crumbling walls, flickering lights. These sensory stimuli make one's adrenaline surge. GUI is no exception. Even with sufficient preparation, it's hard to avoid hairs standing on end. It feels like something is always watching him from behind. You're not mistaken, there is indeed a little ghost behind you. The little ghost is called Clever Ghost, cunning by nature, quick in movement, and especially sharp-toothed. If you relax, it will pounce on you, biting your throat. It is only interested in biting throats. GUI furrows his brow. Cunning means hard to fool, an ambush may not work. Quick movement means hard to guard against, making it difficult to defeat. Sharp teeth can cause real damage. This clever ghost is more troublesome than the big-headed ghost. What to do?
While Gooey thinks, he continues to feel his way down. Soon, he arrives at the bottom hall. This time, no ghost walls obstruct his path, descending 10 floors is quick. The problem is, after arriving at the hall, there is no system prompt sound at all. In front of the table where the potion is placed, the defense shield has it automatically lifted. Clearly, Gooey had not dealt with the clever ghost, the game system wouldn't give rewards.
Huh, there are no little ghosts in this place? There must be, otherwise, the reward protection shield would have lifted. It seems this little ghost is very cautious, never showing up. If it doesn't show up, the task cannot be completed. If there's no reward, isn't it all in vain? What would Bro E do? Joe, come on, think of a way. Yes, help come up with some ideas. Seeing the comments from netizens, Joe Jibwa was both amused and helpless. He could come up with ideas, but could he really help Gooey? Jiang Ning forced a smile. Professor Zhou, it seems the netizens trust you a lot. When they can't think of a solution, they turn to you for help. Joe Jibwa shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not an adventurer. Even if I think of a way, I can't help Goo. Unexpectedly, right after he spoke, there was an immediate reaction online. Who asked you to help Bro EE? We want to see how, after your suggestion, Bro EE will turn things around. Exactly, we're not worried about Bro EE. He's the luckiest guy, nothing can stop him. We mainly want to hear if you bet Bro EE can complete the mission. Don't let everyone down, otherwise help the little ghost with some ideas. Right. From a humanitarian perspective, help the little ghost. Joe Jibwa. Is there no justice in this world? They want me to help a ghost with ideas. What a ghostly idea. While he was complaining, he saw Gooey finally take action on the game scene. He straightforwardly sat down on the ground, using a body bag as clothing and started to rest. Wow. Bro E's amazing move is here. No matter where, nothing can stop my desire to enjoy the scenery. But will this really complete the task? Don't ask, if you do, there's no problem. Exactly, in Bro E's world, us mortals simply don't understand. Jiang Ning frowned. Professor Zhou, what do you think Gooey is doing? Joe Jibwa thought carefully and shook his head. I can't say for sure, but it seems like Gooey is trying to lure the enemy. Here it comes. Professor Zhou has made a guess. So exciting. I wonder what kind of slap in the face Bro E will deliver. I bet Bro E isn't luring the enemy, he's enjoying the scenery. Of course, besides enjoying the scenery, what else could keep Bro E around? The online chatter grew louder. But none of this could affect Gooey. He sat quietly, looking very relaxed. In fact, Joe Jibwa was right, he was luring the enemy. This time, Gooey made a firm decision to use himself as bait, not believing that the clever ghost wouldn't fall for it. The hint stated that the clever ghost liked to bite people's throats. So, he simply gave up on other defenses. When the clever ghost pounced, he just needed to protect his throat. He was betting his life on that hint. If the clever ghost's attack wasn't aimed at his throat, then it was likely death, at the very least, an injury. On the contrary, if the clever ghost's target was fixed, it would be doomed. In the darkness, a pair of eerie blue eyes were fixed on Gooey's back. Seeing him sitting still, with his body relaxed, the owner of the blue eyes slowly approached. It was the clever ghost, with a childlike body and chilling fangs. The clever ghost walked silently. Gooey was completely unaware of its approach. Seeing this, the clever ghost finally confirmed that Gooey was unguarded. Thus, it bared its vicious fangs. In the TV and online live stream, everyone witnessed this scene. Bro E, run! There's a ghost behind you. I'm a bit scared to watch. Does it mean Bro E's legend, just as it begins, is about to end? Who will save Bro E? Turn around quickly, Bro E, you must not let everyone down. At this time, stop admiring the scenery, it could be deadly. The netizens were even more anxious than Gooey. Joe Jibwa watched all of this unfold and felt satisfied. Serves you right for showing off. Serves you right for recklessly relying on luck to play with death. Now you're gonna die. He was just waiting for Gooey to be taken out by the little ghost so he could vent his frustration. Otherwise, today's live broadcast had been too frustrating. In the game scene, the clever ghost suddenly lunged at Gooey from behind and bit towards his throat. The people in front of the screen collectively gasped. Joe Jibwa clenched his fists, almost unable to hold back a cheer. Under everyone's gaze, the clever ghost's head stretched at an unbelievable angle, aiming for Gooey's neck. As it seemed poised to sink its fangs into Gooey, the clever ghost suddenly stopped, while Gooey remained calm as ever. What's going on? Could it be a network problem, freezing the machine? Have you ever seen a horror game have network issues? Exactly, with the barrage moving so fast, it can't be a network issue. So why isn't the little ghost moving, and also? This sentence also not moving wasn't finished.
Suddenly, Gooey reached out a hand, grabbing the little ghost's hair.
Then, he executed a shoulder throw on the opponent. Bang! The clever ghost fell to the ground with its head up. The audience immediately noticed that a short knife had pierced its jaw. Damn! Gooey is powerful. So it turns out, Gooey already knew about the little ghost and had prepared in advance. Where did his knife stab from? Idiot, it was hidden under the bag. I was wondering why Gooey put on the bag to enjoy the scenery. Gooey never disappoints us, I'm a fan now. Ha ha. I wonder if someone is very disappointed right now. Just look at Joe Gibois' expression, it's quite disappointing. Joe Gibois was indeed very disappointed. Even though he knew Gooey was luring the enemy.
It was perfectly reasonable to take down the little ghost.
But the performance was too good. Joe Gibois almost believed that Gooey didn't notice the little ghost approaching. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now he couldn't help but blame the little ghost for being so weak. While Gooey was satisfied, he stood up and walked to the potion table. The prompt confirmed that the little ghost had been eliminated. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 16, Settlement of Rewards. Ding!
Congratulations, Adventurer Gooey, you have received a hidden task reward.
After defeating the clever ghost, a system prompt sounded in the hall.
Gooey approached the potion table and unhesitatingly chose the middle potion, drinking it on the spot.
On the internet. Ah! This time Gooey drank too fast, didn't give Joe Gibois a chance to bet. Joe Gibois has learned bad behavior, he won't bet with us anymore. From now on, Gooey is lonely as snow, losing his best partner. Joe predicted, strongly requesting you to say something to save our fun. In the live studio. Joe Gibois remained silent. Jiang Ning looked at him, curious, and asked, Professor Zhou, why haven't you commented on Gooey's actions? Ah! Joe Gibois sighed and said, right now, I am also confused. Logically, luck cannot always exist, but Gooey has broken my understanding. Jiang Ning shook his head, too many coincidences piled together can't be called luck. Joe Gibois nodded, this is precisely where I'm confused. I even suspect that this Gooey was picked by a god. Damn! Joe Gibois is questioning life?
No, he is conquered by Gooey.
Don't say anything, kneel down, and sing Conquer. Everyone together, I'm already kneeling. Netizens seized the moment, since Gooey didn't have any new moves, they kept teasing Joe Gibois. At the game site. Gooey nodded in satisfaction.
After drinking the potion, his speed attribute increased by a full 4 points. It even surpassed the boost in strength. Clearly, the little ghost's difficulty was different, and the rewards varied as well. Considering his usual training, in terms of speed alone, Gooey could compete with the world champion sprinter. Next, he continued with the main quest. Taking a moment to rest on the rooftop, he then proceeded to the next building's rooftop. Unfortunately, the prompt indicated that the doll on this rooftop had strength 10 times that of a normal person.
With Gooey's small frame, he was simply no match. He could only leave in frustration and move on to the next building.
After walking across 5 rooftops, Gooey wore a face of gloom. Since taking down the Windblade, all remaining lurking dolls had strength or speed exceeding 10 times that of a normal person. It seemed the game was intentionally being difficult, not wanting to let him gain too many benefits. Thinking about it, it was normal, a horror game is never kind. How could it allow adventurers to endlessly enhance? Getting 2 hidden tasks was already quite good. On the 6th rooftop, the prompt lit up. Congratulations, you have found the passage to clear the game, boldly go open the door and clear it. Gooey was taken aback. So soon, a game clear? He had only walked across 17 rooftops. After some thought, this was actually normal. A high-altitude escape felt more like a maze. Make one wrong turn, and you had to go a long way around. All the routes he chose were correct. The speed naturally increased. Passing the level is passing the level. Although I'm a bit unsatisfied with the rewards, leaving is definitely better than circling on the rooftop. Gooey felt a bit reluctant and turned to open the level clearance passage door. Congratulations, Adventurer Gooey, for becoming the first to clear the level and successfully escape, with a time of 3 hours and 17 minutes. As the passage door opened, a chilling system announcement rang out in the sky. In the live streaming room. Wow, so many buildings and it only took just over 3 hours to clear the level, that's impressive. Don't leave, Gooey. I still want to watch more. It's not that Gooey wants to leave, you can tell from his expression that he's very reluctant. It's all because the game is too easy. Exactly, if there's someone to blame, blame the game for being simple. It designed so few tall buildings that it can't reflect Gooey's greatness. You're not leaving any room for other adventurers. There was a chorus of discontent online, saying they were not satisfied with what they had seen.
Unfortunately, the netizens could not stop GUI, nor could they influence the chilling game. Inside the game, GUI opened the door and was enveloped in a white light. Then, he found himself in a pure white room. The chilling system voice sounded. Congratulations on completing the adventurer's trial task. Your chilling ring will now unlock the mall trading function and storage function.
The mall trading function satisfies the daily trading needs of adventurers. You can trade with the system or trade with others. For specifics, please check the chilling ring. The storage function exists in the form of a storage slot. Currently, you are a level 1 adventurer, and 3 storage slots are unlocked. You can expand the storage slots by leveling up or purchasing with chilling coins. GUI checked his wristband, and sure enough, the virtual screen had added 2 new functions. Both the mall and storage had subpages, and clicking in would reveal the specific details.
It's a foolproof tutorial that even a fool could use. Now starting the settlement. Main quest, 1/1. Hidden quest completed, 2. Monster kill, killed 2 murder puppets, 2 little ghosts. Items obtained, sharp sickle, puppet corpse bag, 2 puppet hearts. Live view count 732,000, converting to chilling coins, 732,000. Chilling experience points, 100. Overall evaluation, S rank. Reward 1, 1 gold-edged plum blossom 3, cursed card. Reward 2, 8 points of free attributes, can be freely allocated to 4 attributes. Reward 3, 3 days of rest, must participate in the game after 3 days. As the settlement completed, a gold-edged plum blossom 3 cursed card appeared in GUI's storage. GUI was stunned. It was the first time he heard that cursed cards came in different border colors. This was very normal, the existence of cursed cards still wasn't revealed in the chilling game rules to the outside world. In fact, nobody outside had ever seen a real cursed card. Adventurers who obtained cards would use them immediately. In the game, nobody would take out a cursed card to show off. GUI took out the gold-edged card, and a hint appeared in his eyes. This is a cursed card. By possessing it, you gain a spiritual barrier, becoming a superpower user, able to flaunt before ghostly beings. Spiritual barrier. That sounds very good. How do I use this thing? GUI asked the system. Face the front for facial recognition, which will activate the cursed card and grant skills or curses. Skills are personal exclusive skills, while curse items are bound items. Unless the adventurer trades, others cannot snatch them. The system replied. Facial recognition is even involved, this is really high-tech. He faced the card forward towards his face. Ding! Cursed card activated. Do you want to proceed with facial recognition? After confirmation, the card will grant the identifier an exclusive skill. The system gave a prompt. Hearing this, GUI narrowed his eyes. It appears that the cursed card can be recognized by others as well. But before the recognition, the system does not explain what skill or item the card will grant. This is not very friendly for general adventurers. Thus, it's hard to choose a suitable skill for oneself. Fortunately, GUI had the hint, so he had no such concerns. Thinking this through, GUI said, "Confirm recognition." Instantly, a wave of energy surged into his body. The cursed card in his hand vanished. Congratulations, Adventurer GUI, you have obtained a special cursed skill, Spiritual Energy Barrier. By using the Psychic Shield skill, one can touch ghostly beings and defend against their attacks and curses. Activating the skill will consume mental energy, 1 point per minute. This is just like the prompt. Regarding this skill, GUI expressed great satisfaction. Chapter 17 First Show S-Class, Shocking the Internet. The Psychic Shield skill combines both defense and attack. The only drawback is that it consumes a bit too much. With GUI's current mental power, he can only support it for 13 minutes. Even so, this is already incredible. Not to mention facing minor ghosts, even if he encounters a powerful ghost, he can still beat it up before his mental power runs out. Moreover, he still has 8 points of free attributes, which he can allocate entirely to mental power, extending the duration. It is well known that ghostly beings in horror games are among the hardest to deal with. Currently, GUI is not afraid of low-level monsters, as his speed and strength are sufficient. Enhancing mental power to extend the skill's duration is the most reasonable choice. Without hesitation, he adds all his free attribute points to mental power. Instantly, GUI's mental power rises to 21 points, exceeding all other attributes. This is more than double what a normal person has. He can clearly feel his energy surging and his thoughts becoming incredibly clear. Calculation complete, the adventurer will enter the rest area. A special reminder again, Adventurer GUI, your rest time is 3 days. If you do not play for more than 3 days, the system will forcibly pull you into the game.
As the system prompt finishes, a white light flashes and swallows GUI whole. Meanwhile, the horror game website begins to update its information.
GUI's profile appears on the homepage of the website.
The website also lights up a celebration section. Congratulations to adventurer GUI for clearing the horror game for the first time and receiving an S-class rating.
As the big headline pops up, the internet erupts.
The horror game system divides ratings into 4 levels.
C-class is the basic rating achieved just by clearing the game.
B-class is a good rating, which requires exceeding task completion.
A-class is an excellent rating that requires outstanding performance in the stages.
As for S-class, it is revered by netizens as the deity rating. Generally, only by completing hidden tasks can one achieve this rating.
Currently, there are very few people who have received S-class ratings.
Even the horror master Chi Lei and the ultra-popular goddess Zhou Xiaoxian have received only limited S-class ratings. As for newcomers, GUI is the only one who received an S-class rating in their first game. Being able to clear it on the first try is already a great fortune. Only GUI, with his golden finger, could break the norm. Instantly, countless people were drawn to him, starting to follow him.
Wow! Who is this GUI? What kind of deity is he that he got an S-class rating in his first game? Those commenting clearly had not watched GUI's video.
GUI's fans immediately came out to promote him. My brother GUI definitely has the demeanor of an emperor, blessed by the god, able to wield both culture and martial skills. That's right, GUI said, I come to the horror game not to struggle for survival, but to enjoy the scenery.
In short, GUI is strong, GUI is capable. GUI is mighty. Seeing the overwhelming praise, the clueless netizens were bewildered. What is happening? Where did such a deity come from?
This fan team, and their promotional slogans, are so refreshing and unique.
GUI. Champion of luck.
The man touched by the gods. There are so many horror games, I want to check them out. What is all this? So, many people rushed to watch GUI's video replay.
Alright.
Instantly, another wave of people was conquered. In their eyes, having such luck as GUI is simply unreasonable. But watching is very enjoyable.
Especially with Zhou Zhibu's commentary making a fool of himself everywhere.
The whole process is laughable and delightful, even more exciting than a blockbuster.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Who wouldn't love such a GUI?
I've decided, in the future, I'll worship GUI at home, maybe I'll gain some luck.
GUI bless me, let me find a girlfriend quickly. GUI, I want a baby boy. Do you all think GUI is like the goddess of childbirth?
GUI is a pure man, with no women in his heart, a straight man who draws his sword super godlike.
It's not about personality, the key is luck. Luck, do you understand? Alright.
The popularity is rising, but it feels a bit off track.
On the other side, GUI was transported by white light to a wasteland.
The scorched earth is crisscrossed with ravines, looking extremely desolate. As far as the eye can see, there is not a single hint of green. It seems like this place just experienced the end of the world.
Is this the adventurer's rest area? GUI frowned and muttered to himself.
Adventurers struggling in horror games, after completing tasks, all go to the rest area. The outside world is well aware of this. But apart from adventurers, no one knows what the rest area looks like. Adventurers won't specifically explain either. After all, every task is a matter of life and death, they can't be asked to hold a horror game introduction meeting on the spot. In the distance, countless beams of light connect heaven and earth. Under the beams are huge spherical light masses.
What could that be?
Horror game site, each site is the size of a city. As GUI was puzzled, a prompt lit up.
So many?
As far as he could see, there were at least hundreds of game sites. There are more than you think, currently close to 60,000 game sites. The prompt gave another answer.
In this place, how am I supposed to eat and live? GUI looked at the barren surroundings, his head starting to ache. You have horror coins. Go buy things in the mall.
Here's a tip, buy good stuff and make sure to hide it. Adventurers in the rest area are like robbers, they steal whatever they see. Of course, if you're strong enough to commit mass murder, just ignore the above advice.
GUI rolled his eyes. Mass murder.
With his strength, a dozen strong men could take him down first.
It's best to keep a low profile in such a chaotic rest area. First, let's see what's in the mall.
He lifted the horror ring and browsed through the mall. It's 1,000 times better than some treasure websites, there are all kinds of products. From planes and ships to food, drink, and clothing. In short, if you can think of it, the mall sells it. Additionally, there's an adventurer trading platform. It lists a lot of random items that other adventurers don't need. GUI even saw cursed weapons for sale, but the price was too steep, over $1 million for one. For now, he has a skill to shield against spiritual energy, so he doesn't need cursed weapons.
Gooey ignored it and continued searching the mall.
It does feel quite convenient, but the prices are definitely not friendly. For example, a single meal costs over 100 horror coins.
In the outside world, that could feed someone for a whole day.
From the system rewards, horror coins are calculated at a 1-to-1 ratio based on viewing traffic. To be honest, having over 70,000 people watching his live stream surprised Gooey.
But in the wasteland rest area, wanting to live a comfortable life, 70,000 horror coins are simply not enough. Just as he was lamenting, a sudden cold wind blew by. Gooey shivered. Wow! The wind in this wasteland is really chilly. His leisure outfit, turned into a rope in the game, left his upper body bare. If he stays frozen for a while, he'll definitely catch a cold.
Gooey hurriedly rummaged and found a relatively cheap windbreaker.
He spent 500 horror coins to buy a set. After putting it on, he felt a little better. Chapter 18, New Game in Search of Treasure.
Next, he needed to buy food and clean water.
After thinking, Gooey also purchased a tent.
Food, clothing, and shelter are basic survival necessities. This money cannot be saved. Only when well-fed and hydrated can he have the strength to explore the horror world. Altogether, he spent 2,000 horror coins.
So expensive. Prompt: where are the adventurers in the rest area? While eating in the tent, Gooey inquired.
20 kilometers away, there's an adventurer campsite. It's best not to approach for now as it's very chaotic.
A prompt lit up in front of him. Gooey thought for a moment and asked further, can you predict what the next game will be? Don't think of me as a fortune teller, this can't be predicted. Asking this meant Gooey was testing
to see how far the prompt function could go. So far, the prompt only reminded him of existing things and couldn't predict the future.
Of course, it also couldn't understand higher-level existences. After finishing the meal, Gooey felt a bit lost. Am I really just going to wait for 3 days before participating in the game? A prompt lit up.
You can participate in the game early, just walk into those light screens. The horror game does not prohibit adventurers from playing multiple times a day.
Gooey frowned. Is it too risky to actively join the game?
By actively participating in the game, you will have more choices. I can also tell you what type of game it is.
The prompt was clearly encouraging Gooey to actively participate in the game.
Gooey thought for a moment and felt that with the prompt there, this was indeed feasible. The system randomly giving him choices might throw him into a game that's too difficult.
That would be more dangerous for him. Better to take the initiative to join the game, so he could control it.
From the last game, poker games at level 3 or below were very suitable for him.
Realizing this, Gooey immediately headed to the game zone.
It is recommended to buy an off-road vehicle. This will save you a lot of energy.
The prompt lit up again. Gooey was taken aback.
Cars, even the simplest ones in the mall, weren't cheap. Even the most ordinary car costs at least 200,000.
Plus future maintenance and fuel costs, how many horror coins would that need?
Don't worry about the money, horror games are very reliable, and no maintenance will be needed in the future. You can also pay extra to install a doll's heart in the car, and from then on, you won't have to worry about fuel. But be careful, if you don't use the car regularly, it's best to store it to avoid being targeted by adventurers.
Understanding Gooey's concern, the prompt provided this advice. Gooey slapped his forehead. Right.
He had 2 doll's hearts. According to the prompt, each could provide power for 100 years. If the car produced by the horror game needed no maintenance, then spending this money would be worth it.
Thinking this, Gooey quickly opened the mall.
The mall was full of various brands of vehicles. However, prices were much higher than those outside.
After choosing for a while, Gooey picked a domestic pickup off-road vehicle. The mall also had modification options.
For an additional 30,000 in modification fees, he could add a doll's heart to the vehicle, making it the power source.
In total, Gooey spent over 400,000 horror coins.
In an instant, his horror coin balance dropped to under 300,000. Suddenly, he felt a strong lack of security.
This prompted Gooey to decide to participate in the game immediately.
Taking advantage of the popularity, he aimed to earn more horror coins. While thinking, a flash of white light appeared before him, and a powerful off-road pickup materialized. Gooey didn't hurry to get in, he first tested the storage function. It was very convenient. As soon as he touched the car and selected the storage function, the vehicle immediately vanished, turning into an image in the storage compartment. Upon releasing it, Gooey got in and sped away in a cloud of dust.
Caution, there are adventurers ahead, it's better to take a detour. The game ahead is a hard 5 level, which is not suitable for you right now. After driving for a while and seeing the prompt, Gooey made a sharp turn.
The car, covered in dust, drifted away.
In the wasteland, he could drive as fast as he wanted without fear of a ticket.
After passing 3 game sites, he still hadn't found a suitable game.
As the sky grew darker, Gooey couldn't help but feel anxious. 3 days isn't a long time, and there are so many game sites. Surely, he wouldn't keep failing to find a suitable game?
While thinking, the prompt lit up.
3 kilometers away, there is a game suitable for you, difficulty hard 3. Specific coordinates were provided below.
Gooey smiled and stepped on the gas, heading towards the game indicated by the prompt. The car stopped in front of the light screen. Gooey didn't get out, just clicked storage. Instantly, the vehicle disappeared, and he leaped to the ground.
The entire process was seamless and impressive.
This was a specially devised storage method to avoid other adventurers. Glancing at the light sphere before him, Gooey took a deep breath and walked slowly into it. Buzz! It felt like stepping into a time tunnel, with bright light before his eyes.
In the blink of an eye, Gooey found himself in another world.
When he could see clearly again, he realized he had arrived in a rundown apartment.
Welcome to the thrilling game.
The familiar system sound echoed.
Next up, the game will be Treasure Hunt.
In the old apartment building where you are, there are 20 rooms with treasure chests, and each chest contains an item. Find the chests, get the items inside, and hold on to that item until the time for the game is up. Special reminder, the chests need 3 adventurers to cooperate in order to open smoothly.
This game has a time limit of 3 hours. Now, I wish you all the best.
The rules are not complicated, but the difficulty is not small. On the surface, as long as 3 adventurers team up, find the treasure chests, and open them, it's fine.
But in reality, there are many traps in the game.
First of all, there is almost no clue about which room the treasure chests are in. This greatly increases the difficulty of searching, making the already limited time feel even tighter. Secondly, even if the 3 of them cooperate to get the chest, there is only 1 item inside the chest.
So, how do they divide it later?
The unfortunate adventurer team might find only 1 chest in 3 hours.
Well then, the 3 must fight to the death over it.
The red heart suit tests the mind in killing. It is more critically commented outside as a game that toys with the heart.
Today, Gooey has seen for himself. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Gooey's live streaming room. What the heck, what's going on? In the middle of the night, I got a notification, and Gooey is starting a game again?
I was still asleep, and when I drowsily saw the notification, I got excited right away.
I don't respect anyone but Gooey.
A subsequent game, he doesn't even take the thrilling game seriously. As expected, very intentional, just finished the live stream, not even a day has passed, and he goes straight into the next round, while others don't come in until the breaks are over, yet he actively comes in.
A man who enjoys the scenery is not someone ordinary can compare. Gooey is mighty, we bow down, watching on our knees.
Too bad, missing Joe the Master, the live stream would lack a lot of fun.
Who told Joe to predict that he is getting old and can't keep up with Gooey's rhythm? Receiving the notification on his phone. The silly online friends logged on one after another.
In an instant, Gooey's live streaming room flooded in with hundreds of thousands of viewers.
This traffic is astonishingly impressive.
Chapter 19, Teammates coming to leech off the stronger player.
At the game site. Gooey observed the room for a while, then went to the door.
He opened the door, and outside was an open-air corridor. The whole apartment isn't big, a 10-story circular design. From high above, it looks like a square-shaped building.
Gooey is on the 9th floor, with a pretty good view.
From above, some adventurers are starting to appear in the apartment rooms. For now, everyone seems a bit confused. From their expressions, it's easy to tell that most of them are newbies.
This is quite normal.
In the thrilling game, Curse Poker Level 2 is the lowest game, and Level 3 also belongs to the low level. Generally, adventurers entering Level 3 are mostly newbies.
Is anyone willing to team up with me?
At this moment, someone shouted loudly. Gooey looked over and saw a young adventurer on the 3rd floor, leaning over the railing, looking around at the people.
But the apartment was quiet, and no one answered.
The shouting young man thought for a moment, then said, I have experienced 2 tasks, teaming up with me, and the chance of clearing is very high. This person's words did not resonate with the adventurers, but they were met with a round of ridicule from Gooey's viewers in the livestream.
Wow, is someone trying to show off in front of Gooey? Ha, experiencing 2 games, and boasting boldly, does he think too highly of himself? Gooey, come on, let's shout a bit, so they know what you're here for. Isn't it just to play a game? What else could it be? The one upstairs must be new. Doesn't even know what Gooey is here to do.
Indeed, I couldn't sleep at night, saw this live streaming room has high popularity, came in to take a look. Let me tell you a good tip, our Gooey is truly a man who stands apart from the thrilling game, enjoying the scenery.
Just ask you, isn't he strong? Wow. Is there such a god?
Not just a god, he's simply super god. Gooey is blessed by the lucky god, the kind of man who never follows the usual path. That's right, appreciate your own scenery and let others be shocked.
Netizens chattered and kept praising Gooey.
Some newcomers in the live broadcast room were stunned.
Since when did such a genius appear in the horror space? Not playing games, just to appreciate the scenery. From childhood to adulthood, I've never seen someone so arrogant. At the game site,
Gooey glanced at the person shouting and curled his lips, completely ignoring him. Such people are always self-righteous and the least obedient. The partner he was looking for could be incompetent or brainless. But they must be able to do one thing, which is to listen. Those who are willing to listen will definitely clear the game without problems.
Thinking this, Gooey's eyes scanned the bewildered newcomers.
However, before he could choose someone already saw him. Then, on the 8th floor of the building across the street, someone sprinted over with the speed of 100 meters, reaching here in seconds. His running footsteps startled the adventurers still observing.
Everyone turned to look this way.
From the iron railing of the corridor, they could see this person running to about 10 meters in front of Gooey, then sliding to a kneel. He hugged Gooey's thigh and shouted, "God, accept this little brother's kneecap."
What the hell, what's going on? Among the other adventurers, someone exclaimed in surprise. Feels fake, is this a plant? The adventurers at the scene couldn't help but scowl. They suspected Gooey was putting on an act to win people's hearts and organize a team.
Gooey reached out and pressed the person's head down with a face full of disdain. "Don't get your snot on me, my clothes are expensive."
"No, God, please take me along, don't worry, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." Clearly, this person had watched Gooey's videos.
Upon arriving at the horror game, he found himself on the same team as Gooey.
He was simply overjoyed inside.
Being picked by a god, with the luck of an EU king, admiring the scenery in the horror game.
A pure god indeed. If he didn't hurry up to hug the thigh, when else would he wait?
While the others were stunned, a female adventurer sneakily descended from 10 floors above to Gooey's side.
Gooey couldn't take it anymore and kicked her away. "Stay honest, I can help you clear the game, but don't come near me again, or I'll hit you." Glaring at her, Gooey warned.
The person quickly got up and nodded repeatedly. Only then did Gooey take a good look at her. Not very old, appearing to be in her teens, with a very youthful face.
"I say, are you in high school?" Gooey asked. "Oh, yes. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kai Feijo, a second-year student at First Middle School in XX City."
She was still just a high school student, no wonder she looked so young.
Kai Feijo, why not called Kai Car? An experienced driver. How about just call him Kai Plane? This name is unique.
Work well with our intentional brother, and you might just become the designated driver.
Congratulations, you have hugged the thigh. Netizens couldn't help but tease when they heard the high school student's name. Gooey nodded, then turned to the woman beside him. "Do you plan to team up with me too?"
He had already noticed the girl who had sneaked over.
Gooey was vigilant, plus there was a hint given.
No one could approach him silently.
At the first sight of the girl, Gooey felt a sense of amazement.
She looked just like a neighbor girl who had just grown up. Seeing her, Gooey had an illusion of finding his first love.
The girl nodded. "My name is Li Yen."
Livestream viewers were also surprised to see the girl.
"Wow. It feels like I found my first love. Quick, check the information. How can there be such a girl who makes my heart race? Where is this sister from? If I didn't meet her, it's a failure. Found it, my goodness, truly amazing. What's the matter?"
Li Yen, the youngest senior member of the National Climbing Association, currently studying at Imperial University, and now the vice president of the student council, her father is.
Wow, school beauty, academic genius, and athlete, perfect. Don't you all think she and our intentional brother are a great match? Intentional brother is mine, no one can snatch him. Netizens dug up Li Yen's information. In the information, the person was simply perfect. Whether from personal conditions or family background. A true rich beauty. As for Gooey, without his cheat device, he would never have such popularity. But in the horror game, Gooey is a god.
Li Yen has a strong sense of crisis. Since the horror game appeared, she is worried about being chosen as an adventurer. She has researched all the horror videos.
Although Gooey just became famous, his momentum is too strong. In his debut, he received an S-level rating. Of course, Li Yen has studied his videos. She feels it's miraculous how unreasonable Gooey's luck is. Now, being chosen as an adventurer and encountering Gooey, she naturally has to cling tightly to his thigh. "Alright, let's form a team for now." After Gooey announced this, he asked in his heart about the exact location of the treasure chest. The rooms with treasure chests on this floor are 904 and 953. After reading the hint, Gooey frowned. Just on this floor, there are more than 50 rooms. If there were no hints, finding the treasure chest would definitely be a huge problem. While he was unsure how others would break this game. Chapter 20, Haunted House? Shape-shifting monster. Searching for the treasure chest is very troublesome.
Fortunately, Gooey has hints, so he is not worried about this. Now, what worries him is how to deal with robbery after obtaining the treasure chest item. Of course, Gooey is not worried about his personal safety. He is just troubled about whether or not to kill. According to the rules of the horror game, whoever robs should be killed.
But Gooey is somewhat resistant to killing. Forget it.
He can only take it one step at a time. First, it's important to get the treasure chest item. Then, he took Li Yan and the others to the nearest room 953.
Don't we need to split up to search? Li Yan asked with doubt.
Before Gooey could answer, the person next to him on the flying boat laughed. Sister, just follow Gudaxian. Don't think too much, just go for it.
Gooey. Just go for it. What does that mean? Am I really that reckless?
To his surprise, Li Yan agreed completely. That's right, I was overthinking.
Gooey was even more confused. Could it be that in the outside world, he is just a reckless man?
Ha, look at Gudaxian's expression, he must be wondering why the two are saying this. If it were me, I would also have a confused expression. What does just go for it mean? Exactly, this kid doesn't even explain clearly. He should say to not think too much and just follow Gudaxian.
Generation gap.
Gudaxian still can't understand the thinking of high school students.
Sister has a good understanding. I'm a fan.
I think you're just attracted by her looks and that's why you're a fan, right?
Aren't you?
I always look at inner qualities. Without a doubt, Sister's inner qualities meet the standards, so I'm a fan.
A superficial man who only looks at appearances. Even without Zhou Zhibua, the netizens in Gooey's live broadcast room can have fun and be very excited. At the game site, the three quickly arrived at room 953. They opened the door.
Congratulations, you found the treasure chest secret room. The system voice rang out.
Li Yan and the person on the flying boat exchanged glances, feeling fortunate. Gudaxian really is a man who was picked by the gods. Just casually finding a room, and he found the right one.
Adventurers, you need to first find the treasure chest in the room. Then all members will split into 3 groups, entering the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, with at least one person in each place. Once everyone is in position, you will get 3 group passwords. Open the treasure chest, and you will receive items. You can use items during the game, but you must keep the main item until the game time is over. The system explained the rules of the upcoming game.
We have to separate?
The person on the flying boat frowned immediately upon hearing this.
He didn't want to separate from Gudaxian. It felt too insecure. Li Yan calmly analyzed, to get the passwords, we must separate, there might be ghosts here.
We shouldn't think too much right now, let's follow the game rules. Gooey stopped the meaningless analysis and instructed, Li Yan, go to the bedroom, flying boat, go to the bathroom, I'll take care of finding the treasure chest and then go to the kitchen.
Everyone will meet in the living room later.
What if the treasure chest is in the bedroom or bathroom? The person on the flying boat asked. Gooey glared at him, I told you to go, so just go, don't ask too much. The hint has already explained. The treasure chest is right in the living room.
There's nothing in the bedroom and bathroom.
Don't ask, just know those 2 places are empty.
Exactly, why ask? No manners. It's infuriating to have someone pointing fingers.
Speaking of which, Gooey is quite gentle, letting the girl go to the bedroom.
Maybe Gooey prefers the view from the kitchen. Sigh.
The key point is, the girl is too innocent. Even Gooey, who has no interest in women, has softened. So, I was right to be a fan of the girl.
As usual, whatever Gooey does, everyone has to comment on it. At the game site,
Gooey looked around the dim apartment and emphasized, remember, don't leave your room until you've got the password.
In such a rundown neighborhood and such a dark environment,
the game might really bring out scary things.
If someone gets scared and runs out, they may not be able to get the password. So, Gooey gave a special reminder. Li Yan nodded and was the first to walk toward the bedroom.
Kai Feizhou swallowed hard and forced himself to walk towards the bathroom.
Gooey didn't waste time and walked through the entrance to the living room.
The living room was extremely rundown, no one had lived here for a long time. Dust was everywhere, and the paint was peeling off the walls. This place was a definite haunted house. However, in a scary game, there wouldn't be any way out without a chance.
As long as no one acted recklessly and uncovered hidden tasks. The game typically wouldn't summon monsters in low-level chapters to trouble newcomers.
After all, newcomers don't have cursed skills or items, they are simply not a match for monsters.
So, there shouldn't be any ghosts here.
The hints in his eyes confirmed this point.
Relax, there are no ghosts here, only a few small monsters. Ha? Small monsters? What small monsters? Gooey hurriedly asked in his mind.
Shapeshifters, they can turn into any person or object.
They love to sow discord, making humans turn against each other. But shapeshifters are very weak. A normal person with a weapon can easily kill these monsters. The prompt lit up, explaining the hidden monsters. Gui frowned. Shapeshifters can turn into anyone, definitely a psychological attack.
Adventurers' hearts are already divided, plus the shapeshifters stirring things up.
Alright. Gui could imagine what would happen next.
As long as the shapeshifters pull a sneak attack or tell fake passwords,
other adventurer teams will definitely fall into chaos first. Truly a game that plays with the human heart. Thinking about this, Gui lifted the living room coffee table. Beneath it was a white password box. The password box had 3 sets of 6-digit locks. Just as he was observing. Crash, crash.
The old television in the living room suddenly turned on.
In the quiet, ghostly old apartment, there was suddenly noise.
It sent chills down people's spines. Even Gui, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but shiver slightly. Though the hints indicated there were no monsters in the room.
Being in this kind of environment was still terrifying.
At the same time, the viewers watching this scene got anxious. They had no idea what was happening inside, thinking there were indeed monsters.
Gui, be careful, don't get ambushed by the monsters. Is there a hidden task in this house? Too scary. It feels more intense than watching a horror movie. Of course, there were also viewers who were not at all concerned.
This is nothing. If real monsters appeared, even Gui would just be knocked out in one punch.
Exactly, wherever Gui is, evil fears to tread. As viewers commented, Gui picked up the treasure chest and calmly turned around. He walked over to the television and then, he turned it off. Such an old apartment still has electricity, such a waste. This remark left all the viewers speechless. What time is it? And he was still thinking about wasting electricity.
Indeed, a man who dares to enjoy the scenery in a scary game is truly sharp.
Chapter 21, The Attacking Shapeshifters. Seeing Gui calmly turn off the television, the viewers started to tease. When it comes to courage, I respect Gui. Can someone explain how he's not afraid in this situation? Is it confidence, or is he just fearless?
From your words, I can tell you're not a fan of Gui. Just watched his live stream. The internet buzzes with excitement, come and take a look.
For others, it's definitely impressive. But for Brother Gui, it's just basic skills.
Exactly, Brother Gui is calm and collected, never pretends, he truly has luck.
At this point, shouldn't we say he really has skills? What does luck matter?
Kid, go watch Brother Gui's videos, you'll understand that skills are useless, only luck is king.
As netizens discuss, Gui lifts a treasure chest and walks into the kitchen.
How to turn on the TV and where the shapeshifting monster is, don't need to worry about those now.
They won't harm him for the time being.
What's important now is to uncover the secret. The kitchen is even more dilapidated than the living room, with rusty kitchen tools piled everywhere.
As soon as Gui steps inside, the door slams shut automatically with a bang.
A system prompt sounds. Congratulations, you have obtained the treasure chest password.
Password generating.
It will take 7 minutes to generate the treasure chest password, you must not leave the room during this time.
Gui squints and asks in his heart, hint, can I know the password in advance? The password is randomly generated and cannot be accessed.
Indeed, when it comes to future matters, hints cannot be given. It seems he must wait for the password to be generated.
Meanwhile, Li Yan and Kai Feizhou also hear the prompt. But the password generation time is different for the 3 of them. The 3 inside the scene don't realize, but the netizens outside see it clearly. It's a trick.
No need to say, every person's generation time is different, there must be a trap.
Look, how did the lady escape? Wait, that's not Miss Li Yan.
Exactly, I'm watching with 2 phones, the lady is still in the bedroom. Soon, netizens discover something unusual through the 2 live streams.
At this moment, the kitchen door swings open. Li Yan walks in calmly. Gui squints at her.
The person in front of you is disguised by the shapeshifting monster.
The prompt gives a warning immediately. Gui curiously examines the other person. Truly magical. Not a hint of flaw can be seen. I got the password. At this moment, Li Yan speaks. Gui responds with an "oh," neutrally saying, so fast, we still have to wait a few minutes for the password to be generated. The password was generated in the bedroom in a minute, it's 321456, hurry and enter it. Li Yan replies. Gui nods and sets down the treasure chest.
No, Brother Gui, you mustn't fall for the beauty trap.
Stay alert, Brother Gui, this fake is clearly trying to fool you. What exactly is this fake, a ghost? I don't know, but I really can't bear to look. Have a bit of faith in Brother Gui, he'll be fine. You misunderstood, I can't bear to look at what's coming next.
Just as the viewers were saying this, they see Li Yan, taking advantage of Gui fiddling with the treasure chest, grab a nearby old frying pan and suddenly smash it towards Gui. However, before it could strike down, Gui suddenly looks up. Then, a flash of cold light sweeps across. Ah! Li Yan lets out a scream. It turns out her arm was cut off by a sickle. Li Yan does not dare to linger and quickly retreats, crashing through the kitchen door and rushing out. The arm that fell to the ground restores its original form, turning into a blood-red tentacle. Oh my, so it's a tentacle monster. I said I can't bear to look because I didn't want to see the lady get cut, the scene is too brutal. It makes sense, even if it's a monster, the lady getting cut still hurts my heart. Indeed, Brother Gui is still the god of swords with no women in his heart, he shows no mercy even to beauties. Too cruel, too bloody. But I like it. Caught a pervert. Seeing Gui drive away the monster, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room quickly perks up. The shape-shifting monster is pretty pitiful too. Picking Gui as a target was pure self-torture. Seeing the prompt, Gui naturally does not hold back. Pretending to input the password on the surface, he actually takes out the sickle from the storage compartment. With one slash, he injures the opponent, but Gui doesn't pursue. The password generation time has not yet arrived, he doesn't want to delay the task by chasing the monster. Hint, how long is the password generation time for Li Yan and Kai Feizhou? No need to worry on this side. Just afraid the other two can't hold on. If they don't get the password, there's only one password, which is useless at all. Li Yan has 8 minutes, opening the boat takes 10 minutes. The hint provided the answer. Alright. Time is longer than myself, hope they can hold on. I have to wait until I'm done here to help them. The shape-shifting monster in the room is not just one. So, it's not only Gui who was under attack. Almost at the same time Gui was attacked. The bedroom where Li Yan is, the door was opened. It's not that Li Yan was careless, she just didn't lock the door. The key issue is the apartment is too worn, all the locks are broken. Gui swaggered in. Your password has been generated. The Gui that came in was holding a treasure chest, with an expression just as cool as Gui's. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a broken desk came flying towards him. Boom! Gui was directly smashed under the desk. Then, Li Yan jumped up, holding a worn-out chair, and smashed down hard. The live streaming room instantly erupted. Damn! This isn't a neighbor girl, she's clearly a witch. So violent. A true queen. Whip me. In this face-valued world, with such a queen, I'm willing to be a slave. Being a pervert has its limits, I'm not being a slave, I want to be the king of soft rice. Damn, that's even worse than being a pervert. The wolf friend saw the beauty display violence and not only didn't feel disgusted, but instead got even more excited. As expected, in a face-valued world, there is no logic. Stop. What are you doing? The Gui who was knocked to the ground roared in anger. Li Yan was expressionless, if the intentional brother's skills are better than mine, if you can't even beat me, you must be fake. A divine analysis. I have to be convinced. Exactly, the sister is naturally beautiful, skilled, and has a quick mind. I'm in love. However, it's hard for an ordinary man to tame her. I'm afraid if you fall in love, you'll get beaten to the point of being unable to take care of yourself. Love and possession are two different things, this kind of distant thorny rose should be left to the intentional brother to tame. Agree. Agree +1. Agree +2. Seeing such a violent scene, everyone felt they were unworthy of Li Yan. Such a daunting task, the netizens unanimously agreed, should be handed over to the intentional brother to complete. Chapter 22, Demon Suppression Talismans. Bang! With a loud noise, the chair in Li Yan's hand shattered. Then, Gui rushed out of the bedroom, holding his head. So tragic. If it weren't for the chair being too old, he might have been really beaten to death. Li Yan slowly walked back to the bed, continuing to wait for the password to be generated. That calm demeanor made the netizens stare blankly. Suddenly worried about the future of the intentional brother, what's going on? Well, this indicates you've seen the truth, the intentional brother is likely to be domestically abused in the future. Don't mess around with couple rumors. The intentional brother is clearly mine. You're right, Sister Yan is mine. So violent, you still want her? Aren't you afraid of being abused? Hee hee, for the joy of the queen, even if I'm abused, I enjoy it. Sure enough, more and more perverts. Compared to the live streaming room of Gui and Li Yan, the live streaming room of Kai Feizhou looks a bit bleak. The key is, there's nothing to see. Now he is hiding in the bathroom, using his body to tightly block the door. Outside the door, there's a fake Gui, banging on the door. Open the door, the fake Gui shouted angrily. This is the first time he's seen such a cowardly person.
As soon as he entered the bathroom, he blocked the door and didn't even want to see his teammates. No way, I won't open the door even if you kill me. Although Kai Feijo isn't smart, and doesn't have the skills of Gu Yi and Li Yan. But he knows one thing, listening to Gu Yi's words is definitely right. Don't say anything. The intentional brother has asked me to meet in the living room, he definitely won't come to find me, so get lost. Kai Feijo shouted while tightly blocking the door. Fortunately, although the bathroom door is very broken, its quality is pretty good. Plus, the shapeshifting monster's attacking power is very weak, it couldn't break the door at all. Well done, a real man says he won't open the door, then he won't open. Won't open, even if my mom doesn't come back, I won't open for anyone. A few scattered netizens, seeing this scene, started to joke around. Even though the live room was bleak, there were also a few people paying attention. After all, this world has all kinds of people. Like some ants who enjoy young boys, they prefer the freshness of sailing a boat. The shapeshifting monster had no choice but to start banging on the door. As a result, after a few bangs, it still yielded no results. It was too weak. A broken wooden door was stopping it. One could say, without its transformation ability, it wasn't even considered a monster. Of course, if the shapeshifting monster was powerful, it would be too unfair. Newcomers here almost had no way to survive. In this aspect, horror games didn't push people to their doom. They always gave adventurers a glimmer of hope. Treasure hunting in the void only tested the mind. As long as there was mutual trust, even if one was physically weak, they could easily get through. Clearly, Li Yan and Kai Feijo had unconditional trust in Gu Yi. After all, it was hard not to be impressed by Gu Yi's luck after witnessing his miraculous moments. Even the king of luck couldn't be trusted, who else could? So, the shapeshifting monster had no chance to sow discord. Soon, 7 minutes passed. Gu Yi was in the kitchen when he heard the system notification, the second group password is 612,451. Hearing this, he immediately entered the password. Then he picked up the box and headed straight to the bathroom. The prompt had informed him that Li Yan had already lifted the danger. Only on Kai Feijo's side was there still a threat. So, he needed to go provide support. Opening the kitchen door, he saw a person, turning their back to him, banging on the bathing wooden door. The back looked exactly like his. Without needing to check the prompt, he already knew it was a shapeshifting monster. The shapeshifting monster at the bathroom door, too focused, didn't notice its kind fleeing in panic from the bedroom and kitchen. Gu Yi brandished the sickle and rushed forward. You. The footsteps startled the shapeshifting monster, it turned around and spoke just one word. Puff. The cold light flashed, and the shapeshifting monster was struck in the neck. It tried to struggle against Gu Yi, but its strength was dwindling. Gu Yi exerted more force. PSHH. Blood sprayed, and the shapeshifting monster fell to the ground, revealing its true form. A green, slimy tentacle monster, dismembered. It had a human body, tentacle limbs, and a face that looked like an octopus. In short, it was absolutely disgusting. Having dissected dolls and seen big-headed ghosts, Gu Yi was basically immune to killing such monsters. Even Gu Yi's fans felt there was nothing to worry about. But many new fans couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Too bloody. I mean, why are you all so unresponsive? What is this? Brother Gu Yi dissecting dolls is what really gets exciting. Exactly, the newcomers are overreacting. You are all tough people. Ka. Just then, Li Yan came out of the bedroom. Seeing the monster on the ground, she frowned. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she looked at Gu Yi with a wary expression. Gu Yi, however, didn't waste words and directly asked, "Tell me the password." If it was a shapeshifting monster, the prompt would naturally have displayed. No prompt meant it was the real person. Li Yan paused, thought for a moment, and then responded, "The third group password is 523116. Gu Yi didn't waste words either, grabbing the treasure box and entering the password. Just as he finished entering, the bathroom door was opened. Kai Feijo saw the monster on the ground at first glance. Then, like a normal person, he said, "Wow." And then promptly vomited all over the place. Hey! Kid, you still need to practice. Exactly, hanging out with Brother Gu Yi, if you don't have some nerve, you won't achieve anything. Back then, when we saw Brother Gu Yi tear dolls apart, wow, I can't continue, let me vomit for a moment. It's okay, you'll get used to it as you keep vomiting. No one in the comments sympathized with Kai Feijo, instead, they collectively teased him. Just being around Brother Gu Yi was lucky enough. Seeing some bloody scenes was really nothing. If you can't even endure this, then don't stay in horror games. Once Kai Feijo had vomited quite a bit, he heard Gu Yi coldly ask, "Password?" Fortunately, Kai Feijo had a good memory and didn't forget the secret among all the vomiting. The first group password is 982734. Gui quickly entered it into the treasure box. Ka! The treasure box's password lock was unlocked. Gui opened the treasure box and found a talisman placed inside. Picking up the talisman. Name, Ghost Suppressing Talisman. Level, Blue item. Type, Cursed object. Quality, Ordinary. Function, conceal small ghosts or vengeful spirits, but can only be used once. After use, its curse power will disappear. Gui curled his lips. The function is very average, only usable once. It's not as good as my own psychic shield. Li Yiyan furrowed her brows. Are there ghosts in this building? Kai Fei Zhou immediately trembled, swallowed, and said, this is troublesome. Gui, however, didn't care. Relax, as long as we don't touch hidden tasks, we generally won't encounter ghost attacks. That's right. If we don't touch hidden tasks, it's hard to even meet a ghost. The problem is, will Gui avoid them on purpose? Immediately, a netizen raised a question. Hee, lice on a bald head, it's obvious. Gui, a man who wants to enjoy thrilling scenery, how could he pass up a hidden task? Exactly, I bet a dime that Gui will definitely look for hidden tasks on purpose. This bet is boring. No one will take it. Exactly, if we want to bet, let's bet on how many ghosts Gui will take down. Li Yiyan and Kai Fei Zhou thought the same as the netizens. After hearing Gui's words, the two rolled their eyes at the same time. Everyone knows that avoiding hidden tasks means not encountering ghosts. But the problem is, with you, Gui, how can there be fewer hidden tasks? Chapter 23, Shapeshifting Film. Gui picked up a talisman, thought for a moment, and handed it to Kai Fei Zhou. This is for you. Kai Fei Zhou didn't expect Gui would give him the first item. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately became ecstatic. So, not only did he have a defensive item, but he also completed half of the main task. As long as he protects the item, he can smoothly clear the game. Sure enough, the moment he received the talisman, the horror ring vibrated. The system issued a prompt. Adventurer Kai Fei Zhou, you have obtained a treasure chest item, but you must hold this item until the game ends. During this time, the item cannot be placed in storage. If the item is lost or stolen, and not retrieved or a new item found before the game ends, it will be deemed a game failure. Kai Fei Zhou showcased the horror ring and said, Big God, is this really suitable for me? Gui replied indifferently, so far, your strength is the weakest, so it's more appropriate for you to hold this thing. His words implied that they might encounter ghosts soon. Kai Fei Zhou was pleased with himself and didn't notice this point. But Li Yiyan twitched her lips, feeling that Gui was up to something. She also really wanted the item. However, currently Gui was suppressing everything, so she couldn't bring up any opinions. Moreover, Gui didn't keep the item for himself. Unknowingly, this made Li Yiyan feel trust. Gui really is generous. Gui clearly wants to play big. Without giving the driver some self-defense tools, it's hard for him to support until the end of the game. This is the right approach. The key is, Gui trusts his teammates so much. That's Gui, a total strong person's posture. But why not give it to the lady? Need I ask? Of course, it's for close protection. That's correct. Even though Gui handed out the item, the netizens were not nervous. They always believed that Gui was stronger than any item. Of course. No matter how good the item is, it can't compare to luck. Gui can wipe out ghosts, how could a mere item compare? At the game site. After distributing the items, the three prepared to leave. But Gui suddenly stopped. It turns out, a prompt lit up in his eyes. Don't rush to leave, there are good things on the shapeshifting monster, it would be a pity to miss out. Gui thought for a moment and said to the other two, you wait for me outside, I'll research this thing. Research the monster? As soon as he said this, Li Yiyan and Kai Fei Zhou both swallowed. They both recalled the scene where Gui dissected the doll. Ugh. The image was too beautiful, it was impossible to look directly at. The two hurriedly nodded, heading out of the room together. Gui really wasn't normal, it was better to keep some distance. Otherwise, becoming his research subject would surely not feel good. Damn. It's going to get heavy, ready the bowl? I knew it, Gui wouldn't let the monster go. Speak, could this also be one of the thrilling sights? Without a doubt, in Gui's eyes, dissecting monsters is appreciating the scenery. Alright. I decide to leave first. When Gui is done, remember to call me. Don't go, you have to get used to such scenes. In the future, during Brother Gui's live broadcast, there will be no shortage of such moments. That's right, you'll get used to vomiting while watching. Being chosen as an adventurer like this, you'll find yourself invincible. With that said, Brother Gui is still helping everyone, helping us quickly adapt to the horror game. Yes, that's reasonable.
The foolish netizens, using their imagination, have made Gui's character seem grand and powerful.
At the game site, Gui stared at the green monster on the ground.
After thinking for a moment, he raised his wrist and temporarily exchanged an anatomy kit from the horror mall. Bone scissors, curved forceps, surgical knives, dissection needles, and everything else was complete.
Looking at the sharp tools, Gui couldn't help but sigh.
Indeed, products from the horror game are always top-notch.
But the price is a bit high. This whole set costs 5,000 horror coins. No matter what world you're in, money is always not enough. After the sigh, he put on a mask, squatted down, and asked in his mind, what's so special about this thing? The shapeshifting monster can transform, all relying on the shapeshifting membrane in its brain.
This is a rare material, and collecting enough of it can create camouflage items.
Camouflage items. Just hearing it, you know it's a good item.
Gui's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he started cutting.
Brother Gui's knife skills are always so sharp. Damn, stop studying the brain, it's disgusting. Just bear with it, let's see what good stuff Brother Gui can find. I'm curious too.
Brother Gui usually doesn't do useless work, he must know there's something good.
By the way, is there no information on this monster online? I found it. This thing is called a shapeshifting monster, with a shapeshifting membrane in its brain. Watching the livestream, the netizens were chatting wildly.
Unconsciously, everyone slowly got used to these band scenes.
The key is that Gui cuts with precision, and it's not too gory.
After all, the hints tell him where it's more reasonable to cut. Soon, Gui found the so-called shapeshifting membrane. It was capsule-shaped, soft to the touch, somewhat like a brain tumor. Taking it out of the shapeshifting monster's brain, it was still pulsating. At the same time, the horror ring vibrated.
Name, shapeshifting membrane. Level, blue item. Type, material. Quality, common.
Function, collecting 10 shapeshifting membranes allows you to create a camouflage cloak in the mall, which can make you change into anything.
Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. A blue level item, that's a good one. Gui quickly found a pocket and temporarily put it away.
The horror ring has limited storage slots, so it was a waste to store only one shapeshifting membrane. In the storage space, the same items can stack together. So, it's more reasonable to wait until more shapeshifting membranes are collected before storing them all at once.
The prompt didn't appear again. That means there's nothing else good on the shapeshifting monster. After tidying up, Gui left the apartment. Big shot, are you done? What good stuff did you get? Kai Feijo, who was behind, was curious about Gui's findings. Having watched his livestream, he knew Gui wouldn't do useless work. So, he was eager to know what Gui had discovered. But Gui only responded with an N and didn't answer. Although the three of them were teammates now, once they left the game, who was an enemy or who was a friend was still uncertain. Gui wouldn't reveal his cards to others. Where are we going next? Li Yan, being very thoughtful, knew what to ask and what not to ask at this moment. Gui, room 904. After speaking, he took the lead and walked ahead. So, Brother Gui is this cool when interacting with others? Of course, a man who only appreciates the horror scenery wouldn't bother with others. Brother Gui does things with standards, don't ask why, just follow me blindly. Remember, after becoming an adventurer, if you want to hug Brother Gui's thigh, you must trust him unconditionally and keep the nonsense to a minimum. Do you even need to say this? Brother Gui should be so aloof, we mere mortals can only worship him when we get there. Gui was silent and was interpreted as cold and aloof. The netizens felt that he was more mysterious and unpredictable. In fact, Gui just didn't like to communicate with others. It's not about being cold. Chapter 24, Speak the password, then kill. Arriving in front of room 904, Gui suddenly stopped. Big shot, what's wrong? Kai Feijo, who was behind, almost bumped into him. Gui turned around and said to the two of them, wait before going in. Let's make a secret code. If someone enters the room and can't match the code, we act. That's a good idea. Feijo nodded repeatedly. Li Yan also nodded in agreement. Okay, the code is Earthquake High Ground, the response is the door faces the sea, then Heavenly King covers the earth, and the response is your home is flooded. In one breath, Gui rattled off more than 10 phrases of secret language. Feijo quickly shook his hand, wait, that's too much, I can't remember. Li Yan. Gui, however, continued without care, saying another 10 phrases before stopping. Online, it instantly exploded. Such a long secret code, who can remember it? Gui is making it too hard for the driver. Who can replay and repeat it? This is a bit challenging. It's basically hell level, why use such a hassle for one code? You just don't understand, the shapeshifter is cunning, only such a code can reveal its true form. What if the other two on site can't remember it and reveal their true form? Viewers were baffled by such a long code. Who can remember it? At the game site. After GUI finished speaking, he turned and entered the room. To enter the room, you must first find the treasure chest.
When the door opened, the system prompt immediately sounded.
After the prompt ended. GUI, this time I will go to the bedroom. Li Yen, you go to the kitchen. Fei Zhou still goes to the bathroom. Fei Zhou frowned. Why is it me again in the bathroom? GUI, it's suitable for blocking the door. Fei Zhou. The bedroom and kitchen are also suitable, alright. Why are you asking such foolish questions? GUI's arrangement, just do it quickly, really doesn't understand. Exactly, daring to question GUI, you don't know what's good for you. GUI has his reasons for everything, if you don't want to follow, get lost. Doesn't GUI always have deep meaning?
With one complaint from Fei Zhou, it immediately drew dissatisfaction from netizens.
To them, GUI was like a king.
Every action had deep meaning, in accordance with heavenly principles, or something. Don't underestimate his casual commands, they might just be the key to victory.
If you're not content, just die. In comparison, Li Yen never said much. Whatever GUI said, she did. Called upon, she came, waved away, she left.
Such a woman is the ideal type of lover.
Fei Zhou is just a burdening light bulb.
In fact, GUI arranged this out of time considerations.
Among the 3 rooms, the bathroom's password generation time is the longest. It's most suitable for the somewhat unreliable Fei Zhou.
To avoid causing trouble before the time is up.
The bedroom is next, indicating a higher danger level. GUI feels more at ease doing it himself.
The kitchen only has 7 minutes, once filled, she can come find him.
GUI can determine who the shapeshifter is. Thus, this arrangement makes the most sense.
GUI didn't care how Fei Zhou felt, but instructed Li Yen, when your time is up, come find me in the bedroom.
Li Yen nodded, indicating she understood.
As for you, forget it, when your time is up, the shapeshifter will also be handled, we will wait for you in the living room.
Glancing at Fei Zhou, GUI instructed. Fei Zhou. Feeling like such a burden. After Li Yen and Fei Zhou respectively entered the kitchen and bathroom, GUI began searching for the treasure chest.
This time, the treasure chest was hidden on the balcony.
Finding the treasure chest in the balcony storage cabinet, GUI picked it up and walked into the bedroom. Immediately, the system prompt sounded.
Congratulations, you have obtained the treasure chest password, generating password. The treasure chest password will take 8 minutes to generate, during this time, do not leave this room. This was just as he guessed, the rules hadn't changed. Of course, it should only apply to this level. After all, a horror game can't be that simple. To create difficulty, the rules should be different for each level.
However, for GUI, it didn't make much difference. The hardest part of the game lies in the human heart that is hard to predict. The 3-hour limit will make many people unable to obtain treasure chest items. And if the horror game isn't completed, it represents death. The system will decisively execute annihilation.
GUI had seen this countless times in previous games.
For survival, adventurers will do anything.
Using his knees to think, he knew the second half of this game would turn into a battle for items. At that time, there will definitely be shapeshifters causing trouble.
Alright. Out of 20 adventurers, surely not many will survive. The best strategy now is to take as many treasure chest items as possible while everyone is still holding back in the first half. Then, hide and wait for the game to end.
Of course, GUI will not be satisfied with this result. His goal is the hidden mission, to get 3 treasure chest items.
The next step is to find and open the hidden mission, so the rewards will be greater. While he was thinking. Crack. The door opened, and Li Yen walked in.
Code word.
GUI asked expressionlessly. Li Yen, earthquake high mound. Puff.
Unexpectedly, as soon as she said those 4 words, GUI suddenly struck. A sickle hit her neck squarely.
Why? Li Yen looked confused, her eyes filled with disbelief. Not just her, the viewers online were also completely baffled. What's going on? Didn't they agree on the code word? Why did the tricky guy suddenly attack? GUI pulled the knife hard. Thud.
Li Yen fell to the ground, her body starting to deform. Immediately, a transformed monster appeared. GUI calmly wiped the blood off his knife with a torn bedsheet from the bedroom and said nonchalantly, if you can't even remember your own code word, how can the other 2 remember it? Before entering the room, I wrote it on my hand, whoever gets the code word right is the fake one. Saying this, he opened his palm. Indeed, there were small words, the code word is fake, whoever matches it will be attacked.
In the live stream. Wow. The tricky guy is so cunning, but I like it. Hee hee, this is called strategy. Come on, drag Joyus up, this is the intelligence he claimed was lacking? Watch me roast him. This slap in the face is a bit late, but the tricky guy never owes anyone. Ha ha.
I can imagine, tomorrow's trending will have late slap in the face.
Actually, GUI didn't need any code word to determine the other person's identity. Doing this was mainly to teach Li Yan how to identify the transformed monster.
In the last apartment, when GUI saw Li Yan, her suspicious expression showed she didn't trust him at that moment. Just now, on the way, GUI asked for hints, wanting to know the location of the transformed monster so that he could eliminate it ahead of time. But the hint indicated that the transformed monster was good at hiding and escaping. Even with hints, it would be hard for GUI to catch up with them in the complex terrain. Now, there were a few monsters watching the three from the surroundings.
Dealing with the transformed monster was a bit tricky.
Hearing this, GUI simply came up with a fake code word for Li Yan to determine the truth.
Just now, testing the transformed monster was to see if they knew about the code word.
It turns out the transformed monsters were always keeping an eye on the three of them.
This is great, Li Yan won't make a mistake again. Chapter 25, The Violent Goddess.
On the other side, in the kitchen, Li Yan also encountered a transformed monster.
The door faces the sea. I know the code word. Bang!
Before the transformed monster could finish speaking, Li Yan grabbed the cooking pot and smashed it down.
Why? The transformed monster fell to the ground, looking bewildered. Li Yan said flatly, because I can't remember the code word. After saying that, she directly bang smashed it to death. Before long, the transformed monster stopped moving, smashed to death. The live stream instantly exploded.
I can't believe it, the girl kills without blinking. I just realized, when a beauty fights, it's incredibly cool.
I'm a fan now. Who wouldn't love a girl like this? But, ugh. But why does knowing the code word mean you have to be taken down? It's obvious you're not a fan of the tricky guy. Huh? Indeed I'm not, what's the explanation?
The tricky guy revealed earlier that the code word was to deceive the transformed monster. Even the tricky guy doesn't remember the code word, whoever can match it is the monster.
Wow. So cunning? We should say, full of wisdom.
While the viewers debated, Li Yan got up.
Then. Wow. Okay. Our girl is also human and doesn't have GUI's strong immunity. So, she couldn't hold back and vomited. Even the puke is so elegant, I simply love you. Goddess, come on. I'm willing to receive your cleansing. This is so creepy, is anyone going to manage this? A horror site that the country can't ban, and you still hope someone will manage it?
After a moment, Li Yan felt a bit better, retreated to a corner, waiting for time to end. Sounds of knocking on the door reached her ears. Hearing GUI's voice, he said, "Open the flying boat, come out quickly, something bad has happened." Without saying a word, the flying boat used the door to block the shape-shifting monster. It was because he trusted GUI that he firmly refused to open the door. If it were someone else, they would have definitely come out to see what was happening. GUI and Li Yan heard the sound but both stayed expressionless. The loud knocking on the door proved that the flying boat was fine. As for the shape-shifting monster, when GUI went out later, he would naturally be able to deal with it. Soon, the password for the kitchen was generated. After getting the password, Li Yan immediately ran to find GUI. Opening the door, Li Yan asked first, "The secret code?" GUI replied, "No, say the password." The third group password is 112843. Li Yan breathed a sigh of relief and reported the password. GUI nodded and inputted the password into the password box. Once the password was entered, the bedroom's password was also generated. GUI quickly entered the password and ran out of the bedroom. But this time, the shape-shifting monster at the bathroom door seemed to have learned its lesson, not waiting at the entrance. In fact, it had disappeared the moment Li Yan left. Naturally, GUI couldn't encounter it. There was no other choice but to enter the kitchen and start dissecting the other shape-shifting monster. Previously, he had dissected the shape-shifting monster in the bedroom when he had the chance. Now he had already obtained 2 pieces of shape-shifting membrane. Counting the piece in hand now, he could gather 3 pieces. It seemed that collecting this stuff wasn't too hard. Just as he finished the dissection, the flying boat walked out of the bathroom. The timing was just right. "I have the first group password." As he came out, the flying boat immediately spoke, reporting the password. GUI, calm and unhurried, set down the treasure chest, preparing to input it. At that moment, the flying boat suddenly lifted a piece of glass from behind and aimed it at GUI's head. Li Yan happened to see this scene and exclaimed, "Be careful," but it was too late to help. Viewers watching the livestream all screamed in shock. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, GUI slightly dodged and avoided the lethal blow? Then, a cold light flashed. Puff! The flying boat's hand was severed.
Ah!
Before the flying boat's scream could finish, Gooey swung his sickle again. With one swift cut, he sealed its throat.
Thump!
The flying boat fell to the ground, revealing its true form, which was indeed a shape-shifting monster.
How could this happen? Li Yan furrowed her brows and asked, could the flying boat? Gooey shook his head, it's fine, he just fainted.
Saying this, he carried the treasure chest into the bathroom. There, the flying boat's head was resting on the toilet, eyes rolled back, blood on his back.
Gooey frowned and hurried over to check, wondering, the hint just showed that the shape-shifting monster only knocked him out and didn't cause any harm?
When he had left the bedroom, he had received a notification saying that the shape-shifting monster had invaded the bathroom. Gooey had specifically inquired about the situation with the flying boat. The hint only showed that the opponent had fainted, but there was no serious issue. So, Gooey had taken his time to dissect the corpse. He was waiting for the bathroom password to generate before dealing with the shape-shifting monster. Had he known the flying boat was injured, he would have stormed into the bathroom earlier.
You also said just now.
Before the shape-shifting monster left the bathroom, it stabbed someone with glass.
I couldn't have predicted. Of course, there isn't a major problem, the flying boat is still very healthy, just holding some resentment towards you.
Hints lit up, providing an explanation.
Resentment? Gooey was confused. Knowing that the shape-shifting monster had stabbed him, what reason did the flying boat have to resent him?
When a person is hurt and feels hopeless, they will look for someone to blame. Just now, the flying boat was blaming you for not showing up in time to save him. Of course, it can also be understood that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He thought that being with you would allow him to pass smoothly, but instead, he was injured, thus harboring resentment.
After reading the hint, Gooey instantly understood.
If the flying boat encountered an accident, he would direct the dissatisfaction toward himself. Many people are like this, clearly not putting in effort but complaining about everything.
The problem now was how to deal with it? Gooey thought for a moment but did not abandon the other party.
Since they had agreed to cooperate to find the treasure chest items, the cooperative relationship still existed until the items were fully gathered.
As for afterwards, farewell then. With that thought, Gooey took out the first aid kit. This was prepared in the rest area as well.
After all, even with a warning, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed.
Therefore, Gooey was well prepared. He applied medicine on Kaifei Zhou's injury on his back. Gooey stood up and began to dissect another transformed monster. What about the last set of passwords? Li Yan frowned and asked as she saw Kaifei Zhou fainted. Without thinking, the other party definitely didn't know the password. As for the password given by the transformed monster, it was certainly fake. While dissecting, Gooey said, it's fine, I know the password. Li Yan looked confused, how do you know? I guessed. Of course, it wasn't a guess. As long as the password is generated, the hint will provide the password. The hint is like an all-purpose explorer, knowing all the secrets in the world. As long as it's not predicting the future, the hint can give the answer. Since Kaifei Zhou was in the bathroom all this time, the password had already been generated. Even if Kaifei Zhou didn't hear the password, it didn't matter. Through the hint, Gooey could easily obtain it. Soon, the dissection was complete. Gooey took out the treasure chest and input the last set of passwords. Click. The treasure chest opened, and once again there was a ghost vanquishing talisman. This time, Gooey did not hesitate to give the ghost vanquishing talisman to Li Yan. Chapter 26, Let the attacker take the fall for the monster. Wow, truly a lucky star protecting him, he guessed right again? In the live broadcast room, new viewers were completely shocked to see Gooey successfully open the treasure chest. It's all basic skills. Newcomers love to exaggerate. Immediately, Gooey's hardcore fans mocked. We should allow newcomers to express their surprise, otherwise, it wouldn't show how amazing Gooey is. That's right, admire to your heart's content. Gooey is powerful, Gooey is strong. Hooray, trusting Gooey means eternal life. At the game site. Let's go, head up a level. Then Gooey spoke, picking up Kaifei Zhou and walking out of the apartment. Li Yan's mouth twitched, is he really okay? When we get there, we'll put him in the bedroom and block the door with the bed, just wait for the password to generate. Gooey said calmly. He wouldn't wait for the other party to wake up before opening the treasure chest. After all, game time is limited. Who knows how long it would take Kaifei Zhou to wake up? If he delays too long, would they still be able to complete the hidden mission? The apartment with treasure chests are room 1007 and room 1031. As he walked, Gooey learned from the hint where the chests were located. Choosing the 10th floor was because the adventurers here were relatively fewer. Most people were concentrated in the middle and lower floors. The competition there would be fierce. If they saw him smoothly obtaining the treasure chest items, it might provoke a group attack. Even if Gui wasn't afraid, Li Yan couldn't handle it. So, choosing the upper floors with fewer people was more rational.
Without wasting words, they headed straight to room 1007. But unexpectedly, just as they arrived, they ran into a small team.
Are you the team from the next level? The leader, a middle-aged man, instantly recognized Gui's group.
There was no way. Kaifei Zhou's method of clinging to them was simply too dazzling.
It was hard to forget.
Gui took out the scythe, set Kaifei Zhou down, and spoke in a calm tone, "Fight or leave." Hearing this, Li Yan tightened the frying pan in her hand.
It's not uncommon for adventurers to fight each other. Being chosen as an adventurer means breaking free from the constraints of law.
To survive, adventurers can do anything. Thus, every adventurer must be prepared to fight to the death.
The other party glanced at Gui's scythe.
Then looked at their side, only having sticks found from the rooms. Clearly, they were outmatched in equipment against Gui's team.
Even if someone from Gui's side was fainted, limiting their combat power.
But without confirming whether the other side had treasure chest items, it was better not to engage in unnecessary fights.
The middle-aged leader thought for a moment and waved his hand, "Retreat."
The three slowly stepped back, leaving around a corner. Warning, the three who just left are very cunning. They want to see if someone is lurking around the corner, ready to ambush at any time.
In Gui's eyes, a hint suddenly shone brightly. Upon seeing the hint, Gui gave a disdainful sneer. Want to sneak attack yourself? Seeking death. Just planning a counter-sneak attack to teach the opponent a lesson. Who knew? The prompt lit up once more. In apartment 1007, there are 3 shapeshifters planning to cause trouble. If I were you, I would quickly enter the room and let the adventurer PK with them. Gui smiled upon hearing this.
He was worried about leaving the flying boat alone in the room, which might cause problems.
Now it's good.
Both the adventurer and the shapeshifters want to sneak attack, let them fight it out.
Naturally, they wouldn't care about the 3 of us. When you go in, you go to the bathroom right away. I will take this kid to the bedroom. With an idea, Gui immediately whispered to Li Yan. Li Yan frowned. What are you planning to do?
A few people just now wanted to sneak attack us. Let's hide in the room first, let the shapeshifters hit each other.
Gui expressed his thoughts. Li Yan frowned. So will you stay in the bedroom all the time? Gui thought for a moment. No, I will look for an opportunity to sneak into the kitchen. You need to find the treasure chest and sneak into the kitchen. That's too difficult and a waste of time. Li Yan shook her head upon hearing this. Gui, do you have any ideas?
Li Yan looked at the flying boat. I will carry him to the bedroom, then block the bedroom door to prevent accidents, and wait for you from the outside in the kitchen.
Outside?
Gui was stunned, not quite understanding the other party's meaning.
Li Yan proudly said, I can climb from the bedroom window to the kitchen.
This is a 10-story building. If you're not careful, you could fall and die.
Gui reminded.
Li Yan confidently said, don't worry, I am very confident in rock climbing, it will be absolutely fine. Seeing the other party looking very serious,
Gui thought for a moment and felt this was the most reasonable solution at the moment.
After all, conflicts with humans combined with the shapeshifters waiting for an opportunity could lead to very unpredictable consequences.
Most importantly, it wastes time. If Li Yan could do what she said, it would undoubtedly be the best way to solve the problem. Okay. Without much hesitation, Gui handed the flying boat to her to carry.
I have to say, Li Yan's physical strength is really good. Carrying a high school student, she moved very nimbly.
Then, Gui opened the door to room 1007. Congratulations on finding the treasure chest. Gui didn't even listen to the system prompt but asked in his heart, where is the treasure chest? It's just in the shoe cabinet when you enter the house. Run.
Without waiting for the system's prompt to finish, Gui shouted loudly.
Then, he and Li Yan each rushed in, dodging to enter the bedroom and bathroom.
Along the way, Gui quickly took the treasure chest from the shoe rack. His movements were incredibly swift. At this scene, even the system couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, it continued to announce the rules.
Seeing this scene, the netizens couldn't help but laugh. Awesome.
Letting the system react too late, this is the speed of Huaxia.
Sure enough, not following the usual path is the style of the intentional brother. I'm very curious, why is intentional brother so anxious? What did he discuss with the goddess just now, even handing the driver over to her? Something's up.
While netizens were discussing, suddenly, they heard a ping-pong sound outside the bathroom where Gui was.
Huh? What's happening? Why does it seem like someone is fighting outside? Some smart netizens immediately thought of something.
Then, they exited Gui's livestream and ran to watch other people's live broadcasts.
Then. Wow. Discovered something incredible. What?
Intentional brother has arranged everything. He had someone serve as a cover, and I captured the video replay. As a small screen appeared in the livestream, the truth of the matter finally came to light. On the small screen, it displayed the scene in the living room.
Netizens saw that after Gui and the two rushed into the room.
Immediately, the three adventurers they encountered earlier ran into the apartment after them.
Who knew they would run into Gui and the others head-on?
Of course, these three figures were just the shapeshifters. They had just completed their transformation, ready to sneak attack on Gui and the others. In the end, they collided head-on with the three adventurers who came in.
Okay. A misunderstanding battle thus began. Chapter 27, The Power of the Shapeshifters.
Qin Dalian was born in a rural area and is 38 years old this year.
Usually lazy and indulging in food, spending all day loafing around.
Until now, he still hadn't married a wife. He hardly cared about horror games. He thought these games only picked a few people each year, and he wouldn't be among them.
Unexpectedly, things turned unfortunate, and he became an adventurer.
Relying on his strong body, he quickly pulled in two others. The three formed a small team, searching for treasure chests on the 10th floor. Thus, they encountered Gui's team.
Although Qin Dalian didn't understand the rules, he had a rogue personality.
He thought if he couldn't find something, he would just steal it. So, he set his sights on Gui and the others.
Of course, it didn't matter if Gui's team had treasure chests or not.
As long as there were pretty girls.
He had never seen a super beauty like Li Yan in his life. If he couldn't get the treasure chest, then stealing a person would be just as good.
Before he died, getting to play with a beauty wouldn't be a wasted life. With this mindset, Qin Dalian led his two companions, preparing for an ambush.
Unexpectedly, as Gui's three entered the apartment, a system alert sounded.
Now, this was great, both money and treasure. Without hesitation, Qin Dalian signaled with his hand. With his two partners, they charged into the apartment.
Upon entering, they happened to see Gui's three in the living room. "Hey, hand over the treasure chest and the pretty girl, or I'll kill you," Qin Dalian shouted, brandishing a stick.
This stick was a piece of iron railing, perfect for fighting.
He figured, with his physique, how could Gui and the three weaklings be his match? In his rush, he didn't even notice Gui's three weren't holding any weapons. This was completely different from the beginning. The shape-shifting monsters were dumbfounded. They had planned to ambush Gui's team, but now another group had come. If they had known this, they would have waited. The problem was, Gui's team rushed into the room so quickly that they didn't give the monsters time to observe. Afraid that the three would get the treasure and leave, the shape-shifting monsters could only transform immediately, preparing to deceive in the room. What a coincidence, they were caught head-on by Qin Dalian's three.
The three shape-shifting monsters were truly at a loss, wanting to cry without tears.
Qin Dalian's three took the initiative to strike first, planning to end the battle quickly. The shape-shifting monsters could only fight back reluctantly.
Both sides engaged in chaotic combat, three people and three monsters rolling together in the hall. Clearly, Qin Dalian overestimated his team's fighting strength. No matter what, shape-shifting monsters were still monsters.
Don't look at how they were almost powerless against Gui and Li Yan. That was because Gui and Li Yan were too skilled.
After all, Gui had studied advanced fighting techniques and had enhanced his strength and speed attributes, already stepping into the monster level threshold.
Li Yan had also learned advanced self-defense for women and was an extreme sports enthusiast.
With such a foundation, it was easy to take down the shape-shifting monsters.
For an ordinary person to kill a shape-shifting monster was not that simple. Even those with slightly weaker physiques might be counter-killed. This point was vividly reflected in the flying boat incident. Alright. Seeing the chaotic battle, many netizens laughed shamelessly. I just realized, Brother Gui is so bad. Who told these adventurers to be greedy? Instead of finding treasure themselves, they dare to steal from Brother Gui? Seeking death. Quick, look, that big guy leading is getting punched into panda eyes.
Speaking of which, having watched Brother Gui's videos, these three seem so weak.
These newbie adventurers, how could they compare with Brother Gui? It's such an insult to him. Netizens began ruthless mocking, showing no sympathy for the three fighting against the monsters.
What they had gotten into was all self-inflicted. In the eyes of Gui's fans, opposing Brother Gui was just seeking punishment, no one else to blame.
On site at the game. The battle was extremely intense.
While fighting, the three suddenly realized that their opponents looked different. Now there were 6 people, becoming 3 pairs of identical individuals.
Stop, stop. What's going on?
Qin Dalian hurriedly shouted to halt. But while he wanted to stop, the shape-shifting monsters weren't willing. Just then, a teammate suddenly threw a punch at him. The punch landed right on his nose. Blood gushed forth.
Qin Dalian was furious. What the hell?
Saying this, he swung the iron rod to strike back. In the chaos, the opponent dodged. Qin Dalian felt a blur before his eyes. Then this guy turned his back on himself. He wouldn't be polite and struck down hard with a club. "Hey, Lianggu, it's me, Xiaowu. Why are you hitting me?" After being hit on the back by Qin Dalian, the other turned around with a look of grievance. Qin Dalian was taken aback. "You are Xiaowu? Then why did you hit me just now?" "Xiaowu, I didn't hit you, I hit the monster." "Damn, who are you?" A voice from another companion came over. The two turned to look, and there was another Xiaowu, sneakily attacking his companion. "Don't fight. I am the real Xiaowu." "Then why did you hit me?" another companion yelled. "Xiaowu, you hit me first." It was in chaos. Despite only 6 people, under the disturbance from the shapeshifting monster, this battle had completely changed its flavor. Gui could distinguish who was the shapeshifting monster and used various ways to let Li Yiyan understand the situation clearly. Everything was to prevent this kind of situation. After all, once teammates with the same appearance were seen, confusion was very likely to occur. The shapeshifting monster did not let up, and Qin Dalian's side could only continue fighting. This was the true power of the shapeshifting monster. With them around, things could spiral out of control until no one trusted anyone else. The shapeshifting monster took the opportunity to break them down one by one. A perfect trap. It was only because of Gui's presence that this trap was broken. In the live streaming room, the online viewers laughed heartily as they saw Qin Dalian and his friends completely befuddled by the shapeshifting monster. People, you don't know how bad it can get until you see a comparison. Now I understand just how amazing Brother Intentional is. So it turns out the shapeshifting monsters are so strong. Just now, Brother Intentional easily took down so many, and I thought they were weak. Now it seems, it's not that they are weak, but Brother Intentional is too strong. The nemesis of shapeshifting monsters. These 3 adventurers must be questioning their lives right now. Hope they don't get wrecked by the shapeshifting monsters. Guys, stop paying attention to these wastes. Go to the sisters' room. Wow, it's like a real-life version of flying around. One viewer exclaimed in the live stream. What's going on? Immediately, another viewer asked. The sister is parkouring outside on the 10th floor. My heart is racing just watching. That's right. I'm watching right now and feel my heart racing fast. Upon hearing some viewers in another live stream describing Li Yiyan's situation, the viewers here couldn't sit still anymore and rushed to Li Yiyan's streaming room. They saw Li Yiyan using both hands and feet to climb on the outside of the 10th floor, moving lightly and gracefully. In the apartment for treasure hunting, the first floor had beams over 3 meters high. The 10th floor was more than 30 meters high. Li Yiyan climbed barehanded without any protective measures. To do it so beautifully dazzled a crowd of viewers. My mom told me since I was a child that one should learn a skill. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand, my mom's words are the truth. I'm afraid of heights. Is there still a chance to learn climbing? Upstairs, be practical. You can learn from Brother Intentional, practice some fighting or something, climbing is not suitable for you. The way she climbs is just too wonderful. I want to go climb with her. Warning. Those with a fear of heights or without training, absolutely do not try to imitate the sister, her moves are high level. Chapter 28, Mistaken Choices Under Distorted Rage. While viewers kept discussing, Li Yiyan remained exceptionally calm. The horror game had this good point, adventurers didn't need to interact with viewers and could focus on coping with the crisis. If at this moment, she were to be disturbed by random nonsense from viewers, even if Li Yiyan's skills were solid, she would still be affected. At this time, she grasped the window outside the building and moved steadily toward the kitchen. It must be said, climbing without any protection has the biggest problem, the psychological barrier. Previously, Li Yiyan thought with her skills, climbing on the 10th floor would be no problem at all. But when she actually faced the situation, exposed to the cold wind, she started to regret. Not to mention, it was deep night, and she couldn't see the ground at all. This created a false sense of danger in Li Yiyan's mind. What lay below seemed like an abyss, one misstep would lead to disaster. Fortunately, her psychological quality was quite solid. Her hands and feet felt weak. But even so, every movement was still trembling. This greatly affected her climbing speed. Otherwise, with this little distance, she would have arrived long ago. Fortunately, Li Yiyan overcame the pressure and cautiously arrived at the kitchen window. But upon arrival, she encountered a problem. The kitchen window was locked tight from the inside. After pushing a few times, there was no response, and Li Yiyan couldn't help but feel anxious. The online viewers were even more anxious than she was. What should we do? The window is locked tight. I've never understood, why not just stay in the bedroom? Why come out? To generate the password. Clearly, both Igu and the sister want to get the treasure chest password quickly. Now to reach the kitchen from the apartment interior, they will definitely be entangled by the shapeshifters and other adventurers.
That's right.
When shapeshifters and adventurers see a new target, they might attack together. Therefore, going from outside to the kitchen is the best choice. Also, to ensure the boat can take off, the sister blocked the bedroom door to stop others from coming in, so she can only leave by climbing.
It's all that stinky driver's fault. Completely useless in making the sister take risks.
Last time, I told him to wait in the bathroom, but when he didn't hear anything, he ran out himself, which got him ambushed by a shapeshifter.
Ego shouldn't have brought him. Exactly. He doesn't listen and just knows how to complain, trash. Soon, the viewers shifted their complaints to the driver.
It turned out that in the last apartment, the reason the driver was attacked was all his own fault.
Gooey had said not to come out until the password's ending time.
As a result, the driver stayed in the bathroom for a few minutes. Suddenly, hearing that the shapeshifter was no longer banging on the door, curiosity took hold. Thinking of how powerful Ego was, he assumed the shapeshifter had been dealt with. So, he opened the door a crack to take a look. What he didn't know was that the shapeshifter, seeing no one answer the knocks, had set a trap instead. As soon as the door opened, the hidden shapeshifter charged in. The driver lost his balance and fell down. Then, the shapeshifter rushed into the bathroom. It grabbed his head and slammed it into the toilet, knocking him unconscious. Just before passing out, the driver thought he was done for.
This sparked feelings of resentment. Why didn't the all-powerful Ego come to save him at this time?
With this thought, he dramatically lost consciousness. Some viewers were curious why the driver fainted, and why the shapeshifter could ambush Gui. So they watched the replay. They discovered it was entirely the driver's own doing.
Now, Li Yan's adventure became the reason for the viewers to blame the driver. Well,
who told the driver to be an ordinary person and still wanted to cling to Gui's leg? Originally, the viewers didn't like him, and now that it touched Li Yan's interests, they naturally disliked him even more. The driver, being blamed by the viewers, happened to wake up at this moment. Dazed and confused, he felt like he was in the bedroom, with no one around. A sudden shock filled his heart, and he immediately sobered up. He indeed found himself in the bedroom, the entrance blocked by the wardrobe and the bed, while faint sounds of fighting came from outside.
In an instant, the driver's anger flared up.
He immediately guessed that he had been used as a tool by Gui while he was unconscious. It was obvious that he was meant to stay in the room to trigger the password generation. He was just an ordinary person. Even when injured, Gui didn't come to take care of him but instead treated him like a tool. Gui was truly too dismissive of him and too cold-hearted. Because of the resentment that had built up before. The driver didn't even think for a moment who had just saved him.
He never considered the risks Li Yan had taken to keep him safe. Gui, you deserve to die.
I trusted you so much, and now you ignore me. The driver couldn't help but complain loudly.
Fortunately, the viewers were now focused on Li Yan.
Otherwise, with just this complaint, he would have definitely been cursed to death.
At the same time, Li Yan finally made up her mind.
She held onto the kitchen window ledge with one hand and stood on the window with her feet. Half squatting, he pulled out a frying pan from behind. This pan, also considered a good self-defense weapon, had never been thrown away. Even during the climbing process, Li Yan had it tucked behind her. Aiming the frying pan at the kitchen window. Crash! With one swing, the glass shattered.
Li Yan immediately jumped into the kitchen through the window.
Looking at her hand, she saw several cuts from the broken glass, blood streaming down.
The big sister is so dedicated. It's heart-wrenching.
There's no way most adventurers get hurt. This time just a little skin injury is pretty good. Yeah, that's right, adventurers often lose hands or legs, or have some hidden injuries.
I want to go over and feel my Ian's pain. If you want to be an adventurer, you can try applying to a scary website, maybe it will work. Forget it, just talking.
Clearly, when it comes to personal interests, not many are willing to sacrifice.
While the netizens expressed concern and anxiously rushed about.
Gui, Li Yan, and Kai Feijo finally heard the system notification sound.
Congratulations, you have received a treasure chest, password generating. Gui and Li Yan both breathed a sigh of relief.
Kai Feijo, however, squinted his eyes. At this moment, his mind twisted with hatred and danger. You don't care about me, so why should I cooperate with you? Kai Feijo sneered, then began to move the wardrobe and bed. He already had the treasure chest item, so he planned to leave like this, preventing Gui and the other two from getting it.
He didn't realize that Li Yan already had the item.
This was to ensure both of them would be let down at once. In his rage, Kai Feijo didn't think about what would happen if he angered Gui and the other two. Gui was in the bathroom, listening to the noise outside the room. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Kai Feijo's mentality has undergone a huge change, and now he wants to destroy the password generation.
Damn! He really encountered an ungrateful wolf. Gui suddenly felt angry. Not to mention he initially let the treasure chest item go to the other side. Just talking about how Li Yan took risks to climb outside the building to protect him, the amount of danger she had to face. This guy actually wants to cause destruction, it's absolutely intolerable. Can you hold on until the password is generated? Gui asked in his heart. With Kai Feizhou's moving speed, as long as 2 minutes, he will leave the room. Okay. Cooperation terminated, Gui expressionless picked up the scythe. He was about to take back what belonged to him. Chapter 29, Gui's Fury. Who is Gui? One can say responsibly that he is a ruthless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the killing doll right from the start. However, he is also a person who keeps his promises. At first, everyone formed a cooperation agreement. If they always followed the agreement, he would naturally not break the game rules. But the other side broke the cooperation first, harming his own interests. Well then, Gui wouldn't show mercy to the other side. So, before Kai Feizhou could get out, he walked out of the bathroom first. Once Kai Feizhou came out, the password for this apartment would no longer be able to generate. He might as well destroy it himself. Click. The bathroom door was opened, startling the adventurers and shapeshifted monsters still in the midst of chaos. Everyone froze for a moment, then saw Gui appearing with a fierce aura, instantly stopping their movements. Then, the 3 adventurers and 3 monsters distanced themselves. Coincidentally, one shapeshifted monster was very close to Gui. Before it could take 2 steps back, a flash of cold light appeared. Thud. A strike landed on its throat. Gui's movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. This sharply contrasted with the adventurer's fighting style. Thud. The shapeshifted monster fell to the ground, revealing its true form. This. Jean Dalian looked on with wide eyes. The 3 of them had never discovered the treasure chest apartment, so they had naturally never seen a shapeshifted monster. Now suddenly seeing their companion transform into a monster, they were instantly stunned. The remaining 2 adventurers were also dumbfounded. But the shapeshifted monsters were not shocked. They saw Gui's attacks were fierce and precise, not caring who was being killed at all. The 2 shapeshifted monsters immediately turned to attempt to escape. Could they escape? The prompt said, under special terrain, it would be difficult for Gui to chase the shapeshifted monsters. In the corridor's terrain, the shapeshifting monsters could use their advantage, becoming invisible while fleeing. Gui found it hard to chase multiple targets at the same time. But in the apartment, the space was so narrow, plus Gui's speed was beyond ordinary. Naturally, he wouldn't let 2 monsters escape. He threw the treasure chest with all his strength, hitting one monster squarely. Gui himself leaped, landing on another monster. His knife struck down, like cutting wheat. Put. Another shape-shifting monster met its end. Gui didn't pause, he rolled on the spot and reached the last shape-shifting monster beside him. That monster pushed the treasure chest aside, wanting to escape, but was quickly sliced in the chest by Gui. Blood splattered everywhere as Gui drew his knife upward. The last shape-shifting monster was left with a gaping chest, dying a terrible death. Qin Daliang and the other 2 adventurers were stunned. The 3 of them fought fiercely, yet gained not a single advantage. As soon as he appeared, Gui killed 3 monsters in seconds. How could this be compared? It was feared that if Gui truly went hard, killing the 3 of them wouldn't be slower than killing shape-shifting monsters. Big brother. I said this is a misunderstanding, can you spare us? Seeing Gui stand up and look at them, Qin Daliang immediately knelt down. The other 2, seeing the situation, quickly kneeled down to plead for mercy. Kneeling was the only option. There was no other reason, their legs went soft. They were intimidated by Gui, not to mention resisting, just seeing him made them feel terrified. This scene was exhilarating for the viewers online. Awesome. Brother Guilty's skills are more thrilling than action movies. I was attracted to Brother Guilty's skills, he's simply too cool. I've decided to learn martial arts starting today. Watching Brother Guilty's videos is so enjoyable, it's funny, exciting, and has such cool fighting. Are you confused? Brother Guilty is not someone you can ambush. I wonder why Brother Guilty came out early, the password generation time doesn't seem to have arrived. The last viewer's question suddenly silenced the livestream. Right. Brother Guilty is not an impulsive person. Now that the situation is so favorable, why did he come out? Isn't that wasting Li Yan's effort? Moreover, waiting for the adventurers and shapeshifting monsters to injure each other before coming out to clean up would be more prudent. As the viewers were puzzled, someone provided an answer. Shit. So Brother Guilty couldn't wait any longer. What happened? That guy with the flying boat was trying to leave the room. I also saw his livestream and realized the situation. All the viewers rushed to watch the replay. Suddenly, the truth was revealed.
Including the flying boat guy's complaints and actions, everything was captured by the viewers.
A pure blind wolf, ugh. Just a little punk. If I were Brother Guilty, I definitely couldn't tolerate it. But how did Brother Guilty know that the flying boat guy was going to rebel?
Don't ask, it's just that the heavens gave hints. In the dark, Brother Guilty sensed something. Exactly, otherwise, Brother Guilty definitely wouldn't disrupt his own plans.
Let's watch and see how things develop. At the game scene, Gooey looked expressionless at the three kneeling and coldly said, "Scram, or die." "Scram, we will scram right away." Chin Daliang quickly rolled on the ground and crawled out of the apartment.
The remaining two dared not walk, they followed, rolling out of the apartment.
Damn, what about dignity? They've lost all their humanity, and they still care about dignity. Damn.
Brother Guilty is mighty, he can really make people roll out.
This is nothing, basic skills, don't make a fuss. Anyone who has witnessed Brother Guilty's abilities would bow down.
Seeing the three sacrifice their dignity to survive, the viewers mocked them mercilessly.
At the same time, they expressed immense admiration for Gooey.
Then, they saw Gooey, expressionless, holding his scythe and walking to the bedroom door. The viewers immediately reacted.
Did you see? Brother Guilty's target is indeed the traitorous driver. I told you, the heavens were guiding Brother Guilty.
That damn driver made our sister's efforts in vain.
No worries, Brother Guilty will definitely make it right for our sister.
Look, the sister seems to have realized the situation, she's coming out.
Yes. Li Yan indeed discovered something was off. Coincidentally, there was a hole in the kitchen door of this apartment. When Li Yan entered the kitchen, she found the small hole. Through it, she could see everything outside. At first, Li Yan didn't understand what Gooey was planning.
Until Gooey reached the door of the bedroom.
She immediately realized the problem with Kai Feizhou.
So she followed out of the kitchen.
He woke up? Without asking how Gooey knew about the situation in the bedroom, Li Yan only inquired about the current situation. Gooey nodded. What do you plan to do? As soon as she spoke, before Gooey could answer. Bang!
The bedroom door was opened. Kai Feizhou rushed out with excitement all over his face. As a result, he saw Gooey looking at him with a cold face. Kai Feizhou was stunned, swallowed hard, and smiled, great deity, I.
Hand over the treasure chest item, our cooperation ends here. Gooey didn't want to waste words and reached out to ask for the demon-subduing talisman.
Kai Feizhou, who was originally a bit nervous, immediately exploded upon hearing this.
Why should I? You abandoned me and still want my stuff. I worked hard for this, and I... Bang!
Before Kai Feizhou could finish his sentence, Gooey threw him over his shoulder and knocked him to the ground. He still wanted to resist, but the sickle thunked down, cutting close to his neck.
Chapter 30, New Agreement, Intelligent Flow.
Seeing the cold light of the sickle, Kai Feizhou swallowed hard and became completely sober. The person in front of him was not his father, who would indulge him in everything. The brutal battles among adventurers had played out countless times in the game. If he said one more useless word, he believed Gooey would get rid of him first and then take away the demon-subduing talisman. Hand over the item, and from now on, we go our separate ways.
Gooey coldly spoke again.
Kai Feizhou, with a mournful face, took out the demon-subduing talisman. Great deity, give me one more chance, I. Gooey snatched the talisman and stood up without even looking at him, starting to dissect the deformed monster. After spending a few minutes, he took away 3 deformation membranes and turned to leave the apartment, not saying a word the entire time. Li Yan glanced at Kai Feizhou, still on the ground, shook her head without saying a word, and followed Gooey out. At this point, it was all Kai Feizhou's own fault and could not be blamed on Gooey. Originally, the plan was perfect, and with the efforts of Gooey and himself, the other adventurers and the deformed monsters would become cannon fodder. But all because Kai Feizhou couldn't get it together, he ruined the whole plan. The third treasure chest item, which was almost within reach, was lost just like that.
Li Yan couldn't sympathize with him. After leaving the apartment door, Gooey walked down the stairs. Where are you going? Li Yan asked as she caught up.
Gooey glanced at her. Our cooperation ends here, and I have no need to report to you about what I do next.
Li Yan thought for a moment. How about we make a new agreement? What kind of agreement do you want to make? Gooey asked expressionlessly. To be honest, even though Li Yan was good-looking and skillful, Gooey didn't trust her. If Li Yan betrayed him, the harm would be even greater. In a horror game, it's better to keep to oneself. However, looking back, in this game, the two could still cooperate anew. After all, Gooey was very optimistic about her skills. It's rare to find a newcomer who can climb buildings and kill monsters by hand. You should be aiming for hidden tasks, right? Li Yan asked. Gooey did not hide it and nodded. That's right. He was here to trigger hidden tasks.
With the help of hints, he already knew the clues for the hidden task. Li Yan said, "Take me to complete the hidden task, and I'll give you half the rewards."
Gu Yi was stunned.
He didn't expect the other party to propose such a request.
Hint, what is Li Yan's flow? Gu Yi pretended to ponder while inwardly asking the hint.
In the harvest of newcomers, the item category could almost be ignored. The main thing was still the number of horror coins.
If Li Yan's flow wasn't great and the viewer count wasn't high, then this deal wouldn't be worthwhile.
On the contrary, he considered taking her this time.
Li Yan is classified as a super flow newcomer, and her current viewer count has reached 300,000 and is still rising. You should know.
The time of the horror game syncs with reality.
Gu Yi entered the game at midnight, 2300 hours.
At this time, the traffic could reach 300,000, truly counting as a super traffic newcomer. Alright, let's sign a contract in the horror ring. During our cooperation, you must unconditionally obey my orders and give me half of the profits afterward.
I guarantee you'll pass the hidden task.
Gu Yi saw the prompt in his eyes and decisively made up his mind.
Half of 300,000 is 150,000. Putting everything aside, that should be enough for the upcoming food and drink expenses. Who would refuse such a good deal?
In Gu Yi's view, giving away half of the profits to let himself take on a hidden task made Li Yan seem a bit short-sighted.
In fact, Li Yan had other plans in mind.
So far, the only newcomer who could pass the hidden task was Gu Yi alone. Moreover, it could be seen from previous experiences that Gu Yi really had skills. Whether it was sheer luck or remarkable observation. In short, following him to pass the hidden task had a very high probability. If she passed the hidden task, she'd start in the horror game much faster than others. At that time, she could survive better. The key was spending half the profits, possibly gaining Gu Yi's friendship made it the best deal. Given Gu Yi's current development momentum, it could be predicted he'd definitely become a great god in the future.
Having him as a support would undoubtedly bring many benefits.
Therefore, Li Yan seemed to be making a loss but was, in fact, very shrewd. With both having their own plans, they reached an agreement. The agreement was established through Gu Yi's horror ring, ensuring it was fail-safe.
As a pure newcomer, Li Yan hadn't passed her first test, so many functions of the horror ring weren't unlocked.
However, as long as she passed this time, her horror ring would be just like Gu Yi's. By then, this agreement would also take effect.
No need for the two to operate, half of Li Yan's income would automatically be transferred to Gu Yi.
Gu Yi didn't take advantage of her. In the agreement, it was clearly stated that half of the income only included the horror coins, excluding curse cards and free attribute points.
These two rewards were crucial for newcomers.
If he took such advantage, it would be difficult for Li Yan to develop further, and that would be quite unethical. Even though Gu Yi was a tough guy, he still maintained a bottom line.
Once the agreement was completed, Li Yan asked, "Where shall we go next?"
To the lowest layer, under the circular apartment, there's a gate to the outside world.
Gu Yi explained while walking. Li Yan recalled and remembered that during her initial observation, she did see an iron gate on the ground floor. What are we going there for? Is the hidden task outside the iron gate?
Gu Yi, from the last game, I discovered that hidden tasks are related to temporary rewards.
What do you think this time's reward is? Temporary reward? Oh, are you talking about the exorcism talisman? Li Yan suddenly realized. That's right, the exorcism talisman. Gu Yi nodded affirmatively and continued, the exorcism talisman is naturally for ghost creatures.
I have observed the entire building, and there are no ghost creatures.
You tell me, who are we supposed to suppress with the exorcism talisman? Outside. Li Yan suddenly remembered the horrifying scene she saw while climbing outside. The ground was terrifying like hell. Following Gu Yi's words, she immediately knew what the hidden task was. Either explore the outside world of the building or eliminate the ghost creatures outside. Sure enough, no success comes without risks. Outside, there were rumors that Gu Yi had an emperor's luck. But the feeling he gave Li Yan was that of a thorough thinker. It seems many people got it wrong after the last video.
Especially Zhou Zhibua's analysis was unreliable.
How could Brother Dui's wisdom be anything less than stellar? It was off the charts. Li Yan was successfully fooled by Gu Yi. In fact, strictly speaking, Gu Yi wasn't that smart.
It was only by relying on hints that he could pretend to be a super-intelligent adventurer. There's no other way, the information was too advantageous, creating a thought suppression. Causing his every action to feel unfathomable to others. And the new agreement between the two, along with their conversation, was all seen by netizens.
In an instant, the internet exploded. Chapter 31, Divine Analysis.
In the live broadcast room.
Who can explain why the rumored European king body has such high analytical ability? It's over. I feel like my IQ has been thrown out several streets.
This is all Joe's prediction's fault, making me misunderstand Brother Intentional.
It turns out Brother Intentional is the hidden genius. Does anyone know Joe's prediction account? I've decided to get up early tomorrow to roast him. No need to wake up early, he's already trending for being roasted.
Exactly, countless people are cursing him for misleading others, saying Brother Intentional's intelligence is lacking, yet he dares to call himself an expert.
Netizens were furious, wanting to confront Joe Gibois. Unfortunately, it was late night, and Joe Gibois had already gone to rest. After cursing for a while, the netizens began to change the topic. By the way, during the last high-altitude escape, Brother Intentional must have figured out the pattern, which is why he always chose the right suspension bridge, right? Need I say more? It's obvious. Is there a master who can analyze how to judge the suspension bridge trap? The National Horror Game Research Network hasn't provided any answers. Who can analyze this? Don't say that.
I found a post that I can share with you guys. There are indeed masters in the community who have come up with a judgment method.
Quick, share it so everyone can read. Next, a link appeared. Clicking it led to a subpage, revealing a title. Is Brother Intentional's European King body real or fake?
It was very captivating. Reading on, the writer gave an analysis about the high-altitude escape game, focusing on the suspension bridge. It circulated online that Brother Intentional had the European King physique and was a man picked by the gods.
The writer did not deny that Brother Intentional was lucky.
But based on the writer's observation, Brother Intentional's ability to always choose the right suspension bridge in the high-altitude escape was not just luck. After all, occasional correct guesses could be termed coincidences.
But consistently choosing right and safely crossing 17 suspension bridges in a row? To say that is luck feels a bit far-fetched.
Thus, the writer spent an afternoon conducting numerous live comparisons and looking up related materials. From this, a possibility was derived: Brother Intentional had discovered the secret of the suspension bridges. But first, let us review the rules of the high-altitude suspension bridges. This is crucial, please be patient and read to the end. The rules are as follows. There are 4 suspension bridges connected between the rooftops. One must cross the bridges to reach another rooftop. There is only one passage room on the rooftop that leads to the ground. Finding this passage room and successfully reaching the ground means you have cleared the game. It seems simple, but the information it reveals is filled with mysteries. We can see that the suspension bridge presents a fixed 4-choice pattern. No one can argue against that.
Does this mean that the entire game area is actually a square matrix? If not, there would be an end point. However, all adventurers seem unable to discover the end of the rooftop.
Of course, it may also be that this area is particularly vast, almost without an end. But this goes against the original intention of the game. The horror game is meant to make adventurers undergo challenges and enhance various qualities.
This is already a recognized fact.
In other words, the purpose of the horror game is not to kill the adventurers. If the high-altitude escape area were too large, it could lead adventurers to certain death.
The conclusion is that the area must be limited.
With this point in mind, we can view the entire area as a closed square matrix, which should be correct.
So the question is, where on the square matrix rooftop is the crossing point?
If we think calmly, we might conclude that usually in maze games, the crossing point is placed in the center. After plotting Brother Intentional's route, I found out this was indeed the case. If we could do aerial surveys, we could conclude that as long as we headed toward the center, we would quickly reach the rooftop of the crossing point.
At this point, netizens might ask, in that situation, how can one even distinguish between east, south, west, and north? How to judge the center position of a matrix? What position is the center?
Actually, for those with wilderness survival experience, this is just a small problem.
Look at the sun.
As we all know, in thrilling games, no matter the scenario, time is synchronized with the outside world.
GUE's live broadcast time is roughly from noon 12 o'clock to around 1500 hours in the afternoon.
At this time, the sun has a very obvious change. If we take ourselves as the center point, the direction the sun moves is west, and the opposite is east, then we can judge south and north counterclockwise. In this way, we can figure out the layout of east, south, west, and north. At this point, as long as we climb high and look out, roughly judging the number of rooftops, we will know where we are in the building complex.
With this, we have direction, we have goals. Isn't it easy to judge the rope bridge?
Everyone should remember, when GUE first appeared and entered the second rooftop, he ran to look high up. Without a doubt, at that time he thought about these things and had a rough idea of how to choose the rope bridge. Of course, at this point, we cannot be sure that the rope bridge has no traps.
Next, GUE did something to solve this problem. That is to enjoy the scenery. That's right. GUE was indeed enjoying the scenery. As for what the scenery is? The editor judges it should be the amplitude of the swinging rope bridge in the wind.
Just imagine, if there are traps installed on the rope bridge, when it swings in the wind, the degree of shaking must be different from a rope bridge without traps. Although the thrilling game system controls the changes in traps, it does not violate the laws of physics.
So, Goeiga used this information to choose the correct rope bridge time and again. Of course, these are just the editor's shallow views, and do not represent the truth. As for the real situation, only Goeiga knows. But the editor firmly believes Professor Zhou Zhibo on television must have some mistakes in his evaluation of Goeiga.
Below the article, there is also a terrain map, as well as the route map Goeiga chose.
Wow, a god.
Indeed, masters are among the people. This analysis makes sense. I see the facts are just like this.
Compared to the analysis afterwards, I admire Goeiga's on-the-spot adaptability. It's simply beyond the sky.
That's right, this is not something humans can think of. Imagine experiencing a thrilling game for the first time, under immense pressure. Goeiga was able to judge these things in an instant. I really can't describe my admiration.
If you can't describe it, just kneel.
I've already set up a shrine for Goeiga, worshipping him every day. Maybe I can get into the capital university.
I don't care about anything else now.
I just want to know, after this post comes out, how will Professor Zhou face the people tomorrow? What does it matter? Most professors nowadays are like this. Maybe taking advantage of this wave of traffic, he can become popular too.
In response to an analysis of Dihua stream, netizens reacted strongly.
The key point is, no matter Gui's royal physique or the extraordinary intelligence he displayed, it entertains people greatly.
Since it's analyzed that all his previous successes were not coincidences.
The topics discussed by netizens became richer, even more interesting than royals. I must say, once a person is elevated to a pedestal, even if they do nothing, they will be endlessly praised by others.
Moreover, Guei has actually done quite well. Chapter 32, playing the supporting role of boss. At the game site. Guei does not know that he has been deified by netizens.
From a lucky player to an ultra-intelligent player.
To be honest, he couldn't analyze the traps of the rope bridge during the high-altitude escape at all.
Everything was thanks to the prompts.
But it doesn't matter, as long as someone is watching his live broadcast.
Now, the more divine he is portrayed, the greater the viewership of his live broadcast. His earnings are also higher.
These netizens are like his benefactors, they can say whatever they want. So, even if Guei knew, he wouldn't reveal the truth.
At this moment, he reached a new agreement with Li Yan.
Guei took her straight to the square downstairs.
But at a corner of the corridor, they were blocked by 6 adventurers. Big brother, this kid has a treasure chest item in his hand, I'm sure. The speaker was Qin Daliang. At this moment, he stood respectfully beside a person.
The man at the front had a fierce look, wearing a black suit.
No matter how you looked at it, he seemed like a big brother.
Gu frowned. What era is this? How can such people still exist?
Even horror games have zones. On the Huaxia side, they usually don't pull people from other countries into games. As for Huaxia's crackdown on Grey forces, it is obvious to the whole world.
If we were to name the safest country, it would definitely be Huaxia.
In modern Huaxia society, there isn't any space for Grey forces to survive. So, suddenly seeing such a person,
Gui looked very shocked. Not to mention him, even the online users looked dumbfounded. Where did this big brother come from? Why do I feel like the person from the country of Japan is in the wrong territory?
Right, is there still space for such people to survive in our country?
It doesn't matter, no matter who he is, seeing our brother Gui, he'll have to kneel. That may be said a bit early, he has a gun. How to deal with that?
The discussion suddenly stopped.
It turned out that the fierce man in a black suit drew a handgun and aimed it at Gui and the others. Kid, hand over the treasure chest item, or I will kill you. That sounded like anything but a good person.
Even though Li Yan was not afraid of monsters, when faced with a handgun, she still showed her feminine instincts. Her body subconsciously leaned against Gui.
What's going on? Why are there gang members appearing in our country's game? Don't ask useless questions, it's out of control now.
I'm more concerned about what our brother Gui should do. Damn, we clearly said it would be a fun game, now it's turned into a robbery scene.
I can't bear to watch anymore. Brother Gui, you need your luck to back you up, wisdom isn't as good as luck.
The online users were filled with desperation. They had already put themselves in Gui's shoes, not wanting to be tripped up by an unknown minor character. Kill them, be careful they may ambush us. Who knew, at this critical moment, another voice sounded. Then the online users saw someone running down from the floor above in a flying boat.
Next, like a lackey, he ran to the suited man's side, bowing and scraping, saying, "Brother, this person is called Gui, he is very popular in the outside world and must have a lot of good things. Maybe he has cursed weapons." The fierce man in the black suit's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Alright, little brother, you've reported well.
You get behind me, once we get the things, brother won't forget you. Before Gui could react, the online users were furious. What the hell? That ungrateful thing and the lackey are too infuriating. It's indeed hateful, I wish I could go in and take him down. Stop saying useless things. Now let's resist him, spread the news, and see how he survives without anyone watching him. The existence of horror coins was something the online users knew a bit about. Although they didn't know how harsh the conditions were in the adventurers' rest area, they did know that horror coins were very important, and their source was traffic. If adventurers acted too out of line, they would face collective resistance. At that time, the resisted adventurer would be in a terrible situation. When these words were spoken, they immediately gained unanimous approval from the online users. Now, the flying boat was thoroughly finished. Once he realizes how cruel the adventurer's survival conditions are, he'll know what foolish things he's done today. Of course, the premise is that he can clear this game and go to the resting area. But given the current situation, Gui feared he wouldn't let him pass the game smoothly. Liayen nervously said, "Brother Gui, what should we do?" However, Gui looked calm. "Cool it down." Everyone was dumbfounded when these words were spoken. Could it be that Brother Gui had given up? Just as they were thinking this, Gui stepped forward and laughed coldly. "You, shoot. What the hell, is this really the right time to be so tough? It feels like Brother Gui has a kind of come-at-me momentum, but surely this momentum should be used at the right time. Brother Gui, I think it's better if we don't act tough." A group of online users was extremely anxious. But Gui looked relaxed, taking 2 more steps forward. This time, everyone thought the other side would definitely get angry and then shoot. However, the fierce man in the black suit took a small step back instead. Everyone noticed the scene and immediately felt puzzled. "Kid, don't force me to pull the trigger." The fierce man in the black suit felt embarrassed. He shouted angrily. Don't even say, with his fierce look, this anger had quite an imposing power. But Gui only sneered and took another step forward, speaking lightly. "If you could fire, why wouldn't you? It's a prop gun, it can't shoot bullets." The man in the suit trembled slightly when he heard this. Wait, what did I just hear? A prop gun? Yes, this shouldn't be a prop in a horror game. After all, horror games never had hot weapon props. In other words, this is a real prop, so this person is an actor? An actor? More like a small-time extra. The website has his profile. I was too nervous earlier to check it. Damn it. I got fooled by an extra. The harm isn't much, but the humiliation is too strong. Shows he's good at acting, but his roles are too limited. Yeah, besides playing gangsters, this guy can't play anything else. The truth was revealed, and the online community erupted in laughter. At the game scene. Upon hearing Gui's words, the black-suited thug and the adventurers all showed a surprised expression. They had only followed the thug because of his intimidating appearance. Now they finally realized. Of course, in China, any so-called gangs had long been eradicated. There was no way there would be any left. Suddenly, a few of them felt a deep sense of regret. Gui, seizing the opportunity while they were in shock, suddenly sped up. The cold gleam of his weapon flashed, blood splattering everywhere. He had given Qin Daliang a chance, and he had given Fei Zhou a chance. But they didn't repent, and dared to provoke him. So Gui was no longer polite. After all, there was no one who couldn't die in the horror game. It didn't matter if they died sooner or later, or who killed them. Ah! The screams filled the air, drawing the attention of other adventurers, who stretched their heads to look. Then, they saw a bloody scene. Gui, wielding a sickle, spun it through the air, and a few adventurers were cut down before him, like wheat being harvested. After finishing the slaughter, Gui casually flicked the sickle. On the ground, adventurers were lying everywhere. Chapter 33, Hidden Task. Ah! My hand! The ground was full of wailing. Gui didn't kill anyone directly, but he left everyone severely wounded. At this point, the injured adventurers had no chance of completing the task. In other words, although Gui didn't personally kill them, he indirectly sent them to their deaths. Then, Gui approached the thug in the black suit, crouched down, and coldly laughed. "So, what do you still want now?" "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm just an extra, I had no choice." The thug in the black suit had a sorrowful face and began to act pitifully. Seeing this, the online community started mocking him. Misunderstanding? I came to make people laugh, just keep pretending, bro. Don't say that, bro. When did you pretend? That's called skill. Yeah, bro's style is just that high. When he swings that sickle, all the demons and monsters kneel. Actually, what impresses me most is bro's observation. When we were worried, he already figured out the truth. Right. That's really impressive.
The netizens didn't know that Gooey wasn't just observant, but was receiving hints.
In fact, when the thug pulled out the gun and threatened him, a hint popped up. Don't be afraid, he's just an extra, and the gun is a prop. Feel free to act, these pretentious people deserve to be chopped to death.
And that's how the previous scene unfolded.
Gooey picked up the prop gun, stood up, and scanned his surroundings. Then, he shouted at the adventurers in the game, whether human or monster, if you're not satisfied, come and fight me. Gooey is waiting, but think about the consequences.
The adventurers on the other levels were all silent.
For a moment, they were all stunned by him.
Damn.
Full of style, if you're not satisfied, come and fight.
Speaking of style, I suggest we get bro a BGM. Good idea. Any masters out there, make a video edit? Done.
Meanwhile, Gooey used his superhuman strength to bend the prop gun and casually threw it off the balcony.
Then, he waved at Li Yen and continued walking downstairs.
The netizens had started a new game.
Before Gooey could even make it downstairs, a video with its own BGM was already edited and ready. As expected, experts are hidden among the people. Wait, did. How invincible. How lonely it is.
In the video, Gooey sits alone on the rooftop, enjoying the scenery.
This is a high-altitude escape video. Next, there are several shots of Gooey fighting. With special effects, it looks incredibly cool. Wow. This gets my blood pumping.
Facing the cold wind, admiring the scenery, this is what a man does.
Master, send the website, maybe we can get a reward. Yes, it's so exciting.
Netizens are all giving thumbs up to the producer, asking him to send the video to the horror main site. The horror game is an operational website, involving a lot of money transactions. On this site, you can not only make money by producing videos but also earn as a streamer. The so-called streamer, of course, does not refer to adventurers but to people in real life. They can make money by commentating on games or promoting products. In short, the horror website in reality is a huge self-media platform, with more traffic than any other site. If a good video is uploaded, making a little money is absolutely not a problem. The video maker flows with kindness and quickly uploads the video to the main site. After the horror game system reviews it, the video is posted on the homepage. Perhaps even the system thinks the video is well made, and with Gooey's current popularity, it plans to recommend it. At the game site, Gooey has no idea that in just a moment, he has become a sensation online. Tomorrow's trending search is unstoppable. At this time, he is leading Li Yen to the bottom floor of the apartment building. This floor has no apartment rooms, the outside stairs lead down to an open square. In the southern position, there is a passageway in the building. At the end of the passage is a black iron door. In the middle of the iron door, there is a small door for people to pass through. Gooey knew from a hint that the hidden task of the game was at this iron door. As long as he opens the small door, the hidden task will immediately be triggered. As for what specific task it is, the hint did not provide an answer. This means that the hidden task is temporarily released by the system. The hint cannot predict what the system has not yet set. Arriving at the small door, Gooey carefully observes. He finds that aside from a simple hand-drawn lock, there is nothing else. In the middle of the black iron door, there is a demon sealing talisman stuck on it, looking somewhat sinister. Gooey instantly recognizes it as a talisman to subdue ghosts. However, the demon sealing talisman on the black iron door is clearly higher grade than the one in the treasure chest. As for what makes it high grade? Just look and you'll know. In comparison, the talisman on the door is at least 3 times larger. How can it not be high grade? Hint, if I scratch open this small door in the middle, will it trigger the hidden task? No need to remove the talisman? Gooey asks in his heart. Exactly, if you want to take a risk, you can try removing the talisman. This thing blocks the true horror from the outside. Of course, if you want to experience the real horror from the outside, you can also try, but I suggest waiting until the last 10 minutes. Seeing the last sentence, Gooey first froze, then quickly reacted. The hint means that he should go out with the psychic shield on in the last 10 minutes. Because his mental power is only enough to support 20 minutes. Leaving 10 minutes to explore will be the safest bet. Looking at the countdown, there is still more than an hour left. Gooey decides to follow the hint's advice and scratch open the small door to see the situation. When his hand touches the lock before the iron door, suddenly the system gives a prompt. Adventurer Gooey, be aware, you have come into contact with the restriction. If you scratch open this door lock, you will be forced to participate in a hidden task. Task, survive while being chased by vengeful spirits. Description, once the iron door is scratched open, a vengeful spirit and 2 little ghosts will immediately come to chase you. You must survive until the game ends. Vengeful spirit. Gooey frowned. He is not afraid of the little ghosts. With the psychic shield and enhanced strength and speed, he can roughly take them down. The problem is that the vengeful spirit is extremely troublesome.
The vengeful spirit's strength is 10 times that of the little ghost's. Even with the psychic shield, he is still no match. If I don't do the hidden task now and wait to do it close to the end, wouldn't the difficulty increase? Gui thought for a moment and asked the hint in his heart. The key to this game lies in time. So, before he took on the task, he needed to clarify. Congratulations, you've noticed this issue. The hidden task will increase in difficulty exponentially as time draws near the end. Right now, there is one vengeful spirit and 2 little ghosts. If it gets close to the end, 5 vengeful spirits will chase you together. So, it's better to take on the hidden task as soon as possible. Gui pouted. If I had known, I should have started the hidden task from the beginning. Back then, there would only be a few little ghosts at most. Unfortunately, without a clear understanding of the task rules from the system, I couldn't figure out what the hidden task was. However, it wasn't impossible to break the game now. Don't forget, both he and Li Yan have ghost-wrapping talismans. Directly suppress the vengeful spirit, and then deal with the little ghosts. From this perspective, the system had already considered how adventurers would pass. Otherwise, newcomers facing vengeful spirits would surely die. Chapter 34, A Male and a Female Partner, Ghost Suppression is Not Tiring. Gui mentally sorted out the plan. Then, he took out the ghost-wrapping talisman and handed it to Li Yan, saying, "Later, we will cut open this small door together. At that time, there will be 2 vengeful spirits and 4 little ghosts appearing." Li Yan was startled. So many ghostly beings, are we not a match for them? No worries, you use your 2 ghost-wrapping talismans to seal the vengeful spirits, and leave the little ghosts to me. Gui was very confident. He had killed little ghosts before and knew their strength. He had not encountered vengeful spirits, but with the ghost-wrapping talisman, it should be fine. Specifically, we will do this. Next, Gui made detailed arrangements on how to deal with various situations. Li Yan listened quietly, tightly gripping the ghost-wrapping talisman in her hand. Fighting ghostly beings is very challenging for newcomers. The risks are self-evident. But if they overcome the ghostly beings, the rewards will be much greater. Looking at Gui now, it was just the second game, and he dared to fight the little ghosts barehanded. This shows that he must have gained quite a lot from the last game. After Gui finished arranging, he asked, "Did you remember what I said?" Li Yan nodded, "No problem." "Great, let's go." Gui waved his hand and took the lead to the iron door, reaching out to unlock the small door. Li Yan stepped forward and also reached out to unlock it. "It has begun," Gui said as he exerted strength. Creak. The rusted door lock was opened by the 2. Suddenly, the whole black iron door shook. Then, the small door slowly opened. The 2 felt a gust of cold wind blowing in through the small door. This was very strange. The black iron door clearly didn't block the wind. But before unlocking the small door, they couldn't feel any cold air at all. As soon as the small door opened, they could clearly feel the temperature around them drop. Gui and Li Yan almost retreated at the same time. Whoa! Ah whoa! From beyond the dark door came the wails of ghosts. These sounds were heard by adventurers still searching for treasures upstairs. Everyone stopped and looked down. What did this kid do? An adventurer asked in shock. I don't know, he and that woman were just down there messing around. Someone replied nearby. At the same time, all the online viewers held their breath and stared. Hidden tasks have always been exciting. Each time they start, they are scarier than ghost movies. Especially since the game is a live-action show, making adrenaline surge even more. In an instant, the gossiping online viewers stopped chatting. Under everyone's attention, the black iron door made a loud creak-creak noise. Then a tall figure appeared outside the school gate. With the dim light from the apartment building, everyone could see the full shape of the figure. The entity had some human features but was nearly 3 meters tall, with long limbs and a head like an alien. Its cracked skin was tinged with blood-red tissue, and its white eyes had no pupils. When it opened its mouth, 2 rows of fangs were clearly visible. Just from its appearance, it made people want to urinate in fear. Holy crap! I'm scared to death. I'm about to wet myself. What the hell is so terrifying? My husky has already peed itself, watching a live stream until it lost control. What a disgrace for a dog. Could it be that you peed and are framing your husky? If you know, don't say it out loud, you'll lose friends like this. The scene where the ghost appeared shocked the online viewers, who expressed their terror on the internet. If they were scared, the adventurers on the scene were even more terrified. My god. What is that thing? A ghost, it's a ghost. Damn, I knew those 2 downstairs were up to no good. It's over now. I can't get up, help me. A few adventurers upstairs were revealing their ugly sides, and some even lost control on the spot. Alright. For newcomers, ghosts are the natural enemies.
Even though they had watched thrilling livestreams, facing a ghost in person made them unable to suppress their fear. Outside the door, the ghost gripped the doorframe with twisted arms, mouth wide open, letting out a scream like a baby. It looked like it wanted to squeeze into the iron door, but it seemed to encounter some resistance. Cursed ghost level, head taker ghost. It loves to twist off people's heads, a strength-type cursed ghost, 10 times stronger than a normal person. Because you and your companions triggered the sealed door handle, as thanks, it has decided to twist off your heads. It is advised to use a ghost band talisman before it breaks through the seal and enters, otherwise, it will be hard to defeat it. A series of prompts appeared in Gui's eyes. The situation was dire, and the prompts carried a sense of urgency. This indicated that once the head taker ghost got in, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. And worse news, as the head taker ghost squeezed toward the door, 2 small ghosts appeared beside it. Gui was very familiar with them. Clever ghosts. They are good at biting people's throats and are extremely agile. As 3 ghosts were about to squeeze into the apartment through the iron door, Gui shouted, "Make a move." Then, blue light burst from his body, charging forward first. Psycho shield activated. Wow! What skill is this? It blinded my 24-karat dog eyes. Damn! That's so freaking cool, the guy actually hid such a skill. I have an impulse to worship. Suddenly, ghosts don't seem so terrifying. The key is, it also depends on the result, it doesn't matter how cool the skill is. Oh, this flavor of words is somewhat similar to Joyu's predictions. Who are you? Just a bystander here for the fun. Seeing Gui surrounded by blue light, a group of online viewers was astonished. Lia Yen was also slightly surprised, but she didn't hesitate, following Gui to charge forward. Roar! One clever ghost squeezed into the iron door first. It coincidentally collided head-on with the rushing Gui. Boom! Gui used a barbaric charge. The clever ghost was as small as a child, and its strength was no match. It only dared to be fierce because of its agility and traits that humans could not hit. But against Gui's psycho shield, all of that became futile. So this clever ghost met a tragic fate. Hit by Gui's shoulder, it crashed directly against the iron door. Wow! The clever ghost cried out in pain and momentarily couldn't get up. Gui didn't bother with it, instead, he rushed to the door and grabbed another clever ghost, slamming it to the ground. At the same time, Li Yan leaped and landed on Gui's back. Ghost band talisman, out. The paper talisman was pasted on the head taker ghost's forehead. Roar! The head taker ghost let out a painful roar. But under the seal of the ghost band talisman, no matter how angry it was useless. A vortex of power appeared, instantly sucking the head taker ghost into it. The ghost band talisman fell to the ground, the spell patterns began to change. In a moment, incomprehensible runes disappeared, replaced by a ghostly head, exactly the image of the head taker ghost. This is the power of a one-time ghost band talisman. As long as it's within the sealing range, any ghost that gets stuck by the talisman cannot escape the seal. But the ghost band talisman can only seal one ghost, it becomes useless after use. Chapter 35, Tear Apart Clever Ghosts, Let the Ghosts Be Cute. The head taker ghost was neatly and promptly sealed away. Viewers and adventurers alike were momentarily stunned. This cooperation. Amazing. The two seemed to have rehearsed countless times, who would resist the little ghost, who would seal the vengeful spirit. The connection was seamless, their teamwork was a perfect 100%. If this continued, if Gui and his partner joined forces and had enough ghost-sealing talismans, perhaps all the ghosts outside would be sealed by the two of them. Unfortunately, they only had 2 ghost-sealing talismans in their hands. And now there were still 2 little ghosts to deal with. So, Gui still had to be busy for a while. Viewers were curious, without enough ghost-sealing talismans, how would he handle the little ghosts? Soon, Gui provided an answer. Under everyone's watch, he put on a show, tearing the ghosts apart by hand, tearing the little ghosts apart by hand. With his eyes wide open and veins bulging on his forehead, he shouted, "Open." He grabbed the clever ghost under him by the jaw and ripped the ghost's head in half. The clever ghost let out a scream that echoed across the world. Even with half its head gone, it was still alive. This just shows the preciousness of the cursed weapon. Even a white cursed weapon would not be this difficult to use against a little ghost. But Gui's brutality completely intimidated the clever ghost. The other clever ghost, originally planning to sneak attack, was scared when it saw its partner torn apart. Come on, even ghosts have thoughts, they know fear. This human is just too ferocious. So, the other clever ghost made an unexpected decision. It turned around and dashed out of the iron gate, yelling and running away. Gui was taken aback, feeling a bit surprised. First of all, he didn't expect the little ghost with half a brain would still survive. Secondly, he never thought that ghosts could be afraid. He wasn't the only one surprised. The adventurers present and the viewers in the livestream all felt a bit stunned.
Wait, what did I just see? Gooey scared a ghost away.
You're not seeing things, the facts tell us that as long as you are fierce enough, ghosts will fear you.
I think a more fitting description is being cruel. Didn't you all feel something after seeing him tear the little ghost apart?
Ugh. I just threw up, but you're all quite unfazed.
Hee hee, you can tell you are new fans. What's that?
Exactly, there's hardly any blood, Gooey always has a unique style of doing things. The viewers were chattering excitedly.
The adventurers on site were dumbfounded.
Where did this strong person come from? He even managed to tear apart a little ghost.
Surely, this isn't some heroic figure who wandered into the wrong scene? After tearing apart a little ghost, Gooey didn't continue the fight.
If ghosts can be afraid, maybe he wouldn't have to fight so hard.
Can you understand human speech?
Gooey stood up, stepping on the clever ghost.
The clever ghost with just its jaw left eagerly nodded. At the same time, its half head miraculously crawled down to its jaw.
In an instant, the clever ghost restored its original form.
Gooey twitched his lips.
This scene was truly disgusting. So this is how ghosts recover their bodies, it really is hard to watch. Thank goodness I don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder or cleanliness issues, otherwise, I really couldn't bear to see it.
So disgusting.
Seeing the little ghost restore its body, the viewers all began to complain.
Gooey suppressed his discomfort. Now you stay here obediently, when your kind comes by later, just hold it down for me, or else I will tear you into pieces and see if you can recover.
The clever ghost looked mournful, nodding continuously.
No need to be torn into pieces, if he tears me once more, my soul will scatter. Fearing that Gooey might kill it, it very unprincipledly acted as a ghost traitor. Seeing the clever ghost behave, Gooey released his foot.
Once the clever ghost stood up, it immediately stood obediently beside him and even closed its mouth filled with fangs.
Now, it was as if Gooey was raising a child.
In this horror thriller game, it created an extremely discordant scene.
Clearly it's a horror game, why do I feel like I'm watching a pet training show?
You're not mistaken, for Gooey, ghosts are just pets. Still pets that can do hard labor. With Gooey, nothing seems surprising, treating little ghosts as laborers is something no one has ever done before.
Who told him to be Gooey?
As the viewers saw that the situation was set, they
lightly teasing back and forth.
But before they could say much, the iron gate began to tremble again.
Roar. What the hell? Here it comes again. Calm down. What's there to be so surprised about? Right? Didn't we deal with one ghost already? The second one will be no problem.
I'm just worried it won't end, and the ghost-repelling talismans in Brother Goo's hands are limited.
Yeah. Speaking of which, it reminds me of that annoying boat driver. If it weren't for him, Brother Goo wouldn't be restricted, and might have captured all the ghosts outside. Sigh. People are scattered, and it's hard to lead the team. This time, the online friends weren't nervous at all. There was no way Gooey and Li Yin cooperated too well. Plus, Gooey could intimidate the little ghosts. It was impossible to feel nervous. Gooey and Li Yin did not disappoint their online friends. As soon as the second head-snatching ghost appeared, Gooey immediately directed the clever ghost to block the doorway. The clever ghost worked hard and rushed up. Just then, two little ghosts wanted to charge at the iron gate. As a result, they were directly pounced on by the charging clever ghost. The two little ghosts outside the door were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't we agree to enjoy some food together? Why did a traitor come out? The clever ghost kept blinking, meaning, there's a big demon inside, do not go in. Roar.
The head-snatching ghost, annoyed by the three little ghosts blocking the way, pushed the two little ghosts aside and charged inside. As a result, as soon as its head squeezed through the iron door, it encountered a ghost-repelling talisman head-on. A whirlpool formed, and in the midst of its half-completed howl, the head-snatching ghost uttered a ugh and was sucked into the talisman.
With a loud clang, the small door closed.
A notification sounded from the system. Congratulations, Adventurer Gooey, you have completed a hidden mission. Congratulations, Adventurer Li Yin, you have completed a hidden mission.
Receiving the notification, the two let out a sigh of relief.
The clever ghost, located inside the apartment building, felt like crying without tears.
It was internally yelling, "Let me out, I don't want to stay here."
Unfortunately, no one cared about its feelings. Taking back the ghost-repelling talisman, Gooey was very satisfied and shifted his gaze to the clever ghost. The clever ghost seemed to sense the killing intent building in the air, mechanically turned its head, and saw Gooey's fierce eyes.
It gulped, somewhat anthropomorphically, and obediently moved beside Gooey. Meow. A ghost actually imitated a cat, trying to act cute.
Li Yin was the first to be unable to hold back. She laughed, this is the first time I've seen a little ghost so afraid of humans. Now that the hidden mission was complete, she felt relaxed and finally revealed a rare smile.
Chapter 36, The Straight Man Gui, the Terminator of Ghosts.
To be honest, it was also Gui's first time seeing that little ghosts could be so scared. In previous videos, humans and ghosts were at odds, it was either you die or I die. The clever ghost in front of him was definitely an outlier.
Since it was so special, let's not kill it for now.
Anyway, he could activate his psychic shield at any time and tear the opponent apart.
For now, just treat it as a laboring pet in this game.
In the Storyteller Brothers game, there are always unexpected gains, making me climax wave after wave.
I never imagined that one day I would be made laugh by a ghost. Is it really a ghost, or is it a dog?
Other than not looking like a pet, this little ghost behaves too much like one. Actually, if you look closely, this little ghost doesn't show its fangs, and it's quite cute, a bit like a small child.
The key point is that it knows how to act cute. I and hashtag asterisk and asterisk.
The online friends were at a loss for words to describe their current feelings.
A good horror game felt like it was being played wrong. Wherever Gui was, the scenery was indeed extraordinary. So, what do we do next? Li Yan had tasted the sweetness of teaming up with Gui and was somewhat addicted. Gui, I plan to chase the shapeshifter. As for you, our agreement ends here.
Li Yan rolled her eyes. It seems the friendship they planned to build previously was a waste of effort.
This Gui really had no sense of desire.
How to say, she considered herself beautiful, and suitors could line up from the Emperor's capital to beyond the 6th Ring Road. But Gui kept hanging the cooperation on his lips.
Li Yan began to doubt whether her charm had diminished.
Alright. If you want to hunt the shapeshifter, I can help, but this isn't cooperation, let's just call it a friendly sponsorship.
Li Yan had to take a step back.
Gui first frowned, then said, no, I won't take advantage of someone else. For every shapeshifter we eliminate, I'll pay you 100 scare coins. Feelings are the most expensive debts. Gui wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him and, naturally, he wouldn't take advantage of others either.
So, it's better to clarify everything.
From what I see, Li Yan's skills are pretty good, and it's indeed possible to continue the collaboration.
However, he wouldn't pay too much.
Li Yan felt a bit helpless. Am I really this cheap?
Ha ha. Miss Yan, you've been defeated by our EU brother.
That's right, miss, in EU brother's eyes, you are this cheap.
There's nothing to be done, in EU brother's eyes, there is only money, not beauty.
Hard work, miss, encountering a steel straight man, truly can't be touched by sincerity.
The netizens seeing their interaction couldn't stop laughing. Everyone finally saw Gui's true nature as a steel straight man. In fact, the netizens were truly mistaken.
Gui wasn't clueless about social interactions, he just had a clear understanding. The world of the horror game is by no means a paradise. Making friends in this place is just asking for a faster demise. Who knows what schemes others have in their hearts? Just like Kai Mantong, who looks glamorous in the high-altitude escape, but is actually a scheming woman.
He could even imagine how unfortunate the fat guy named Wang Dong would be if he continued to associate with Kai Mantong.
Betrayal or being used as a shield is inevitable. So, Gui refuses to engage too deeply with others in this manner.
Li Yan felt helpless but didn't refute.
She could see that scare coins are very important to adventurers. Gui offered hiring fees, and there was no reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to catch the shapeshifter.
Besides, this game wasn't that harmonious.
Whether it was Qin Daliang that she met earlier or the background character brother, they both had designs on her.
Without following Gui, Li Yan felt very insecure. Even though Gui had a straight male personality, he was far better than other adventurers. Next came the actual action. Gui first brought Li Yan and the clever ghost to a corridor on the first floor. Clever ghost, you go ahead and ambush first. If you see the shapeshifter, make sure to entangle it.
Li Yan, you are responsible for blocking the shapeshifter's escape to the side.
Wait for me to initiate the pursuit, and listen to my commands. Gui calmly arranged the tactics.
The shapeshifter was quite fast and could change its body at any time. In a narrow corridor, it was easy to lose track of the target. Without teamwork, it would be very difficult to take one down alone. Now, with the clever ghost and Li Yan working together, the situation was quite different. As long as the target was confirmed, the shapeshifter would be hard to escape. Through the hints, Gui had already determined the trace of a shapeshifter. At this moment, it was transforming into a wooden box, waiting in the corridor to ambush passing adventurers. After Gui finished explaining, the two and the ghost temporarily separated. Once they were in place, Gui pretended to be relaxed and slowly approached the shapeshifter. To his surprise, before Gui could get close, the shapeshifter suddenly transformed into a human form and turned to run.
Gui was stunned. This isn't right.
Typically, shapeshifters would pretend to be someone else to deceive adventurers. He hadn't done anything, so why did the other party just take off running? Stop. Gui could only chase from behind while shouting. Shapeshifter, there's no way I'm stopping, you definitely want to tear me apart. The scene of Gui tearing the little ghost apart was seen not just by the adventurers and netizens, but even the shapeshifter witnessed it. So brutal. Simply scarier than a monster. Especially the shapeshifter that escaped from Gui's hands exaggerated his exploits. In such a short time, Gui was classified as a dangerous person by the shapeshifters. Thus, the moment they saw Gui approach, the shapeshifter began to flee without saying a word. This commotion was quite large. Instantly, it attracted the attention of adventurers upstairs. Everyone saw a miraculous scene. Gui shouted loudly, actually chasing the monster. And as a monster that harms people in the game, it desperately covered its head and ran away. All adventurers began to doubt life. Damn! This change of scene is too fast, I can't keep up. Are we all playing the same game? It feels like for Gui, a horror game is truly just a game. Netizens burst into laughter. Did you hear what the shapeshifter said? It actually said Brother Gui would rip it apart. Ha, looks like not only ghosts fear Brother Gui, but even monsters fear him. He's simply the monster Terminator. Why is it that a scary horror game I watch as a comedy? This is Brother Gui's style. At the game site, the shapeshifter still couldn't escape Gui's grasp. In a high-speed run, the clever ghost appeared like a gust of wind. Next, the clever ghost's body became soft and fuzzy, wrapping around the shapeshifter's legs. The shapeshifter lost its balance and immediately fell over like a dog. At this moment, Li Yan sprang out from the side corner. With a frying pan, she smashed it on the shapeshifter's head. Gui then lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow. In an instant, the shapeshifter was taken down. The entire process took less than a minute. Seeing the other adventurers dumbfounded. It was indeed reasonable for the shapeshifter to fear Gui. This guy is truly a monster Terminator. Chapter 37, Hell-Level Hidden Mission. Once Gui dug out the shapeshifting membrane, he saw Li Yan and the clever ghost turn around. Even though he had seen Gui do research, this scene was still hard to adapt to. Even the clever ghost felt a bit cruel. Alright. Step by step approaching Kai Feijo. Looking at the scene, it goes without saying that Kai Feijo must have collaborated with others. After successfully obtaining the Ghost Town talisman, he wanted to keep it for himself. With many wolves and little meat, the other people naturally would not accept it. Thus, the scene before us appeared. Initially, Gui had no intention of intervening, just watching for fun. Unexpectedly, a message suddenly lit up in his eyes. Kai Feijo's mindset is on the brink of madness, he might open the seal and expose this place to the outside world. Seeing the message, Gui immediately remembered the gigantic Ghost Town talisman on the door. According to the message, the outside of the apartment building is hell. If the Ghost Town talisman is torn off, it would expose the apartment building to hell. Without needing to think, the next scene would definitely be of 1,000 ghosts roaming. Oh no, this is bad. Thinking of this, Gui let out a cry of alarm. Li Yan was stunned, what's wrong? But as soon as she finished asking, she saw Kai Feijo suddenly jump up and grab the Ghost Town talisman on the black iron door. If you won't give me a way out, then let's all die together, he said, pulling hard with his hands. With a rip, the Ghost Town talisman was torn halfway off. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Gui reacted the quickest and immediately asked in his heart, message, what should I do now? Try to escape as much as possible, it's advised to take out your vehicle, break the accelerator line, and never stop, otherwise, the ghosts will tear you to pieces. The message lit up. From the hint, it was clear that even if one activated the spirit energy shield, it would be inadequate to handle what was coming. Gui didn't hesitate and immediately turned around. Where are you going? Li Yan reacted as well. Gui replied, this place is about to become hell, of course I'm running away. Take me with you, name your price. Li Yan said without hesitation. Even a big shot like Gui was running away. Clearly, the situation had escalated to an irretrievable point. The only thing to do now was to follow the big shot. That was the only chance of survival. I have to say, Li Yan's thinking was very quick. Almost instantly she grasped the key point and made the most reasonable response. Follow me, but I can't guarantee you'll survive. Gui continued walking, speaking as he went. Li Yan was perceptive and did not ask more. Just as the two turned to flee. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and the black iron door of the circular apartment was lifted away by a tremendous force. Most of the adventurers were stunned. Even Gui and Li Yan turned around, drawn by the sound. They saw a blood-colored giant hand reach in from outside the door, grabbing Kai Feijo. Kai Feijo let out a cry, trying to use the ghost town talisman to suppress the owner of the blood-colored hand. But after trying several times, the talisman showed no reaction. Then, in his struggles, he saw a gigantic red ghostly head creep in from outside the circular building. Puff! The colossal ghost opened its mouth and bit down on half of Kai Feijo's body.
Run! That's an evil spirit. Oh my god! Help! Downstairs, several adventurers screamed and ran inside the building.
Before they could run 2 steps, countless spirits surged in.
In an instant, a few adventurers were engulfed by the tide of ghosts. The scene of 1,000 ghosts roaming was truly magnificent.
The remaining adventurers upstairs had not even had time to scream. Then they heard the system's voice echo throughout the entire circular building. Attention, attention, hell-level hidden mission has been triggered, all individuals are forced into the mission.
Mission, survival.
Description: due to adventurers triggering a special hidden mission, the game time will be halved, all main tasks will be cancelled, and as long as you survive, you will receive a Crimson Heart 5 curse card as a reward. A hidden mission directly raised the task difficulty from level 3 to level 5, and this was the first time.
Moreover, the game time was also cut in half. It was clear how great the challenge of this mission was. Seeing this scene, netizens became restless. Damn! This has poked a hole into hell. Kai Feijo is simply a disaster, dying is too easy for him. 1,000 ghosts roaming, who the hell can survive? Deliberately Bro and Missy Yen have such bad luck. This game is unfair. A wave of complaints flooded the internet.
Originally, it was thought that GUI could successfully clear the level this time. Now with this turn of events,
it's hard not to die. So damn frustrating.
Chapter 38: Escape from Life and Death. GUI didn't wait for the evil ghost to get close, he pulled Li Yen and turned to run towards an apartment. As for the clever ghost nearby, he didn't have time to care. Of course, since the other side is a ghost, he didn't need to worry about it.
Where to? Li Yen asked while running. GUI replied without looking back, outside. Isn't that more dangerous?
Before Li Yen could finish, a little ghost suddenly burst through the window, claws outstretched.
GUI's whole body lit up with blue light. Bang! With a punch, he sent the little ghost flying. Now it's more dangerous here. GUI continued running, replying with his mouth.
Suddenly, a prompt lit up in his eyes. If you focus and control the spirit energy shield, it can cover only a specific part of your body. If used well, it can also cover other materials. Don't waste spirit energy by covering your whole body, otherwise, you won't last until the end of the game.
GUI's heart moved, and he hurriedly tried it.
Sure enough, under focused control, the blue light on his body disappeared, leaving only the shield covering his hand.
In his perception, mental exhaustion decreased significantly. At this moment, the two had reached the window.
After the town ghost seal was released, the outside scene became clear.
Ghostly fog filled the streets, with various ghostly figures everywhere. Aoo. Woo woo woo. Hee hee hee. Terrifying sounds filled the street. Li Yen instinctively shrunk her body. Such a scene would be hard for anyone to bear.
She was doing okay, but an average person would have already been scared to the point of trembling, those a bit more timid might have even wet their pants.
GUI, don't be afraid, crawl down, and then listen to my instructions.
Saying this, he crawled down first.
Li Yen swallowed her saliva and followed him out the window, crawling down.
During the crawling process, she heard a beast-like howl approaching. Turning around, she saw a little ghost pouncing towards her in midair.
Ah!
Li Yen was taken aback and lost her grip, sliding down from the 3-story building, a height of about 7 or 8 meters. If she fell, even if she didn't die, she would surely be hurt.
Just as Li Yen felt hopeless, a hand appeared and pulled her. Grab the pipeline. GUI's voice came through.
Li Yen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly grabbed the pipeline, looking up. She saw GUI's legs firmly wedged in the outer railing, one hand pulling her and the other gripping the little ghost's neck. The little ghost struggled continuously but could not break free from GUI's strong grip.
Damn!
That was too thrilling, even more exciting than watching extreme sports.
Thanks to Brother Gu, otherwise Missy Yen would be done for. Brother Gu is indeed a strong man. Netizens felt like they were on a roller coaster, constantly screaming. Many netizens, as a result, faced complaints from their families. But they just couldn't bear to close the internet. This livestream was simply too thrilling, making people unable to stop. At the game site. Once Li Yen was safe, GUI freed his hands.
Then, he performed once again, tearing the little ghost apart.
Aoo woo.
The little ghost was torn apart, twisting in the air in pain.
Then, it was thrown away by GUI. It no longer dared to approach. Perhaps realizing GUI was powerful, the little ghosts around didn't dare to come forward easily. This provided convenience for the two to escape. But before they crawled to safety, the building began to tremble. Not good, the evil ghost is catching up. What to do? Jump. Jumping down won't lead anywhere to run. Even if Brother Goo is powerful, there are too many little ghosts outside. If we jump down, it won't be him tearing ghosts, but ghosts tearing him. How to break this situation now? It's tough. Pray. Let's hope Brother Goo's lucky qualities won't go down because of low intelligence. This sounds awkward, but whatever, let's just pray. Pray +1. Pray +2. Netizens were extremely anxious, only able to pin their hopes on miracles. Goo felt particularly clear on the scene. It showed that the evil ghost had approached the main body of the apartment building. Boom! A huge sound came, and the ghosts below quickly retreated. The evil ghost was too powerful. Even their own kind didn't want to get close. Without giving Goo and the others a chance to react, a giant hand suddenly broke through the building. Jump! Seeing the situation, Goo made a decisive jump down. Fortunately, after a bout of climbing, they were about 5 meters off the ground. At this distance, with his physique, he should be able to endure it. Li Yan heard the sound and jumped without hesitation. Just as the two of them were barely escaping the building, the evil spirit's massive hand swept towards them. It was perilously close, but the two managed to dodge the blood-red hand. The hand smashed into the building, creating countless fragments. Dust filled the air, and the audience couldn't see the situation for a moment. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the outcome. 3 seconds passed, and there was no movement at the scene. These 3 seconds felt as long as 3 days. It even made the online viewers forget to breathe. Everyone was worried that Goo and Li Yan wouldn't survive. Puff! Puff! 2 figures burst out of the dust. Goo was holding Li Yan, and they emerged unscathed. Yay! I knew it. Intentional brother can do it. Damn, I was so nervous I almost fainted. This is too thrilling. I've never seen a live broadcast that makes fleeing look so cool. Ha ha. I need to pop open a bottle of wine to celebrate. Everyone, don't rush to celebrate, the crisis isn't over yet. The online viewers breathed a sigh of relief. But for Goo and Li Yan on the scene, the escape was just beginning. They had just taken a few steps when they heard a loud noise from the building again. Turning slightly, they saw the evil spirit break through the apartment building. It seemed to have set its sights on them, determined to kill them both. Damn it, I have a grudge against you. Goo was furious, but could only complain bitterly. Then, he waved his hand, and an off-road pickup truck appeared. Li Yan and the viewers were stunned. Holy crap! A car transformation. So it turns out, Intentional Brother is also a magician? Adventurers rarely bring large vehicles out from the horror ring. The viewers didn't know the storage principle of the horror ring. Seeing such a large vehicle suddenly shocked them immensely. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. On sight, Goo shouted to Li Yan and first entered the driver's seat. Li Yan reacted quickly, leaping in right after. Without even opening the door, she jumped in through the passenger window. Fortunately, Goo wanted to show off the off-road experience and didn't roll up the window. Otherwise, this leap would crash Li Yan good. Of course, if the window was closed, she wouldn't have done that anyway. It's not like they were filming a movie, and no one would waste time to look cool. But this leap still amazed the viewers. Wow, I give full marks for that jump. So beautiful. Those legs could give me a year's worth of enjoyment. Leg fans, step aside, if you can't appreciate it, you should look at her waist. I guess you're trying to say fierce enough? Hee, no need to say it outright, let's continue being friends, so the wife doesn't see. I am your wife. Wife, I was wrong. Chapter 39, Hatred of the Town, the Tormenting Ghost. Boom. The pickup roared, tires screeching loudly. Goo pressed the gas pedal all the way down. Then, the pickup made a drift and sped into the dark street. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps approached. The evil spirit had no intention of letting them go, pursuing them relentlessly from behind. Goo frowned, wondering, why does it have to chase us? The prompt provided the answer. You have no grudge against it, but there is a hatred for the town. The head-hunting ghost you sealed is exactly its 2 sons. To get rid of this evil spirit, all you need to do is discard the demon-suppressing talisman. Seeing the prompt, Goo couldn't help but complain, damn, flying a boat and playing a game is such a scam. It was rare for the usually calm him to express such complaints. Feeling overly tense, Goo forgot that the main mission was cancelled, and it didn't matter if they discarded the demon-suppressing talisman. Li Yan asked curiously, what's wrong? The guy behind is the father of the vengeful ghost we sealed. Goo replied. Li Yen. There's such a thing? This is really a scam. Hearing this, the online viewers were all dumbfounded. By the way, how does Intentional Brother know about this peculiar relationship? I'm also very curious, can Intentional Brother predict the future?
This is not called predicting the future, it's called knowing everything.
No need to guess. I know the answer. What's going on?
I'll send you a link to see for yourselves.
Then, a link appeared online.
Click in, it turns out to be the official information about ghosts. The information introduces that evil ghosts have a habit of marking their territory, and within that territory, the resentful ghosts can only be family members.
In other words, the resentful ghosts appearing near the apartment building are all related to this evil ghost.
Further information states that decapitated resentful ghosts are generally male.
So, Kui says that these two resentful ghosts are the evil ghost sons, which makes sense.
This information comes from an official analysis and may not be accurate, ordinary people rarely look at it. After all, whether it's an evil ghost or a resentful ghost, they are generally not friendly to humans. When adventurers see ghostly beings, they either fight or run away.
Studying their relationships has little significance. It's better to spend the time figuring out how to kill them. Besides the official analysts, basically no one will look at these ghostly ethics documents. After reading the information, netizens began to praise. Kui, not only are you smart, but you're also well informed. That's right, I'm increasingly impressed by Kui. It seems that wanting to learn from Kui is a bit challenging. Not just a bit challenging, it's actually quite difficult.
As everyone chatted, they observed the live stream.
They noticed that the speed of this evil ghost was extraordinary. The pickup truck couldn't shake it off.
Fortunately, Kui wasn't in a hurry, since he had prompts, he didn't run around randomly. Instead, he headed towards the outskirts of the city.
The prompt stated that as long as they left the city, they would leave the evil ghost's territory.
At that point, the evil ghost would stop chasing.
Because outside its territory, the evil ghost would be limited by game rules.
This was also a lifeline for adventurers.
Otherwise, with an evil ghost constantly following, even if the adventurers weren't killed, they would be exhausted. Roar.
Seeing it couldn't catch up to the pickup, the evil ghost let out an angry roar.
With that roar, Kui suddenly saw many ghostly figures appear ahead. Attention, the evil ghost has summoned minions, you will face a large wave of little ghost attacks next. The prompt lit up in his eyes. Kui tugged at the corner of his mouth, this evil ghost really had a lot of tricks. As he was thinking, a little ghost suddenly pounced onto the car window. The clingy little ghost excels at ensnaring people's bodies, it is the rumored tripstone, hard to shake off.
Immediately, the prompt provided the introduction to the ghost.
As soon as the introduction ended, Li Yen let out an oh no.
Kui turned to look and saw that the little ghost had grabbed Li Yen's long hair through the passenger window.
Li Yen usually keeps her hair in a ponytail for convenience during sports. But unexpectedly, it had now become a burden. Li Yen wanted to reach out and push the clingy ghost away.
But she didn't have any spiritual protection, she couldn't reach the little ghost at all. Watching helplessly, Li Yen's head was being pulled out of the car window, and she was in imminent danger.
You take the wheel. Kui spoke, simultaneously letting go of the steering wheel and reaching out to grab the clingy ghost.
With one pull, he brought it into his own space.
Li Yen used the opportunity to grip the steering wheel tightly.
Fortunately, the two of them worked well together, otherwise, the car would have lost control.
Where to go? However, a new problem followed, Li Yen had no idea which way to drive. In the dark city, she had no clue where to go. Kui pushed the clingy ghost's hand away from the driver's seat, but it still held on tightly. Turn left. In the midst of the chaos, Kui could only direct Li Yen on how to drive.
The scene was both chaotic and tense, making the netizens anxious as well.
This little ghost is too clingy. Is there any way to quickly kill it?
Unfortunately, its size is a bit large, Kui also has to handle driving and can't just tear it apart.
If only there was a cursed weapon right now. So difficult.
Usually, you can only get cursed weapons at level 5 games.
That's right, at levels 2, 3, and 4, you only get disposable items. What Kui experienced last time was a Plum Blossom game and only got a skill. Netizens were extremely anxious but had no solution. At the game site, Kui was even more irritated by the clingy ghost. But no matter what, he couldn't shake off the clingy ghost. This name was truly fitting. It was too clingy.
Shaking off its arms only led to it grabbing his clothes, like a stubborn adhesive.
The clingy ghost is afraid of noise, you can play a loud song to it.
At a critical moment, a hint provided a solution. Turn on the speakers, find a fast-paced song.
Gui's hands were too busy, only able to shout at Li Yen. Ha? Li Yen looked a bit confused. At a time like this, listening to music? This thing is afraid of noise, turn it to the right. With an explanation, Gui didn't forget to guide the way. He was really busy.
Upon hearing this, Li Yan hurriedly searched for a song through the central control. At the same time, she drove the car with one hand.
Thanks to their coordination, they were doing well. Otherwise, such a difficult action would have been impossible to complete. Thump thump. Under Li Yan's operation, a highly infectious rock song played. To deter the vengeful ghost, Li Yan turned the volume up to the max.
Suddenly, the 8 speakers in the car blasted simultaneously.
Roar!
A heart-wrenching howl came from the ghost's mouth.
Then its body shrank, finally thrown off by Gui. Wow, there's such a method to drive away ghosts? Learning something new today. Driving while playing music on a street full of ghosts, isn't that a bit arrogant? Never seen such an arrogant person. Hey! Today we saw one, and they didn't have a thing happen to them. Is this what it means to regard ghosts as nothing?
Netizens seeing them finally shake off the ghost breathed a sigh of relief and began to joke.
Gui regained control of the steering wheel, looked ahead, and asked, "You can swim, right?"
Li Yan just relaxed, but upon hearing this, she became tense. "Why do you ask that?" "Because we're about to crash into the river, hope you can, if not, you'll have to learn right away."
Gui explained while his foot pressed the gas pedal hard. Li Yan saw a slope appear not far ahead. Ah!
The car almost flew off the slope, and Li Yan instinctively let out a scream.
Chapter 40, Demon Repelling Talisman, Mind Scissors. Gui drove the pickup truck towards the riverbank.
As they neared the water's surface, he suddenly shouted, "Pinch your nose, stand up."
Li Yan instinctively obeyed, pinching her nose and standing up tense. Then, the off-road pickup disappeared from view. Splash! Splash!
The two plunged directly into the water.
Dum dum dum. Meanwhile, the demon arrived at the water's edge. Roar! It let out a furious roar. It turned out that up to this point was its territory limit. It could no longer chase after them, only watching as its 2 sons were taken away. Puff! Gui popped his head up from the water, looking around. He was worried that Li Yan really couldn't swim. If so, all his horror coins would be wasted. Puff! Fortunately, Li Yan quickly emerged beside him. As an extreme sports enthusiast, how could she not know how to swim?
However, Gui's instructions were always so sudden, leaving her at a loss, causing her to freeze from time to time.
In terms of swimming ability, Li Yan was better than Gui. Talking in the water was inconvenient. Gui pointed to the opposite shore. Li Yan nodded. The two swam towards the opposite shore under the moonlight. Splash splash.
Upon reaching the opposite shore, there was a series of stone steps. After wading through the water onto the steps, Gui plopped down on the ground.
So tired. This time it wasn't just physical exhaustion but mental exhaustion too, almost at the limit. There was no way. Just now, the whole way was really draining both spirit and energy.
In addition to dealing with various sudden situations, Gui had to always maintain his psychic shield.
If it weren't for the hint-giving energy-saving methods, he would have never made it. Even so, now checking his energy value, there were only a pathetic 3 points left. If the game hadn't ended, Gui would really want to sleep right away. Li Yan was also extremely tired.
She hadn't experienced any boosts, following through and using up all her strength. The two sat on the opposite shore, looking back at the foggy city. There was a feeling of escaping from hell.
What a ghost city. Li Yan sighed.
Gui said calmly, "Places like this are all too common in horror games."
After saying that, he looked at the horror circle. With less than 10 minutes left, this game was about to end. Hopefully, nothing else would happen during this time. This experience taught Gui a good lesson. Next time, if he encounters an unstable adventurer again, you must clear it quickly. Otherwise, it will lead to uncontrollable consequences like this time. Do you think only we managed to escape? Li Yan said somewhat dispiritedly. Gui shrugged his lips. I don't know. That's right, it's really unknown. Even though there was a hint, the game wasn't over. So, he didn't know who else could escape. In other words, he could now confirm that there were still people alive. As soon as he got ashore, he asked about the hints. He found out that there were actually 3 lucky ones who weren't killed by the ghosts. In comparison, they were the real lucky ones. After that, the two remained silent with each other. But the live stream chat was very lively. I don't know why, but this scene feels so romantic. Wow.
Playing romance in a horror game, the taste upstairs is quite heavy.
What do you know?
The place where the intentional brother is, has both Versailles and Mary Sue. It's normal to be a bit romantic.
Exactly, a man admiring the scenery in a horror game creates a sense of romance, not surprising. Why do I feel like the comments are getting more and more off track?
That's because you're not used to the Intentional Brothers livestream. As long as you're not chased by evil ghosts, most of the time the comments are really off. Even if there wasn't anything exciting, as long as GUI was there, the netizens still enjoyed teasing, refusing to leave. This attracted more viewers.
And GUI's performance also captivated the new audience.
This made his reputation soar.
Even in the early morning, the view count reached a terrifying 1,000,000.
To be honest, this was an astronomical figure for ordinary adventurers. Finally, the game countdown finished.
GUI and Li Yan were enveloped in white light and vanished by the riverbank.
Adventurer GUI, congratulations on completing the mission.
They arrived in a pure white room, and the system's voice echoed out. Now starting the settlement. Main mission, 1 out of 1. Hidden mission, 1 out of 1. Hell level hidden mission, 1/1. Kill monsters, shapeshifting monster times 10. Acquired items, shapeshifting film times 10.
Livestream viewers, 1,015,000, equating to horror coins, 1,015,000.
Horror experience points, 300. Overall evaluation, SS grade.
Reward 1, a cursed poker card with a purple border. Reward 2, 16 points of free base attributes, can be allocated as desired.
GUI was stunned. An SS grade evaluation, he had never heard of anyone achieving that.
Since the horror game began, it seemed that this was unique.
It felt like hitting the jackpot. Just as he was thinking, the system's notification sounded again. Due to this game triggering hell difficulty, surviving adventurers will receive additional rewards.
Additional reward 1, the ghost restraining talisman taken back by the adventurers can be used in and out of the game, usage times, 1/3.
Additional reward 2, 200,000 horror coins for the adventurers. Special note, the ghosts restrained by the talisman can be sold to the system, prices as follows. Little Ghost, 1,000 horror coins, Vengeful Ghost, 10,000 horror coins, Evil Ghost, 100,000 horror coins, Powerful Ghost, 1,000,000 horror coins. It was at this moment that GUI noticed the matter of the ghost restraining talisman. He remembered that when the Hell Hidden mission started, the system had mentioned cancelling the main mission. In other words, he could have discarded the ghost restraining talisman back then to escape from the pursuit of evil ghosts. Of course, if he had discarded the talisman, he would have definitely lost the first part of the additional reward. This clearly showed that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. A reusable ghost restraining talisman that could be used 3 times in each game was stronger than a white cursed weapon. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. Thinking this, GUI took out the purple bordered cursed poker card awarded by the system. This border color was an SS level reward, certainly better than the golden bordered cursed poker cards. GUI couldn't wait to see what good things were inside the poker card. This poker card seals an unexpected cursed weapon. Scan boldly without worry. The hint actually gave such an answer. GUI smiled wryly, thinking to himself, quickly tell me the answer, what exactly is inside? The spade and club cursed poker card sealed skills. The heart and diamond cursed poker cards sealed cursed items. Even if the hint didn't say, GUI knew there was something good inside the poker card. The key was that he wanted to know if it would be useful to him. I'm not joking, congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. Inside, there are cursed scissors of thought. That's right, it's scissors, but they can be controlled by thought, with a range of 5 meters, and using them will consume mental energy. For you right now, this is definitely a divine tool, what are you hesitating about? GUI's eyes lit up. The hint is right, a cursed weapon that can be controlled by thought is indeed a divine tool. So far, in this horror game, only one person has such a weapon, Chile. You must know, he is a master of horror games in the Huaxia region. I never expected that in my second mission, I would get my hands on such a divine tool. Chapter 41, The RV, Going Viral. Ding! Cursed Poker has been activated. Do you wish to perform facial recognition? Once recognized, the poker will grant the recognizer an exclusive item. After GUI positioned his face in front of the cursed poker, the system announced the prompt. Confirm. Congratulations, Adventurer GUI, you have obtained a special cursed item, Thought Scissors. Name, Thought Scissors, exclusive weapon. Level, golden item. Type, weapon. Quality, fine. Function, it is something that extremely powerful ghosts love, it can pierce through all creatures below a vengeful ghost, even some weaker vengeful spirits will be pierced by it. Restriction, to use it to hurt enemies, you must be within 5 meters, and it consumes a lot of mental energy, requiring 10 points of mental attributes per minute. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. At the same time, GUI received another prompt in his eyes. Don't be fooled by how good this thing seems, besides consuming mental energy, it has a deadly flaw, never use it in front of the original owner, or you will die a terrible death. GUI frowned. 10 points of mental energy per minute. That consumption is a bit too high. It seems that with such a weapon, I wouldn't even be able to use it for 2 minutes. Fortunately, this time I was rewarded with a lot of free attribute points. A full 16 points. That should be enough for now. Gui thought for a bit, then took out 9 points to add to his mental attributes. Now, both his skills and cursed weapons require mental energy, so I must focus on this. Next, Gui took out 4 points and added them to strength and speed. In the game, these two aspects are also very critical, while constitution is not as urgent. Adding 1 point to speed and 3 points to strength to balance the two attributes. This would also better balance the attribute increase. Finally, the remaining 3 points were added to constitution. Even though the need for constitution isn't pressing at the moment, I can't ignore it completely. Otherwise, if there's a task requiring me to jump off a building, I might injure myself badly. After finishing up the basic attributes, Gui checked his data. Name, Gui 1. Constitution, 13. Mental, 30. Strength, 17. Speed, 17. Skill, Psychic Shield. Items, Sharp Scythe, Body Bag for Dolls, Heart of Killing Doll X1, Tent, Off-Road Pickup, Transformational Film X10, Demon Suppressing Talisman, Usage times January 3rd, Thought Scissors, Exclusive. Horror Coins, 1,512,000. Adventurer Level, Level 1, Experience 400/1000. Rest, 8 days. Not only have my 4 dimensions been enhanced, but I also have a stock of items and horror coins. Additionally, under the data, my level and rest data have been updated. I've become much stronger now. Settlement complete, the adventurer will enter the rest area. As the settlement concluded, a system prompt sounded. In a flash of white light, Gui arrived at the wasteland rest area. As soon as he arrived at the rest area, he heard a buzzing sound. He looked at his wrist. Adventurer Li Yen has completed your agreement, now transferring 220,000 horror coins into your account. Gui was stunned. 220,000 horror coins. Doesn't that mean Li Yen reached over 400,000 views on her first livestream? How terrifying. Even though she's a bit behind me, she is definitely one of the top newbies. So much potential. Thinking about her gains, she must have done very well this time. Gui thought that if he had the chance to meet her, he could try to collaborate. Of course, the premise is that she needs to listen to him. If she is arrogant, like that fool who crashed the boat midway, I will not hold back. Even if she's very skilled, Gui is confident that with the system's help, defeating her won't be a problem. Now, I don't want to think too much, finding a place to sleep is more practical. Although I've increased my attribute points. Let Gui's attributes be restored. But physical fatigue and mental exhaustion still did not disappear. He still needed to sleep to recover himself. Unfortunately, there was no watchdog to ensure he could sleep soundly. You don't have a watchdog, but you have a transformation membrane. Have them all make you a larger disguise cloak to cover the vehicle, and you can rest comfortably inside. The hint understood Gui's difficulties and immediately provided a solution. Right. He still had 10 transformation membranes, which could be turned into a disguise cloak. If he covered his vehicle with it, wouldn't he be able to rest without worries? Thinking about this, Gui blinked and asked in his heart, hint, do you think modifying a camper would be even better? No need to ask, you aren't short on money now, just do it. Getting enough rest will give you more energy to deal with horror games. Seeing the hint, Gui immediately began to operate. First, he made the disguise cloak, spending a whopping 30,000 horror coins for better vehicle concealment. Gui had anticipated this. The horror mall has never been cheap. Next, he purchased a back support trailer. This cost him another 500,000 horror coins. Though it was a bit expensive, the interior was truly wonderful. The entire trailer could expand into 2 small floors, giving over 80 square meters of space. Moreover, it came fully furnished. Inside the trailer, there was also a constant temperature system. No matter what was happening outside, the inside temperature was maintained at around 20 degrees. Compared to real campers, this value for money was unbeatable. To ensure a sufficient energy supply, Gui also installed a puppet heart into the camper. This would be his home in the future, so he had to be meticulous. Spending 530,000 horror coins all at once made him feel a bit pained. To make up for it, Gui sold the head collecting ghost from the town ghost talisman to the system. It's not that he didn't want to sell it to other adventurers. The key was that nobody wanted it, so he had to dispose of it at a low price to the system to save space. After running around and getting everything done, the total expenditure was 520,000. Gui finally had a stable place to live. The disguise cloak was incredibly amazing, just throwing it over the vehicle's roof. Instantly, the back support trailer turned into a massive rock. There was no one idly coming over to bump into the car, so it was almost impossible to see the flaw.
Of course, even if someone did bump into it, it wouldn't matter, as long as they didn't intentionally damage it, they still couldn't detect it. The stone had another secret inside. Back in the vehicle, Gooey comfortably fell on the bed, covering his head and falling asleep. He slept very soundly, but the outside world was wide awake all night. An SS-level evaluation appeared, completely overturning the entire internet. One battle becoming a god. Who is this Gooey? What kind of deity is he? You haven't heard of Brother Intentional's legend? You're so out of the loop. What legend does this person hold? He has the European emperor physique, was picked up by a god, has super intelligence, and slaps faces. Just search, you'll find Brother Intentional everywhere.
Damn. So awesome. I really found something. Quickly catch up on the videos. This level of deity is simply a model for our generation. Netizens were catching up on videos. Even a country's researchers were called in the middle of the night. They stayed up working late to catch up on Gooey's live streaming videos. Now, horror games had been designated as part of national strategy in various countries. Experts predicted that one day, horror games might pull all humanity into the game. So, whenever there was even the slightest change in the game, all countries would take it seriously. Gooey created a new evaluation, naturally becoming a subject of research. Therefore, he not only became popular but completely exploded beyond the circle. Chapter 42, The Opportunity for Joe Gibois, Life and Death 3 Trials. Joe Gibois woke up early in the morning, looking very worried. He had just finished watching the news and had smoked 10 cigarettes in a row. Now, Joe Gibois knew that he was finished. His reputation was completely beyond saving. Gooey taught him a lesson through a distance slap, making him realize a truth. Never talk nonsense, otherwise, you'll meet a terrible end. He could imagine that in the future, no radio station would hire him to host any commentary. Just because he was unconvinced and said mediocre. Today, he became the second on the trending search list. The first news is that Gooey received an SS-level evaluation. It was shocking. On the trending search, 8 out of 10 entries were taken up by Gooey. Even that analysis editor became completely famous. It is natural for Joe Gibois, who judged Gooey, to get trending. However, he was trending because of the backlash. Now countless people are scolding him, saying he talked nonsense on the show and couldn't see the essence of the horror game at all. Joe Gibois was starting to question his life. Ding ding. At this moment, the phone rang. Joe Gibois picked up the phone and saw an unknown number. He really didn't want to answer, fearing it was a call from a netizen to scold him. But what if it was an important call? Feeling anxious, Joe Gibois answered the phone. Hello, is this Teacher Joe? The person on the other end was very polite. Oh, hello, I am Joe Gibois. Joe Gibois held the phone a bit away from his ear, to avoid being shocked by the scolding. Hello, I am the operator of the horror game, and I want to talk to you about a collaboration. Joe Gibois was stunned. The operator of the live broadcast. He knew what the other party was doing, but why were they looking for him to collaborate? As mentioned earlier, the horror game is a super self-media website. Naturally, there would be operators for managing it. This includes merchandise, idle management for adventurers, and a series of other services. It can be said that the horror game is very fashionable. In terms of management, it feels less like technology and more like the most successful businessmen. The employees hired by the horror game are also very professional. The team even exceeded certain platforms. Joe Gibois is a specialist in analyzing horror games, so he naturally understands the horror game team very well. He just couldn't figure out the purpose of their call. What do you want to collaborate on? Joe Gibois asked cautiously. It's like this, you also see Gooey's current popularity. We want to specially create an online channel to provide professional commentary for every game Gooey plays, and we would like to invite you to be a permanent guest. The other party replied politely. What? Joe Gibois was dumbfounded. He had been criticized like a rat in the street, and they still wanted him to comment on Gooey. Are they sure they are not messing with him? Teacher Joe, please do not doubt our sincerity. In fact, our professional team has analyzed that your commentary is quite sincere. The problem is, this commentary cannot be applied to Gooey. The reason we want to invite you is to point out the differences between ordinary people and Gooey on the show. The other party explained the purpose of hiring Joe Gibois. Joe Gibois' mouth twitched. Sounds nice, but isn't that just asking me to keep getting slapped in the face? I won't do it. He wasn't stupid and immediately understood the meaning behind the other party's words. What difference between ordinary people and Gooey was just an excuse to let him get slapped on one side of his face and then the other. Getting slapped while providing laughs for the show. He wasn't a clown, so of course, he wouldn't go. Before Joe Gibois could finish, there was noise on the other end of the phone. Annual salary of $1 million. Joe Gibois' voice abruptly stopped.
This offer was a bit too much, he felt embarrassed to refuse. But thinking about the days to come, he still said, I don't. 1,500,000, plus various insurance, paid in full for 15 years at once.
Moreover, we guarantee that as long as GUI is alive, we will keep hiring you, with an additional 10,000 per game commentary fee.
The other party immediately raised the offer.
Where's the contract? You guys, right here, right now, sign the contract. Joe Jibwa almost yelled out loud. Damn it, if they're offering money, what's the need for face? Bring it on. Audience friends, feel free to entertain me. With this treatment, 1 year of work can let me retire.
Joe Jibwa naturally agreed without hesitation.
What kind of radio show to go on for what? Isn't it just to make money after becoming famous? Now the opportunity has come. If Joe Jibwa doesn't seize it, he is truly a fool. And besides, Joe Jibwa also watched GUI's video from last night.
Even that life-threatening crisis, GUI could escape, he would definitely become a big shot in the future.
As long as GUI stays alive, he could keep making money.
So, without hesitation, he agreed to the other party.
Netizens did not know that in the upcoming livestream, GUI would have Joe Jibwa as the dedicated commentator.
One must say, Capital truly can do anything.
At 10 in the morning, GUI woke up from bed.
So comfortable. Full of energy, his body completely recovered. Next, after eating something, he should continue to find games.
GUI liked to take the initiative, not wanting to be manipulated by others.
So, he didn't rely on the system for arrangements. Last time he bought plenty of ingredients, and now he had cooking tools.
Finally, he could have a warm meal.
After finishing his food and taking a good wash, it was already 11.
GUI stored his belongings and drove his pickup truck back on the road.
To be honest, compared to game projects,
finding the right game was more time-consuming. Last time, finding Treasure Hunt took GUI a whole 7 hours.
This time, it didn't even reach 7 hours, but it still took more than 6 hours to find a suitable game.
This is understandable, after all, there are too many game venues.
Most games are above level 4, really not suitable for GUI right now.
The game difficulty is level 3. After arriving at the venue, GUI parked his truck.
He felt a bit troubled, there were too many items, and storage space wasn't enough. There was nothing he could do, GUI could only go to the mall, spending 100,000 horror coins to expand 10 slots.
After storing all his equipment, he finally entered the game. Welcome to the horror game. The familiar system prompt echoed. The upcoming game is the Death and Life 3 Trials game. Next, adventurers will play this game in the amusement park.
In this amusement park, there are 3 trials, and your task is to survive through all 3 tests.
This game is limited to 2 hours. Wishing everyone good luck.
The rules of the game were very simple.
What exactly are the 3 trials? How do you even consider it a pass?
There was almost no introduction. Without thinking, one could tell there would be twists ahead.
This was normal, puzzle games test wisdom and cooperation.
There must be traps for adventurers to uncover. Of course, these were not an issue for GUI. So, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. There were quite a few participants this time, roughly 30 people by estimation. The venue was in the park's main square. The square was large, about 1,000 square meters, with various entertainment facilities in front.
Grandma, where is this?
At this moment, a childish voice caught GUI's attention.
Chapter 43, The Elderly and the Child.
On the homepage of the horror website, the live broadcast room was recommended.
Hello everyone.
I am Xiao Lu, the deer. You might not be familiar with me, but that's okay, just know starting from today, GUI's live stream host is Xiao Lu. A youthful and beautiful girl appeared in the live broadcast room. The live stream's title was very appealing.
GUI's Scenic Live Stream Zone. As soon as it started, it was packed full. It was rare for adventurers to be recommended and paired with a professional host for commentary.
GUI had just played 2 games, and he already had such treatment, immediately attracting a large crowd to watch. The key point was, GUI had dominated search trends today, and his popularity was known nationwide. Plus, it was the perfect after-work time, many people had finished their dinner and were scrolling through videos bored. So, as soon as his livestream started, it attracted a massive audience.
In almost an instant, GUI's livestream reached a terrifying 10 million viewers. Wow! How beautiful! Sister Xiao Lu. You're hosting for GUI, you're going to be famous. Sister Xiao Lu, leave a contact method.
Thank you all for your kindness, but I think we should get to the point as soon as possible, so we don't miss out on GUI's wonderful moments.
Xiao Lu clearly was an experienced hand, effortlessly dealing with the netizens.
Then, she showed a sweet smile. Also, today we have a heavyweight guest joining our livestream, and he will also be a permanent guest here.
Everyone immediately became curious, who was this heavyweight guest? Now, let's welcome teacher Joe Gibois. The camera turned to Joe Gibois. He was touching the sparse hair on the top of his head. Has it started? Seeing the camera, Joe Gibois was momentarily stunned. Yes, teacher Joe, please say a few words to the online viewers. Xiao Lu wanted to laugh, but still maintained professional restraint. Joe Gibois was a bit nervous during his first live stream comment. Even though he had been on the radio many times, the environment there was formal, the atmosphere serious, and there were people specifically managing appearances. In addition, there were subtitles and other measures. This allowed Joe Gibois to handle it relaxedly. But live streaming was different. Talking to a phone and receiving real-time feedback from viewers made Joe Gibois feel uneasy. Joe Gibois straightened his clothes and waved, "Hello everyone, I am Joe Gibois." Damn. So heavy, it's so disgusting I want to throw up. This guy still has the face to come out, doesn't he care about anything anymore? Joe's prediction, why are you here? Are you trying to intentionally challenge Brother Goo? Hey, reading this feels very awkward. No way, it's intentional. The viewers were full of insults. Joe Gibois curled his lips, stabilizing his emotions. After all, he was someone who had seen the big world. For money, well, for his career, he couldn't just run away after being scolded a few times. Everyone may have some misunderstandings about me. I want to take this opportunity to clarify. First, I have to admit, I made a mistake. On the TV program, I underestimated Goo himself. Of course, it's also because Goo is too unconventional that caused my prejudice. But conversely, Goo indeed falls outside the range of ordinary adventurers. My comments were only aimed at the public, so I think I wasn't wrong. The more Joe Gibois spoke, the stronger his confidence became, really making it sound like that. Damn, the argument is on. I strangely find it funny. I found the horror operators truly amazing. Bringing Joe's prediction to critique Brother Goo was really looking for trouble. Whatever. As long as it's interesting, who cares who they are? Makes sense. Unexpectedly, Joe Gibois' strong comeback had a counter effect. People no longer unanimously scolded him, instead, they found it very interesting. Joe Gibois' mouth twitched. Damn it, did they really take him for a clown? Alright, enough nonsense, Gooey's game has started, let's switch the camera to the scene. Joe Gibois could only gesture for the live stream to switch to Gooey. At this moment, in the game scene, Gooey was looking at a child who made a sound. Judging by appearances, the child was at most 5 years old, a super cute little girl. She was wearing a white dress, looking very adorable. The grandmother mentioned by the little girl was at least 60 years old, but her spirit was still good. Meow meow, don't be afraid. Though she said this, tears were already welling up in the elderly woman's eyes. She had heard about the horror game and had secretly watched videos. She was just afraid that one day, she would be chosen and her granddaughter would have no one to take care of her. Unexpectedly, not only was she chosen this time, but her granddaughter was also in the game. The cruelty of the horror game, the old woman knew better than anyone. With herself and her granddaughter, they couldn't think of clearing the game at all. Someone come help. Before the grandmother could finish speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Hee. A chilling laugh echoed from afar. The adventurers present were somewhat unstable on their feet. Looking up, they saw a giant clown face appearing above the amusement park. The other party should have used holographic projection technology. The clown's face looked at everyone and let out an unpleasant voice. Humans, hello. Welcome to my paradise. Next, you all must listen carefully to the rules. Gooey frowned. Rules? Didn't they just talk about it? Why are new rules coming out now? In general, horror games do not have NPC characters. You're thinking correctly, the other party is deceiving you. It's a clever monster called Evil Clown. Evil Clown is best at deceiving. If I were you, I would run away quickly. It's planning to distract your attention. A prompt lit up in his eyes. At the same time, in the live streaming room, Xiao Lu exclaimed, why did this game also pull in the elderly and children? Involving the elderly and children, no one dared to mock anymore. Even Joe Gibois showed a sorrowful expression. In this horror game, people are randomly drawn, the tasks are unpredictable, and this is not the first time we've seen elderly and children in the game. He sighed and continued, in Beixiong country and Ing province, similar situations have occurred. As for our country, there have been 3 incidents, this is the 4th. Then what happened to the elderly and children in those 3 games? Little Deer asked anxiously. Joe Gibois sighed again, they all died. Little Deer fell silent. The netizens also stopped talking. For the elderly and children, the horror game is a place of death. Watching adventurers struggle to survive is completely different from watching the elderly and children die. The latter is a tragic scene in the human world. But the horror game makes no sense. Relatively speaking, the chances of it selecting the elderly and children are very low. Yet, it is still unavoidable that the elderly and children get chosen. The horror game is too cruel. Isn't there anyone who can change the rules? Changing the rules? The country can't even do that. The adventurers are just pitiful creatures struggling to survive, and you and I are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What can we do to change anything? I know all that, but I still hope someone can step up and at least save the elderly and children in front of us. It's tough. Even the great Ego could only save Li Yen last time, everyone else was almost wiped out. That's right. If even Ego can't do it, what can anyone else hope for? Everyone, do you think Ego will save anyone this time? As soon as those words came out, silence fell over the internet. Chapter 44, Crisis in Humanity. Everyone hopes their idol is perfect. Gui had been almost invincible since participating in the game. Thus, he became an idol for many people. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't rush to watch his livestream. But reality is cruel. In a horror game, saving people is akin to committing suicide. From a human perspective, the netizens hope Gui can save people. But from a selfish standpoint, they don't want him to get involved. Teacher Zhou, do you think Ego will save anyone? Seeing the netizens' comments, Little Deer asked Zhou Jibua. This question was a bit sharp. But the two of them were supposed to provide commentary on Gui. All the hot topics discussed by the netizens had to be addressed. Zhou Jibua knew he couldn't avoid it. Clearing his throat, he said solemnly, whether to save people or not is not for me to decide. From a rational standpoint, I believe that trying to save anyone in a horror game places a huge burden on whoever it may be. But from an emotional standpoint, I hope Gui will save someone. Great prediction, Zhou. Ego won't let us down this time. Exactly. Who cares about rationality? Being human means we should be better than beasts. Netizens rarely agreed with Zhou Jibua's words unanimously. In the face of the cruel horror game, everyone still hoped to see a brilliant side of humanity. And while netizens were discussing, the game scene shifted again. Booming. The amusement park square actually began to collapse. The voice of the evil clown rang out, hee hee. To officially enter the game, you must first prove you have good physical strength. Come on. Only by escaping to this amusement ride can you keep your life. Ah. Before the evil clown finished speaking, someone screamed in terror. The adventurers turned their heads to see an adventurer standing on the outskirts sinking into the collapsing ground. It turned out this person, fearing an ambush, had stealthily moved away from the crowd. He never expected that the trap this time would be a land collapse. He couldn't pull back in time and was swept into the ground with a mudslide. The ground was collapsing quickly, and within moments was at the adventurer's feet. Run! An adventurer shouted and sprinted towards the amusement ride. The ground shook violently, and everyone ran chaotically. In this commotion, someone bumped into the elderly woman and her granddaughter. Grandma! The little girl immediately cried out. The elderly woman anxiously said, Meow meow, hold on to the ground, don't step on the child, don't step. If she were just a bit younger, she could hold her granddaughter and run. Unfortunately, she was old. Just now, someone bumped into her, and her leg was already broken. Now, not to mention running, she couldn't even stand up. Old thing, get out of the way. At this point, the ugliness of human nature was fully revealed. A middle-aged strong man, because the old woman blocked his way, kicked her with one foot. The old woman let out a muffled groan and rolled to the side. At the same time, the ground collapsed towards her. The old woman used the last bit of her strength, trying to crawl forward, but her center of gravity suddenly shifted downward. Meow meow. The last sound she could make was calling her granddaughter's name. Grandma. Woo. Meow meow was at a loss, her face covered in tears. The strong man happened to rush to Meow meow's front. You little brat, you. Saying this, he raised a foot, ready to kick the little girl away. But this time, he didn't succeed. Bang! His kick was kicked away by someone. Gui grabbed the little girl and looked at the strong man with an icy face. Kid, you you did it on purpose. When he saw who it was, the strong man, who was about to curse, suddenly fell silent. Who was Gui? Anyone who had seen his thrilling live stream would remember him. Especially his signature cold face, which was so cool it could drive women crazy. Before entering the game, the strongman had also watched Gui's videos. He never expected that he would encounter this big shot. A misunderstanding, The strongman still wanted to explain. But his words were interrupted by Gui, you deserve to die. Saying that, he raised his foot and kicked hard. Bang! Don't. If it weren't for the strong man, Gui would have had the chance to save both the old woman and the little girl. It was this jerk who delayed the rescue time. If you can kick people, you could have jumped over, right?
This time, Gooey kicked out with hatred, using almost all his strength. With one kick, the strong man flew more than 10 meters away. Without stopping, he fell straight into the pit.
Ah!
The strong man's dying scream echoed in the air.
Nice kick! So damn satisfying. Good job, Gooey. You really didn't let us down. Netizens cheered loudly.
Xiao Lu covered her mouth.
Even Zhou Zhibwa couldn't help but wave his fist fiercely.
At this moment, someone stood up to save the day. It was truly heartwarming and exciting.
At the same time, it was full of emotion. No matter when, people always hope there are positive figures around them. It is they who give hope and beauty to others. In the most critical moment, Gooey did what people most wanted but couldn't do. So, no matter who they were, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Even Zhou Zhibwa, who was hired to intentionally be against Gooey, was no exception. My grandma. Woo. At this moment, the little girl, being lifted by Gooey, pointed at the pit and cried. Gooey quickly leaned forward to observe the pit. He saw the ground continually collapsing, and beneath it was all lava. Fortunately, the old woman did not fall directly into the lava. She grabbed a protruding stone. Don't move, I'll save you. At this moment, Gooey seemed very selfless and great. He completely abandoned personal interests, purely saving people for the sake of saving. No, young man, run away, help me take care of. Boom. The old woman's words were not finished when the ground collapsed. The last stone she was holding slipped and fell. The old woman also fell into the lava. Water and fire are heartless, and almost in an instant, the old woman was submerged in lava. The place where Gooey was standing also started to collapse. Without control, he slid down with the dirt. Ah! No! Quick, climb back! Go, Gooey, go! The internet was filled with exclamations. Xiao Lu also screamed out loud. Zhou Zhibwa stared at the screen intently. He had never been so nervous before, even for someone he disliked. But at this moment, he hoped Gooey could survive. Gooey, trapped in the mudflow, remained calm under pressure. Hey! With a loud shout, he jumped up with all his might, pulling his feet out of the mudslide. At the same time, the psychic scissors flew out, spinning and landing under his feet. In an instant, Gooey felt dizzy. The weight of an adult and a child was beyond imagination. Even just using the psychic scissors as stepping stones placed enormous mental pressure on him. Luckily, his mental strength was high enough. Under pressure, he leaped with all his might. Finally, he safely stepped onto the square. Ah! However, after coming up, Gooey let out an unwilling roar. It was so close, if only he could have grabbed the old man, the other party wouldn't have died. An elderly man with mobility issues shouldn't die in such a place. Despite Gooey's indifference towards other adventurers, he placed great importance on life. Even in a deadly, thrilling game, he had never killed anyone himself before this. In a fit of rage, he had only taken down a strong man today. With hints, Gooey believed he could succeed without fail. But reality landed a brutal slap on his face. The thrilling game was never a paradise, it was a naked slaughterhouse. Even if he was unwilling, Gooey couldn't act as he pleased. Chapter 45, Zhou Zhibwa bets on merchandise. Seeing Gooey let out an unwilling roar, the online audience fell silent. This scene of frustration made people feel gloomy. Even the most indifferent person would feel melancholy because of it. On the game site, Gooey had no time for venting. The ground was still collapsing, he had to leave quickly. Holding Miao Miao with one hand, Gooey displayed superhuman speed. The trembling ground had no effect on him at all. This is the benefit of having power and speed develop in balance. Strength allows better control of body balance. Speed can drive the pace of running. With these two working together, the vibrations didn't cause Gooey to lose his balance, and he easily rushed past. A kilometer distance was like child's play in Gooey's eyes. As other adventurers stumbled and struggled to run, Gooey was already nearing the amusement park equipment. Thus, the advantages of data-driven improvements became apparent. With data augmentation, Gooey had broken the human limits. Like the traps in the game Poker 3, they posed no difficulty for him. Not far away was a roller coaster area. With Miao Miao in his arms, Gooey stepped onto the amusement area. Feeling the ground finally stop shaking, he let out a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw a group of adventurers desperately racing towards him. At this moment, the innate advantages of men were evident. Compared to the elderly, children, and women, men could run better and had the strength to push others aside. Especially as they ran, everyone realized that the space in the amusement area was getting smaller. Without caring about anything else, several strong individuals pushed others aside to reach the game area faster. Those being pushed aside, who had better coordination, might not fall. But those women who usually exercised little would fall straight to the ground when they struggled to run.
In this game, falling equated to death. After all, not everyone could pull themselves out of a pit like Gui. The ground shook violently, making it harder for those who fell to get back up. They wobbled like small boats in the waves, ultimately falling into the lava with the pit.
Well then.
This game broke all norms, making no mention of wisdom nor cooperation. It was completely about who had better physical strength, who could survive.
Gui was temporarily safe, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room began to liven up.
Viewers watched the adventurers pushing and jostling each other, wishing to use everyone around them as stepping stones, and they began to voice their complaints.
What kind of people are these?
A bunch of selfish bastards.
Why not throw them all into the pit? Look at that man, he actually kicked down the girl in front of him. Humanity is so ugly. Seeing the viewers complain, Xiaolu quickly shifted the topic back to Gui.
After all, too much negative energy in the livestream could drive away many viewers.
Teacher Zhou, do you think Gui can successfully clear the next game while carrying a child?
One must say, as a professional streamer, Xiaolu had a strong ability to guide the flow.
Hearing her question, viewers shifted their focus back to Gui. He was just thinking about saving people. That said, Gui must be in a tough spot now. Yeah. A little girl who doesn't understand might drag Gui down. Last time Gui brought someone along, this time it's a little girl, he'll definitely be fine clearing it. Clearly, the last person to speak. Clearly, Gui is a die-hard fan.
At this moment, after a long silence, Jojibo sighed and said, "Honestly, I am very moved and supportive of Gui's actions in the game to save others, but clearly, this is not a wise choice."
Here it comes. Now it finally has some fun, it's not so depressing anymore, thank you Joe prediction. I don't know why, but as soon as the beast speaks, my gloom vanishes immediately. Beast, come on, this time I'll make the bet. I bet the intentional bro can definitely lead the lowly to victory. Get your paper ready. My toilet paper is eager and impatient. Looking at the group of old fans joking around, the new online users were completely confused. I timidly ask, what does it mean that the toilet paper is eager and impatient?
Once upon a time, after Joe Lauscher bet on eating paper, everyone wanted to place bets and bet on eating toilet paper with Joe Lauscher.
Hee, napkins are fine too. Joe prediction, just give a straightforward answer, are we betting or not?
Jojibo's face was filled with black lines.
I bet on your sister.
Everyone please calm down, eating paper is harmful to health, last time I was impulsive.
Even if we bet, we can bet on something else.
Saying this, Jojibo pulled out an oversized hamburger from outside the screen. If I lose, I'll eat this hamburger in one bite, remember it's in one bite. While saying this, he secretly laughed in his heart.
Fortunately, I'm smart enough and prepared the hamburger beforehand.
This thing will be tough to eat in one bite, but it's much better than eating paper. And eating the hamburger in one bite can also become a gimmick.
Such a big hamburger, eat it in one bite? Damn. Joe prediction, are you not afraid of stretching your mouth too wide? This is very interesting, I just want to see how Joe prediction will eat it. I also want to see. Stop wasting time, let's bet.
I'm placing an order right now for an oversized hamburger. Seeing a hamburger the size of half a face, the netizens began to shout.
Jojibo was secretly delighted inside. Sales successful. He never expected that his first time promoting goods would have such a good effect. In fact, he had been thinking about the bet all along. During the day, he had a sudden idea about a creative way to promote goods. He thought of betting on eating something in one bite. Since they wanted to bet with him, they had to prepare the stakes. So, Jojibo specifically contacted a fast food chain to promote their hamburgers. And stated that he would not charge an endorsement fee, just looking for results. If the results were good, they would give him a 10% profit from that day's sales as endorsement fee. It must be said that after Jojibo signed the contract with the thrilling operator, his commercial brain circuit was completely developed. Now, seeing the netizens eagerly ordering hamburgers, Jojibo quickly said, remember this hamburger is from XX store, only they have such a giant burger. If I win, and you all eat a small hamburger, I won't recognize it. Damn. Underestimate me, wait until I order one bigger than yours. If the intentional bro doesn't succeed, I'll down it in one go. I'm not afraid either, come on. Exactly, I believe in my intentional brother, this bet counts as my share. In their excitement, the netizens completely failed to notice that they had fallen into Jojibo's trap. First, this bet is very unfair, Jojibo only eats one, but so many people ordering can't give him that. Secondly, such a large order appearing would instantly create a brand. But in reality, netizens are the easiest to be affected. With Jojibo's excitement, instantly countless people ordered the same hamburger. That night, Jojibo made a fortune. Similarly, the fast food store also made a fortune. Little Deer saw the scene and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You old jerk, so cunning. Chapter 46, Death Car Show on the Roller Coaster. The live broadcast room was bustling. The game scene, however, was very quiet. The surviving adventurers had all reached the roller coaster site. Counting carefully, only 12 were left. The other 10 or so had all fallen into the ground collapse. The collapse spread to the edge of the game area, and finally, the ground calmed down. Everyone hadn't even taken a breath. Congratulations to everyone, you have successfully unlocked the first round of the game. The virtual avatar floating in the air made a horrible sound. Gooey raised his head to look. The eyes revealed a hint of disgust. At this moment, Meow Meow in his arms was already tired from crying. Combined with emotions like tension and unease, the little one surprisingly fell asleep. That's right, when people are at their most anxious, they don't feel anxious and fidgety, but choose to escape. Adults usually escape reality by fainting. Children aren't that excited, they just fall into sleep. In fact, this is a kind of protection from the brain itself. This isn't bad, at least Gooey won't feel it's very noisy. When a child cries and makes noise, it's a hassle. But it's obviously impossible for Meow Meow to sleep soundly in this horror game. Ding ding dang, buzz buzz buzz. Loud music blared, and the whole venue suddenly lit up. The adventurers finally saw the full view of the roller coaster. In the whole venue, there was only half of the track. 100 meters of a sudden drop led to a vertical track going underground. The track directly led to underground magma outside the venue. Just as they were observing, the voice of the evil clown rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next game project, the roller coaster death performance." Roller coaster death performance? What performance? Are they going to ride the roller coaster and dive into magma? Except for Gooey, the other adventurers all wore confused expressions. Didn't we agree not to directly kill the adventurers? What's going on here? Meow Meow was awakened by the music and found herself in Gooey's arms. She blinked her big eyes. "Brother, where is this?" Clearly, the little one was still dazed from sleep. Gooey patted her back. "It's okay, you continue to sleep." "Oh." Meow Meow blinked her eyes but looked toward the sky. The evil clown's speech caught her attention. The rules of the game are that 2 people form a team, one stands on the death performance stage. Saying this, a holographic projection appeared showing a big hand pointing to a high platform. The platform was suspended in mid-air, standing tall over the magma. On the platform, there was a supersized television screen. It looked completely out of place in the whole environment. The person on the high platform will interpret the scenes shown in the movie using gestures. The person sitting on the roller coaster has 3 chances to guess what the other person is interpreting. If you guess correctly once, the roller coaster will stop and take you back to the starting point, and the 2 will successfully pass. But if all 3 guesses are incorrect, the evil clown paused suddenly. Then they heard a creak creak sound. A roller coaster started running, slowly ascending to the highest point. Ding dong. Your answer is incorrect. Suddenly, a voice came from the game venue. Immediately, the roller coaster plunged downward. At the same time, the platform made a crack sound and actually broke in the middle. The broken part became a 90-degree sliding surface. Nobody could stand on it. While the adventurers looked at the platform, they heard a plop sound. The roller coaster plunged into the magma. Before the car was destroyed, it definitely made a bubble. But it was just a bubble, then it sank into magma. Fine. This actual performance made the adventurers collectively gulp, their faces full of worry. They felt they were probably doomed. One person interprets while the other guesses. The game seems simple, but the actual difficulty is extremely high. This requires a great rapport between both sides. If the 2 have never interacted, how would anyone know what you're gesturing about? Now randomly teaming up, isn't that risking their lives? Hearing such rules, netizens expressed their dissatisfaction. This game is simply twisted. Exactly, who can guess what the other is gesturing? That's not the key is that the intentionally set up guy brought a child. Does he expect the child to ride the roller coaster? She would probably just cry. Why not let the child interpret? Are you stupid? You can't understand what a child is gesturing? Thinking about a little child who can't even express herself clearly, the things she gestures would probably only be understood by aliens. Teacher Zhou, we see that netizens quickly grasped the key point and pointed out the flaws in this game. In this situation, do you think the intentionally set up guy can clear the level? Little Deer took the opportunity of the topic to ask Zhou Zhibua. Zhou Zhibua sighed, "This is what I've been saying, taking a child to clear the level is almost an impossible task." Little Deer, is there really no hope? Let's be objective, children have poor understanding of things, their experiences are limited, and what they express is definitely peculiar. If Gooey teams up like he did with Li Yen last time, I take back what I said earlier, because their thinking is close, and their cooperation is very harmonious, they might smoothly pass the level.
At this point, Joe Jibwa shook his head. Unfortunately, this time Gui has no choice but to abandon Meow Meow, otherwise. Otherwise what, he didn't say, but the meaning of his words was clear.
Faced with his words, many netizens fell silent.
What Joe Jibwa said was the truth.
Right now, Gui has almost no choice. If he doesn't abandon the child, he will face dire consequences.
Who knew, as most netizens remain silent.
Damn it. Joe's prediction has spoken, brothers, it's time to place bets.
That's right, come on, Joe's prediction is now betting. If Gui passes, you get the giant burger.
If Gui fails, we all take a bite.
I support Gui, the burger is on its way.
I'm with Gui too.
Support Gui +1. Support Gui +2. Seeing a group of Iron fans supporting Gui almost irrationally.
Other netizens were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there no logic in this livestream?
It should be said there's no objective fact.
Yeah. They dare to bet on Gui winning, are they crazy?
You guys don't understand, Gui is a godlike man. In his livestream, don't talk science, talk theology. I'm talking fantasy. In my eyes, Gui combines wisdom and luck. If he doesn't pass, I eat my phone.
This is playing with fire. Believe in Gui and gain eternal life.
Looking at the netizens' crazy comments, Xiao Lu was a bit stunned.
Is it real? Gui is being described too divinely. These netizens don't care how Gui will choose, they firmly believe he will play the game with the child. They even use eating phones as a bet. What if Gui gives up on Meow Meow? What if an extreme netizen causes trouble?
The country can't find the horror site, but they can find her.
If I give myself a reason to incite netizens, my future will be bleak.
No, I have to stop the netizens' impulsive behavior.
Thinking of this, Xiaolu quickly said, Teacher Zhou, in your opinion, will Gui choose to give up on Meow Meow? She knew that Zhou Zhibwa always contradicted Gui.
Facing her question, he should say that Gui would give up Meow Meow for survival. Just right, she could use this opportunity to find a way out and advise netizens not to be too extreme. After all, adventurers in horror games have broken away from the constraints of laws and ethical morals.
Whatever choice Gui makes is normal. Chapter 47, An Unfair Game.
Xiao Lu's plan was good. Let Zhou Zhibwa cooperate a bit so she could guide the netizens to calm down. But reality often surprises. Zhou Zhibwa, who always contradicted Gui, this time gave a contrary answer.
Abandoning the child and focusing on the game, most adventurers would choose this.
As he said this, Zhou Zhibwa pushed up his glasses, then changed the subject, but from what I know about Gui, he would never do this.
Xiao Lu rolled her eyes.
At this moment, why are you saying such honest words?
Ha, Zhou's prediction also understands Gui.
Xiao Lu, this question has no standards. If Gui would abandon Meow Meow, he wouldn't have saved anyone in the first place. Exactly, in my heart, Gui is the brightest star in the horror game. He never follows the usual path. The harder it gets, the more he wants to challenge.
Wrong, it's not a challenge, Gui is appreciating the scenery.
Correct, Gui's insight is beyond our comprehension, so he will never abandon Meow Meow.
Alright. Without Zhou Zhibwa saying anything, a group of diehard fans came online. Xiao Lu was truly speechless.
It seems that in the future, Gui's livestream cannot follow the normal routine.
The key is that both Gui and his diehard fans do not follow the routine at all. The netizens' rebuttal left Xiao Lu speechless. The game scene changed again. Gui, I'm your fan, let's team up. Me too, me too. Don't listen to them, Gui is deliberately doing this to me.
After listening to the rules, the remaining 10 adventurers all eagerly requested to team up with Gui. That's right, even if the adventurers here had never watched Gui's streams, they had heard of his great name. Even if they hadn't heard the name, they had just seen Gui's actions.
Truly a master. Such a person, who wouldn't want to latch onto him?
Gui looked emotionless as he scanned the 10 people, and casually said, My teammate is right here.
Ha, this is the classic style of Gui. Did you hear that, little dear? Gui has always been this cool, do you love him or not? My teammate is right here. So powerful. Gui Appa, I just adore you, moi. Caught a foreign girl right on sight. Facing Gui's choice, the audience cheered. Little dear was even more speechless. These people truly hit the nail on the head. Should she say Gui is great or that he is arrogant? Bringing a child into a terrifying game, that's probably stepping into the realm of madness, right? How could such a Gui be spread as a legend?
To be honest, even though Little Deer is a horror game commentator, she is really not into horror games.
After all, horror games are too bloody. But what can she do? Everything is for survival.
Previously, she had also hurriedly watched Gui's videos but did not study them in detail. She understood Gui's character less than she did Zhou Zhibwa's.
So now, she couldn't comprehend Gui's various actions at all. At the game site,
Hee hee, by the way, I forgot one thing, this game only requires 3 pairs to participate. Among these 3 pairs, if one group passes, the people who did not participate can follow them and enter the next game. If all 3 pairs fail, the others will continue to form 3 pairs and participate in the game. Unexpectedly, the evil clown added such a new rule. The 10 people who were eager to team up with Gooey instantly went silent and unconsciously stepped back. No one wanted to be among the first 3 pairs. Who would want to risk becoming a sacrifice when they could ride along? Why aren't you all planning to sign up voluntarily? Alright, then let's go in order. The first 6 people to arrive at the game venue, please form your teams quickly, or this place will completely collapse. The evil clown seemed very angry and set the range for participants. Why does it feel like the game is so random? Yeah. The first arrivals actually have to participate first, it's unfair. I seriously suspect that these rules were made up by this clown now. The viewers couldn't help but voice their grievances. The game is already difficult, and now they set unreasonable rules, it's natural for everyone to complain. At the game site, Gooey, however, calmly took the first step forward. The attention of the adventurers and the audience was instantly drawn to him. Gooey approached the platform and let Meow Meow down. Meow Meow, behave. Stand here and don't run around. When you see something on the TV, just gesture what it is, can you do that? Gooey asked Meow Meow patiently. Meow Meow nodded strongly. I know, we've played this game in kindergarten. Now kindergartens teach such high-level games? Gooey was truly curious and couldn't help but ask, then can you guess what it is? Of course. Xiao Gang can tell what I'm gesturing. Meow Meow replied proudly. Gooey laughed, okay, if Xiao Gang can guess it, then I can too. Their conversation instantly melted a lot of viewers' hearts. Meow Meow is so cute. Yeah. And so strong, she knows how to cooperate with Gooey to complete the task. Look, this is what other people's child looks like. After making sure Meow Meow stood firm, Gooey walked alone toward the roller coaster. Looking back, he noticed Meow Meow seemed at a loss. It was clear that the terrifying game environment made her very afraid. But Meow Meow didn't cry or shout, she just held onto the corner of her clothes with her small hand, constantly looking around. Gooey sighed. What a difficult situation for such a child. Having her participate in the game is indeed very cruel. But he had no choice. Thinking this, Gooey's eyes became firm as he sat on the roller coaster. Please wear your headphones and speak the answer into the microphone. The mechanical voice announcement sounded. Gooey saw a headset with a microphone left on the seat of the car. Clearly, this was designed to prevent the adventurers from hearing the shouted words. At the same time, with a microphone, they could also hear the adventurers' answers. Otherwise, in the strong wind, even if the adventurers answered correctly, no one would be able to hear it. In short, this game design was still quite reasonable. With a clang, the car slowly started. Gooey's heart, involuntarily, lifted. Even if he was 100% sure he could answer correctly, he still couldn't feel at ease. What if the evil clown cheated and pushed him into the magma? Sitting on a roller coaster, he couldn't escape or resist. Right now, he felt like being on the chopping board, I am the fish and meat. At the same time, the hearts of the netizens also hung in suspense. Creak, creak. The roller coaster slowly traveled to the highest point. Ding dong. Players, please pay attention, the game is now officially starting. Please watch the performance, guessers. A prompt sound echoed in his ears. Gooey turned to look at Meow Meow. On the other side, a large screen in front of Meow Meow displayed an image. Meow Meow blinked, her little face instantly revealing a troubled expression. What the hell? How is a child supposed to act this out? I'm now wondering if Meow Meow has ever seen this thing? This game is way too difficult for anyone. Gooey's live broadcast used a holographic interactive method. Netizens could see the live broadcast of other people in this game. In other words, they could see what was displayed on the screen in front of Meow Meow. Chapter 48, They Should All Die. The screen in front of Meow Meow surprisingly showed the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa. Netizens were truly at a loss for words. How can this be acted out? It's too hard for a child. Forget children, even adults couldn't act it out. Meow Meow was very anxious, thinking she could only raise her hands high, drawing a square. Netizens followed suit, anxious as well. No, little Meow Meow, you need to draw the shape, then Gooey Go can figure it out. No, first draw a big one, then draw one hugging. Then Gooey Go will be even more confused, thinking it's a hug. What the hell? For the child, this is simply hell-level difficulty. As if adults could act it out. Little Lou saw this scene and smiled bitterly, such a picture, even adults find it hard to guess. There's really no way. Exactly, this is what I just said, being in a group with children makes it very difficult to pass the level.
Joe Gibois adjusted his glasses, looking very calm.
In fact, his palms were already sweating.
Gui was his golden client, a pure money tree. He certainly didn't want Gui to just go down like this. At the game site, other adventurers looked confused. They couldn't see the screen in front of Meow Meow, only her movements. It's over. Now even Gui Goo is going to fail.
Should have said to team up with me, had to team up with a little kid, can't blame anyone else. The person speaking obviously blamed Gui for his choice.
Alright, less complaining, it's our turn next, someone sighed. The game difficulty was extraordinarily high.
If Gui couldn't make it, they surely wouldn't either.
Ding dong.
Performance time is over, now entering guessing time, please adventurers state the content of the image just performed.
The amusement park echoed with a cold mechanical voice.
Meow Meow still wanted to act, but unexpectedly, suddenly a curtain lifted, blocking her small figure.
To prevent cheating, the game was very thorough. Gui couldn't see Meow Meow and felt a bit worried. After all, she was just a 5-year-old child, what if she got scared and ran away, falling into the magma?
Adventurers, you have 3 chances to say the content of the image.
Burj Khalifa.
Before the mechanical voice could finish, Gui couldn't wait to give the answer.
With a hint, was this even a challenge?
The mechanical voice paused, the answer was given too quickly and too accurately.
For a moment, it couldn't react. What are you blanking out for? Send me back. As a result, it made Gui unhappy, and he complained.
This dialogue was broadcasted through a loudspeaker, ringing throughout the amusement park.
Not only did other adventurers hear it, but even netizens outside could hear it clearly. The adventurers looked completely confused. Damn.
Answer so fast, and still dare to urge the game system.
Big brother, who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant?
Most netizens are also confused.
How did Gui guess it right? His operation is too magical, completely baffled me.
I'm still wearing a black man's question mark on my face, seeking an explanation.
And some netizens pretended to be fortune tellers. Ignorant young people.
If Brother Gui says there will be light, hallelujah.
Brother Gui is awesome, he's strong. I ask you, do you submit?
I submit to no one, only to Brother Gui, who has never disappointed us.
Little dear is also confused, blinking her eyes. Joe Lauscher, what's going on? Can you help analyze it?
Joe Gibois pushed up his glasses. If I had to give a reason, I guess Gui is. He elongated his voice, immediately attracting the attention of a group of people.
Gui is, taking a guess.
Then Joe Gibois said this.
Cut. Come on, let's hear it.
Wrong, it's the guidance of gods, the legend of the lucky emperor continues.
Joe Lauscher, your mom is calling you to eat a hamburger. Yeah.
Speaking of which, we haven't settled the bet.
Wait, everyone, don't be excited.
I said, Gui must take Meow Meow through all levels, this is just the first one. Joe Gibois hurriedly advised. Such a big hamburger, if he eats 3 in one go, not to mention if he can swallow it, even digesting it would be impossible. He is not young anymore and doesn't want to be constipated tonight.
Netizens burst into another round of curses.
At this moment, at the game scene, the mechanical voice paused a bit, then said, Congratulations to the first group for completing the challenge and passing the first level. Then the roller coaster slowly returned to the starting point. The remaining adventurers were dumbfounded.
Did they really pass? What kind of magical operation was this? Who can explain how Gui figured out that the little girl was signaling the Eiffel Tower?
And Gui didn't care about others' feelings, he got off the roller coaster and ran to Meow Meow. Fortunately, the little girl was very obedient, although scared, she remained standing on the high platform.
Brother, you got it right. The little girl was very happy to see Gui.
Winning the game can always cheer up the children. Seeing Gui come to pick her up, Meow Meow finally eased her anxiety.
We won, let's go. Gui picked Meow Meow up with one hand and walked toward another exit. After he completed the game, a sign lit up not far away.
It read, Passers, please walk this way. Among the remaining 10 people, 6 had joyful faces. They were the 6 who entered late.
Gui passing this round meant they passed too.
This feeling of tagging along for experience is truly great. The 2 pairs of 4 remaining had very serious expressions. They still had to accept the challenge, and the result was uncertain, their faces looked bad.
Gui didn't look back, heading straight to the second venue.
This game's next challenge was to ride a Ferris wheel. However, this Ferris wheel was quite unique, as it was horizontally placed in the venue. One side was inside the venue, while the other side was outside. Needless to say, there must be a corresponding game. If you can't pass, you'll fall into the lava outside. While Gui was observing, a mechanical prompt sounded behind him.
Ding dong. Wrong answer.
Then there were two screams.
Ah. Ah.
Splash. Without even looking, it was obvious that one pair behind Gui had met their end.
Meow Meow, curious, wanted to peek but was pressed back by Gui. As for the death of the two behind, Gui didn't care at all.
Even if all the other adventurers died, he wouldn't feel a shred of pity.
These 10 people deserved to die. Gui was not blind and naturally saw the previous scene of fighting for the road.
Strictly speaking, the ground collapsed slowly. At that time, everyone helped each other to escape, so there should have been no danger to life.
Gui believed that not helping was already quite cold-hearted. Unexpectedly, these 10 people were even worse.
Seeing someone in front of them, they would directly shove and push.
The game seemed to deliberately test their character.
From the start, the strongest 10 people were placed in the last starting positions. In this way, they had to be the villains, relying on knocking others down to rush to the game. Even if this horror game had no moral bottom line.
Anyone can use others as a cushion.
But going too far also makes Gui very disgusted. Of course, he would not be as excited as before, sending these people off. In this game, as long as you don't pay attention to these fools, their chance of passing is very small.
In fact, it's so small that it can be ignored. Chapter 49 Gui's Choice.
Before long, two more screams echoed. Then, 6 pale-faced adventurers walked in with their heads down into the second venue. Congratulations, you have passed the first test.
The evil clown's virtual giant face appeared again. This game is called Ferris Wheel Happy Death.
The rules are very simple. It's also a game in pairs. Inside the game cabin, the two must answer questions together.
The game mainly tests your tacit understanding.
Out of 10 questions, the two must answer the same 3 times to pass. Please choose your partners freely, and then those who have not played just now will enter the game cabin in turn. After the rules were announced, the remaining 6 adventurers looked even paler.
Don't be fooled by the fact that answering 3 out of 10 can lead to a smooth pass. But this is still a death question.
As the saying goes, without tacit understanding, everything is in vain.
Who the hell knows what answers others will give? Moreover, by observing the first round, several people realized that the difficulty of the game is not low. If they're not careful, they may lose their lives here. Ding dong. Please adventurers, quickly enter the game cabin. A cold voice came. The 3 pairs reluctantly walked into the game cabin. In this round, Gui felt much more relaxed.
Unless all 3 die, he does not need to enter the game again.
Come, Joe predicts words without faith. Let's bet among ourselves if we need Brother Gu to intervene this time? I say we definitely will. 6 useless people, they can't pass at all.
Exactly, if they manage to pass, then there's no fairness left. Clearly, the netizens had no good feelings towards the other adventurers.
People. The most fearful thing is comparison.
If Gui were like these people, neglecting Meow Meow and her grandmother, no one would blame too much. When facing life and death, even if someone has done something extreme, others find it hard to say anything. Yet in this game, there exists a bizarre person like Gui. He not only saved people but also led a little girl to pass. In comparison, other adventurers are bound to be despised.
Ding ding dong ding ding dong.
The horizontal Ferris wheel started to turn. Under Gui's gaze, soon a pair's game cabin turned to the outer game area. Then, the bottom of the cabin suddenly cracked open.
No. Ah.
The two slid directly from the cabin. Clearly, their tacit understanding was not enough to meet the passing requirements.
Sizzle. Sizzle. With 2 soft sounds, the magma shot up 2 small sparks, swallowing the people.
Meow Meow saw the scene and suddenly thought of her grandmother, quickly turning her head.
Gui patted her, sighed.
There was no way, he didn't know how to comfort a little girl. Perhaps this game would become a psychological shadow for that little girl in the future.
The game continued. The second pair arrived at the game area. As expected. Ah. Mom. Sizzle. Sizzle.
They also became little sparks.
Seeing this scene, the netizens fell silent.
There is a saying, when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves.
Everyone seemed to see the future.
After all, as long as the horror game exists for a day, no one can guarantee they won't become the next adventurer.
Ordinary people don't have the luck and strength like Gui. Their most probable result would be like these adventurers, toyed with to death by the game. That is also why everyone likes to watch Gui, hoping he can win. Gui is a miracle, also a hope.
He brings a glimmer of light to those who are worried about becoming adventurers and are filled with negative energy.
At least they can imagine in their hearts that they are Gui, able to win in the game. As the 6 people in 3 pairs were about to be wiped out, everyone could only pin their hopes on Gui.
After all, only he could repeatedly create miracles. Who would have thought that the game cabin for the third pair would arrive outside? The bottom was indeed not opened. Rotating sideways for a full circle, the duo returned to the game field again. They tumbled and crawled out from the game pod, their bodies trembling all over. What they just experienced was truly terrifying. They stared wide-eyed as the previous two groups were sent into the lava. The pressure in their hearts is unimaginable. Fortunately, the two had good luck, sharing similar interests, which led them to guess correctly 3 times. Congratulations to you both for completing the challenge. The amusement park echoed with voices of congratulations. At the same time, the evil clown's virtual giant face appeared in the air. Hee, congratulations, passing 2 levels in a row. As long as you pass the 3rd level, you will complete the entire game. The 3rd level also requires a pair to cooperate and complete. As it spoke, 2 game fields suddenly lit up not far away. You will be split into 2 groups, each group can only choose one of the game fields. Gooey looked towards the lit up game fields. The haunted house. The death maze. Entering the game field will receive new hints, make your choice. After the evil clown finished speaking, the giant face disappeared. The other 2 adventurers looked at Gooey, wanting to know what he would choose. Even though they had passed 1 level, they didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Gooey. Gooey was considered a seasoned adventurer. With his displayed skills, the 2 were certainly not his match. So, they waited for him to finish his selection before they dared to choose another one. What do you guys think? Which game will Gooey choose? I think it's the haunted house. Well, the haunted house is obviously more difficult, and given Gooey's personality, he must want to see a more exciting scenery. During the online analysis, Xiaolu asked Zhou Zhibua, Teacher Zhou, what do you think Gooey will choose? Zhou Zhibua pushed his glasses and revealed a mysterious smile. To be honest, I don't know. Ah? Xiaolu was stunned. Other netizens were also surprised. Don't know? There are only 2 choices in front, why not just take a guess? If that's the case, how can we mock? Hee, let's keep watching, and you'll know why I say that. Zhou Zhibua confidently spoke again. As he finished speaking, Gooey at the game site also opened his mouth. You can choose freely, don't mind me. His tone was calm, speaking to the other 2 adventurers. The other 2 exchanged glances. Thanks for your understanding, Gooey. Thank you. After gratefully expressing their thanks, they quickly dashed towards the death maze. The haunted house, just hearing its name wasn't a good place. Perhaps, there really are ghosts inside. They were just newbies, certainly not a match. So, it was better to take a chance in the maze. When the 2 entered the maze, netizens thought Gooey would go to the haunted house. Who would have thought? Gooey turned around and headed in the opposite direction. That place was pitch black, but it had not collapsed. Where is Gooey going? Could it be that place is a hidden level? It's possible. If he doesn't do the hidden mission, it would be a wasted trip to the game. Gooey wouldn't be willing. Taking the kids to bravely tackle hidden missions, what a boss. Joe's prediction, you must have known Gooey would take on hidden missions, that's why you said that. Didn't expect, Joe's prediction got 1 right. He didn't guess right, he just said he didn't know, and didn't specify a choice. Seeing the netizens' comments, Xiaolu laughed, Teacher Zhou, how did you see that Gooey would choose to take on hidden missions? Zhou Zhibua smirked, do you really think Gooey is going to do a hidden mission? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked confused. Not going to do the hidden mission, could he go just to mess around? Chapter 50, The Clown Master of Swordsmanship. The netizens were a bit baffled when they heard Zhou Zhibua's words. They didn't know what he was really trying to say. The game rules are right there, if Gooey doesn't play the game, he is naturally looking for hidden tasks. Could he still go against the rules and jump out of the game? Quickly, Gooey provided the answer. Meow Meow saw Gooey not entering the game and asked in her childish voice, Brother, where are we going? Gooey smiled, catching ghosts. Meow Meow had a silly and cute expression, not understanding what a ghost was. After the horror game emerged, almost every family avoided talking about ghost stories. Meow Meow had never heard anyone around her mention ghosts. Naturally, she didn't know. What is a ghost? The netizens began to shout. Joe predicts, see. Intentional Brother said he was going to catch ghosts, only hidden tasks have ghosts, now you will be slapped in the face. That's right, looking at it this way, Intentional Brother is indeed going to do a hidden task. It seems like, as always, the prediction is off. But before they could shout a few more times, Gooey spoke again. Only by catching the ghost can this game end. Now, the netizens were confused. What is going on? Why can catching a ghost end the game? Everyone, don't rush to argue, let's watch, and we will naturally know the answer. This ghost is different from that ghost. Hearing Gooey's words, Zhou Zhibua became more confident. Now, the netizens had no way to refute.
Gui's words clearly had some twists. So, let's wait and see.
Thus, the netizens all fixed their eyes on the live broadcast room, waiting for Gui to give an answer.
At the game scene, Gui walked in the dark to a building.
Not rushing in, he first took out a pair of goggles, then took out a pair of headphones. These things were all purchased from the horror mall.
To be honest, if it weren't for the fear of scaring Meow Meow, Gui would not waste this money.
Come, Meow Meow, wear the headphones and goggles, take a good rest, the game will end soon. Meow Meow was very obedient, softly responded, and let Gui put on the headphones and goggles for her. Soothing music came from the headphones.
Perhaps she was too tired. Gui then took out a child's harness.
He carried Meow Meow on his back, holding the thought scissors and sickle, and stepped into the building.
What is he going to do? Wow!
Intentional Brother's outfit has so much character, feels like a super dad.
The intentional dad is born. Seeing Gui's strange outfit, the netizens immediately gave him a new nickname. Teacher Zhou, what does intentional brother plan to do? Little Deer was very curious, with Gui preparing so thoroughly, what was his purpose? Zhou Jibo pushed up his glasses. Next, Gui will face a battle. I have to say, he is very considerate, putting all this on for little Meow Meow. He's not afraid of her seeing cruel scenes. A battle? Is it catching ghosts? Little Deer asked next. Zhou Jibo smiled. Whether it's a ghost or not, we'll only know by watching, but I know this battle is closely related to winning the game. Hey, old Zhou, you were so unfair, hurry up and explain the situation clearly. That's right, keep everyone in suspense, and then don't fill the pit, be careful, or I'll send you a knife. The netizens expressed their dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Gui had already entered the pitch-black building. Now, the netizens' comments decreased. Everyone was distracted by Gui. In the darkness, Gui moved like walking on the ground, as agile as a cat, able to see everything clearly. The live broadcast room turned into a gray-white visual. This vision represented that everything around was dark. To let the netizens see clearly without delaying the adventurer's game process, horror game special effects were worked hard on. As the netizens observed, the building Gui entered was obviously the control room. The question was, what was Gui doing here? Just when they were puzzled. Snap! The entire control room's lights turned on. Hee hee, what, do you want to sneak attack me? A creepy voice echoed. Everyone saw a clown appear behind Gui. Gui slowly turned around, staring at the opponent coldly, saying, I just want to find you, not trying to sneak attack. Oh, find me for what? I'm just a game commentator, hurry and go participate in the game. An evil smile adorned the face of the clown, but it gave a sinister feeling. Game? Gui raised an eyebrow at this remark. Am I not already participating? The evil clown was taken aback. Gui continued, don't pretend with me, what's the first and second levels of the game, it's just what you said. The netizens were collectively stunned. What did this mean? Before the netizens could think clearly, the evil clown let out a sharp, eerie laugh. Hee hee, this is very interesting, I didn't expect you to react so quickly. With this remark, the netizens all widened their eyes. Little Deer asked in confusion, Teacher Zhou, what does the clown mean? Zhou Jibo smiled and said, don't worry, I will explain to everyone. Let's first see how Gui deals with the evil clown. Before this, no adventurer had encountered an evil clown. There was also no related information available. So, even Zhou Jibo, the analysis expert, did not know the evil clown's name. However, through this game, the evil clown would soon become a subject of research. In response, the horror website would also publish its information. At the game site. Even if you figure out the truth, can you really defeat me? The evil clown said, as a colorful striped cane appeared in its hand. Clink. To everyone's surprise, it pulled out a long sword from the cane. I'm not bragging, when it comes to swordsmanship, I'm a master. The evil clown waved the sword casually, boasting, without anyone to help you, you are no match for me. Gui's expression darkened. Because at that moment, a message lit up in his eyes. What it said is true, the evil clown not only lies but excels at swordsmanship. However, it only knows swordsmanship. The message indicated that the clown was skilled in sword techniques. It was clear that the opponent's swordsmanship was impressive. Even though Gui had learned advanced combat skills, against a true master, he was still just a beginner. At this point, the effect of teamwork became clear. If several people worked together, and someone helped to limit the evil clown's sword, they could easily take it down. After all, the hint stated that the evil clown only knew swordsmanship. However, even without anyone's assistance, Gui remained calm. So you're a swordsmanship master, huh? Well, how about this? He suddenly activated the psychic scissors. The scissors shot towards the evil clown like a dart. Clink. The evil clown was unfazed, swinging its sword to bat away the psychic scissors.
But this attack wasn't over. Using his psychic power, Gui manipulated the scissors to sneak attack from behind the clown.
Clink.
Unexpectedly, the evil clown, with an unbelievable angle, swung its sword from under its arm, blocking the scissors again.
Did you think I didn't notice that your scissors are controlled by your mind? The fake smile on the clown's face became even more exaggerated.
It was clear that it was feeling very proud at this moment.
Gui didn't respond, and with lightning speed, charged forward, swinging his scythe to attack the opponent. Chapter 51, Can't Defeat, Crush with a Car.
Gui suddenly made his move, with a speed as fast as lightning.
Viewers couldn't even see how he swung the knife.
Yet even with such speed, the evil clown was able to keep up.
Clink. With another relaxed swing of its sword, it blocked Gui's scythe. Just this little. Boom.
Before the evil clown could finish its sentence, a car suddenly appeared, pressing it to the ground.
It was too sudden. In fact, the evil clown was pinned down by the giant tire and didn't even feel pain at the moment. The viewers were all stunned. What happened to the master duel? What happened to the exciting fight? Wow. So that's how you play, huh?
You smash with a car if you can't win.
At that moment, everyone realized that horror games could be played this way too.
And Gui took advantage of the evil clown's daze to immediately activate his psychic scissors again.
Puff. Puff. After 2 sounds. Ah. The evil clown let out a terrible scream.
Looking at its arms, they were already gone. Although psychic scissors were said to be the ultimate tool for cutting ghosts, their sharpness was definitely not inferior to the scythe. Combined with Gui's full psychic power and super speed, these 2 continuous cuts directly severed the clown's arms into 2 halves.
Swordsmanship master? At this point, Gui laughed and said, "We're fighting for our lives. Did you really think I would follow the rules of the martial world with you? Damn, that's really a godly move, I'm impressed."
That's right, if you can't win, use a car to smash it.
Which monster can stand that? But I really like this style. I agree.
Earlier, when they heard the clown was a swordsmanship master, they had all been worried. But seeing Gui take down the threat so easily this way, the viewers relaxed and immediately showcased their teasing skills.
Little Deer couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen someone use other tools to fight monsters.
Indeed, Gui has undoubtedly opened a new path for future adventurers. But it all depends on the person. First, you must ensure that you can buy a car in the game. As far as I know, new adventurers live very frugally. People like Gui, who are so wealthy, are quite rare.
Joe Gibois offers a reasonable analysis. This statement is correct.
In a horror game, a car is worth at least hundreds of thousands of horror coins.
Only rich folks like Gui can recklessly buy a car to hurry on their way.
Other adventurers, even those at level 2 or 3, wouldn't dare to spend money on such luxuries.
At the game scene, Gui puts away the car and weapons.
He first takes out a climbing rope and ties up the screaming evil jester. Then, he picks up the jester's long sword.
Name, Jester's long sword. Level, white item. Type, cursed weapon. Quality, inferior.
Function, it can become longer or shorter, harder or softer. To exert power, it mainly depends on the owner's swordsmanship.
Can it be taken out of the instance? No? Clearly, it's another weapon given temporarily for a hidden task.
A hint lights up in Gui's eyes. The evil jester's weapon is very difficult to use. Using it poorly can easily injure oneself. Gui curls his lips. Now that he has the thought scissor, there's no urgent need for a cursed weapon. This sword requires advanced swordsmanship to master. It's not a good weapon.
Throwing the sword aside, Gui grabs the jester's foot and heads towards the control room. Hey, why doesn't Gui want the jester's sword?
I don't know, maybe he has no use for it.
There might be a flaw. The question is, why doesn't Gui just kill the jester?
Seeing Gui abandon the sword and not kill the jester, netizens began to speculate.
Teacher Zhou, where do you think Gui is going? Little Deer is concerned about Gui's next actions. Zhou Jibo smiles. If I'm not mistaken, Gui is going to do a hidden task.
This statement immediately piques the interest of netizens.
Zhou's prediction, quickly tell us, what was going on just now? Exactly.
I'm still in the clouds, unclear about what just happened. Why did Gui fight with the jester? Just now, because of Gui's fight with the jester, the topic was abruptly cut off. Now, with old matters brought up again, everyone is very curious. Explaining this matter requires starting from the beginning of the game. Zhou Jibo no longer plays coy and slowly begins to explain. As we all know, in the suits of poker, diamond games test intelligence and cooperation skills. But from this game onwards, we see that besides physical strength, it relies more on luck.
Doesn't anyone find that strange?
This goes against the principles of the game.
Upon hearing this, netizens all agree. That's right.
If I hadn't seen the website's description, I would have thought this game was a spade game. I thought it was a heart. The game exposes human nature too much. Joe's prediction, please continue. I'm getting more and more curious about how this game reflects wisdom and cooperation. Joe's prediction is steady. While reading netizen comments, he continues to explain. In the game, information needing collaboration is actually everywhere. Not to mention anything else, just from the moment two people team up, they must reach a mutual understanding to clear the game. This is obvious. Hearing this, and recalling the two games they had just experienced.
That's right.
From the first and second games, it is indeed clear that to clear the game, teamwork is essential.
But this statement isn't entirely correct. Does Gue need to cooperate? Does he need to have understanding? No. Gue doesn't need anyone to accompany him, otherwise, he cannot complete the game himself. That statement is not wrong.
Seeing the netizens arguing, Joe Jibwa smiles. I still say, Gue is an exception. He cannot be classified as an ordinary adventurer, so you can temporarily put aside topics about Gue. Little Deer chimes in, I also believe we shouldn't use ordinary standards to measure Gue.
Then, Teacher Joe, how is wisdom tested in the game? This is the key point I want to discuss.
Joe Jibwa adjusts his glasses, revealing a very confident smile. I wonder if everyone has observed.
The whole game is full of irrationality. Irrational?
The little deer first appeared confused.
Exactly, it's irrational. Think about it, in all the games so far, where has there been live commentary? When Joe Jibwa said this, the netizens immediately realized.
For over a year, thousands of live streams of horror games have emerged. But never have they heard of any live commentators in that game. The rules of horror games are explained at the start. As for whether the adventurers understand, the game won't care. That's why the official website emphasizes that adventurers must pay attention to the rules. But this game breaks the norm. Not only is there a last-minute commentator, but they also constantly remind adventurers what to do. If you say there are no traps in this, I won't believe it even if you kill me.
Joe Jibwa explained the irrationalities of the game. Hearing this, the netizens all nodded. This analysis made sense, and they couldn't help but believe it. Chapter 52 Analysis and Truth. After listening to Joe Jibwa's analysis, everyone finally understood.
It turns out that Teacher Joe is not just a name, he really knows his stuff.
Wow.
It feels like Joe's predictions have changed, they have become unfathomable.
Exactly, he can even follow the deliberate thoughts of the person in charge. I'm impressed. I feel like my intelligence isn't enough. As netizens commented, Joe Jibwa continued to explain. With so many doubts, I conclude that the so-called commentator in the game is actually a trap. As proven, my judgment is correct.
Clearly, Gue also noticed this, so when he talked about catching ghosts, he wasn't referring to real ghosts, but a mischievous clown. At this point, the little deer couldn't help but ask, Teacher Joe, as you speak, I still don't understand.
What is the clown doing wrong? He only explains the game and hasn't harmed the adventurers, right? Didn't harm them at all? Joe Jibwa countered. The little deer was stunned, it seems not?
Joe Jibwa's words made her doubt herself.
This young girl is quite interesting. Haha, little deer's reaction is so cute. Miss, do you want to go out? I like your silly appearance. It would be even better if you bit your finger, that's cuter.
Looking at the messages, the little deer pouted, it's like you all know how the clown acts badly.
Most netizens fell silent. To be honest, they couldn't figure it out either.
Of course, there must be experts who saw the problem, but they did not bother to speak up. Actually the clown's actions are very subtle, not seeing them is normal. I said it before, card games test wisdom and cooperation. Just like the little deer asked, cooperation is visible, but where does wisdom manifest? The most direct display of wisdom is in deceit and being deceived, just like a strategist, showing who is stronger in each trap. Joe Jibwa changed the topic to help the little deer out.
That makes sense.
Being able to deceive others highlights wisdom.
So what did the clown deceive everyone about? Exactly.
I didn't see it either, please explain in detail.
Netizens immediately chimed in with questions. Before I answer this question, I want to ask everyone, how many levels does this game have? Didn't the game rules say it? Life and death, 3 levels, that's definitely 3 levels. Yeah. Why even ask? Naturally, it's 3 levels. Seeing the netizens' responses, Joe Jibwa smiled and then asked, since there are 3 levels, does the initial ground collapse count as 1 level? It seems it doesn't count. The clown said. The last netizen's response was cut off mid-sentence. That's right. Everyone thought the ground collapse didn't count as a level, which is what the clown said. It emphasized more than once that the actual game only begins when entering the game field. Just now, Gue and the clown's conversation was also heard. This proves that this character is indeed a liar. Since he's a liar, can we take him seriously? The answer is certainly no.
In other words, from the moment the adventurers stepped into the amusement park square, the game had already begun.
Everyone thought of this too, right?
Yes, the clown actually began deceiving adventurers from the start, so-called 3 levels, and in fact, the initial ground collapse.
Even this level. This level tests collaboration. As long as everyone works together, everyone, including the elderly and children, can pass.
However, no one cooperates with each other. The only one ignoring the clown, Gooey, gave up on the other adventurers after seeing the ugly side of human nature.
So, we see that Gooey never cooperates with others and certainly won't point out the game's flaws. Next, Joe Shiba analyzes the truth of the game one by one. Netizens suddenly realize. So that's how it is. Isn't what Brother Gooey did a bit heartless? Hey, are you Mother Teresa or something? Do we really need to show compassion to those people? Ha, now there are all kinds of people, just watch. Brother Gooey is getting popular, and many will ride on his coattails to make a fuss. There's no way around it. In a big forest, you'll see all kinds of birds.
Except for a few pretending to be kind-hearted, most netizens still support Gooey's actions.
Saving people is fine, and Gooey did it. As for saving beasts, that all depends on mood.
Clearly, the adventurers in this game made Gooey feel very bad, so he chose not to save them.
Seeing the netizens starting to argue, Xiao Lu quickly changes the topic. Teacher Zhou, if the first level is about dealing with ground collapse, then how do we account for the remaining 2 levels? Zhou Zhibua pushed up his glasses. That's a good question. Actually, in my observation, the remaining 2 levels should just be 1 level. 1 level. Netizens are once again drawn in by his words. That's right, just 1 level.
Everyone can think about why the clown split the remaining adventurers into 2 groups for the game.
And the game content is nearly similar. This time, without Zhou Zhibua finishing, netizens immediately realize. I get it. The clown broke 1 level into 2 sessions. Splitting the groups allows everyone to participate without arousing suspicion.
Right, what we see as the first and second levels are actually just 1 level. We can say it's a question and answer game, and if you get it wrong, you'll be sent into the magma. Although the question and answer methods differ, they all require 2 people to cooperate, and the punishment is the same.
Saying it's 1 level game makes a lot of sense.
I was just wondering why the 2 levels of the game allowed some people to pass. Turns out it's like this. After some analysis, the unreasonable parts of the game are suddenly explained.
But I don't understand, what is the clown's elaborate trick against the adventurers for?
Once the clown's methods are explained, some people immediately have doubts about its motives.
For a while, the netizens fell silent again. It's easy to understand. Its purpose is twofold. First, conceal its identity. Second, mislead adventurers into the real hidden level. Seeing the netizens quiet down, Zhou Zhibua smiles and says the answer. Some quick-thinking netizens immediately guess the answer. I get it. The 3rd level is actually the clown itself.
As long as we take it down, we'll pass, which is also why Brother Gooey said to catch the ghost.
Oh, so that's how it is. The haunted house and maze are the real hidden tasks?
Of course. With Zhou's predictions and analyses, plus Brother Gooey's actions, the truth is undeniable.
Wow. The truth is so unexpected.
I have to admire Brother Gooey for discovering all this in the game. I just ask, who else is there?
Zhou Zhibua adjusted his glasses and nodded. I must say, Gooey's quick thinking is indeed much stronger than ours, including mine.
His humility made netizens feel uncomfortable.
Teacher Zhou, don't say that. You just said something I couldn't refute, which is not good. Exactly. You should stand up and criticize Brother Gooey so everyone can have a chance to roast him. Strongly requesting Teacher Zhou to perform at his normal level, that's what makes it fun. What should normal level look like? Slapping Brother Gooey in the face. Chapter 53, Reunited with the Cute and Clever Trickster. Seeing the netizens' comments, Zhou Zhibua felt a dark line on his face. Damn it. I finally regained my authority. Why am I being pulled back into this silly tone by netizens? He felt that he wanted to turn the tide. This life is hopeless.
As Zhou Zhibua interacted with online friends and analyzed the truth,
Gooey dragged the evil clown to the front of the terrifying haunted house. At this point, the attention of the online friends was once again drawn to him. You guys, what do you think Gooey will encounter this time? It's fine, just a little ghost or vengeful spirit, no big deal. What the heck? A vengeful spirit is no big deal? What's going on? Upstairs, are you new here? Haven't you seen Gooey battle evil spirits? Wait, hold on, are you serious? Newbie battles evil spirits, you must be joking? Go, watch the video to catch up, I don't have time for you newbies. While the online friends were discussing, Gooey was asking in his heart. Hint, What ghosts are there in the haunted house? Don't be afraid, the so-called haunted house is not scary at all, there are only two little ghosts inside. One is the clever ghost you are familiar with, it can appear and disappear at will, perfect for this place. The other one is the hanging ghost, good at catching people off guard and hanging them with a rope. Seeing the hint, Gooey smirked, it really isn't scary at all. Of course, this only applies to him. For other adventurers, this place would almost be a dead end. Creak. Tying the evil clown to the side, Gooey pushed open the haunted house door, walking into the hall without hesitation. Bang! As he stepped into the haunted house, the door behind him closed automatically. Then, a system prompt echoed in the hall. Adventurer Gooey, you have triggered a hidden task. Task, explore the haunted house, find the reward item. Task description, this task is limited to 30 minutes, if you fail to find the reward item, the Hell Hidden mode will activate, and you can only leave this haunted house after obtaining the reward item. Hell Hidden mode? Gooey's eyelids jumped at the thought. To this day, he still couldn't forget the evil spirits from the last game. If this game exceeds the time, there is no doubt that an evil spirit will appear. Not daring to hesitate, Gooey immediately checked his surroundings. This time, there was no Li Yin to assist, he doubted he could escape alone. The haunted house was built very much in Western style. Very normal. Amusement parks are Western products, many facilities have a Western flavor. The chandelier in the hall swayed back and forth, flickering, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Whoosh! A breeze, unknown where it came from, swept into the hall. Even Gooey, wearing a warm hiking jacket, felt a chill run down his spine. There was only one staircase in the hall leading upstairs. Other places were sealed off. This indicated that the game required players to go upstairs. Gooey took out the thought scissors and slowly headed upward. Even though he knew what ghosts were present, he did not let his guard down. Gooey was naturally not afraid of little ghosts, but if any ghost appeared and snatched away Meow Meow behind him, that would be troublesome. So, being cautious was never a bad idea. Staying alert would ensure he could successfully obtain the treasure. Reaching the second floor, he saw two long, narrow corridors on the left and right. The corridors were pitch black, nothing could be seen. Faintly, he could hear woo-woo sounds, as if ghosts were weeping. Hint, where is the reward? Gooey asked in his heart. Both left and right have rewards, it's a double reward for you and the little girl behind you. Right. Meow Meow was also a well-known adventurer. Although the hidden task was triggered by himself, her presence meant she would be automatically considered as participating in the task. Naturally, the rewards would be doubled. Gooey smiled. This part was indeed very good. In the early stages, Meow Meow did not need the reward, he could take everything for himself. When Meow Meow grew up and could participate in the game, he could take her to do tasks and reap the rewards together. With joyful thoughts, Gooey quickly walked down the left corridor. Snap! Gooey took out a cold glow stick, illuminating a corner of the corridor. Knowing he might encounter a dark environment, he was well prepared. Cold glow sticks were relatively cheap equipment in the horror mall, this item was also water resistant. Thus, Gooey prepared a dozen of them, more than enough to handle the task. But as the light of the glow stick shone, it seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Visibility was a mere 3 meters. There must be something around affecting the lighting. The viewers watching the live stream might say they weren't worried, but upon seeing this environment, they felt. Still can't help but tremble. No way, the atmosphere is too terrifying. It's like watching a horror movie, even knowing it's fake, I still can't help but feel afraid. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came. Gooey immediately raised his mind scissors. The netizens held their breath and stared, watching to see what ghost would appear. But to everyone's surprise, a child's shadow suddenly rushed out of the darkness. It was a clever little ghost. It didn't hide its figure at all, scampering over to Gooey and making a bold move. Puff! The clever little ghost hugged Gooey's thigh and rubbed its face against him. Gooey had a face full of confusion. What's going on? The netizens were collectively dumbfounded. When did the little ghost become so obedient? It actually threw itself into the arms of the adventurer. Ah! I recognize it, this is the little ghost that brother intentively tore apart last time. No way. What a coincidence. Yeah. It's that cute little ghost. What's going on? Little ghost torn apart? Cute little ghost? Is this really a thrilling live broadcast? Are we sure it's not an anti-horror drama? Yes, you're not mistaken, it is the little ghost torn apart. Newbie, if you don't understand, go watch the video. The netizens solved the mystery. Naturally, Gooey also received a hint. How about it? Is this little ghost familiar enough? Gooey rolled his eyes, not expecting to meet this fellow. Speak, can the ghosts in the horror game really change scenes at any time? This is possible.
Not only can the ghosts change scenes, but even the monsters can change scenes, it just depends on whether you can encounter them.
Seeing the hint, Gooey frowned. The ghost can go to other game locations. Can it go to the rest area as well?
Thinking of this, the hint immediately gave an answer. You can use the ghost suppressing talisman to take this obedient little ghost, naturally, you will know.
Right. Gooey smiled. If he could take the clever little ghost as a pet, it would be an extra helper.
In the future, dealing with low-level games would be much easier.
With this thought, Gooey crouched down and smiled at the clever little ghost, saying, I say, little ghost, how about you team up with me from now on? Clever little ghost?
It could understand Gooey's words, but didn't understand how to team up with Gooey.
Ghosts have much better eyesight than humans. In the dark, the clever little ghost could see Gooey. Afraid of being torn apart by Gooey, it came over to act cute.
Unexpectedly, the other party actually intended to take it as a pet.
The little ghost didn't understand Gooey's intentions but didn't dare to resist, quickly nodding its head. You are the boss, whatever you say goes. Gooey, okay, I will take you into this talisman. Don't resist, after the game ends, I'll let you out.
The clever little ghost, upon hearing this, weakly nodded again.
Chapter 54, This ghost is as cowardly as can be. The method of using the ghost suppressing talisman is very simple. To suppress the ghost, just stick it on the ghost's forehead. To release the ghost, simply point your finger at the ghost's image on the talisman.
This was explained when the system rewarded it.
Gooey took out the ghost suppressing talisman and sealed the hopeless little ghost into the talisman.
In fact, the cute act was all pretend.
To be honest, the clever little ghost was scared of Gooey and had no choice but to yield. Who asked this fierce person to tear himself apart? Let alone the clever little ghost being scared, any ghost would be scared. Satisfied with having the clever little ghost, Gooey continued walking forward. Without the ghost, the brightness of the corridor greatly increased. Soon, Gooey found a small room at the end. Adventurer Gooey, congratulations on reaching the reward room. In front of you are 3 potions. Same old trick. Netizen saw this scene and began to complain. Is there nothing new? Exactly. Last time in the high-altitude escape, it was the same thing, there's nothing innovative. Sigh, I feel like the thrilling game is gradually becoming formulaic, just like novels. Hey, there are 2 bottles of poison, look, brother attentively actually drank it, isn't he afraid of making the wrong choice? Newbie, it's been said to go watch some videos, otherwise, don't speak. No way, what's so surprising? Brother attentively has done this many times before. I really missed the moment when Joe was slapped in the face because of this. Joe Jibo saw the comments, and his forehead was filled with black lines. Today, he performed so well. It was also used to make fun of. Is there still law in the kingdom? Is there still any heavenly justice? At the game site. Gooey licked his lips and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A bottle of potion increased 3 points of mental power. 2 bottles could almost match the rewards from the first game. Especially, after drinking the potion, the consumed energy could be instantly replenished. This was very good. With more potions, he could keep them for backup. By the way, the hidden task in the low-level dungeon had pretty good rewards. As long as there were no foolish disruptions like the flying boat, everything was perfect. Without further ado, he immediately headed down the other side of the corridor. The other side of the corridor was still pitch black. Gooey could only use the glow stick to illuminate again. Before he could take a few steps, suddenly a pair of feet appeared in midair. Looking up, he saw a ghostly figure hanging in the air, its bright red tongue sticking out, staring right at him. Ah! This sudden scene startled Xiaolu, who let out a shrill scream. It's okay, Xiaolu, don't be afraid, brother will sleep with you tonight. Get lost, you stinky pervert, Xiaolu is mine. Don't be delusional, if Xiaolu has to choose, she'll choose someone like me, a tall, rich, and handsome type. Originally, there should be some comfort here, but a silly netizen's words took the rhythm completely off track. Xiaolu patted her chest, this scene is just too beautiful, I can barely handle it. I can barely handle it too, I spilled my happy water, I really don't know how Brother Gooey manages to stay calm. This is the difference between gods and mortals, in Brother Gooey's eyes, this is just scenery. It should be that his nerves are thicker, I think that's more accurate. Netizen said all kinds of things, but no one was in a hurry. Even some newcomers watching the livestream now understood that Gooey would basically be safe. At the game site. Gooey stared at the hanging ghost, and the ghost stared back at Gooey. A man and a ghost stood silently staring at each other for about a minute. Finally, the ghost couldn't hold back any longer. I say, aren't you afraid? To his surprise, it could actually speak human language. This was very rare among spirits, especially for little ghosts. Gooey thought for a moment and replied, I was wondering whether to take you or to kill you.
The hanging ghost had a dumbfounded look. It had never seen such an arrogant person.
Today was eye-opening. I am a ghost.
Then, the hanging ghost let out a chilling scream.
However, Gooey calmly nodded, I can see that.
After saying that, his mental scissors shot out.
Puff. Ah.
The hanging ghost had its long tongue severed.
It was lucky it reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have been decapitated. Thud.
Amid screams, the hanging ghost fell to the ground.
Big brother, please spare me.
Then, the hanging ghost immediately knelt and begged for mercy.
With the ability to master mental curse weapons, it was truly a big boss. As a small hanging ghost, it dared not be reckless anymore. Gooey was stunned. Since when did ghosts become this cowardly?
They kneel and plead at the slightest disagreement.
Damn.
Another ghost kneeling and begging for mercy.
I knew I was watching a fake horror game. Brother Gooey wouldn't have hired actors to put on a show for us, right? Brother Gooey always does things that make people question life. However, this ghost has no dignity at all. In the face of survival, what's dignity worth?
The silly netizens saw the scene and collectively mocked it. They thought this hanging ghost was truly embarrassing for the ghost world. But the hanging ghost didn't care, bowing and scraping, Big brother, I have elders above me and little ones below me, please let me go.
Gooey opened his eyes wide, doubting whether he had heard wrong. But the netizens were laughing hysterically. I can't believe a ghost is saying it has elders above and little ones below, what a bizarre setup. Could their elders and little ones also be ghosts? It's really possible.
Haha, I feel like the horror game has been turned upside down by Brother Gooey, turning into a happy comedy. I can't, this emoji is too funny, I must save it. In the future when I meet bad people, I'll use this to beg for mercy, maybe I'll make them laugh to death.
At the game site, Gooey was pondering whether to finish off the ghost.
Unexpectedly, a prompt lit up in front of his eyes. Killing it is not as good as asking for something from it, the hanging ghost's news, filled with thick resentment, although it is only a white curse item, it is very useful for you now.
User is working on translating a Chinese story into English. They prefer to have a highly emotional and simple translation that resonates with a wide audience, even those without a high level of education. Upon seeing the prompt, Gooey's eyes lit up. If the prompt highlighted something, it must be really good. I can let you go, but you need to give me something. Otherwise, I'll kill you.
The hanging ghost swallowed hard.
What do you want? The rope you used to hang yourself. Gooey said casually. Fine.
Seeing the mental scissors flying toward its forehead, the hanging ghost surrendered. Then, the hanging ghost took out a hemp rope and handed it to Gooey.
The moment Gooey touched the rope, the system prompt sounded.
Adventurer Gooey, you have received a gift from the ghost, acquiring ownership of the item.
Then, he looked at the horrifying ring and saw. Name, Hanging Vengeance Rope. Level, White Item. Type, Curse Tool. Quality, Inferior.
Function, using it to commit suicide is a very long and painful process. It can also automatically find living creatures and strangle them.
Can be taken out of the dungeon, yes.
At the same time, another prompt appeared.
This rope has other functions. If you're looking for something, you can try using it to find it. You can also use it to catch ghosts. As long as the distance is within 100 meters, the hanging rope will ignore obstacles and locate the target. Gooey held the rope, feeling as if it had come to life, automatically wrapping itself around his arm. He put the rope away and looked at the hanging ghost. Big brother, you wouldn't break your word, would you? The hanging ghost looked back at him with a mournful face. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I still need to ask you a few things. Gooey said calmly. Chapter 55, The Sudden Hell Mode.
Hearing that Gooey wanted to ask questions, the hanging ghost immediately knelt down seriously. Big brother, ask me anything, I will tell you everything.
Damn. This ghost is cultured. The more I look at this ghost, the more funny it gets. It's not scary if there are many ghosts. What's scary is if the ghosts are educated. Without realizing it, I kinda like this little ghost.
The foolish netizens joked around, thinking that the hanging ghost actually seemed kind of lovable.
At the game site, Gooey asked, do you have a task too?
The hanging ghost nodded, yes, there is an incredibly powerful force controlling me, making me guard this place. I must kill any humans who pass by.
What if you can't kill a human? Gooey asked next. The hanging ghost replied, I will be transferred to another location and continue my task. Gooey asked, what's the benefit of completing the task?
The hanging ghost said, when the task is completed, I can gain resentment and curse power.
Maybe I could even level up and become a vengeful ghost.
This was Gui's first time communicating with a ghost, so naturally, he asked a lot of questions about the position of ghosts in the game. It turned out that compared to adventurers, ghosts had much better treatment.
Adventurers who fail directly get the death penalty. Ghosts just change locations and keep playing.
It could be said that the horror game was not friendly to adventurers.
The horror game raised so many monsters and kept selecting adventurers to die, but what was its true goal? Gui couldn't figure it out.
As for this, not just him, even the talents from various countries couldn't come up with an answer after analysis. Everything could only depend on how the horror game decided to develop next.
After asking most of the questions, Gui stopped talking.
This hanging ghost was obedient and had the potential to be a pet.
No harm in keeping it.
He took out the ghost sealing talisman and captured the hanging ghost.
In the future, it might be useful. After dealing with the ghost, Gui continued forward, arriving at the innermost room. The reward was the same, another mental attribute potion. But after receiving the potion, Gui didn't drink it immediately.
He needed this potion to open the door to the terrifying haunted house. The system had previously reminded him that only with the potion in hand could he open the door.
Besides, Gui didn't lack mental power right now.
He decided to keep a bottle of mental potion as backup. If he encountered any uncontrollable situations, he could use it to handle things. After all, after taking the potion, his mental power would be fully restored, which was very helpful in battle. Holding the potion, he carried Meow Meow and returned to the gate. Adventurer Gui, congratulations on completing the hidden task.
Bang!
With the system's congratulatory sound, the gate opened.
Gui walked out of the terrifying haunted house.
User seems to be interested in translating stories and content into impactful English, put away the spiritual potion and quickly turned to look at the evil clown. At this moment, the evil clown was on the verge of death. However, there was still some breath left, so it probably wouldn't die immediately. In fact, Zhou Zhibu's analysis was not wrong. From the beginning of the game, Gui knew about the evil clown's trick from the hints. He didn't save the other adventurers, just as Zhou Zhibu had guessed.
Seeing those adventurers, they had almost no bottom line. Gui simply let them fend for themselves. Whether one can survive in the game depends entirely on their own ability.
Now, there was no movement from the death maze. It seemed like the other two adventurers must have died. In the haunted house, there were mental power rewards, so the death maze should also have good rewards.
Why not go and take a look?
Given the evil clown's state, it could last for another 10 minutes or so.
That much time is enough for me to gain some benefits.
If I don't kill the evil clown, it's because I'm afraid that if I do, the game will end early. They didn't know if they had died under the traps. The netizens were also startled by the sudden appearance of the arrows.
But when they saw Gui calmly dodging, everyone relaxed. However, before Gui and the netizens could catch their breath,
suddenly the entire maze lit up with red lights. Attention, an adventurer has failed to complete the hidden task and is still alive, so the Hell Hidden mode has been activated.
All adventurers, forced to enter the Hell Hidden task. Other tasks will be cancelled. Task, Survival. Task description, next, a evil ghost, 10 vengeful spirits, and countless little ghosts will pursue the adventurers. Survive until the game time ends. 22 hours left in the game, countdown begins. Chapter 56, The Escape Scene. Hearing the sudden announcement of the task from the system, Gui couldn't help but curse, damn it. This is really unlucky. Last time he got caught up in the hell task and was a complete mess. And now it's happening again? Moreover, both times the Hell Hidden tasks had nothing to do with him. After complaining, Gui didn't dare to stay, and turned to run outside.
The life and death maze wasn't very big, he had to escape from here first to have a chance to live. Otherwise, being blocked inside by a bunch of ghosts, it would be hard not to die. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, upon hearing the system prompt, the viewers were in an uproar.
What's going on? Why did it suddenly start the hell mode? Isn't Gui supposed to be lucky? Why does his luck seem so bad? Could it be that great responsibilities are to befall this person, and so hell mode must be activated first? The problem is, how is Gui supposed to escape? The amusement park is full of collapses and lava, this round is impossible to clear. Little Deer watched the livestream, feeling extremely anxious. Mr. Zhou, what do you think Gui will do now?
Zhou Zhibo frowned tightly, this situation is indeed very difficult.
To be honest, I'm not good at cleverness, we can only wait and see what Gui will do.
As he spoke, Gui had already rushed out of the life and death maze's door. With the main task and hidden task cancelled, the door naturally lost its confinement. Even without the hidden task rewards, he could still exit smoothly. As he stepped outside, Gui saw the nearly dead evil clown. He didn't hold back, and the thought scissors shot out.
It's all your fault. Puff. The evil clown was separated from its head and died on the spot. It really was its fault.
If it hadn't lured the other two adventurers into the life and death maze, it wouldn't have turned into this.
Of course, Gui also had his responsibility.
He could have advised the other two, but even with two adventurous guts, they didn't dare to break into the hidden task.
All of this can only be attributed to fate and chance. Who asked the game to be so twisted and set up a hell mode? And those two adventurers were too stubborn.
Under the dual pressure of traps and ghosts, they held on for half an hour without dying. To call it a miracle was no exaggeration.
Don't forget, they didn't have curse weapons, nor skills like Gui. Surviving for half an hour meant their lives were so tough even Yama didn't want to take them. Now it was too late to say anything. Gui could only activate the escape mode. Prompt, what should we do now?
In a critical moment, he still had to rely on the prompt for help.
Run happily around the amusement park. You should be thankful, this time the evil ghost is not like the big guy from last time, its speed isn't fast. But the 10 vengeful spirits are not slow, you must keep running to survive. Specific route.
Quickly, the prompt explained the ghost situation and planned a specific escape route.
Gui didn't dare to hesitate and ran towards the control room according to the planned route.
To avoid all the ghosts, he had to see them clearly. So, starting all the games to make the entire amusement park run was the first step.
Running the entertainment equipment could also help avoid some little ghost entanglements.
This was also a suggestion given by the prompt.
With Gui running towards the control room, the maze door bang was crashed open by the ghosts.
Then, countless ghosts swarmed out, creating an incredibly spectacular scene.
Roar. Woo. Hee hee hee. Ah woo. The sounds of ghostly wails echoed throughout the amusement park.
Now, in the amusement park, there were no living people left except for Gui and Meow Meow. The target of the ghosts was very clear. So, a large group of ghosts chased after Gui with a rush. As for the adventurers who triggered the task, they had already been torn to pieces.
That they managed to hold on for half an hour was already a miracle. Once the hell mode started, they naturally couldn't resist and instantly became a feast for the ghosts.
But this situation caused trouble for Gui. Meow Meow was woken from her sleep, and even with headphones on, she couldn't hide the chaos of the dancing and howling ghosts.
Brother, what's wrong?
Meow Meow wanted to take off her headphones and I masked to see what was happening.
Don't move, just stay still. Gui yelled, stopping the little girl's actions.
At this moment, it was truly harmful to let a child see the chaotic ghosts dancing around. It was better for her to stay quietly behind him.
Oh. Meow Meow was very sensible and chose to listen, lying on Gui's back.
As he spoke, Gui had already rushed to the control room. Then, he began to press a bunch of buttons on the game switch.
Suddenly, various music sounds filled the amusement park. All entertainment programs were activated. Ding ding dang. Yo-yo. Little White Rabbit. Ah woo.
The mix of music and ghostly screams sounded especially noisy. Some ghosts that were afraid of the noise couldn't take it and retreated back into the maze. One must say, the suggestions given were indeed very effective.
In the live broadcast room, Little Deer frowned. Teacher Zhou, why did the intentional guy open the amusement projects? Doesn't this seem chaotic? With ghosts chasing, it might confuse him.
Zhou Zhibua adjusted his glasses. This is precisely where Gui is clever, his chaos makes the ghosts more chaotic.
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Little Deer asked confusedly.
We all know that the habits of ghosts are different, and their abilities vary. Some ghosts have strong night vision, and some prefer quiet. By opening the amusement park devices, it can confuse those types of ghosts.
Zhou Zhibua explained. Little Deer and the viewers understood.
Indeed, the thinking of the intentional guy always seemed to be ahead of others.
At the game scene,
Gui had just activated all the devices, and before he could rush out of the control room, he was blocked by a little ghost. This little ghost was covered in sores and looked extremely disgusting. A prompt appeared in its eyes. Poison juice ghost, be careful of the poison it spits out, which has strong corrosive properties. It is recommended to use a psychic shield.
Now was not the time to save psychic energy.
Gui immediately activated the psychic shield, and at the same time, the mental scissors flew out.
Ah woo.
The poison juice ghost let out a shriek as a spray of poison shot out.
Z.
The poison splattered onto the psychic shield, creating a cloud of smoke.
Thanks to the psychic guard, otherwise, this would have rotted his flesh.
The poison juice ghost tried to spray again, but the mental scissors had already reached its neck. Even the neck of a little ghost was very fragile. With the sharpness of the mental scissors, it easily cut through. The poison juice ghost's body fell to the ground, severed. This was the good point of the cursed weapon, a single blow could kill the little ghost.
Even grudging ghosts couldn't withstand multiple attacks. As for wicked ghosts, with Gui's current psychic power, even if he used all his strength, he couldn't kill them. The greatest possibility was that he would exhaust his mental energy and then be cut down by them. Before he could retract the scissors, another little ghost rushed over. Gui decided to control the scissors and broke through the control room window. Then, he jumped out of the window. Ah! The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Meow Meow scream. But Gui had no time to comfort her, he spread his legs and ran. Behind him, a large group of ghosts howled and chased after him. The viewers felt a wave of sweat on their palms. No matter how amazing Gui was, falling into this group of ghosts would undoubtedly turn him into pieces. So, everyone prayed that Gui could escape the ghosts. Fortunately, with the prompts helping, Gui's escape route was carefully designed. As long as his stamina kept up, the ghosts would not be able to catch him. Chapter 57, Fighting Grudge Ghosts. Gui had excellent stamina, and his speed had been enhanced. Thus, he easily outpaced all the ghosts. He led the ghosts in circles through various entertainment areas. The viewers finally felt relieved. Intentional Brother is amazing, he can handle this situation with calm. Exactly, look at the route Intentional Brother chose, he always makes the ghosts miss. Sure enough, the lucky charm thing is just that we don't understand Intentional Brother. His true identity should be the all-powerful man. The netizens unconsciously started to praise him. There's no way not to praise him. In this situation, he can handle it calmly, everyone is convinced. Even the little deer, who isn't interested in horror games, couldn't help but exclaim, Intentional Brother is really amazing. In the past, encountering this situation, adventurers would almost have a 10% survival rate. Intentional Brother is breaking history. By the way, where's Old Master Zhou? Why isn't he talking? A netizen raised a question. As the camera turned, Zhou Zhibo was seen holding a giant hamburger, weighing it against his mouth. Ahem, everyone, don't misunderstand, I'm just trying to see if I can swallow it. Zhou Zhibo was too embarrassed to put down the hamburger. Once Gui successfully completed the task, the netizens would definitely not let him off. So, he needed to prepare in advance. No need to explain, everyone understands. It's okay, Old Master Zhou's character is trustworthy, we'll definitely support him later. A hamburger this big, isn't it going to choke him? It's fine, Old Master Zhou has a big face. What does having a big face have to do with eating a hamburger? A big face means a big mouth, naturally, he can eat it. That's reasonable. Seeing the comments, Zhou Zhibo was at a loss for words. This group of netizens really loves the excitement, no matter how big the trouble is. In the future when promoting products, he must be more careful, to avoid offering something that can't be eaten. Just as the netizens were teasing Zhou Zhibo, a sudden change occurred on the scene. The barrage of comments instantly disappeared. It turned out that a ghost was approaching Gui at an incredibly fast speed, suddenly extending its ghostly hand. This ghostly hand was a full 10 meters long. It crossed the distance between it and Gui in an instant. Gui had a spiritual energy shield, so the ghostly hand was ineffective against him. But Meow Meow didn't have one. The ghost grabbed Meow Meow and yanked her backward with all its strength. Gui was escaping with all his might, felt the resistance, but could not stop his footsteps. Crack! The sound of fabric tearing came. The child harness that fixed Meow Meow was torn in half by the two forces. Brother! Meow Meow knew that something grabbing her definitely wasn't good, she screamed. Gui immediately reacted, bracing himself with one hand, his feet never stopping, spinning in place. Using powerful centrifugal force, he counterattacked the ghost. Long-armed wraith, it is a relative of the evil ghost from the amusement park, capable of extending its arms to attack. Be careful of its arms wrapping around behind you, grabbing your skull. Its weak point is its heart. With your current strength, as long as you stab it 5 times, the wraith will surely die. Of course, you can also use the ghost-suppressing talisman to seal the enemy. Knowing Gui's determination to save, the prompt immediately provided the wraith's information. The ghost-suppressing talisman had only one chance. Gui didn't want to use it right away. Fortunately, the long-armed wraith was a distance away from other ghostly beings. He was fast enough and should be able to kill it. Is Intentional Brother going to save her? Don't! If he gets wrapped up, it will be hard to escape. Just run. You've already done enough. Exactly, at this point, no one will say you're wrong. Seeing Gui suddenly turn around and charge towards the wraith, the netizens became anxious. At this point, Gui had already done his best. They didn't want to see Gui sacrificed because of a little girl. Meow Meow, even though she was obedient and cute, in the cruel horror game, it was hard for her to survive until the next round. This is the reality, and hardly anyone can change it. Gui insisted on saving her, which was almost certain death. So, the netizens hoped he wouldn't be overconfident. Gooey couldn't see the netizens' comments, and even if he could, he didn't want to pay attention. In fact, he knew saving Meow Meow was not the correct choice. But human beings. They always act impulsively for some incorrect things, letting emotions override reason. If Meow Meow died, Gooey would naturally turn and run. But as long as she was still alive, even with risks, he wouldn't back down. Fortunately, he had not yet used his full strength. Hey! With a loud shout, the mental knife moved with unprecedented speed. The scissors shot out. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the scissors stabbed at the heart of the long-arm ghost, striking 4 times in succession. A-oh-oh! The long-arm ghost let out a scream, and its ghostly hand loosened its grip on Meow Meow. As soon as it released, Gooey rushed to Meow Meow's side. He pulled the little girl back and, with a thought, struck once more. Pooh! The final blow pierced the heart of the opponent. The long-arm ghost fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Brother, what is this? Meow Meow asked. It turned out that when she was grabbed by the ghost hand, her eye mask and headphones had all fallen off during the struggle. Meow Meow finally saw the ghost figure. The little girl was not scared at first, but rather very curious. Meow Meow, close your eyes. Gooey did not respond, but instead untied the broken child's safety belt and took out the hanging grudge rope. Tie Meow Meow to me, Gooey ordered the hanging grudge rope. Meow Meow obediently closed her eyes and lay down on Gooey's back. The hanging grudge rope wrapped around her and Gooey in circles. Gooey rolled up his sleeves, deciding to fight fiercely. Because of the delay caused by the long-arm ghost, the surrounding area was now filled with ghostly beings. Now it was almost impossible to escape. Since that was the case, he could only fight. Roar! Ugh! The first to charge was 2 grudge ghosts. It seemed Gooey's thought scissors intimidated many lesser ghosts. The group of lesser ghosts only dared to circle around, but none dared to approach. Only the grudge ghost level beings roared and pounced. Long leg grudge ghost, long arm grudge ghost brothers, be careful, their legs are very powerful, the weakness is the heart. Tough jaw grudge ghost, this guy has a great background, he is the son of the evil ghost, defeating him will provoke the evil ghost, the weakness is also the heart. Hints lit up in his eyes. At that moment, a leg of the long leg grudge ghost swept towards him. On the other side, the tough jaw grudge ghost opened its bloody maw and bit down. Gooey remained unafraid, leaping into the air. With his hand pressing down on the tough jaw grudge ghost's head, he directed the thought scissors towards the long leg grudge ghost. Despite the 2 grudge ghosts each having their strengths, their speeds were not that fast. Before the thought scissors, they couldn't even dodge. Pooh! The scissors smoothly pierced the heart of the long leg grudge ghost. A-oh-oh! In pain, the creature immediately retracted its leg. At the same time, Gooey's hands turned into hammers. With a heavy blow, he smashed down on the top of the tough jaw grudge ghost's head. Boom! The tough jaw grudge ghost was instantly smashed to the ground. Gooey's strength attribute reached as high as 17 points. Even as a grudge ghost, it couldn't withstand his full strike. The tough jaw grudge ghost's strength lay in its biting power. Almost nothing could withstand its jaws. The problem was that no matter how good its bite was, it still had to bite something. Gooey moved speedily, his moves agile, plus with the protective mental energy shield. These singularly skilled grudge ghosts were simply not his match in a one-on-one fight. Right now, Gooey's only weakness was using both the thought scissors and the mental energy shield at the same time. The consumption of mental energy was horrendous. Dealing with 1 or 2 grudge ghosts was no problem, but if a large number of ghostly beings gathered, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Chapter 58, Disturbing the Group of Ghosts, Evil Ghost Like a Stone. Wow! What kind of skills are these, can really fight against grudge ghosts? No kidding, of course Brother Goo is capable of anything. Honestly speaking, last time I saw Brother Goo being chased by an evil ghost, he seemed very ordinary. Without Miss Lian, he might not have escaped, but it's been 3 days and I see him in a new light. Not 3 days, just 1 day. Exactly, now I realize Brother Goo is not only clever but also very tough. Seeing Gooey battling the ghostly beings, the online community was buzzing. Humans and ghosts cannot coexist. Someone who can triumph over ghostly beings filled the viewers with a thrilling rush. Little Deer clenched her fists tightly. Go Brother Goo! Zhou Zhibu's eyes widened, staring intently at the screen. Although he did not agree with Gooey's actions, saving a burden in a horror game was pure suicidal. But when Gooey truly faced danger, he was the most worried. Money Tree, go for it! Absolutely nothing must happen. Gooey could not hear Zhou Zhibu and the online viewers cheering him on. Against 2 grudge ghosts, he seemed to have the upper hand, but he was exerting all his strength and had no time to spare. Now there were still only 2 grudge ghosts. What if the remaining 7 came at once? With Gooey's mental power, he was afraid he couldn't hold on.
Only after using skills and cursed weapons did he realize that the data provided by the system was all lies.
The actual consumption was far greater than the theoretical value. This is normal.
The data calculates a constant average. In real combat, using psychic power to the fullest, along with combat consumption, is much more terrifying than the average calculation. Just within a few moves, Gui's energy had already consumed 10 points.
Wanting to take down a group of ghosts was simply unrealistic. Puff. 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 Ah. Gui's mind raced, thinking of how to deal with the current situation, and he didn't hesitate to act. With a few cuts, the long-legged vengeful spirits were finished off. The hard-jawed vengeful spirit, seeing this scene, finally became afraid. Gui easily took down 2 of its brothers. The hard-jawed vengeful spirit knew that if the fight continued, it would probably meet its end as well. So, it very ungratefully got up and ran away. Gui saw the opponent escape but did not chase after it. He summoned back the psychic scissors and scanned the remaining ghosts. Who else? If he couldn't take out all the ghosts, he would use intimidation instead. After encountering the clever ghost and the hanged ghost, Gui understood that ghosts have thoughts and know how to avoid harm. As long as you are fiercer than them, they also fear death. Sure enough, after shouting this out, the ghosts collectively stepped back.
They had no idea about Gui's specific mental power data. If Gui never got tired and kept killing like this, the ghosts here would eventually be wiped out. Even the vengeful spirits would die or flee, so a group of little ghosts naturally wouldn't dare to come forward.
Wow, what did I just see? One person intimidating a group of ghosts, is this real? So mystical. It feels like the horror game was twisted by Brother Gui. This is real badass.
A shout of who else sends even ghosts fleeing. It should be said, when Brother Gui shows up, gods and ghosts retreat. Quick, take a screenshot, save the image, and hang it in the house to ward off evil.
Seeing the ghosts intimidated, netizens expressed their shock one after another. A big shot is a big shot.
One person intimidating a group of ghosts, no one can dispute that.
At the game scene.
Just as the group of ghosts retreated, suddenly.
Roar.
A roar came, and the ghosts heard, quickly clearing the way. Then, a ghost that was more than 2 meters tall marched forward.
This ghost's body looked like dry, wrinkled stone, but its physique was thick, like a bodybuilder.
Warning, the hard stone evil ghost is here. This evil ghost's body is extremely hard, almost no flaws, even psychic scissors find it hard to harm its outer skin.
Seeing the prompt, Gui's mouth twitched, and he asked inwardly, does it really have no weaknesses?
I said almost, not that it has none. Its weakness is its internal organs. If you can take it to several hundred meters in the air and drop it from above, it will be shocked to death.
Give me some reliable advice. Gui impatiently interrupted the prompt. Several hundred meters in the air. Does it think I'm Superman? Can I fly?
Another way is to control it, then stick the psychic scissors in through the you. That method sounded very disgusting. But there was no choice, the opponent's whole body was as hard as rock, so he had to find another way and take a different approach.
While Gui exchanged with the prompt, netizens were actively researching. What kind of ghost is this? It looks really tough to handle. Found it.
This thing is called the hard stone ghost. There is data on the horror main site. Wow, many adventurers have fallen to it, it's almost invincible. That's right, even Chi couldn't find a way to deal with it, but of course, it also couldn't do anything to the great god Chi. That's Chi, a great god who has been in this horror game for nearly a year. Brother Gui is a newcomer, what should he do? I don't know, but anyway, Brother Gui can't retreat. If he does, the ghosts will take advantage of the chance to charge in.
Netizens were right about this point. Intimidation relies heavily on a strong momentum. If he breaks that momentum and runs away, the ghosts will sense Gui's weakness. At that point, the ghosts could rush in, and he would be dead for sure. So, in the current situation, he had to die charging forward if he had to die. Gui understood this principle, so he decided to strike first.
The whole body shines with blue light, and the thought scissor spins in the air.
Kill. With a loud shout, Gui rushed towards the stone ghost without hesitation.
The stone ghost let out a roar and punched towards Gui.
Luckily, it wasn't fast. This punch was easily dodged by Gui. But Gui could feel the weight of the opponent's power.
Just the wind from the punch made his face ache. This punch definitely could not be endured. One hit would basically leave him crippled.
Bang! Taking advantage of the moment, Gui hit the opponent in the face.
As a result, he quickly withdrew his fist and shook his hand.
It really hurt.
Hitting the opponent almost gave himself a fracture.
This fight simply couldn't go on.
But he still had to find an opportunity, otherwise, the thought scissor would be useless. The situation was not optimistic.
Really can't fight, hard as a rock, hitting it only makes myself hurt. Feeling sorry for Gui, clearly having the upper hand, yet unable to overcome the opponent, and can't run away. Is there really no other way? Old Zhang, analyze what to do when encountering this kind of ghost? The netizens were anxious for Gui, but had no good solutions, just asked Zhang Jibua. Zhang Jibua frowned. In this situation, if it were someone else, the best choice would be to escape. The stone ghost is not fast. As long as he maintains his speed, he can survive in this game. Little Deer blinked, but there are ghosts all around, how can he escape? No. Zhang Jibua shook his head. Actually, even now, Gui has a chance to escape. As long as he doesn't worry about Meow Meow and activates the flashing skill, he can dash out of the ghost's encirclement. At this moment, everyone still didn't know the name of the psychic protection. So, they could only call it flashing skill. Mainly because every time Gui uses the skill, blue light would burst out from him. It really gives people a sparkling feeling. Chapter 59, The Withered Chrysanthemum, the ghost is hurt. That's right. Under the flashing skill, no ghost can hurt Gui. With this skill, he can definitely dash out. And there are only a few minutes left. As long as he doesn't entangle with the evil ghosts, Gui can complete the mission. What you said is right, but why is Gui staying? Did you all forget? As soon as this was said, the netizens fell silent. The reason Gui didn't run away was because he wanted to save Meow Meow. With such a little burden, even if he tries to escape again, he would still be entangled by the ghost. By then, he would be unable to deter the other ghosts, and the situation would be worse than now. Sometimes, it really feels cruel. Clearly saving someone is a good thing, but in a horror game, it drags a master down to death. No choice, no matter where it is, the elderly and children are vulnerable groups, taking care of them requires sacrifice. I want to say abandon Meow Meow, but I'm afraid of being called unethical. You don't have to say it, I actually want to say, just leave this kid. Finding the root of Gui's predicament, everyone couldn't say anything resentful about Meow Meow. Actually, I think horror games lack this kind of hero sentiment. Why not consider it from a different angle? If there were more heroes like Gui in horror games, the teams of adventurers would become stronger and stronger. After all, heroes bring a lot of positive energy. When no one fears sacrifice, breaking through horror games becomes easier. Suddenly, someone raised a different viewpoint. This statement made the netizens fall into deep thought. This argument was obviously different from the mainstream opinion. Right now, many experts analyzing horror games are teaching people how to save themselves. Even in the game, killing is not a wrongdoing. This has allowed many people to find a reasonable excuse for selfishness. As a result, in horror games, one only sees deceit and never true unity. Clearly, Gui's actions today, and those who proposed the theory, have overturned the public's views on horror games. At this moment, looking at Gui who was desperately saving people in the game, the netizens couldn't help but doubt the mainstream opinions. Is there really no way for heroes? Is there always no return for giving? If Gui can survive, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to those experts. Zhou Zhibo was knocked down from the mainstream by him. Who will be next? As long as he's not dead, this face slapping will continue. At the game site, the situation once again changed. Gui battled the evil ghost with great difficulty. But finally, after enduring much hardship, he found an opportunity to use his mind scissors. During the fight, Gui pretended to be exhausted, gradually weakening his attacks. The rock demon really thought he had lost all his strength. So, after Gui staggered, the rock demon seized the chance. Like a hungry dog pouncing on food, it lunged forward and grabbed Gui by the shoulder. Roar! The roar sounded like laughter, and the rock demon expressed that he had won the battle. With Gui's small frame, once caught, he couldn't withstand even a few punches or kicks from it. No! It's over. This is the fate of a hero. I can't bear to watch. The legend of Brother Gui seems like it's really coming to an end. Seeing this scene, the netizens all sang praises of misfortune. They could tell, there was no way Gui could survive under the rock demon's attack. Everyone had basically given up hope. Zhou Zhibo snickered, crushing the plastic cup in his hand. He had just picked up the water, ready to moisten his throat. How did the scene turn into this? Little Deer also covered her mouth. She had just started to like Brother Gui. But who would have thought, the first game she livestreamed would be Brother Gui's final battle? It's so brutal. Just as everyone thought Gui was doomed this time. Gui suddenly showed a strange smile. The netizens were stunned. Then they heard a loud boom. The rock demon was knocked over by an off-road pickup truck that suddenly appeared. The ghostly creature in the scary game was not the type of ghost that humans usually think of. Though humans can't touch them, physical matter can. That's why the rock demon was knocked over by the car. Damn!
How could I forget, Brother Gooey has that trick of using cars to smash. The situation was too urgent, I didn't think of it. The evil clown lost to this move, and now even the evil ghost can't escape it. This is called, if you can't beat it, call in the car. That's solid. Everyone, don't get too happy too soon. Look, the evil ghost is going to flip the car. The rock demon was no evil clown, it was strong and had a tough body. Being hit by an off-road pickup truck didn't cause it much harm. Even something weighing several tons can't hold it down, now we're in trouble. Brother Gooey, can't you create a seal and trap the Pikachu? You think Brother Gooey is like Buddha combined with a pet elf? Boom! Just when the netizens were anxious, there was another loud sound. A house hung on top of the pickup truck. Putting a house on top, this is even more impressive than Woozishin. This move, so damn cool. Brother Gooey's life is still luxurious. House and car, all integrated. What I admire the most is, if the car doesn't work, just use the house to smash. No way you won't die. Seeing that even the house was used to smash the ghost, netizens couldn't help but laugh. No matter what the result was, Brother Gooey's creativity was definitely top-notch. Before the netizens could finish their discussion, another slick move from Gooey came. He flipped over, coming to the back of the rock demon. He pressed his feet against the demon's legs. Crack! Gooey did a big split. His flexibility was quite good, and this split tore it apart. With Gooey's 17 points of strength, the rock demon also split. Roar! The rock demon let out a loud roar. But this roar, somehow, sounded off. Damn! What is Brother Gooey doing, practicing gymnastics with a ghost? I finally understand what two itchy spots means. The evil ghost must be really in pain, right? This is the origin of pulling a leg, right? The split is a bit wide, this should be censored. The netizens were completely baffled by Gooey. Making a big split in the middle of a fight? That's a bit too much. What's even crazier was that at this moment, the mind scissors suddenly activated, heading straight for the rock demon's lower body. Put! The rock demon showed a complex expression, like it was constipated. At that very moment, the nearby carousel switched music. Chrysanthemum fades, the ground full of wounds. Your smile has already turned yellow, the flowers fall, and hearts are torn. Gooey froze, the netizens froze, and a group of ghosts froze. Joe Jibo stared at the phone screen. With a puff, he sprayed out the water he just drank. So damn fitting. Is the game system playing a trick? Ha ha. I'm about to laugh till I pee. I can't take it anymore, I've been trained so strictly, no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can't help it, ha. Ha ha. I wonder how big the psychological shadow is on the rock demon now. The netizens completely burst out laughing. Now I realize, Gooey's horror game can truly go berserk every round. Even Gooey didn't expect things to be this coincidental. In this scene, the music playing truly gives an indescribable beauty. And the rock demon, while making faces and yelling, erupted in a painful and unwilling roar. Then, it struggled desperately. That painful sound made a group of ghosts unable to help but clench their legs tight. They also felt a tingling sensation. Chapter 60, Settlement, millions of views. The rock demon's sour experience is something others and the ghosts cannot understand. It's not as simple as just being poked. The thought scissors, under Gooey's control, wreaked havoc in its insides. Alright. After a bit of stirring, no matter how strong the rock demon is, it had to roll in pain. Due to its great power, it wouldn't die. But being stabbed and cut by the thought scissors inside its body was worse than just dying. Now, the rock demon deeply understands what it means to suffer worse than death. This sound, it doesn't sound normal. If it weren't for seeing the rock demon struggling on the ground, its expression filled with pain. One might think it had done something unspeakable. Gooey stood up, smiling, and looked at the other ghosts. The ghosts collectively covered their backsides and retreated in unison. A dignified evil spirit was tormented into that state, who would still dare to provoke Gooey? What if they get poked? Their dignity as ghosts would be gone. When Brother Gooey smiles, ghosts see troubles. That smile, could it be the crooked-mouthed war god possesses him? Awesome, Brother Gooey. Are you the king of soldiers returning to face horror games? You think you're reading a novel? Such a stupid plot dares to be written? Dude, if someone reads it, I dare to write it. So what? Gooey turned defeat into victory, and the ending had a huge twist. The netizens began to show their silly attributes again. At the game site, Gooey squatted down and smiled at the rock demon, saying, "So, still want to fight?" The rock demon shook its head vigorously. "Fight? It wants to take my ghostly life."
If you don't want to fight, then take your gang of lackeys and scram. Gooey glared, his tone extremely domineering. Next time, if I see you again, I will torment you for a lifetime, don't think I can't do it. As he spoke, he took out the ghost-suppressing talisman and waved it in front of the rock demon. You should know what this is. If we meet again, I will seal you and let you taste the flavor when you have nothing to do. In fact, he was just deceiving the opponent. The ghost-suppressing talisman can only capture small ghosts and vengeful spirits, ineffective against evil spirits. But the rock demon was unaware. Hearing this, it let out 2 low growls, then lowered its head, indicating complete surrender. Gooey nodded and reached out a hand. Puff! The thought scissors shot out from the rock demon's body. Oh! This time, he elongated his cry. Hearing this, a group of ghosts all tightened their lower bodies. Boss, you have suffered. Gooey then put away the car and house hanging, complaining, what are you yelling for? Just get lost. Then, the rock demon rolled and crawled, crashing through the little ghosts, covering its backside and disappearing without a trace. The other little ghosts, seeing the situation, hurriedly followed and fled with a flurry. In an instant, the once crowded amusement park of ghosts became empty. Only the sounds of various facilities' music remained. By the way, there was also that song, Chrysanthemum Remains. Alright, meow meow, you can open your eyes now. Gooey said to the one behind him while walking towards the maze of life and death. There were still a few minutes left. Now that there were no evil spirits entangling him, he had enough time to collect 2 potion rewards. Such good things, Gooey didn't want to miss. Next, Gooey moved smoothly into the maze of life and death. The ghosts hiding in the dark dared not show their heads. Without ghostly obstructions, Gooey passed through all the traps with incredible speed. In 2 small rooms, find the reward potions. On the spot, Gooey took a big drink from one potion first. Instantly, his physique attribute increased by 3 points. He put away the other reward potion. Looking at the time, there was only 1 minute left. Meow meow, remember, when you go out, you will arrive at a pure white room with a big TV giving you rewards. After the rewards, you will be sent to the wild. Don't be scared and don't run around. Stay still, and I will find you soon. Next, Gooey squatted down and seriously instructed Meow Meow. After the horror game settled, it teleported the adventurers to the resting area near the game. As long as Meow Meow doesn't run around, Gooey will find her quickly. Meow Meow nodded her little head with effort. Brother, don't worry. Meow Meow is good, Meow Meow won't run around. Gooey rubbed her head and showed a smile. Just after finishing the instruction, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the surviving adventurers for successfully clearing the 3 deadly levels. Then a white light covered both of them. In the pure white room. Now beginning the settlement. Main task, 1-1. Hidden tasks, 2. Hell hidden task, 1. Monsters killed, 1 evil clown, 1 goblin, 2 vengeful spirits. Items obtained, 1 mental potion, 1 physique potion, a hanging vengeance rope. Live viewing count, 10.526 million, converted to horror coins, 10.526 million. Horror experience points, 500. Overall evaluation, SS rank. Reward 1, 5 cursed playing cards with purple edges. Reward 2, 16 points of free basic attributes to allocate as desired. After hearing the system prompt, Gooey was stunned. More than 10 million views? Is this real? Even the top adventurers in the country might not have this kind of viewership, right? This is only my 3rd live session. The views are beyond imagination. Gooey naturally didn't understand how popular he was now. This was also due to his frequent gaming. If the horror game had a little time for promotion, Gooey's views would be even more terrifying. Surpassing several big names would be easy. After all, Gooey was too unique. From starting with enjoying the scenery, gaining godly luck, to being picked by the divine. To this time collaborating with a child, defeating evil spirits. There are too many gossip topics to be had. As long as people are talked about, they will naturally become very popular. The horror game operators saw Gooey's potential, so they specifically opened a commentary live session for him. They even spent a lot of money to invite Joe Gibwa to be embarrassed. Now, Gooey finally understood, he had become popular. In the future, as long as he was alive, having a good life would be no problem. Next was the most concerning question. Hint, what rewards are in this cursed playing card? Gooey asked in his heart. Congratulations, you have once again exchanged for a good item through hard work. This item you will definitely find useful, so. Don't show me useless things, can't you just get to the point? Gooey couldn't help but complain. The hints are really not serious sometimes. Hee, just for fun, don't be angry. Inside the card is a pair of snowcloud boots, wearing them allows you to run on walls,
remember this will consume stamina, don't indulge, no, use excessively.
An auxiliary cursed item. Gui was slightly surprised.
Compared to cursed weapons, auxiliary cursed items are rarer.
Because an item can give someone superpowers.
Immediately, Gui did not hesitate and positioned his face toward the cursed playing card.
Ding! Cursed playing card activated. Face recognition required. After confirmation, the card will grant exclusive items to the recognizer.
The system prompted.
Gui, confirm.
Chapter 61, Snowcloud Boots, Plush Bear. In the horror ring, the specific data of the boots was displayed.
Name, Snowcloud Boots, exclusive. Level, golden item. Type, decoration. Quality, boutique.
Function, this item allows the user to have 200% increased jumping ability on their original base attributes and never wear out.
Limitation, the item consumes 5 points of stamina per minute. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes.
At the same time, a prompt lit up in Gui's eyes. The total system introduction is incomplete. I, the Elder, need to supplement it. This pair of boots will not wear out and can also change shape. You can adjust them according to different occasions.
Changing the shape of boots.
Its greatest feature is its powerful grip, allowing it to temporarily stay on a 90-degree wall. Of course, it won't work on a mirror.
Gui smiled. These boots are truly excellent.
They truly deserve to be golden support gear. If paired with the hanging grudge rope, I can transform into a horror-themed Spider-Man. He hurriedly took out the boots to inspect them. The Snowcloud boots appeared very ancient, like a prop from a period drama.
Gui didn't care about its appearance and quickly put them on. Being a specialized item, they fit perfectly. The key is that with just a thought, they can transform into normal shoes. He tried to jump, and instantly, Gui rose 1.56 meters. This is a vertical jump from a standstill.
His jumping ability far surpassed Jordan's. If he took a running start, with the grip assisting, Gui felt he could easily jump 3 to 4 meters.
Saying he could run on walls is not an exaggeration.
After testing the gear, it was time to assign free attribute points. This time, he received 16 attribute points.
To complement the Snowcloud boots, Gui allocated 6 points to his constitution.
He added 2 points to spirit, and the remaining 8 points were evenly split between strength and speed. Then, Gui opened the horror ring to check his personal data.
Name, Gui 1. Constitution, 22. Spirit, 35. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Skill, Psychic Shield. Items, Sharp Scythe, Dull Body Bag, Tent, Off-Road Pickup, Dull Heart Power, House Hang, Dull Heart Power, Demon Suppressing Talisman, uses 2/3, Mind Scissors, Stamina Potion 1, Attribute +3, Energy Potion 1, Attribute +3, Hanging Grudge Rope, Snowcloud Boots. Horror Coins, 11,638,000. Adventurer Level, Level 1, 900/1000. Rest Time, 12 days. After checking, it was time for the settlement to conclude. With the system notification sound, Gui was enveloped in white light and left the settlement room. When he reappeared, he was back in the wasteland rest area. Hint, which direction is Meow Meow in? Gui hurriedly asked. About a kilometer from here, if you drive to the right, you will see her. The hint provided an answer. Gui quickly took out his off-road vehicle and followed the hint to find her.
After a moment, in a pitiful area, he saw Meow Meow's figure. At that moment, Meow Meow's eyes were filled with tears, and her expression looked very scared.
Screech! The off-road vehicle stopped, and Gui poked his head out of the car, smiling and said, Meow Meow, were you waiting anxiously? Brother, woo woo. Seeing a familiar face, Meow Meow couldn't help but cry out. Gui had no choice but to get out of the car and pick her up into the vehicle. Once in the car, Meow Meow finally stopped crying, but her emotions hadn't settled down. Gui drove while finding topics to distract her. Little Meow Meow, what rewards did you get? Oh, there's some items, and some coins, and a lot more, but Meow Meow can't remember. Meow Meow counted on her fingers for a long time but couldn't explain clearly. Gui then noticed a serious problem. Meow Meow, among your rewards, there should be a playing card, right? Gui hurriedly asked. Meow Meow nodded. Gui, did you use your face to flip the card? Meow Meow nodded again. Oh no! I forgot to mention this matter. A purple bordered card has just gone to waste. Once it becomes a specialized item, others can't use it, and Meow Meow definitely won't be able to use it herself. The item she scanned would count as wasted. Forget it. If it's wasted, it's wasted. I can clarify when she grows up, it should be fine. As for this time's items, they can stay in Meow Meow's horror ring until she's older to use them. Brother, do you want what came out of the card? Meow Meow was generous, wanting to share the items. Gooey smiled, even if I want it, I can't take it. Remember next time, don't use your face to flip the card. After we meet again, give me the card, okay? Oh. Meow pouted. Not receiving praise, she felt a bit disappointed. By the way, Meow, what came out of your card? Seeing her unhappy, Gooey asked. Meow, a doll, it can even talk. Gooey was stunned and stopped the car. A doll? Could it also be a support item? Meow, take out the doll, let me see. Okay.
Meow excitedly took out a half-human-sized plush bear from the horror ring.
Suddenly,
the plush bear completely covered her. The method of using the horror ring will directly input into the mind. Even if Meow is small, she can still use this thing.
Gooey didn't care about this. Right now, he was more focused on the plush bear in front of him. Cursed bear, it's really amazing. It can fight, block bullets, and also serve as a warm hug and communication partner. In short, you can see it as an all-purpose nanny and bodyguard. However, it is very afraid of fire, so don't let it near fire sources, and, try to keep it away from water, or it will lose strength. Be careful, it has malicious intent towards you and is preparing to launch a sneak attack. Its punch carries curse power, being hit will cause injury. As Gooey saw the prompt, he also saw the plush bear punch coming at him. Damn! Gooey quickly activated his psychic shield and reached out to block it. Brother, what's wrong?
Meow poked her little head out from behind the plush bear.
At a glance, she saw her toy attacking Gooey. Bad bear, don't bully my brother, or I won't want you anymore. Meow immediately got angry and started punching the plush bear with her tiny fists. The plush bear quickly withdrew its fist, pitifully saying, I won't hit you anymore, Meow, please don't throw me away. Its voice was silly, like Winnie the Pooh. Gooey rolled his eyes. This is a nanny? It's clearly a killer. That punch just now made his arm tingle. If he had activated the psychic shield a moment later, he suspected he would have been sent away directly. No, this thing must be placed in the horror ring and taken out only during the game. But the plush bear is so powerful, that has its benefits. Next time in the game, he wouldn't have to worry too much about Meow. Meow, you put it away first. Oh. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the plush bear disappeared. Brother, I'm sorry, Meow's toy isn't good at all. Gooey smiled and removed the psychic shield. It's okay, as long as Meow is good. Meow will definitely be good. After speaking, Meow suddenly looked at her little belly. Brother. What's wrong? I'm hungry.
Meow blinked her eyes and said.
Chapter 62 New Game Silent Escape. Meow, what do you want to eat? Gooey stopped the car, took out the room hanging to make a disguise, and asked Meow. Meow, I want to eat cake. Gooey, no, when you're hungry you need to eat staple food. Then ice cream. It seems that Meow still cannot tell what staple food is. This is also not okay. Gooey shook his head. Tears appeared in Meow's eyes. Then what can we eat? Gooey, I'll make porridge with vegetables, it's good to consume it at night. Hearing about vegetables, Meow immediately pouted her little mouth. Then, she ran into the first man in her life who refused to indulge her. Gooey didn't care what Meow liked to eat. As long as it's nutritious, he forced her to eat it. Fortunately, Meow didn't cause a scene, just a little unhappy. In the evening, Gooey arranged for Meow to sleep in bed while he slept on the makeshift bed on the sofa. A night without words. The next morning, Gooey opened his eyes and felt someone hugging him. Looking down, he saw Meow had come to his side at some point. Suddenly, Gooey felt something damp under him and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, it was indeed wet. His movements woke up Meow. She sleepily said, Brother, you're awake. Meow, why are you here? Gooey asked. You were scared last night, so I came to sleep with you. Meow said this while always looking down, clearly insincere. Gooey's mouth twitched. He had never known fear since he could remember. Did he need someone to sleep with at night? That lie was too exaggerated. Then why is it wet down here? Gooey continued to ask. Meow, girls sweat more, right? After saying that, she got out of bed and ran to the bathroom. Gooey. If it was a wet bed, then just admit it, why find so many excuses? Forget it, children have their pride too, better not ask. He got out of bed, took the bedding apart, and put it in the washing machine. Then, he washed up and made breakfast. Meow, brother, I want to drink milk in the morning. Gooey had a face of confusion. It means milk, Grandma said, that way I can grow up faster. Meow saw he didn't understand and had to explain. Gooey. 2 days passed. Gooey's schedule was significantly delayed. Just hanging the bed sheets took a whole morning. How could he not be slow?
Usually, he couldn't drive fast, otherwise, Meow Meow couldn't stand the bumps. On the second afternoon, he let Meow Meow release the plush bear and go play on her own.
Gooey turned and walked to the other side of the hanging room. This is suffering.
Then, he scratched the wall with his fingers while shouting without restraint. Taking care of a child was such a damn torment. I swear, after escaping the horror game and getting married, I absolutely do not want kids. After just 2 days, Gooey already felt an urge to kill. Meow Meow was relatively obedient, but if it were a noisy child, Gooey feared he couldn't help but pinch the other party.
So they say, impulse is the devil.
Saving someone is momentarily satisfying, raising a child is satisfying for a lifetime. Now, Gooey deeply understood why there were so many families that didn't want children after the country's policy changes.
It's too burdensome. Brother, what are you doing? Meow Meow's voice came. Gooey nonchalantly replied, I'm checking if this paint is good. If it's not good, I'll change it. Oh, then come play with me.
Play with a ball? It had been 2 days, and he still hadn't found a suitable game.
At this rate, he would be forced into playing a game. Of course, he was talking about Meow Meow.
Gooey still had 10 days off, so he didn't care too much. Meow Meow, let's not play for now, we still have to get going.
Gooey sighed.
Meow Meow replied, and stopped playing with the plush bear, climbing into the car on her own.
While Gooey was troubled, the online viewers were even more anxious.
They rushed to the horror website, waiting for Gooey to go live.
There's a live stream drought.
Intentional Brother hasn't streamed, and I've lost the joy of life.
Life is as lonely as snow, when will Intentional Brother stream? He wouldn't make me wait 10 days, right? Intentional Brother, hurry back. Joe Gibois was also very bored.
Although last time he made a lot of money, but it was just once, not enough.
He had already thought about what to bet on next. However, Gooey didn't go online, which was torturing him. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, on the 4th day, Gooey finally went live.
It turned out that he couldn't find a suitable level 3 game.
Gooey knew he couldn't delay any longer.
Tomorrow, Meow Meow might be dragged away by the system. So, on the night of the 4th day, he had no choice but to find a level 4 difficulty game and take Meow Meow in with him.
Game difficulty, Spade 4. Type of challenge, luck and observation. Gooey thought, with hints, his luck shouldn't be bad. Clearly, he forgot about being innocently implicated twice in hidden hell tasks. Hello everyone, I am Little Deer, welcome to Intentional Brothers livestream.
Receiving a notification from the website, Little Deer logged in right away. At the same time, countless people flocked into Gooey's live stream room.
Finally, Intentional Brother is back.
I was almost about to thank him for waiting.
I've been waiting so long.
I really hope Intentional Brother streams every day. On the other side, Joe Gibois was also happily drying his hair, getting ready to log in.
At the game scene,
the system's light disappeared, and Gooey held Meow Meow, observing the surroundings.
This was an underground parking lot, shrouded in complete darkness. Welcome to the horror game.
The system's cold voice came. The game to be played next is Silent Escape.
In the city you are in, there are many silent bird monsters.
Your task is to escape the city within 6 hours, using any means possible.
Now, I wish everyone good luck. The task description was very simple and straightforward.
As for how to define escaping the city and what kind of monster the silent bird was, it wasn't clearly stated. Meow Meow was just about to ask Gooey who was talking.
But Gooey quickly covered her mouth.
His eyes had adapted to the darkness and he saw that the parking lot was filled with strange birds. These birds were about 1 meter tall, each with a peculiar appearance, as if they had no eyes.
Moreover, a hint lit up in Gooey's eyes.
The silent birds have no vision and no sense of smell, but they have extremely strong hearing, and can attack in groups at high speed.
It's best not to make a sound.
So, when Meow Meow wanted to speak, Gooey quickly covered her mouth. He raised a finger to his lips and shook his head.
Meow Meow nodded.
She knew that her brother didn't want her to speak. Before entering the game, Gooey taught her many secret hand signals to handle various situations.
Sure enough, they came in handy as soon as they entered.
Gooey gently took out new headphones and a blindfold for Meow Meow to wear, then pulled out a child carrier. He strapped Meow Meow to his back and tiptoed upstairs.
Time was limited, and even if it was dangerous, they had to act.
Fortunately, as long as he didn't move too fast, the snowplowed boots made hardly a sound on the ground.
Carrying Meow Meow, Gooey quietly walked past the silent birds, which immediately reacted. Caw caw caw.
The silent birds let out strange cries from their beaks.
Gooey immediately stopped, afraid to move.
These damn birds were too sensitive.
Chapter 63, Little Diao and Little G. Gooey dared not move recklessly, fearing he would make a sound. Upon closer inspection, the silent birds were indeed ugly.
Their eye areas were two lumps of flesh, with a pair of sharp bat-like ears. Their beaks were beak-shaped, like a chicken's, and their bodies looked like hairless alien cats. On each side, they had wings that were larger than their bodies, with no feathers, resembling pterodactyl wings, and had little claws with long, sharp nails. With such an appearance, they could star in a horror movie. Guaranteed to scare a bunch of little friends. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Xiaolu saw the silent birds, swallowed, and asked, "Teacher Zhou, do you know anything about the silent bird?" Zhou Jibua adjusted his glasses. The website hasn't released any information yet, but from its shape, it looks like a large bat. Based on the game rules, it's not hard to guess that this bird is a sound attack type monster. It doesn't seem that powerful, Xiaolu observed carefully. In the live broadcast room, they couldn't see the entire underground parking lot. On the screen, they could only see one or two silent birds. That's why she made this conclusion. Zhou Jibua shook his head. "Xiaolu, have you ever seen only one bat?" "If I'm not mistaken, there should be many silent birds here. Even if their individual attack power isn't strong, together they are unstoppable."
"Professor, that's not right. Batman acts alone." Upstairs, is Batman even a bat?" "Also, it seems we're discussing silent birds. Bats are just a metaphor." The topic feels like it's going further off course. The silly netizens always bring their own rhythm. Even if Gui didn't move, they could entertain themselves. In the game scene, the silent birds finally settled down. Gui breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to move on. Unexpectedly, a sudden sound of footsteps came from ahead. "Help!" With the footsteps came a cry for help. Then, Gui witnessed a spectacular scene. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Caw caw caw. Caw caw caw. Countless silent birds took flight simultaneously, screeching with their piercing cries. They rushed towards the person shouting for help. Gui didn't even have time to see what that person looked like. They were swallowed by the sea of birds. Ah! Only a scream escaped before the person fell silent. In the parking lot, there were at least hundreds of silent birds. Each bird taking a peck could turn a person into a skeleton. Gui swallowed hard. Not looking any longer, he took advantage of the silent birds being distracted to speedily head upstairs. The noise made by the silent birds covered the sound of Gui's footsteps. This actually gave him the chance to escape. After a moment, he rushed to the upper level. Only to find that this was still underground, surrounded by silent birds. Damn it, how many levels did this parking garage have? While Gui was complaining, he saw a figure stealthily darting out from between a few cars. Upon seeing the person, Gui was taken aback. The netizens were stunned too. It was actually Li Yan. Wow, what a coincidence, the girl is also in the game. This is fate. Come on, Gui, let's take a picture together, maybe it will become a family photo. Hee, this is real fate, let's meet again in the game. Clearly, Li Yan also saw Gui. She made a shushing gesture. Gui nodded, pointing upwards, meaning to go together. The two had formed a mutual understanding from their last game. With one hand signal, they understood each other's intentions. Then, the two bent down and moved forward as quietly as possible. But after only a few steps, giggling, the silent bird made another sound. It seemed to hear someone moving. But Gui and Li Yan's steps were very light, so it couldn't judge accurately for a moment. Gui and Li Yan immediately stopped and dared not move. Li Yan frowned and pointed her mouth at Gui. She meant to ask, "What should we do now?" Gui thought for a moment and then took out a ghost restraining talisman. He gently pressed his hand on it. Then, the clever ghost and the hanging ghost appeared at the same time. Although the two ghosts were sealed in the talisman, they could still see the outside situation. Once out, the two ghosts dared not make a sound. They were not afraid of monsters. Unless there was a curse power, living beings couldn't touch them. They were just afraid of making sounds that would scare the silent bird and expose Gui. If they could kill Gui, it would be fine, but if they couldn't kill him, they would be the ones to die. After a few days of taming, they had been scared by Gui's mix of punishment and reward. They lost the courage to resist and could only obediently be pets. Gui took out a glow stick and gently activated it. Then, he took out paper and a pen. He wrote, "Little hanging, take the rope and hit the distant car to trigger the alarm, we will meet outside." After writing, he took out the hanging rope and handed it to the other party. The hanging ghost nodded and took the hanging rope to leave. Gui then continued writing, "Little clever, you are responsible for clearing the way. If there is a silent bird blocking us in front, you make a sound to distract it." The clever ghost looked helpless and nodded. After arranging everything, the three people and one ghost prepared to set off. Once the hanging ghost caused a commotion, they would immediately run outside. In the live broadcast room,
Seeing Gui's names for the two ghosts instantly turned into a roasting session.
Ha ha.
Brother Gui, your naming level has instantly raised the complaints about the ghosts, I can't even speak for a moment.
Little hanging? Little clever?
Brother Gui, I seriously suspect you are joking, but there is no evidence. A genius at naming, both fitting their identity and matching their image, Brother Gui is a big talent.
Little dear didn't pay attention to the names.
Even though she knew Brother Gui's naming was a bit off, she was in a semi-official commentary role and couldn't roast alone with the netizens.
Teacher Zhou, do you think Brother Gui's method will work?
Little dear was obviously trying to change the topic. This method is actually good, it just depends on whether the two ghosts can cooperate. As we all know, the constitution of ghosts is very special, living beings without curse power cannot easily contact them, even monsters are the same. If the ghosts help cover, Gui and his partner should be able to escape easily.
Zhou Zhibwa gave a positive answer about Gui's actions. However, he didn't name the ghosts.
After all, the key to this operation was whether the two ghosts would cooperate. If the hanging ghost took the chance to escape, Gui would have no way to stop it. Little dear, Teacher Zhou, I am actually very curious about one thing, why can living beings not touch ghosts, but lifeless objects can?
In fact, many people don't understand this point. Hearing Little Dear's question, the netizens also began to ask. Yeah.
Brother Gui, crushing ghosts with a car opened my eyes, but why can't ghosts be touched by people but can be pressed by cars?
Teacher Zhou, please explain. Online waiting, urgent.
Seeing the netizens' messages, Zhou Zhibwa pushed his glasses again and began to explain.
Chapter 64, The Method of Taming Ghosts.
Currently, there isn't a complete theoretical support, after all, our understanding of horror games is still quite shallow. But according to official research data, ghosts being touched by physical objects should be related to the curse energy within them. Curse energy sounds mystical, we can understand it as a kind of higher dimensional energy, at least surpassing our current dimension. This energy should have a shielding effect on living beings, but it does not reject matter. However, it's important to note that generally, non-living matter can touch ghosts, but it does not cause them harm. As for the specific principles, no one can clearly explain them now.
Of course, not all ghosts are non-rejecting of matter. For example, fierce ghosts.
They are in a true state of soul, and apart from cursed objects, nothing else can touch them.
Zhou Zhibwa took a deep breath and spoke about everything he knew.
In fact, the theories about ghostly entities are also introduced on the national official website. Still, the same saying goes, there aren't many people truly concerned about it.
It's just one word, lazy. Who cares about the characteristics of ghosts without doing related research? If everyone actively understood horror games, the country wouldn't have to put in such effort to create an educational program.
Everyone has inertia, and horror games are frightening.
Many people don't even dare to watch, let alone understand them. From a certain perspective, Gui's big fire attracted many people to watch the excitement. Coupled with Zhou Zhibwa's explanation, it allowed some people to gain a lot of related knowledge.
When they are truly chosen to become adventurers, it will undoubtedly be a huge help. For example, at this moment, listening to Zhou Zhibwa's words, Xiao Lu and many netizens felt a sense of realization. At least they understood that, when dealing with ghostly entities, using surrounding items might yield surprising effects. While knowledge about ghostly entities is being popularized here, changes were happening at the game site.
Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz buzz. In the distance, various car alarms rang out. Hearing the sound, the silent birds lunged forward like hungry dogs pouncing on their prey. Go! Gui whispered softly and started running ahead. Li Yan closely followed, her speed not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed to the underground garage exit. Unexpectedly, they suddenly saw a large group of silent birds flying into the garage. Little ghost, distract them. As Gui spoke, he pressed Li Yan down from behind. The two instantly fell down. The little ghost then jumped out, letting out a sharp scream, ow. The silent birds heard the sound and swarmed in, attacking. In an instant, the little ghost was overwhelmed. Gui seized the chance to pull Li Yan and dashed out of the underground garage. Outside was a parking lot. Since all the silent birds were attracted to the garage, it was quite empty here. Gui led Li Yan to the back of a car, waiting for the two ghosts. Before long, they saw the hanging ghost carrying the hanging resentment rope and the little ghost with a face full of grievances running out of the garage. You did great. Gui smiled and then whispered, don't worry, I keep my word. This game will definitely give you what you want. Upon hearing this, the hanging ghost and the little ghost both showed smiles, trotting up to him like pugs. Gui first retracted the hanging resentment rope, then took out the ghost-repelling talisman and stuffed the two ghosts inside. Damn! Why does it feel like the ghosts in front of Gui are like pet dogs? They come when called and leave when waved away. I really want to know what Gui promised the ghosts to make them so obedient. Could it be Bones? Upstairs, do you really think Gui is raising dogs? The netizens, hearing Gui's words, were all very curious. How did he make the two ghosts so obedient? Xiaolu was also curious and asked, Teacher Zhou, what do you think Gui used to tame the ghosts? Zhou Zhibo rolled his eyes. I'm curious too. Gui is unconventional, treating little ghosts as pets. Who knows how he tamed them? There has never been a precedent for this.
Even those so-called great gods don't have the habit of raising little ghosts. Confused, Zhou Zhibo began to analyze the mindset of the ghostly entities from a psychological perspective. I have to say, this guy has some level. Before making comments, he had studied psychology. Ghostly entities have thoughts, which proves that they conform to psychological principles. Any domestication requires benefit guidance. What do ghostly entities need? Zhou Zhibo suddenly remembered the conversation between Gui and the hanging ghost. Ghostly entities receive resentment and curse power rewards for completing tasks. In other words, they need these two things. I get it. Zhou Zhibo slapped his head and exclaimed. Damn. Teacher Zhou, this isn't good. I just sprayed my drink. Why the shock? By the way, what exactly did you understand? Are you going to bet with us again? Zhou Zhibo ignored the netizens' comments. I understand how Gui tamed the ghostly beings. Hearing this, netizens immediately became interested. Little Deer even asked, how did Brother Gui do it? Does everyone remember what the hanging ghost said during the last game? Zhou Zhibo did not answer but asked in return. But before anyone could answer, he provided the answer. The hanging ghost said that the ghostly beings are influenced by the game, and the rewards are resentment and curse power. Oh, I remember that part, it was very funny, so it left a deep impression. I also remember the hanging ghost mentioning this. But how does this relate to Brother Gui taming them? The cowardly appearance of the hanging ghost made everyone remember it vividly. Now that Zhou Zhibo mentioned it, netizens immediately recalled the conversation scene between Gui and the hanging ghost in the last game. I don't know if anyone has ever raised a dog. If you want to train a dog, what method would you use? Zhou Zhibo's words immediately awakened the netizens. So that's it. The benefits that Brother Gui promised should be resentment and curse power. I understand that, but the question is, where do we get these two things? Mr. Zhou, tell us, do horror games have these two things? Brother Gui wouldn't use curse weapons to feed ghostly beings, would he? Impossible, even if you fed them to the ghostly beings, they wouldn't be able to eat them. Can dogs chew bones? Can they chew weapons? Netizens figured out how Gui tamed the two ghosts, but they didn't know what he planned to use as a reward. He couldn't be issuing empty promises, trying to get something for nothing, right? Once or twice might be okay, but over time, the ghostly beings would definitely not agree. Besides, ghosts aren't fools. If it can't be realized, who would hang out with Gui? Zhou Zhibo shook his head. He couldn't fathom this part either. He indeed understood horror games better than others, but he wasn't all-knowing. There were some things he couldn't figure out. Gui didn't need to think. Through hints, he could know all the secrets in the world. For example, he knew that as long as he took down living beings, it would produce resentment, and taking down ghostly beings would generate curse power. He wouldn't absorb these, but the ghostly beings would. So, he was only responsible for eliminating monsters and ghostly beings in the game. The rest of the task would be left to the two little ghosts. Chapter 65, The Refined Selfish Person. It sounds easy to say, but there are really very few adventurers who can actually eliminate ghostly monsters. Only a godly figure like Gui would dare to say he could take down anyone. Other adventurers are struggling just to survive. As for taking down monsters and ghostly beings, thinking about it is one thing, but trying to operate it, people die very quickly. The hanging ghost and the little ghosts aren't stupid. If Gui didn't have potential, they wouldn't let him command them so easily. Of course, netizens didn't know any of this. Now, they could only guess blindly. While netizens were discussing, Gui was also gathering the two ghosts. Seeing how obedient the ghostly beings were, Li Yan became very interested and asked, "When did you collect these two little ghosts?" Gui did not answer but rather excitedly asked, "Can you take care of kids?" Li Yan looked at him with a face full of confusion. Take care of kids? Why did he ask that right away? Isn't this developing a bit fast? But then she glanced at Miao Miao behind Gui and suddenly understood. It seemed that Gui was troubled by the little girl. Look at Brother Gui's expression, he seems to have deep grievances? Could it be that Miao Miao did something that made Brother Gui feel worse than death? The person upstairs mentioned after-school tutoring? Just listening to this tone, it's obvious they've been tormented by their own child. Sigh. Everything is unsaid. In an instant, many netizens felt a strong sense of empathy. They understood why Gui, regardless of the occasion, was so anxious to ask Li Yan if she could take care of kids.
At the game site. Li Yan shook her head with a wry smile. Where did you find a child? Picked up. Gui answered honestly. Li Yan rolled her eyes. In a horror game, can you casually pick up a child?
But Gui didn't care what she thought, grabbing her hand. Food, housing, I'll cover.
Free level completion. I'll hire you as a nanny, okay? Li Yan sighed. This is a horror game, you should understand the cruelty of it. Taking care of a child. Do you think she can survive?
This little one came into the same game with me, I can't just watch her die. At that time, I wasn't thinking so much, I just ran to save her. Now that the person is saved, even if you say I'm a saint, I won't abandon the child.
To live, one must have some bottom line. Gui sighed as he spoke. Li Yan fell silent. In the horror game, most people are purely refined egoists.
They won't care about the lives of others, they live purely for their own interests. These people appear glamorous on the outside, but their hearts are darker than you can imagine. In World War II, they were the first to betray their country. Among the rumored traitors, nearly every one of them is like this. They can't stand to see others do good, and when they attack others, they are relentless in their criticism. Originally, Li Yan hated such people, but unknowingly, she seemed to be heading in that direction herself.
Gui, what you said is right, we can't abandon this child.
No matter how difficult it gets, we have to let her live.
I've taken on the job of the nanny.
In an instant, Li Yan was inspired by Gui and decided to raise Meow Meow together with him.
Great. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Gui nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, choosing to cooperate with Li Yan was very correct. Seeing their conversation, many netizens felt the same way.
What Gui said is right, I support him. Those refined egoists are just nonsense.
We don't need to care about them.
This reminds me of a news story about a female teacher who supported impoverished areas. She claimed to contribute to the country, yet she went there to insult her students every day.
Yeah, I've seen that news too.
Her goal was actually to gain fame, with no love in her heart. Such refined egoists talk beautifully, but they are incredibly selfish, believing the world should revolve around them.
Whenever they are a bit unhappy, they immediately curse others as saints.
Exactly. There are so many such people around me, it's a waste of the country's resources to cultivate them, with zero principles or bottom lines. In their filthy minds, people should have no bottom line.
Good things must belong to them, and if a woman doesn't love them, then she is wronging them.
Ugh. Why don't they just perish? It was clear that many netizens had grievances, and the livestream was filled with curses.
Seeing the situation, Xiaolu quickly changed the topic and asked Zhou Jibua, Teacher Zhou, do you think raising a child in a horror game is realistic?
Zhou Jibua pushed his glasses up and replied, from a rational perspective, raising a child in a horror game indeed has many difficulties, but from an emotional perspective, I support Gui's decision.
Oh, shouldn't we always remain rational in a horror game?
Xiaolu asked, confused. Zhou Jibua countered, if it were your parents or other relatives entering a horror game, and they were older and found it hard to survive in the game, would you rationally abandon them, or would you emotionally stay with them through the hardships?
Xiaolu, of course, I would choose emotion. Exactly. As humans evolved to this point, if we only thought rationally about problems, do you think we would still exist?
It is precisely because some people do not count gains and losses, regardless of life and death, to protect this land, that we have the stable life we have today. I admit that I am not someone who acts out of lofty ideals, but I can at least say with certainty that I am not a refined egoist.
Zhou Jibua said this with a sense of pride. He wasn't wrong about this point.
When horror games first appeared, nobody cared about his comments as a critic. Zhou Jibua, fueled only by passion, wanted people to improve their survival rates in the game, so he continuously researched various materials. Now, horror games have been accepted by the public. Many who lack real talent have come out to act as experts, making random comments. They are the ones who are egoists, caring nothing for others' lives while pursuing their own interests.
From this perspective, Zhou Jibua is so much better than them. Otherwise, the national radio wouldn't invite him to broadcast.
So, at this moment, he can speak with such confidence. Little Deer felt a bit speechless when Zhou Jibua also brought this up. Just then, she heard the call of a silent bird from the live broadcast. She immediately changed the subject again. Everyone, look.
The silent bird seems to have appeared. Caw caw caw. Li Yan heard the bird call and quickly whispered, Brother Gui, what should we do next? It's fine, in an open space, the sounds are mixed, and if we don't speak loudly, the silent bird won't notice us. Gui reassured with his words, but in his heart, he was asking, hint, how big is this city? How can we leave the quickest?
There are only 6 hours, he must figure out the size of the city and the fastest way to leave. On this basis, he will see if he can complete the hidden task.
Chapter 66, The Target Subway Station. Netizens are not fools. Knowing they will definitely lose, they certainly won't gamble. They are all asking to change the bet. This city is not small, it spans at least 30 kilometers. And unfortunately, you are in the center of the city. No matter which direction you walk, it takes about 2 hours by foot. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. If you encounter the silent bird, your walking time will be extended indefinitely, and 6 hours will definitely not let you leave the city. I suggest you find a suitable mode of transport. There are currently 2 reasonable choices. The hint ended here. Before options appeared, they heard vroom vroom, the sound of an engine. Then, Gui and Li Yan saw a sports car speeding past from the parking lot not far away. The sports car was extremely fast, definitely exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. But its sound was just too loud. Unless one is deaf, anyone could hear this noise. The silent bird is certainly not deaf, on the contrary, they are extremely sensitive to sound. So, Gui and Li Yan saw countless silent birds following in the sky. No matter how fast the sports car goes, it is still on the ground, needing to avoid obstacles, relying on the road. Therefore, cars can't outrun flying birds. Moreover, the silent birds are not slow either. Before Gui and Li Yan could even see the sports car get a kilometer away, it was surrounded by silent birds. Bang! As expected, with visibility blocked, the car crashed into a building. Then, the silent birds used their sharp beaks to peck open the car window. Ah no! Screams came from inside the car. There's no need to think, one knows what will happen to the driver. This is the consequence of choosing the wrong mode of transport. The hint lit up. So, what should we choose? Should we ride a bicycle? Gui wondered in his heart. A bicycle is a good choice, it is also one of the options I provided. However, according to your personality, you shouldn't be satisfied with just escaping the city, right? If you go right, you will find a subway station. Finding the control room to start the subway can leave the city quickly. Due to the large size of the silent bird, it's hard for them to chase in the subway tunnel in large numbers. But you should be clear about what is in the subway station. Hints kept lighting up, providing another option. As for what is inside, Gui naturally could think of it. The subway can provide convenient escape conditions, but there must be guards in place. Without a doubt, they should be ghostly entities. For ordinary adventurers, if they can avoid the ghostly entities, they would certainly do so. But Gui still needs the ghostly entities to feed the little ghosts. So, he decided to head for the subway station. Where to now? Seeing Gui set off, Li Yan asked from behind. Gui, to the subway station. Li Yan was a bit puzzled, but out of trust, she didn't ask much. Why does Brother Gui want to go to the subway station? Is he trying to escape through the subway? I get it, the silent birds have nearly a meter in size, and with their wings spread, it reaches about 2 meters. They can't fly in the tunnel, so it makes perfect sense to escape through the tunnel. Exactly, usually, subway terminals can reach the city's edge, and some even extend beyond the city. As long as one knows the way, escaping the city is not a problem. Netizens were expressing their opinions one after another. Little Deer saw the messages and asked, Teacher Zhou, do you think Gui's method is feasible? Zhou Jibwa furrowed his brows. It seems that escaping through the subway tunnel is a good idea, but could the game system have such a big loophole? Oh, it's rare for the teacher to start predicting reversely. Old Master, quickly place the bets, I'm already hungry for something to eat. Exactly, recommend something decent, don't let it be another empty-calorie hamburger. Seeing the online reactions, Zhou Jibwa chuckled, since everyone is so interested, let's have a game. But this time, let's not bet on whether Gui can escape, let's bet on whether there will be obstacles at the subway station. But betting on this is likely to have a lot of losses. Yes, this type of bet isn't reasonable, we need to redefine the betting terms. I think we should bet on what kind of obstacles are at the subway station. I bet there will be silent birds at the subway station. What do you bet, Old Master Zhou? I think there will be hidden missions. The subway station is filled with spirits. The netizens were not foolish, fully aware they would likely lose, so they refused to bet. They all insisted on changing the betting content. Zhou Jibwa could only helplessly say, then let's bet whether Gui will get involved in hell mode when we go to the subway station. Upon hearing this, the netizens responded immediately. That's good, since there's no direct bet on Gui passing, why not bet on whether it will trigger a hidden hell mission? This is definitely worth betting, after all, this kind of incident is beyond Gui's control. I feel like Gui's lucky aura is gradually fading. I feel the same way. Getting unwittingly involved in hell mode twice is really bad luck. Seeing the direction of the discussion slightly skewed, everyone started to talk more about Gui's luck. Zhou Jibwa hurriedly took out half a roasted duck. Everyone take a look, this is what I'm betting on this time. Wow! Old Master, that's cruel, can that be digested? Don't tell me you plan to eat it all in one bite. Old Master Zhou, watch your blood pressure.
Joe Jibo pushed up his glasses. Eating a whole roasted duck in one bite is definitely impossible, but if I lose, I'll eat one entirely.
I like this. What are you betting?
Hee hee, a whole roasted duck at once. I'm very curious to see if old Master Joe will be constipated tomorrow. You're quite the troublemaker, but I'm curious too. Come on, old Master Joe, place the bets. Jojibo smiled. Gooey has been involved in hell mode twice. Statistically speaking, he shouldn't get involved again this time, so I bet Gooey will only complete hidden missions.
What nonsense statistical theory. This guy is indeed malicious.
In the game of Spades 4, it is almost impossible to see newcomers. And experienced adventurers generally won't seek death by triggering hell hidden missions. Thus, Jojibo felt very pleased, believing he was sure to win. He also wanted to take advantage of this situation to earn some small change. But the netizens expressed their disagreement.
Who is Gooey?
Even if he has lost his lucky aura, he surely has other traits.
Otherwise, how could he encounter the rare hell mode twice? Alright, this time I'm betting. I believe in Gooey's fortune attracting trait. Eh? Why has it changed to a fortune attracting trait? You fool! Gooey has been involved in hell mode twice, and both times he cleared it smoothly. This shows the system is providing benefits, so it's obviously a fortune attracting trait. So, Gooey has leveled up, better than the lucky aura.
But he must have real skills, otherwise, he won't be able to grasp the wealth when it comes.
Enough with the chit-chat, I've already placed my order. I'm determined to go head-to-head with old Master Joe. I'm in.
Thus, a food livestream betting match began with great fanfare,
enriching the businesses behind it and Joe Jibo, who received a considerable endorsement fee. At the game site, Gooey was carrying Meow Meow and leading Li Yen to the entrance of the subway station.
Strangely enough, the city was filled with silent birds, but at the entrance of the subway station, not a single silent bird could be seen.
Chapter 67, Jumping Rock Gloves, the Female Spider-Man.
The subway station was pitch dark, blowing a chilling wind that sent shivers down one's spine.
I feel something isn't right here.
Seeing this scene, Li Yen frowned.
Gooey remained very calm. It's fine, you are my hired babysitter, and I won't let anything happen to you. He comforted her.
He took out the cold glow stick and took the lead downwards. There was not a single ray of light in the station. This situation I encountered last time in a horror-haunted house. A spooky and terrifying feeling filled the entire space. In the silent station, aside from Gooey and Li Yen's footsteps, no other sounds could be heard. Suddenly, under the cold glow stick's light, a shadow flashed by.
What is that? Li Yen was startled and quickly pulled out the ghost-repelling talisman. Last time, the two overcame the challenge together. Gooey received a ghost-repelling talisman, so Li Yen naturally would have won too.
Although she didn't see the shadow clearly just now, she felt it must be a ghostly thing.
A woman's sixth sense is often very accurate.
So, Li Yen immediately prepared to deal with the ghostly creature's tools.
Gooey waved his hand. It's fine, just a little ghost, no need for the ghost-repelling talisman.
The hint had already told in what had just rushed by. Shadow Ghost moves extremely quickly in the dark, and when it attacks people, humans find it hard to react. Fortunately, its attack power is not strong, it only causes some pain and usually isn't deadly. But its harassment ability is extremely strong. If there isn't a good way to deal with it, it's difficult to shake off its entanglement.
Feeling-wise, it didn't seem very strong.
For other adventurers, this little ghost could be very troublesome. But as long as Gooey took out the hanging grudge rope, he could solve the problem immediately. Once the rope was out, he could tie the opponent up and do whatever he wanted to kill.
Li Yen smiled wryly, just a little ghost. It seems you got a very powerful cursed weapon last time. Gooey didn't want to deceive her, and nodded, yeah, dealing with little ghosts is easy for me. What about you?
Having also cleared the hidden hell task, Li Yen should also have good stuff in her hands.
Li Yen's expression was very conflicted. What I got is a good tool, but it didn't significantly increase my combat power. Oh, what is it?
Gooey's interest was piqued by her words.
Li Yen did not answer but asked in return, what did you get? Mental scissors.
This was his main attack tool, and it would be revealed eventually.
Gooey didn't hide it and briefly introduced the scissors, then looked at her.
Li Yen, my exclusive tool is a pair of gloves, called Leaprock gloves.
Gloves? Gooey was momentarily stunned and then quickly reacted.
She likely obtained a supportive cursed tool.
What functionality does it have?
Supportive cursed tools can give people superpowers.
If used well, they can bring amazing effects. Li Yen, let me demonstrate for you.
Saying this, she swiped in the horror ring, and a pair of black leather gloves appeared in her hands.
Li Yen put on the gloves and looked around.
She happened to see a nearby support column. She reached out and touched the smooth surface of the column, and with just her hands, she climbed up.
Gooey watched with his mouth agape. An image echoed in his mind, a female Spider-Man. Wow, the lady has become Spider-Man.
Clearly, after seeing this, the netizens felt the same as Gui.
This makes her look even cooler, love it. Love it.
I'm really curious, with a pair of gloves like this, who can climb up high relying solely on their arm strength? Of course it wouldn't work, the lady has trained specifically for this, while we are just ordinary people.
But the following discussion started to go off track again. Slap. After demonstrating, Li Yan skillfully jumped down. Gui nodded, the tool is nice, but besides climbing walls, what other functions does it have?
It can also touch ghostly creatures and increase my arm strength.
Li Yan explained. She didn't hide anything at all.
This shows she trusted Gui very much.
Gui nodded, not bad, you keep wearing the gloves, you probably won't need them in battle, just ensure your safety.
Just as Li Yan said, this pair of gloves was indeed a good thing, but didn't greatly enhance combat power.
This was just like his snow stepping boots.
Then, the two continued to walk into the darkness. As for the shadow ghost, Gui completely ignored it. The hint told him that there were more than one type of ghost in the subway station.
Gui didn't have time to deal with them one by one.
As long as the shadow ghost didn't launch a sneak attack, he was too lazy to kill it. Soon, the two found the subway station's main control room. With the help of the hints, the journey continued.
Gui entered the subway station. It had complete scheduling and starting facilities.
Although the whole city was occupied by silent birds, the power had not been interrupted. As long as the power was turned on here and the carriages were found, the subway could be started. However, just as he arrived at the door of the control room, Gui's eyes brightened with a prompt. Prepare for battle, there are two vengeful ghosts inside, called Big Mouth Ghosts. As the name suggests, Big Mouth Ghosts have very big mouths, capable of swallowing your head whole, and they are very good at ambush. There are vengeful ghosts inside, I will handle them, you carry Meow Meow and guard outside with the ghost-repelling talisman.
If the ghosts escape, seal them within the talisman. Gui said, taking out his ghost-repelling talisman.
He pointed with his hand, and two little ghosts appeared instantly. You are responsible for keeping watch, preventing other little ghosts from causing trouble.
Once I deal with the vengeful ghosts, you will have your rewards.
Upon hearing this, the hanged ghost and the clever ghost's eyes lit up.
Finally going to level up. Sure enough, following Gui had a bright future.
Li Yan nodded, starting to help him unfasten the straps and hugged Meow Meow. Meow Meow was suddenly woken up, removing her eye mask and headphones. Seeing that the person holding her had changed to a beautiful big sister, she felt a bit shy.
Hello, Meow Meow, I am Li Yan, you can call me Sister Yan. Li Yan showed a sweet smile. This smile instantly made Meow Meow feel warm. Sister Yan, you too, I'm Shu Meow Meow.
Meow Meow is so obedient, when you are on my back later, you must stay just as obedient.
Li Yan patted her head. Meow Meow nodded her little head vigorously. Then, with Gui's help, Li Yan put on the straps.
Gui then said to Meow Meow, call your bear out, wear your headphones and eye mask immediately, and wait for me behind your sister. Meow Meow nodded again, reaching out to swipe over the horror ring. Instantly, the fluffy bear was summoned.
As soon as the more than 1 meter tall fluffy bear appeared, it startled Li Yan.
But upon seeing its appearance, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
This bear looked so honest, it made her want to hug it. Most women had no resistance to stuffed toys.
Who knew, the fluffy bear's eyes suddenly flashed red light.
Be good, or I'll roast you. After spending a few days together, Gui knew this bear too well.
Clearly, seeing a stranger, it planned to attack.
The fluffy bear couldn't help but shrink its body upon hearing Gui's words. It would never forget how ferocious Gui was to it. Just 2 days ago, Gui had prepared a fire to roast it as punishment for knocking over a bowl of rice. Only after Meow Meow cried and begged for mercy did he let it go. This human was terrifying. Chapter 68, Gui explodes, full firepower. Seeing the fluffy bear appear, many female netizens immediately felt touched. Such a cute bear. I didn't know horror games had such a cute item. If I had such a bear, I would hug it to sleep every day. Gui is so mean, the bear is so cute, its eyes even spark with electricity, how can that scare people?
Male netizens looked at the comments and felt speechless.
Isn't it just a bear? Is it really that popular?
Clearly, affected by physiological structure, men could never understand women's thinking.
Gui was even more of a romantic failure.
Stupid bear, remember to protect your owner and her. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Yan and Meow Meow, then threatened, if anything happens to them, I'll roast you.
Threatening the little bear again, Gui is a bad person. I feel sorry for the bear 1,000 times. Gui, if you continue to talk to the little bear like that, I'll unfollow you. Seeing Gui's actions, female netizens were instantly displeased and began to criticize. Little deer pouted, Gui really has no heart.
Gooey had no idea that because of a toy bear, he had offended a large number of female netizens. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This bear was no ordinary toy, its attack power made him feel scared. How could he not threaten it? Who knew, just after he threatened the fluffy bear, the door of the control room suddenly opened from the inside. Roar! With a loud roar, a ghostly head emerged. Gooey saw the situation and instantly activated his spiritual energy shield. At the same time, a mental scissor appeared, stabbing towards the opponent. Puff! The ghost was stabbed in the heart and immediately let out a painful cry of awe. At the same time, a bunch of little ghosts suddenly appeared around. These little ghosts did not know Gooey's strength and eagerly rushed over. Damn it! This is forcing me to unleash a massacre. This group of little ghosts is blind and has come to harass me, seeking death. Gooey no longer held back and fully unleashed his mental scissors. Puff puff puff. In the darkness, continuous stabbing sounds were heard. Due to the sudden incident, the cold light stick fell to the ground. Li Yan could only see ghostly shadows flickering around, unable to tell who was who. To avoid accidental injury, she could only retreat continuously. The plush bear was very responsible, always guarding her side. All the little ghosts that appeared were knocked down by its single punch. It didn't care about Li Yan's life or death, but cared for its little master. The hanging ghost and the clever ghost crouched on the ground, holding their heads. When the big demon king got angry, they dared not move. If Gooey became bloodthirsty, it would not be an upgrade but a scattering of souls. Ah! Woo woo! Zizizi! In the darkness, the ghastly cries of the ghosts echoed one after another. But Gooey showed no sign of stopping. Originally, he planned to sneak into the control room to deal with a vengeful ghost. In the end, he was ambushed by a vengeful ghost and a group of little ghosts. Now, Gooey was enraged. His mental power had reached an astonishing 35 points. It was absolutely no problem to unleash with full force for 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, gathering and dealing with these little ghosts and vengeful ghosts would be a breeze. He didn't care at all about the consumption of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy shield was fully activated, attacking anyone in sight, hitting with every punch. Some little ghosts saw the situation and wanted to flee. Gooey would not let them escape. The hanging ghost rope shot out. Surrounded by ropes, whoever touched them would die first. In a moment, the ghosts were flying everywhere, letting out continuous cries. The scene was extremely brutal. In the live streaming room. Seeing this scene, the netizens all widened their eyes. Wow! Gooey is unleashing full firepower, it's making my blood boil. I definitely saw a fake horror game. Originally it was only ghosts killing people, now it's Gooey surrounding and killing the ghosts. Gooey is mighty. I feel so sorry for these ghosts. Above, are you overflowing with compassion? While the netizens were joking around, Gooey's slaughter was nearing its end. One vengeful ghost and dozens of little ghosts were nearly all wiped out. Some ghosts were not completely dead, and the mental scissors immediately dealt the finishing blow. Only when it quieted down around him did Gooey retract his spiritual energy shield. After the excitement, a wave of exhaustion hit him. Shaking his head slightly, Gooey coldly said to the hanging ghost and the clever ghost, "It's up to you now." After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked into the control room. The hanging ghost and the clever ghost exchanged excited glances and immediately jumped up, pouncing on the group of dead ghosts on the ground. Absorbing curse power is very simple, it's just one word: eat. Cannibalism is contrary to common sense in the eyes of humans. But among ghosts, it is very common. When a group of ghosts gather together, with high-level ghosts enforcing rules, everyone can coexist peacefully. Once high-level ghosts are no longer suppressing them, ghosts must hold a selection battle. The winner eats its kind, accumulating enough curse power until a new high-level ghost is born, only then can everyone coexist peacefully. Watching the two little ghosts crunch, gnawing on their kind. This scene made netizens a bit uneasy. Now I know what Gooey promised the little ghosts, ugh. This scene is really too disgusting, hard to appreciate. I don't understand, how can there still be so many ghosts in the game with ghosts devouring each other? Maybe horror games can create ghosts themselves. The camera didn't linger on the little ghosts for long but turned to Gooey. As soon as he entered the control room, the system's prompt sound rang. Adventurer Gooey, you have triggered a hidden mission. Mission, Deadly Subway. Mission description: in the subway station overrun by ghosts, activate the power supply and escape using the subway. Bang! The system hadn't finished announcing the task when the lights in the control room were turned on. It wasn't Gooey who turned on the lights, but another big-mouthed ghost of resentment. At this moment, after turning on the light, it obediently came to Gooey's front. With a thud, it kneeled down and then hugged its head with both hands. System! If it could swear, it would definitely curse. Damn it, I haven't even announced the task, and you've already surrendered.
How are we supposed to continue playing?
Gooey was also startled, looking at the big-mouthed ghost. He saw that not only was its mouth big, but its eyes were also quite large. At this moment, the big-mouthed ghost was looking at him with tear-filled large eyes. It seemed to be pleading, as if asking not to be eliminated.
Damn! Another cowardly ghost. Do ghosts need backbone? Don't they? Do they? It seems they don't really need to. The netizens were not surprised to see the pleading ghost but couldn't help but tease.
There was no choice, a cowardly hanging ghost had already appeared before.
If another one appeared, it wouldn't seem so bizarre anymore. You want me to spare you? Do you have anything good? Gooey was very straightforward. He didn't soften his heart just because the other party was pretending to be pitiful. If it wanted to live, it had to offer something valuable. The big-mouthed ghost blinked its big eyes, as if recalling something, and stood up to rummage around the room. Then, it came out holding a black box, respectfully handing it to Gooey. Gooey was stunned and took the box. Could it contain a cursed weapon? Chapter 69, Cursed Ashes Box, Rush In.
The moment he took the black box, a prompt appeared in Gooey's eyes. Warning, you're now in contact with a Cursed Ashes Box, which possesses extremely strong curse power. Inside it is sealed a malevolent ghost and its ashes.
Seeing the prompt, Gooey almost tossed the box away. A malevolent ghost.
Even though Gooey was very confident, he didn't dare touch this thing. There's a saying in horror games, when a malevolent ghost appears, the world is shocked. It means that once a malevolent ghost shows up, even the earth and sky are startled. This saying is not just a piece of game information but rather the life-learned experience of adventurers.
Adventurers in games who encounter malevolent ghosts almost never survive. Even some powerful players also miserably fell into the hands of malevolent ghosts.
Those top-tier players like Qi Lei and Zhou Xiaoxian could only flee when facing malevolent ghosts. From this, one can see just how ferocious malevolent ghosts are. If this box were to release a malevolent ghost, Gooey feared he wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, he wanted to throw it away.
However, following that, the prompt shone again.
Although there is some danger, as long as you do not open the box, the malevolent ghost can't come out. Moreover, it can continuously generate curse power, which can enhance your strength and the strength of the spirits around you. Additionally, you can use it as a power bank to recharge your spiritual energy shield and mental scissors.
Seeing this prompt, Gooey's expression was a mix of emotions as he put the box away.
Seeing the Cursed Ashes box being taken away, the big-mouthed ghost had a face full of regret.
It had evolved into a ghost of resentment thanks to this item. Now that it was snatched away, it would never have the chance to further evolve. However, losing the treasure was better than losing its life. Woo woo woo. Then, the big-mouthed ghost clasped its hands together and bowed deeply to Gooey. Gooey waved his hand. You can go now.
Don't let me see you again, or you know what the consequences will be.
Woo woo woo.
The big-mouthed ghost nodded repeatedly, then looked around. It didn't dare to go out through the front door but instead jumped out of the nearby window.
Ha ha.
Jumping out of the window to escape, this ghost really has no dignity.
Basic move, no skill.
Exactly, I've seen so many deliberate moves by that guy, now it barely surprises me.
I'm just curious, what treasure did that guy just snatch? It was taken away in a flash, and I didn't see it clearly. While the netizens were teasing, Gooey approached the control panel.
He picked up a cold light stick and shone it on the control panel, immediately revealing various buttons.
Gooey was not a dispatcher and couldn't distinguish which one was the start button. However, he had prompts and could simply press according to them. Buzz.
After a series of operations, the entire subway station lit up.
Outside the control room, Li Yiyan immediately saw two little ghosts gnawing on ghostly material on the ground. Woo.
She hurriedly covered her mouth and turned her head away. The scene was indeed a bit too nauseating. At this moment, Gooey walked out of the control room and felt nauseated by the scene outside.
Get out of here and eat.
He glared at the two ghosts and shouted angrily. The hanging ghost and the clever ghost, upon hearing this, dared not continue their gluttony. They immediately picked up the corpse of the ghostly object and ran far away.
Aren't you afraid of problems with how you raise these ghosts?
Li Yiyan frowned and asked, trying to hold back her discomfort.
Gooey rolled his eyes. Problems?
His own ash box in the horror ring had bigger issues. But in a horror game, if you don't have some trump cards, you will die quickly.
It's fine, even if they turn into evil ghosts, I can handle them. Gooey was quite confident about this. Last time, he had a big battle with an evil ghost.
In the end, he made the opponent's flower wilt and broke their heart.
Now, the two little ghosts were already scared by his intimidation.
Usually kept in the ghost-repelling talisman, he naturally wasn't afraid of them rebelling.
Can you tell me your plan now? Li Yan finally had the time to ask him what his plans were. I will drive the subway. Gui answered with such a statement that did not relate to the question. However, Li Yan immediately realized, you mean, we will take the subway to leave the city? That's right, it's the fastest. Gui nodded. Li Yan thought for a moment and nodded, this method is not bad, just afraid that the subway tunnel is not safe. Gui said, it's fine, just rush through. Ha, only Gui can say such things. Don't ask, just rush through. This is why Zhou is predicting well, in the past, he would definitely say Gui was going to die. No choice, once again proving that even if it's reckless, Gui is invincible. The little deer saw the comments and said with a smile, Teacher Zhou, everyone is talking about you. Do you think Gui's action this time is a bit impulsive? Zhou Jibo pushed his glasses and pouted, little deer, I will tell you a fact, don't be misled by Gui's appearance. Ha? The little deer was stunned. Gui's appearance? Zhou Jibo explained, on the surface, Gui says to rush through, but in reality, he is a very lazy person who doesn't want to explain in detail because explaining is too troublesome. The little deer blinked, so what is the actual situation? This rush through is actually very complicated to explain, no wonder Gui doesn't want to say more. Everyone think, I previously talked about how ghostly objects can touch physical matter. In other words, even if there are ghostly objects in the tunnel, they can still be crushed by the subway. Zhou Jibo began to explain. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Right. Ghostly objects can be crushed by cars, so they can also be run over by the subway. Such simple reasoning had been forgotten. This isn't that complex, I can understand it. The little deer said playfully. But Zhou Jibo shook his head, I believe those who understand ghostly objects can think of this point, but executing it is very difficult. The little deer asked, what's the difficulty? Firstly, if there are too many ghostly objects in the tunnel and you charge in recklessly, it will cause the subway to derail. Secondly, if the route is unclear and without dispatch command, going too fast around a bend can also lead to derailment. Furthermore, some ghostly objects can stick to the tunnel walls, and when the subway passes by, they can take the opportunity to enter the carriage, which is very troublesome. Also, there are ghostly objects with tremendous strength that could possibly withstand the subway together. Zhou Jibo listed 7 or 8 situations that could lead to the plan's failure in one breath. Wow! I didn't expect there to be so many drawbacks, my IQ feels like it just dropped. With Master Zhou saying this, Gui's plan to rush through was basically doomed. This is a bit of a mess. Don't be so pessimistic, the old teacher said, Gui is lazy to explain, which means he has already considered these situations and has feasible solutions. Master Zhou, please tell us, in the face of so many situations, what does Gui mean by rushing through? I am very curious, I can't grasp something so profound, so I can only ask Master Zhou for clarification. After hearing Zhou Jibo's words, the netizens became very interested in Gui's plan to rush through. They wanted to know how to solve the so-called rush-through challenges. Zhou Jibo immediately found a sense of presence. This feeling is so great. How many days and nights, constantly analyzing various horror games. Isn't it all for this moment? He pushed up his glasses again, revealing a smile. Actually, the reckless past I understand contains at least 3 layers of meaning. The first is what I started talking about, using the subway to hit ghostly beings, directly crashing through them. The second is to probe the number of ghostly beings, determine their level, and if the obstacle is too great, get off and deal with it, leaving the ghostly bodies to feed small ghosts. The third is to conserve stamina, to prepare for continuous combat. After finishing the 3 points, Zhou Jibo took a breath. So there are so many tricks, as the professor said, it's indeed cost-effective to rush through with the subway. It's nothing. Simply put, it's just taking the subway to escape. I feel the same, the so-called tricks, even if we don't want to, would we still do that? The netizens expressed their dissatisfaction with this explanation. In action, it doesn't differ much, so everyone who heard my explanation felt there was nothing special. But in reality, there are many details that need attention. For example, the speed of travel needs to be controlled. You must know, going too fast or too slow can lead to bad consequences. Another example, you have to remember the route. City subway lines are complex, if you don't calculate in advance, you might just end up going in circles. And another example. After a pause for examples, the netizens were completely shocked. Wow! Indeed, my IQ is hopeless. Just listening makes it sound impressive, let alone the actual operation. I suspect Brother Yui might be some kind of artificial intelligence? How could he think of all this in such a short time? Could he really be the rumored Terminator T-800? Hey, old teacher, are you reading too much into Brother Yui? What he calls rushing past might just be rushing past. Some netizens raised doubts, believing Gui could not be that amazing. Zhou Jibo scoffed, to those netizens who say I'm reading too much into it, it seems you haven't watched Gui's livestream before.
That's right, what the old teacher said is true. He could only have downplayed it, he certainly did not overstate it. Newcomers, Brother Yui's IQ is beyond what you can imagine, there's always deeper meaning behind his every action.
Go check out Brother Yui's livestream. The whole internet has reached a consensus on who he is, and you all are still in the dark? The doubting netizens were rebutted by Gui's loyal fans.
Since the article analyzing Gui appeared, everyone who had watched his livestream now understood that the master doesn't rely on luck, the king of Europe only rewards those who are prepared. But they did not know that while Gui was not foolish, he really wasn't as mysterious as rumored.
Everything is thanks to the hint. Gui often thought about what the hint really is? How can it know everything and anything?
But the result of his thoughts was all confusion, and the hint wouldn't give him answers. So he could only leave it unresolved. Anyway, hints are known only to himself, and that counts as part of his strength. No matter what others say, as long as he can survive in horror games and become strong, that's enough. During the discussion among netizens, the hanging ghost and clever ghost had finished foraging. After consuming many ghostly beings, the two little ghosts moved a bit sluggishly. They looked like they were stuffed.
Of course, this was just a normal reaction from absorbing a large amount of curse power and digesting it.
In fact, the two ghosts didn't consume the entire corpses. Gui specifically observed that they would only eat certain specific parts of ghostly beings' bodies.
For example, their there and there. The hint provided an explanation for this.
The parts that the two ghosts consumed were the sources of the ghostly being's curse power. So, their foraging speed was not slow.
Next, Gui led the human ghost team to the platform.
Here, a subway train was waiting.
Get on.
There was no nonsense, Gui waved his hand, inviting everyone to board. Li Yen carried Meow Meow, and the two little ghosts along with the plush bear followed closely behind and entered the subway carriage together.
Upon entering the carriage, Gui led everyone to the driver's cabin.
With a prompt for help, he started the subway and slowly left the platform.
I'm really curious, how did Gui learn to drive the subway?
Yeah.
I'm also curious, did he work at the subway station before?
Impossible, subway drivers need a qualification certificate, and Gui didn't graduate from university, so he had no chance to take the exam.
Could he have self-taught?
I've heard of self-teaching to drive cars, fly planes, and operate yachts, but I've never heard of anyone specifically self-teaching to drive a subway.
Impressive insight. Then how do we explain Gui's ability to drive the subway? Little Deer was also curious and asked, Teacher Zhou, when do you think Gui learned to drive the subway?
Zhou Zhibo thought for a moment and said, he must have just learned.
No way. He drives so smoothly.
Exactly, he looks just like an experienced driver.
Is it possible that he was born with the ability to drive? Netizens began to guess.
Zhou Zhibo shrugged, this is something you have to ask Gui himself.
All right. With one sentence, he silenced the netizens. How to ask? Should they apply to the horror game and ask Gui himself?
At the game scene, Li Yen was also curious, when did you learn to drive this thing?
Just learned. There are buttons here, just look and you'll understand. Gui replied nonchalantly. The truth was revealed. That's so disheartening.
I haven't even passed my driving test yet, and Gui has already learned to drive the subway.
Totally showing off, who can stop him from bragging? Don't ask, if you do, just rush over. This sentence has been used before. I think it's quite classic.
Hearing Gui's words, everyone agreed that he was showing off his strong mind.
Netizens chatted happily. Gui finally had a moment to relax.
The mental energy he had just consumed was slowly being replenished. With the prompts, he didn't have to worry about routes or tunnel ghosts. As long as he followed the prompts, escaping the city would be no problem.
Finally, this game didn't have to face any evil spirits. Now Gui was feeling very relaxed.
In the last two games, he had been unwittingly caught in hidden tasks of hell.
It made him question life a bit.
It seemed that this time, there were finally no stupid issues, he could complete the task easily. The key was that he found a good babysitter, so he wouldn't have to take care of the child himself in the future. Gui suddenly felt that life had become wonderful, and the future was full of light.
Just then, a prompt suddenly lit up in his eyes.
Attention, there are a large number of ghosts gathered at the upcoming station. Adventurers are trying to escape through the tunnel and when encountering ghosts. The nerves that Gui had just relaxed immediately tensed up.
He had a bad feeling.
As soon as this feeling arose, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Attention, attention, a hell-level hidden task has been triggered.
Everyone is forced to enter the task. Task, survival.
Description, an adventurer triggered a special hidden task, all main tasks are cancelled, survive and reach the end of the task time to complete the task.
Gui, damn. Chapter 71 The Ghost Tide Surges.
Nian Haoyu was originally a soldier stationed on the front line of border defense. Unexpectedly, half a year ago, he was selected as an adventurer and entered the horror game. As someone who had received military training, his chances of surviving a crisis were much greater than ordinary people. Therefore, he had gone through more than 30 rounds, yet had still not died, making him a powerful and seasoned adventurer. However, others saw Nian Haoyu as having a big flaw: he liked to take care of newcomers. So it was not unusual to see him in low-level dungeons. This time, because he was bringing newcomers, he came to a level 4 game. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he could easily take on level 5 or level 6 tasks. Originally, given Nian Haoyu's skills, this Spade 4 game was not difficult to clear. But the newcomers he brought ended up harming the whole adventurer team because of their selfishness. After entering the game, Nian Haoyu observed the situation and quickly determined the plan to escape through the subway tunnel. Everything was going smoothly, and the team successfully entered the subway station. Unexpectedly, after entering the subway station, a newcomer accidentally discovered a cursed item. This person secretly hid the prop, wanting to keep it for themselves. But this time, they stirred up trouble. It turned out that the prop was actually the most beloved possession of a malevolent ghost. And this malevolent ghost was the king of the city, making even the silent birds obey its commands. The actions of the newcomer were undoubtedly pulling hairs on the lion's head. All right. The malevolent ghost became angry and vowed to exterminate all adventurers. In an instant, a frenzy of spirits erupted. Yer Haoyu's team of 5 was wiped out in a flash, with 2 of them gone. At this moment, only he, the one who stole the prop, and another slightly plump adventurer managed to escape the first wave of pursuit. But the situation for the 3 wasn't any better. Now, a large group of ghosts was relentlessly chasing them, including several vengeful spirits. With such a lineup, even Yer Haoyu couldn't handle it. Not to mention the other 2 newcomers. Without a miracle, death was just a matter of time. However, a miracle happened. At the moment when the 3 were at a dead end, a subway train stopped at the platform. Damn, which bastard triggered the hidden hell task? As the subway doors opened, Gui cursed as he stepped off the train. He exploded with foul language the moment he heard the system prompt. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. 3 times. Exactly 3 times the bastard's fault activated this damned hidden hell task. Gui felt like he was going crazy. Not just him, Zhou Zhiboy in front of his phone was almost going insane too. Was it fate behind the scenes? Turns out he bet against Gui, and lost. Now standing alongside Gui, still losing? Does this mean that heaven is telling him that he has no luck in gambling, and will lose every time? Zhou Zhiboy silently picked up a roast duck, finishing off the tail in one bite. So delicious. Ha ha. I owe no one, but I honor brother Gui's luck, as well as Zhou Laosher's gambling results. Come, I toast to Zhou Laosher, thanking him for his tireless contribution to our jokes. Fate plays tricks, Zhou Laosher, please quit gambling from now on. As long as the bright lamp shines, the betting will last forever. Zhou Laosher, please tell me who will advance in tomorrow's Champions League group stage. I will definitely bet against it, and when the time comes I will split the profit. Netizens immediately started with ruthless mocking. Zhou Zhiboy silently ate his roast duck, ignoring them. Little Deer secretly bowed to Zhou Zhiboy under the phone. This gambling luck is too amazing. Tomorrow he will ask him about the lottery numbers. Anything chosen by Zhou Laosher, he won't buy at all, guaranteed to win the grand prize. At the game site, Gui stopped the subway, also forced by circumstance. The prompt informed him that all the ghosts were rushing here in droves. Paths in front and back were completely blocked, the subway couldn't go far, so it was better to get off here and escape on foot. But before that, he had to knock the one who got him in trouble to the point of being unable to take care of themselves. Otherwise, the resentment in his heart wouldn't be resolved. Li Yan, carrying Miao Miao on her back, got off the train with a helpless expression, glancing at the furious Gui, and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Gui, aren't you the lucky one? When did the wind change?" Clearly, being in a horror game, Li Yan was unaware of the news from the outside. She could never imagine that the man referred to as the Chosen One had now become a wealth cat. A financial pathway specifically for triggering hidden hell tasks. Gui rolled his eyes. Lucky one? 3 times. Including this time, I have experienced hell mode 3 times, with task modes I had never even heard of becoming the norm. Does that still count as lucky? 3 times? Li Yan twitched her mouth. So you mean, that game where you picked up Miao Miao, you also experienced hell mode? And every time it was because of someone else, not once was it my choice to activate the task. Gui's face was full of resentment, seriously suspecting that the game was against him. Li Yan, from another perspective, you really are lucky, specialized in breaking different norms. Gui's expression was something to behold. Indeed, from another perspective, this could also be considered extraordinary luck. While the two were talking, suddenly they heard someone shouting loudly. "Gu brother, you're also here?"
Sounds so familiar.
Gui turned his head to look, just in time to see someone on a staircase tunnel.
3 people ran down.
One of them was Wang Dong, the fat man, whom I had seen during the high-altitude escape.
Oh, this fat man is still alive? Gui was somewhat astonished.
Given Wang Fatty's personality, encountering the scheming Kai Man Tong, it should be a life-or-death situation.
Unexpectedly, he appeared full of life. Do you know him? Li Yan saw a living person and immediately adopted a fighting stance. But seeing Gui's expression, she relaxed.
However, she quickly took up a fighting posture again. It was because she saw a ball of ghostly figures rolling down the stairs behind Wang Fatty and the others.
It was indeed a ball, rolling down.
The scene was quite spectacular. From a distance, it looked like a swarm of ants rolling with a ball.
Gui, can we handle this? Li Yan immediately asked.
Gui also saw the giant ball made up of thousands of ghostly figures.
In an instant, his revenge plan was forced to be abandoned. Do you think I'm the Hulk? With so many ghosts, whoever goes up will die. Retreat to the train for defense.
The viewers online also witnessed this spectacular scene through the live broadcast. In comparison, the level 3 hell mode seemed like child's play before level 4.
Wow. Are you sure these are ghosts and not ants moving houses?
I just realized, besides being afraid of ghosts, I also have a fear of clusters. Intentional brother, quickly show your driving skills and drive.
Drive my foot.
Look at the countless ghosts pouring in front of the car. It seems the experienced driver noticed something was wrong early and stopped. In this situation, it's truly a dead end.
What should the intentional brother do?
Just rely on brute force, there's no other way but to carve a bloody path.
At this point, the online viewers finally started to get anxious.
This time it was not just a few dozen little ghosts being slaughtered at the start. Estimating the number of ghosts, it was at least over 3,000. Even if the intentional brother was amazing, he would still be exhausted.
Little dear grew nervous. Teacher Zhou, what should we do in this situation?
Zhou Jibo was also too distracted to eat the roasted duck, swallowing hard. At this point, we can only pray.
That's right. Facing a tsunami of thousands of ghosts, any clever plans became pale and powerless.
The key was that Gui was also trapped in this small space of the subway station.
It was indeed a dead end with no way out. Chapter 72, Battle in the Train Car. Gui and the others retreated into the subway car. Wang Fatty and his 3 companions followed in. Oh, it's Wang Fatty.
I didn't expect such a coincidence.
Wang Fatty, who is that?
The adventurer that intentional brother met in the first game.
I think it's a coincidence that they met again.
Not surprising, intentional brother often meets familiar faces in the game.
This person isn't really fat, why do we call him Fatty?
He said so himself. He even asked intentional brother to call him Wang Fatty. Many of the viewers who started watching Gui's live broadcast recognized Wang Dong. As soon as Wang Fatty and his 3 companions entered the car, they saw the hanging ghost and the clever ghost. The 3 of them were startled, and the leader, Yan Haoyu, immediately took out a cursed weapon, ready to destroy the 2 little ghosts.
Stop! Gui shouted loudly, then added, they are my pets.
Yan Haoyu and his companions looked bewildered. They had seen raising cats and dogs, but this was the first time they had seen raising little ghosts. But there was no time to question further. The ghost wave surged into the car.
Gui shouted, little hanging, little clever, protect them well.
The hanging ghost and the clever ghost understood. He was referring to Li Yan and Miao Miao.
The 2 ghosts floated over to Li Yan's side with great understanding.
Having just absorbed a large amount of cursed power, they had upgraded to the level of vengeful spirits.
The promotion of the little ghosts to vengeful spirits didn't cause much reaction. They didn't need to make a big fuss about it.
In fact, their outward appearance didn't change much. The hanging ghost just looked a bit sturdier. The clever ghost only grew a little taller. Without looking at their strength, these subtle differences made it hard to distinguish their gap with the little ghosts. But once their strength was displayed, the little ghosts couldn't stand a chance against the vengeful spirits. The thrill of tearing the little ghosts was something the clever ghost finally got to try. However, he didn't use his hands to tear them apart, he used his fangs instead. The hanging ghost could sweep through a crowd, his neck and limbs could extend at will, making it very convenient. Seeing the 2 ghosts going wild against a group of little ghosts, the viewers online were no longer calm.
Wow, did the little ghost become this fierce after being raised by the brother intentionally? It should be due to eating their own kind, right? Their level must have increased. Very likely. If they ate dozens of ghostly beings at once, not changing would be such a waste.
Seeing the strength of the hanging ghost and the clever ghost,
netizens began to guess the reason they had become powerful. With 2 ghosts to protect them and a plush bear, Li Yan and Miao Miao were relatively safe for now. Gui could also unleash his full strength and kill with abandon.
The psychic shield was fully activated, the thought blade shot out, paired with the snowcloud boots that increased his jumping ability.
In an instant, Gui became the most eye-catching figure in the entire carriage. The small ghosts charging in couldn't get close to him at all. Countless little ghosts perished under the mental blades. The problem was, there were too many ghostly beings. They just couldn't be eliminated completely. On the other side, with Nian Haoyu's support, the three of them actually managed to hold on. They huddled in the corner of the carriage, with Nian Haoyu holding a large knife to block the front. Wang Fatty wielded an iron rod, providing cover from the side. The last newcomer who triggered Hell Mode was trembling and crouching at the back. However, in just a little while, Nian Haoyu was panting heavily from exhaustion. Seeing more and more ghostly beings coming in, he could only shout to Gui, "This can't go on. Hey, can you close the door?" Hearing Wang Fatty call Gui hey, he also referred to Gui that way. Gui jumped up, kicked open a small ghost with his knee, and complained, "Can't you see I can't get through? Let that guy behind you take action, he's just sitting idle." There were too many ghostly beings. Gui was pushed to the back of the carriage. No matter how agile he was, he couldn't cross the entire carriage. Li Yan had the leap rock gloves, allowing her to climb through the top of the carriage. But she couldn't easily climb to the top, as she had to take care of Miao Miao. Based on the positions of the few people, only Nian Haoyu and the others could easily get to the driver's cabin. No, I'm a newcomer." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Gui's words, that person shook his head repeatedly. "You grabbed the evil ghost stuff, holding a cursed item, and you still don't want to help? You're just waiting to die." Gui was instantly furious. The hint reminded him that this so-called newcomer picked up something that the evil ghost liked, triggering the hidden hell mission. Now he was just hiding behind others, refusing to contribute. If it weren't for the ghostly beings blocking the way, Gui would be the first to take him down. "No, I didn't. You're falsely accusing me." The person immediately denied it upon hearing. Gui felt such hatred. "He's just a newcomer. Don't make it too hard for him." Nian Haoyu, gasping for breath, was still speaking for that person. Damn it. Gui realized what true motherly kindness was. But this kind of motherly kindness was a bit foolish. It was getting really annoying. "Fatty, take out the guy behind you. The item is in his arms, take the cursed weapon to the driver's cabin, close the door, and drive forward." Seeing Nian Haoyu being overly kind, Gui could only pin his hopes on Wang Fatty. "Alright." Wang Fatty wasted no time at all. Back then, when Gui was escaping from high altitudes, he had saved his life. Compared to so-called teammates, he trusted Gui more. With no hesitation, Wang Fatty turned and landed a strike. "Wang Dong, what are you doing? Stop." Nian Haoyu, facing the ghostly beings in front of him, had no time to spare and could only shout to stop. The newcomer hiding behind him let out a scream. But the sound suddenly stopped. With a bang, the newcomer fell to the ground. Wang Fatty had used all his strength but didn't kill him. What luck for the other party. Then, Wang Fatty surprisingly pulled out a piece of human skin from the other person's arms. The human skin was quite intact, and one could even tell it was female. It looked a bit unsettling. "I say, brother Nian, this is the person you were protecting? He's simply a piece of work." Wang Fatty disdainfully gestured. Hearing this, Nian Haoyu glanced at the human skin in his companion's hand and frowned. When the hidden hell mission was triggered, he had repeatedly asked Wang Fatty and the newcomer if anyone had taken anything. Both had assured him that they took nothing. Unexpectedly, the person behind him deceived him. Nian Haoyu sighed and said nothing more. "I'll hold them off, you go close the door and drive." Wang Pangzi dared not hesitate, wielding a human skin like a whip, striking at the ghosts on both sides. Instantly, the little ghosts around let out sharp cries, all dodging away. Wang Pangzi rushed into the driver's cabin. As a result, seeing a bunch of buttons, he was immediately confused. "Gu Xiaogu, which one is to close the door?" "Second from the left, third button in the second row, it has the word close on it, you're really blind." Gui was speechless. This question was completely thoughtless. "Look over there. Zila." As the words fell, the subway car door was forcibly closed, trapping many little ghosts outside. Pull the brake lever, press the red start button next to it, and the train can move forward. Crank up the horsepower to the max. As Gui rushed toward the driver's cabin, he shouted out loud. "Whoa!" Bang! The windows of the cabin shattered, and the door was constantly being smashed. Even knowing that there were ghosts blocking the way ahead, they had to move now. Otherwise, if the ghosts crashed inside, the door would be shut for nothing. Zzz. The sound of metal on metal arose, as the subway slowly started moving, shouldering a horde of ghosts. Chapter 73, Madness, Bad Luck. The subway cabin doors closed and began speeding up. the surrounding ghosts decreased, and Gui finally rushed into the driver's cabin. Go out and help your ally, I'll drive. Upon entering the driver's cabin, he ordered Wang Pingzi without courtesy. Wang Pingzi pouted, they're not my allies. Though he said that, he charged out. In the beginning, Gui decided to cooperate with Wang Pingzi because he was a man of action. As expected, Wang Pingzi kept his character unchanged. Once he decided to do something, he acted with courage and fought fiercely. Gui didn't care about directions and pushed the speed lever to its limit. After that, he turned and left the driver's cabin. At this moment, the little ghosts in the cabin had mostly been cleared out. The newcomer, who had been knocked out by Wang Pingzi, also regained consciousness. Seeing Gui striding towards him with an aggressive aura, the newcomer fearfully hid behind Nian Haoyu. What do you want to do? Seeing Gui's fierce look approaching, Nian Haoyu became alert. Kill. Gui said fearlessly. Damn it, if it weren't for this person, the game would have been smooth. Now, look what happened, it put everyone in crisis. There were still lots of ghosts up ahead, and the subway couldn't even trample through. Soon, there would have to be a mass escape. This so-called newcomer should be killed. Since letting the flying boat go led to this crisis, Gui decided that anyone with an unstable factor should be eliminated quickly. Everyone quickly look, Gui is furious, this will be a good show. That newcomer stole things and did not participate in the battle, should be killed. But Nian Haoyu is protecting him, can Gui be his opponent? Yeah. Nian Haoyu is a master, ordinary people are no match for him. Nian Haoyu, why are you defending a newcomer who does bad things? The netizens watching this scene began to discuss fervently. Nian Haoyu had been in the game for half a year, often appearing in low-level games. Many netizens recognized him and knew he was quite powerful. Now that Gui confronted him, everyone was a bit worried. On the game scene, Gui's mental scissor hovered in front of him. Are you sure you want to protect the person behind you? Nian Haoyu, you are all newcomers, I hope we can unite. It's because everyone isn't united that adventurers have less space to survive. No, I was originally surviving well, it's your person behind you who caused this situation. Feeling wrongfully affected again, Gui felt a surge of frustration. Level 4 games are different from level 3. In level 3, he could rampage and kill. But here, he felt clearly outmatched. A small charge from the ghosts nearly wiped out his side. How to continue playing? Seeing the two men at a standoff, Li Yiyan immediately stood behind Gui. Two plush teddy bears came over. Wang Pingzi didn't hesitate either and quickly stood over. Alright. In an instant, it was 6 against 2. Including Miao Miao, they had a group of 7 people consisting of ghosts and humans. Nian Haoyu saw the situation and furrowed his brows. The circumstances were very unfavorable for him. I think we should first deal with the current crisis, and then study how to handle this person. Nian Haoyu wanted to ease the situation through negotiation. Gui, there's no discussion, I don't want to have someone stabbing me in the back when fighting for my life. Li Yiyan and the fat guy nodded in agreement. Nian Haoyu began to hesitate, he wanted to save the person, but at this point, if he insisted, it would turn into human infighting. If the ghosts took advantage of this and rushed in, everyone would be doomed. Gui understood this point and wanted to cut through the confusion by dealing with the newcomer behind Nian Haoyu first. As a result, before Nian Haoyu could say anything else, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a muffled grunt. Turning his head, he saw the newcomer's face twisted in rage, roaring at him, you, and all of you, should die. If you want to kill me, forget it. Gui and the others were stunned, as they watched Nian Haoyu slowly turn around, there was a dagger glaring at him from behind. It goes without saying that the newcomer had ambushed Nian Haoyu. Heartless. Seeing Nian Haoyu hesitating and fearing betrayal, the newcomer actually turned on his own teammate first. What the hell? Is this guy insane? He seems not quite right in the head, he just stabbed his own safety wall. I know, this is a kind of mental illness, the hope of survival is very slim. To be honest, he does not want anything to happen to Gui. But this time the situation is too difficult, it is hard to escape from it. Chapter 74, Arrogance lasts not 3 seconds, on-site rescue. Cough cough cough. Gui felt as if his internal organs had shifted. Just now when he hit the ground, even though his body was strong, he couldn't quite stand it. Looking around, he found Li Yiyan not far away, lying on the body of a plush bear. Miao Miao's headset and eye mask had long fallen somewhere unknown. At this moment, she poked her head out from behind Li Yiyan. Protected by Li Yiyan and the plush bear, Miao Miao was mostly unharmed. But Li Yiyan was not so lucky. A broken steel pipe had pierced her shoulder, with blood flowing endlessly, and she was in a coma. Fat Wang was nearby, lying motionless on the ground, lifeless or alive. Yan Haoyu was worse, his entire upper body smashed into the ruins, with only his lower half exposed.
that insane newbie was extremely lucky. During the collision, he fell onto Yan Haoyu, using the other as a cushion, and was basically unscathed. At this moment, he happened to see the cursed weapon, a mountain-cutting knife, that Yan Haoyu had dropped. He picked up the mountain-cutting knife and laughed wildly at Gui. "It's you who wanted to kill me, ha, now let's see who kills whom." As he spoke, he walked towards Gui, holding the knife. Gui remembered but felt a storm brewing inside him, his throat feeling sweet. With a wow, he spat out blood. "Ha, now you can't be arrogant anymore." The crazy newbie was even more pleased when he saw Gui spit blood. "This person is so disgusting, hurry up and get up to kill him. God is unfair. How can such a person be unharmed? If Gu dies on purpose, I will never watch horror games again. If I am really chosen to become an adventurer, I will just commit suicide." "Don't be too excited, Gu won't die so easily." "That's right, we need to believe in Gu." While the netizens complained about the unfairness of heaven, they all hoped that Gui could bring a surprise and make a great comeback. But there was no chance for Gui to counterattack. The arrogant newbie had not even finished laughing in 3 seconds. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the car's cover was lifted, and a large hand reached into the car, grabbing him. Immediately, a huge ghost head poked in. "No, I don't want to die." The newbie struggled desperately, but it was completely ineffective. In a critical moment, he didn't even have the courage to swing the knife. Crack! In his struggle, his head was directly bitten off. Just like that, the newbie didn't take a look at where he was. There were ghost creatures all around, and strange birds in the sky. In this show of strength, it was a miracle if one could live. At the same time, countless silent birds swooped down. They pounced towards the few people in the car. Even if they were blind, the huge commotion was enough to attract their attention. It seemed as if they were born to sense who was human and who was a ghost. The silent birds did not charge towards the evil spirits but instead attacked Gui and the others. "Xiao Diao, Xiao Ji, where are you? Go protect Li Yan." Gui caught his breath and shouted loudly. The hanging ghost and the clever ghost emerged from the pile of ruins. They were ghosts and could be hit but would not be injured. Even if the evil spirit didn't appear to gnaw on the newbie, Gui was not worried about himself. He was now just concerned about Li Yan and Miao Miao. "Brother, woo woo." Seeing the silent birds flying in hordes, Miao Miao was extremely scared and couldn't help but cry. This only made the silent birds find their target. A few birds swooped down towards her. Fortunately, at this moment, 2 ghost creatures arrived. Bang bang bang. Crack crack. With the onslaught of the hanging ghost and the clever ghost. In an instant, several silent birds were sent flying. But this merely alleviated the immediate crisis. Next, there was no good way, everyone present could not escape death. And would the evil spirits and silent birds let Gui come up with a good plan? A few silent birds, hearing Gui's shout, immediately swooped towards him. Poop poop poop. Before the silent birds could get close, the mental scissors had already taken their lives. Gui was injured internally, but his mental power was still there. Dealing with several silent birds was well within his capability. "I'm so nervous I almost peed. I forgot Gu still has the mental scissors trick." "Just say that Brother Gui won't die so easily." "That's right, even if Brother Gui doesn't have the luck of a king, he has super strength, he definitely won't die, and this time he will successfully clear the level." When the netizens saw this scene, they immediately felt relieved. Boom! At that moment, on another side of the ruins, someone was lifted up. Nian Haoyu shook his head and stood up. Although he was buried just now, his body had undergone more than 30 enhancements, so there was really nothing serious. He stood up and observed for a moment, immediately understanding the situation. Nian Haoyu didn't waste any words and waved his hand. The mountain-splitting knife that fell from the newcomer returned to his hand. Kill! With a loud shout, Nian Haoyu charged at the evil spirit. His participation improved the situation somewhat. At least the evil spirit couldn't get close. Meanwhile, the confused Wang fatty also sat up. Perhaps because he was chubby, this guy was basically fine. As soon as he woke up, he grabbed an iron rod to chase away the silent bird. Now only the unconscious Li Yan remained, while the rest of the combat power had returned. It's not guaranteed that they could break out of the encirclement, but self-defense was definitely no problem. Gui endured the pain and wobbled to Li Yan's side. He checked her injuries. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal injury. "Meow meow, don't cry. Stay close to your bear, don't run around. I need to treat your sister." As Gui spoke, he unbuckled the child carrier while instructing Meow Meow. "Mm. Mm." Meow Meow sniffled but still made an effort to nod her little head. He lifted Li Yan, letting Meow Meow and the plush bear go out first. Gui quietly asked, "Hint, what should I do about this injury?" He wasn't a doctor and didn't know how to perform first aid. Even though he had a first aid kit in hand, he wouldn't dare to act casually without guidance.
Pull out the steel pipe and sprinkle Yunnan Baiyao. Do I really have to teach you this?
Then give her half the health potion. You each drink half a bottle, and the problem will be solved.
Seeing the hint, Gui was too lazy to argue. In such a panic, how could he still think calmly?
Next, Gui ripped open Li Yian's clothes, only at the shoulder, and prepared the first aid kit. Then, he pressed down on Li Yian's wound with one hand and pulled the steel pipe with the other.
Put.
The steel pipe was pulled out, instantly spraying a stream of blood. Gui acted quickly, taking out Yunnan Baiyao and pouring the entire bottle over the wound. Li Yan let out a muffled groan from the pain, and her eyes opened immediately.
I'm not dead?
Her voice was very weak.
Gui, you won't die.
He thought for a moment and added, at least not yet.
This game isn't over, and the evil spirit could come at any moment. Gui didn't dare guarantee that he would definitely survive, so he didn't say at all.
Then, he took out the health potion from the horror ring.
Drink half, I'll keep the other half.
As Gui said this, he helped her sit up and fed her the medicine.
Li Yan didn't refuse and gulped down half a bottle.
Immediately, she felt energized, and her wound started to itch.
This was a good sign.
What kind of potion is this? She couldn't help but be curious. Gui had quite a lot of good stuff.
Gui didn't answer and quickly drank the other half of the potion.
He immediately felt a cool sensation wash over him, and the turmoil in his body disappeared.
His injuries healed instantly.
The game produced it, and the effect is trustworthy. Chapter 75, The Evil Spirit Emerges, shocking the entire scene.
Wow! What did I just see? An indirect kiss? What time is it? Why are you still concerned about this?
Exactly, Brother Gui is just saving someone normally, he's still so pure and remains my idol.
Seeing Gui openly drink the remaining potion from the vial, the netizens had mixed feelings of joy and unwillingness.
Now that the situation had improved, their silly attributes came online again.
As the parties involved, Gui and Li Yan, however, were completely unconcerned. What should we do next? Li Yan asked.
Although her injuries had improved, she still needed time to recover and couldn't join the fight right away. In the team, it was like they had two burdens, the other one was Meow Meow.
Gui glanced at the others and frowned. Throw away the human skin and find a place to hide. After saying that,
shouting at Wang Fatty, he said, Fatty, throw away the human skin, that thing is the source of trouble.
Wang Fatty complained, damn, why didn't you say so earlier?
As he spoke, he tossed the human skin out. Coincidentally, a silent bird squeezed in from outside the carriage, spreading its wings and fanning the human skin away. The human skin swirled in the air, passing through two little ghosts and a stuffed bear.
When it unfurled, it landed right on Meow Meow.
A series of coincidences happened in the blink of an eye.
By the time Gui reacted, there was already a piece of human skin on Meow Meow's shoulder. Ah! Meow Meow let out a scream.
Just as the scream rang out, with a loud bang, the carriage behind them was smashed open.
Before everyone could understand what was happening, a figure suddenly appeared and pulled Meow Meow away. Stop!
Gui shouted loudly, ignoring Li Yan, his snow boots activating, leaping out instantly. At the same time, his mental scissors flew towards the figure dragging Meow Meow away. But the scissors were blocked by a silent bird. Outside the carriage, it was filled with silent birds, and Gui found it incredibly difficult to break through.
Puff!
The scissors pierced into the other party's body but failed to penetrate. Gui was then attacked by 4 or 5 silent birds. He shouted loudly, pulling out a sickle, slicing off the head of a silent bird, but he couldn't catch up to Meow Meow.
Hint, what should I do? Gui yelled in his heart.
If you want to save Meow Meow, open the Vengeful Spirit's ashes box. That piece of human skin belongs to a vengeful spirit. She has a grudge with the skinning demon, and she will kill the opponent at the first opportunity. But you need to think carefully. Once the vengeful spirit avenges, her target will shift, and she won't spare anyone present.
Seeing the hint, Gui didn't have time to think further.
He drove away a silent bird with his sickle and immediately took out the vengeful spirit's ashes box. Without hesitation, he opened it with his hand.
In an instant, Gui felt a wave of dizziness in his mind.
Then he seemed to see, in a room full of blood, a monster grinning, performing a human dissection. The dissected was a young girl, who was wailing in pain.
But this scream only excited the monster more.
Buzz! The illusion disappeared, and a girl in red suddenly appeared. This girl was very ethereal, as if she were a virtual projection. Her face was frosty, and her whole body exuded a cold aura. When she appeared, the whole world seemed to freeze.
The girl in red glanced at Gui.
Just that one glance made Gui feel as if he were frozen. Then he saw the girl in red bend down and take the ashes box from his hand.
Throughout the whole process, Gui couldn't move at all.
The silent birds around seemed to have received great stimulation and flew away with a scream. The hanging ghost and the clever ghost inside the carriage curled up in a corner, trembling.
Roar!
The demon of divine power fighting with Nian Haoyu let out a roar and turned to run, like a frightened rabbit.
What's going on? Who is this woman?
I see she popped out of the black box.
What the hell happened? Why can't Gui move? Joe, quickly explain what is happening. Seeing this scene, the netizens were shocked.
Through the screen, it felt like they could sense a chill. Zhou Jibwa swallowed hard, vengeful spirit. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. The vengeful spirit had appeared.
No one had the mood to joke anymore. Ding!
Adventurer Gui, you have triggered a hidden abyss task.
Task, survive for 1 hour.
Task description, you release the red-clad vengeful spirit. After she avenges, to thank you, she will take your soul and turn you into her subordinate. As long as you survive for 1 hour, the system will send you out of the game. At that moment, the system voice rang out.
Damn, what is a hidden abyss task? It has never appeared before. I really feel hopeless this time.
A level 4 task and running into a level 7 vengeful spirit, Gui is doomed.
The key is that this time, Gui took the initiative to release the demon. Does he not want to live? It's over, this time it's truly over. Hearing the system prompt, no one had faith in Gui anymore. A red-clad vengeful spirit is very rare, even among level 7 tasks. In a game of Spades 4, Gui was messed up. No matter how you looked at it, there was no hope. No wonder everyone was singing the blues. At the game scene, the remaining people all heard the cue.
Including the veteran, Nian Haoyu, all had pale faces.
The fierce ghost was about to chase and kill them, no one could save them.
Now, forget about escaping, it was hard for everyone to even move.
They were bound by a force, just like Gui, and couldn't move at all.
Only the fierce ghost, seeing the chance, quickly ran away back into the underground tunnel, escaping with its life. The main goal of the fierce ghost was not it, and it was too lazy to chase. Otherwise, everyone there, be it human or ghost, would turn into wooden puppets.
The girl in the red dress ignored everyone and took a step forward. In an instant, she appeared 100 meters away. There was a fierce ghost, holding Miao Miao, ready to escape. The fierce ghost looked hideous, with black skin, very disgusting. It was the overlord of this city, a skinning ghost. But this mighty overlord now stood still as if struck by a free spell, unable to move at all. This was one of the fierce ghost's skills, intimidation. Once locked on by her, no one, human or ghost, could escape this intimidation if they were not stronger than her. The girl in the red dress, holding her ashes box, came in front of the skinning ghost. The skinning ghost, with its hideous face, trembled uncontrollably. Puff!
The girl in the red dress gently swept her hand, and the skinning ghost's arm was cut off.
Roar!
This caused the skinning ghost to scream. It was clear that it was in great pain, its expression twisted.
Woo woo!
The severed arm was the one that had grabbed Miao Miao. Miao Miao fell to the ground and immediately began to cry. She had forgotten to cry from fear, but now she couldn't hold back anymore.
Miao Miao, come here! Gui shouted from the spot.
Miao Miao heard the voice and quickly crawled over. The girl in the red dress seemed not to see it and then swept at the skinning ghost again.
Puff! The other arm fell off. Roar!
The skinning ghost was in agony, but there was nothing it could do. The gap in levels was right there, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the fierce ghost's intimidation binding.
Chapter 76, The Guardians. Once upon a time, the skinning ghost was very proud. Because among the people it killed, some turned into fierce ghosts. And it used tools to seal this fierce ghost. Later, the ashes box that sealed the fierce ghost disappeared, and it became its heartache. But for a long time, the fierce ghost had not unsealed and come back for revenge. The skinning ghost gradually relaxed. And the human skin of that fierce ghost became its favorite bragging capital. Who would have thought that today, someone dared to steal its beloved bragging item? Even more unexpected was that when it went to chase the thief, it encountered the fierce ghost it feared the most. All of this was beyond the skinning ghost's expectations and became the prelude to its death. Now, facing the unsealed fierce ghost, the skinning ghost had no other choice but to scream. The fierce ghost was clearly not in a hurry to kill it. After cutting off 2 arms, she went for 2 legs. Unfortunately, she didn't have the skinning ghost's skills and was not good at skinning. Remembering skinning, the girl in the red dress paused and turned to look at crawling Miao Miao. Because of the tension, Miao Miao even forgot to drop the human skin on her shoulder. The girl in the red dress reached out and grabbed at Miao Miao in the air. Ah! Suddenly, Miao Miao cried out in surprise and was caught mid-air.
No, if there's anything, come at me, she is still small.
Gui shouted in despair.
But the fierce ghost wouldn't listen to him. It grabbed Meow Meow by the neck.
Meow Meow's small face turned red, her body spasming. Roar!
Suddenly, the plush bear let out an angry roar. Then, it broke through the fierce ghost's intimidation and rushed out, pouncing on the fierce ghost. Clearly, the girl in the red dress didn't expect that such a cursed object could break through her intimidation constraints. For a moment, her expression was a bit dazed. Taking advantage of her dazed moment, the plush bear snatched away Meow Meow and tossed her over to Gooey. Gooey used all his strength to barely lift his hand.
Catch the stuffed bear. Who?
The stuffed bear made a noise again, signaling Gooey to run.
Gooey understood the message, hugged Meow Meow, and struggled to crawl backward.
It wasn't that he didn't want to run, his legs were too soft and he couldn't stand up.
What does this stuffed bear want to do? From its look, it seems it plans to block the evil spirit by itself. Come on, brother Goo. This scene is so heart-wrenching to watch. Netizens felt very complicated seeing this scene.
They had witnessed the miracle created by Gooey all along the way. Never had they imagined that Gooey would also have such a miserable day.
Rip!
The sound of something being torn apart suddenly caught the netizens' attention. Everyone turned their gaze and saw that the stuffed bear's arm had been ripped off by the girl in red. Yet the stuffed bear didn't retreat, roaring and slapping at the girl with the other paw.
Rip! Another sound came, and its other paw was gone too.
But the stuffed bear still did not retreat.
It stood like a warrior, guarding the path of its little master.
Knowing it couldn't win, the stuffed bear still refused to back down.
Why am I crying?
It's just a stuffed bear.
Cry. It's not shameful, it really is touching. This stuffed bear deserves more respect than some people. Fighting for protection is always heartwarming. Watching the stuffed bear charge again with a suicidal rush, many female netizens couldn't help but cry.
Clearly, the behavior of the stuffed bear annoyed the girl in red. She put down her urn and extended her hands.
Rip, rip.
In just a blink, the stuffed bear was shattered into pieces.
Bear. Whoa whoa.
Seeing her companion for days, who had cared for her, torn to bits, Meow Meow cried uncontrollably.
I really can't hold it back. Whoa whoa. For the first time, a toy made me cry. The stuffed bear is so pitiful. What a loyal and brave bear. The evil spirit is too cruel. Netizens were both moved and enraged at this sight. At the game site, there wasn't much time for Meow Meow to mourn.
After tearing apart the stuffed bear, the girl in red walked towards her again.
Gooey forcefully yanked the human skin from Meow Meow's shoulder and tossed it aside. The girl had come after Meow Meow because of the human skin. Gooey believed that tossing away the skin would temporarily spare Meow Meow.
Before the human skin even hit the ground, the girl in red reached out and grabbed it.
Hee.
It seemed she had found something good, and she let out a chilling laugh.
Then, she walked toward Gooey again. Meow Meow, you crawl away first.
Seeing that the evil spirit did not stop, Gooey had no choice but to fight. After beating his legs a few times, he trembled and stood up.
Swish!
The mental scissors appeared, aiming directly at the girl in red's face. To his surprise, the girl in red casually slapped it away.
Clang!
The mental scissors fell to the ground. At the same time, Gooey felt a daze, and then he thudded onto the ground. The mental scissors were connected to his spirit, and once attacked, it would harm Gooey as well. Clearly, this girl was not the weak spellcaster as hinted. With a single strike, she could silence the mental scissors, showing her formidable powers.
Brother. Meow Meow did not crawl away but instead hugged Gooey's head.
In this world, she had lost all her family.
Grandma had died.
The stuffed bear had died.
If Gooey died too, she truly didn't know how to live on. You son of a b****, I'm coming.
After Gooey, Wang Fatty stumbled over, holding an iron rod.
He didn't check Gooey's situation. Stopping the evil spirit was what needed to be done now. Otherwise, everyone would die. Unfortunately, Wang Fatty's thoughts were correct, but his strength was too weak.
Before he could get close, he was sent flying by the girl in red with a slap from afar.
Crash!
He smashed directly into the nearby wreckage, completely buried inside, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Taking advantage of the girl's momentary distraction, Li Yan rushed in. Her speed was not slow, she seemed to have recovered well. Plus, her physique was better than Wang Fatty's, so she had gained a lot of speed. With all her might, she managed to reach the girl in red. A pair of hands grasped the other. The leaping gloves could touch ghostly beings, and at that moment, they proved remarkably effective. The girl in the red dress was a bit astonished. She couldn't understand how these few people managed to break through the intimidation binding them. Even more perplexing was why they all crazily rushed over to offer their lives.
Generally, those who break through intimidation should turn and flee, right? Are these humans out of their minds?
Clearly, even though she used to be human, she couldn't comprehend that some things, even knowing they would lead to death, still made people act without hesitation.
Like the current Wang Ponzi and Li Yan, facing death, they unhesitatingly chose to save a small life.
Even in the face of a fierce ghost, they did not shrink back or feel afraid.
Chapter 77, The Bloodstained Sense of Profession.
Unfortunately, whether to retreat or not is a different matter than whether one can defeat the fierce ghost. Li Yan's original plan was to reach out and push down the girl in red, to stop her from moving forward. But when she tried with all her might, she found she couldn't budge the other at all. Instead, in the girl in red's counterattack, she was flung out.
Bang! Li Yan fell to the ground, silenced. Why am I being shown such a brutal livestream? Wasn't it said that Gun Yi's livestream was a comedy?
I really don't want to watch anymore. Gun Yi is probably going to be annihilated this time.
Fatty, sister, they're so moving. Stop with the emotions, I can't handle it. Viewers felt despair when they saw Li Yan fall, but they were also moved by their spirit.
After the few obstacles, the girl in red obviously became somewhat annoyed. Her eyes glowed with blood, and her whole being appeared even more sinister and terrifying.
Her figure flickered, and in an instant, she was beside Gu Yi and Miao Miao, reaching out to grab the two. Whoosh! A flash of blade light struck toward the girl's neck. The girl in red's figure flashed again, evading the blade light. Raising her eyes, she saw Nian Haoyu standing in front of Gu Yi, wielding a heavy knife. At that moment, Gu Yi, still a bit dazed, came to. Brother, you're awake. Miao Mao immediately shouted in surprise. Gu Yi turned his head and saw Nian Haoyu's figure.
This middle-aged man turned to Gu Yi and smiled, saying, "Young man, you are very good, and your companions are also very good. If you get out alive, go find Hope home, maybe that little girl can survive."
Gu Yi was still a bit muddled but heard what the other said.
This sounded like he was making a deathbed confession.
Kill.
After making his confession, Nian Haoyu swung the heavy knife, striking at the fierce ghost.
Ding!
Unexpectedly, the knife struck the fierce ghost's arm, making a sound like metal on metal.
The girl in red frowned.
In comparison, Nian Haoyu's heavy knife was not as effective as Gu Yi's mind scissors. But his attributes were stronger, and he had more curse power backing him. Therefore, this strike turned out to be evenly matched.
Ah!
The girl in red seemed very angry, letting out a strange scream. Then, her figure flashed, her speed reaching a peak as she circled Nian Haoyu, clawing at him continuously. In just a few breaths, Nian Haoyu was covered in wounds, all dripping blood. But Nian Haoyu's expression remained exceptionally resolute. Seizing an opportunity, he suddenly stabbed his own body with the knife.
Puff! Blood splattered, just right onto the girl in red.
Then, Nian Haoyu actually hugged the girl in red.
The girl in red was stunned.
She was indeed a fierce ghost, a pure spiritual body. Let alone a living being, even other objects would not be able to touch her. The fact that someone could hug her directly with their body was simply unbelievable.
How did Nian Haoyu do it? Why can he hug a fierce ghost? I don't know, it should be related to the blood he sprayed. What good is self-mutilation? What's the use of hugging her? Is he trying to restrain her like this? The viewers were somewhat baffled, not understanding what Nian Haoyu was trying to do. Little Lu was confused too, asking, "Teacher Zhou, do you know what Nian Haoyu is trying to do?"
Zhou Zhibu's expression was complicated. He is trying to perish together with the fierce ghost.
What? Little Lu was astonished. In fact, I've noticed Nian Haoyu for a long time. His fame isn't too big, but his strength is incredibly steady.
Moreover, he is a rare good person in the horror game, always helping some adventurers. Thus, I have conducted thorough research on him, including the skills he has used. If I remember correctly, he once used a skill called Blood Curse in the game. When this skill is used, he nearly gives his life, and the ghost attacked by the skill will also suffer heavy damage.
Last time, 3 evil ghosts fell under this skill of his. Zhou Zhibo sighed and shared everything he knew. Xiao Lu swallowed hard. Then how did Nian Haoyu survive last time?
This time he was very lucky, as he happened to be in the same game as Zhou Xiaoxian, who saved him.
Zhou Zhibo pushed up his glasses. Zhou Xiaoxian is an adventurer almost everyone knows and acknowledges.
In domestic horror games, she and Qi Lei are recognized as the pinnacle. Besides her powerful skills and items, Zhou Xiaoxian is most famous for her ability to save people. It is said that before entering the game, she was a forensic doctor.
On the surface, forensic doctors have more knowledge about autopsies.
But Zhou Xiaoxian is an exception. She not only excels in autopsies but is also incredibly good at saving lives. So, that time she saved Nian Haoyu.
Unfortunately, this time Nian Haoyu probably won't be so lucky. What is the blood curse like? Will it be effective against evil ghosts? A netizen commented, wanting to know if Nian Haoyu's sacrifice would bring about an effect.
Zhou Jibwa sighed, soon you will see what the blood curse is, as for whether it is effective against evil ghosts, I also can't say. As his words fell, they saw Nian Haoyu in the game suddenly shout.
Die. Boom. He actually self-exploded. Blood splattered all over the evil ghost.
Instantly, the red-dressed girl started to emit wisps of white smoke.
Ah.
The red-dressed girl let out a piercing scream, instantly drowning in the blood mist spewed out by Nian Haoyu. Now, even if the red-dressed girl does not die, she will be seriously injured.
Even the deterrence and restraint couldn't be maintained.
The peeling devil in the distance immediately gained freedom. It didn't dare to stay, turning around and running into the underground tunnel.
Caw caw caw.
The surrounding quiet birds also reacted.
Thud.
After the self-explosion, Nian Haoyu fell to the ground, his body twitching incessantly.
In an instant, he had lost too much blood.
Even with his astonishing physique, without effective treatment, he would die from blood loss. Unfortunately, in this game, there is no Zhou Xiaoxian.
Nian Haoyu knew he was doomed this time.
But he had no regrets.
Saving lives is a soldier's responsibility.
Even in a horror game, he did not forget his original intention. In the end, he glanced at Gu Yi and Miao Miao in the distance. Nian Haoyu peacefully closed his eyes. This time, he felt he had done his best. The life of a child is worth protecting. In the live broadcast room, at that moment, everything became completely silent. Not a single netizen spoke, everyone was mourning for this warrior.
At the game scene,
Gu Yi could not help but feel his eyes turn red. The actions of the other side seemed foolish, but he was indeed a person worth respecting. If there were more such people in the game, so many adventurers wouldn't have died. Just as everyone felt sorrow for Nian Haoyu.
Suddenly. Ah!
The red-dressed girl's scream rang out again. Immediately, she revealed a sinister face, walking out from the blood mist.
Chapter 78, Absolute Rationality Equals Madness. Why is it so hard to kill evil ghosts? What a pity for Nian Haoyu's sacrifice. Damn it, Brother Gu Yi, think of a way quickly, or it will really be over. Brother Gu Yi, do your best.
Netizens saw the red-dressed girl walk out unscathed from the blood mist, all felt extremely anxious.
Unfortunately, Gu Yi could not stand up at all.
He was just harmed mentally, and it was impossible to recover so quickly.
Don't come over, bad person.
Unexpectedly, at this moment, Miao Miao stepped forward, holding her hand in front of Gu Yi.
No, Miao Miao, run quickly. Miao Miao, don't waste everyone's sacrifice. I really can't bear to watch.
Seeing Miao Miao unexpectedly run out to block the evil ghost at such a critical moment,
the netizens were even more anxious. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious they were, they couldn't save Miao Miao.
The girl in red came before Miao Miao, grabbing her tightly, her eyes flashing with red light.
No, no. Please.
Gu Yi reached out his hand to stop her, but no matter how he called out, his mental scissors didn't respond.
Crack. A soft sound came. Miao Miao's small body went limp, hanging weakly.
The girl in red had snapped her neck. In that moment, Gu Yi opened his mouth wide, wanting to scream, but no sound came out.
Seeing this scene, the netizens fell silent.
Miao Miao was a burden, everyone knew that without saying. Even, everyone guessed that she might not survive the second task.
But if she died right at the start, can go very far now. Seeing Gu Yi going crazy, the netizens sighed one after another. Inner world. Gu Yi was a bit confused. Aren't you absolutely rational? Why are you laughing crazily?
Although the black-clothed Gu Yi controlled the body, Gu Yi could still sense the outside world. Seeing the actions of the black-clothed Gu Yi was very puzzled.
Ha ha. When rationality reaches an absolute level, it appears as madness in the eyes of others.
After explaining, the black-clothed Gu Yi stopped speaking.
Outside world. Suddenly, Gu Yi stood up while laughing madly.
The whole person seemed like he hadn't been hurt at all.
Then, he suddenly turned and ran.
Using the snow cloud boots, he stepped onto the subway car and leaped into the sky.
Then, he quickly grabbed the silent bird.
The captured silent bird was shocked and struggled desperately.
But Gu Yi effortlessly twisted his hands and broke the bird's neck. Before the body even fell, he bit the bird's neck. Gulu Gyolu.
After taking a few big gulps of fresh blood, he threw the body of the silent bird on the ground. At this moment, Gu Yi had blood all over his mouth, his face looked crazy and ferocious, making him look very scary.
The netizens were completely stunned. Really crazy. Sucking the blood of a living monster, so disgusting. What happened to Gu Yi? Little deer couldn't hide her surprise and asked Zhou Jibwa, Teacher Zhou, has Gu Yi gone crazy? However, Zhou Jibwa had a serious face and did not answer. He vaguely guessed a possibility, but he did not dare to confirm. Ah. The girl in red let out a scream. She seemed to feel that Gui was very different now. But Gui chuckled, "You weren't hurt, so I couldn't do anything to you, but now you have been hurt by Nianhaoyu, and you still dare to be arrogant with me." Saying this, he suddenly pulled out a sickle and lowered his body to charge at the opponent. The girl in red raised her hand and slapped Gui. A gust of wind echoed as a fierce ghost energy attacked Gui. But Gui seemed to have anticipated it, slightly tilting his body to avoid the ghost energy. During this time, his speed increased rather than decreased. Whoosh! As he got closer, the sickle whipped up a gust of wind, slashing toward the girl in red. The netizens saw that this slash actually emanated a blue light. Chapter 79, First Kill and Ghost Creation. It was previously mentioned that spiritual energy can be used to cover objects. Gui had tried many times but had not succeeded. To allow spiritual energy to cover another object, one must constantly focus mentally on that object. Moreover, one must maintain a consistent output of spiritual energy. During this time, other actions must also be completed. Strictly speaking, it requires at least 3 uses of the mind. Gui asked himself if he could not do it. But the absolutely rational him demonstrated today that nothing is impossible as long as you are calm enough. That's right. The seemingly mad black-clothed Gui was actually extremely calm. His madness was just an outward expression, while inside he was constantly analyzing various situations. Then, based on the existing conditions, he made the most reasonable actions. In this state, even if the mind is damaged, one can still fight against the fierce ghost. The premise is that the fierce ghost has been injured. Nianhaoyu's sacrifice was not without effect. Under his blood-drenched self-explosion, the girl in red was also seriously injured. But she hadn't shown it. But in absolute rationality, Gui instantly analyzed the general condition of the opponent's injury. So, he had the confidence to defeat the girl in red. At this moment, Gui slashed out with the sickle. With a ding, it struck right at the opponent's waist. Ah! The girl in red let out a scream and slapped Gui backhanded. But Gui turned around, and the sickle swung again. At the same time, he punched the back of her head. Ding! Bang! After succeeding, he changed his move. After 2 strikes, Gui kept spinning and came back to the front of the girl in red again. The sickle changed from a slash to a hook. Puff! This time, the sound changed. The girl in red finally broke through the defense. In fact, fierce ghosts are not invincible. They can use their curse power to make their bodies incredibly hard. But it requires mental control. If the thoughts can't keep up, they will naturally be breached. Previously, the girl in red had ample curse power, enabling her to maintain a defensive cover on her entire body. But after Nianhaoyu's self-destruct attack, her curse power was severely diminished, unable to maintain a full body coverage. Now, encountering Gui's strange fighting style again, the girl in red simply couldn't keep up with his attacking speed. So, with 1 strike from the sickle, her chest was cut. Though the wound wasn't deep and caused little harm. But this broke the legend that ghosts can't be injured. Damn! Is Gui really this strong? This is insane. Is he going to keep getting stronger? Could it be that there's a 1,000-year-old fox inside Gui that explodes with power and danger? Do you think this is like watching Naruto? The netizens were all shocked by Gui's fighting style. However, this was just the beginning. What Gui did next opened the eyes of the netizens even more. He dodged left and right, alternating between using the sickle and his fists, completely confusing the girl in red. She was even turned around and couldn't tell which way was up. At that moment, Gui suddenly pulled back. The girl in red froze, thinking he had run out of energy, and temporarily stopped attacking. However, before she could react, she suddenly saw a pair of scissors appear right in front of her. Gui casually tossed aside a potion bottle. A mental potion that could increase attributes by 3 points and restore mental strength. In addition, it had an invisible effect, healing wounds. If stamina potions have healing effects, then mental potions must have them too. At this moment, Gui drank it, equivalent to bringing out his trump card. Previously, Gui was too nervous and had completely forgotten to use the potions. But with absolute rationality, he wouldn't let this trump card slip away. The mental scissors appeared almost at the moment the ghost was at its weakest, aiming for one final hit. Put! The scissors pierced through the forehead of the girl in red, going through her entire head and flying out the back. But the scissors didn't stop, they turned in mid-air. Pft, pft, pft. The continuous stabs left the girl in red with no time even to fall. After a dozen stabs. Thud, the girl in red fell backward, her head held high. Gradually, her figure began to fade and then slowly disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to Adventurer Gui for achieving the first kill of a ghost. During the settlement, the system will issue a special reward. The sound of the system suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the system prompt, the live streaming room exploded instantly. He really took down a ghost, that's unbelievable. Gui became a legend in one battle, everyone come and worship him. Wow, right now I can only use these 2 words to describe how I feel. You guys keep praising this great god and that big shot, who among them has killed a ghost? Gui just wants to know, who else can fight? Excited netizens filled the entire live streaming room with messages. Everyone was too thrilled. It had been a year. The legend of the invincible ghost in the horror game had finally been broken. And the one who broke the legend was a newcomer. This made everyone feel blood boiling. Especially the contrast from despair to surprise was too emotional to handle. For a moment, netizens were saying all sorts of things. Meanwhile, Gui had shed the crazy demeanor and calmly stepped forward. He picked up the human skin dropped by the ghost and then carried Meow Meow's body. What are you going to do? In his heart, Gui asked Blackclad Gui. Blackclad Gui replied calmly, you really like Meow Meow, this way of dying is too wasteful. And then? Gui frowned and asked. Turn her into a ghost, and then she will be used by you. Don't worry, based on Meow Meow's feelings for you, she won't harm you. Also, don't throw me nonsense about disrespecting the dead. In the horror game, death is just the beginning, and the destruction of the soul is the end. Blackclad Gui cut off all of Gui's words in one breath. Gui smiled wryly, okay, I won't stop you, but can you actually do it? What's there that can't be done? According to my calculations, all ghosts are humans that have transformed. Currently, Meow Meow just needs some curse power as energy. Coincidentally, this human skin and the ashes of the ghost contain very strong curse power. This will definitely work. While communicating in his heart, Gui's figure didn't stop at all. The netizens saw him not going to save Li Yan and Wangpang but instead carrying Meow Meow's body towards the ashes, all with puzzled expressions. What is Gui going to do? Are they planning to bury Meow Meow? Yeah, it's quite possible. After all, the two had a good relationship. The discussion was not over when Gui picked up the urn, pinched open Meow Meow's mouth, and poured the ashes of the evil spirit into her mouth. Netizens were all puzzled. What does this mean? Without stopping, Gui wrapped Meow Meow with the evil spirit's skin. Then, he took out a can of gasoline from the horror ring and poured it over Meow Meow's body. The gasoline was to prevent the pickup truck from breaking down, allowing other cars in the game to escape quickly. However, it was unexpectedly used by the absolutely rational Gui to create an evil spirit. Sizzle! Absolutely rational Gui made a quick strike with the scythe on the ground. Sparks flew immediately. Whoosh! Flames erupted around Meow Meow. Everything was so calm as Gui did this. Indeed, under absolute rationality, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. Even without a lighter, he could ignite it immediately. Chapter 80, The Evil Spirit Meow Meow. Intentional Brother is serious, a horror game even requires a cremation. Cremation my foot. Didn't you see him stuffing the ashes into Meow Meow's mouth? By the way, what exactly does Intentional Brother intend to do? I don't know, but it's impressively powerful. I feel like Intentional Brother has completely changed. Yeah, the current Intentional Brother makes me feel scared. Clearly, netizens also noticed Gui's change. Seeing the evil spirit was eliminated, Xiaolu finally remembered her duty. After looking through the netizens' comments, she could not help but ask, Teacher Zhou, what do you think Intentional Brother is doing? Undoubtedly, Gui is trying to create a ghost. Zhou Zhibo pushed his glasses, speaking in a deep voice. What, creating a ghost? Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise. She had only heard of adventurers encountering ghosts, never of anyone being able to create ghosts. Gui's methods are becoming wilder. If raising ghosts is not enough, he simply makes them himself. Hearing this, netizens started to ask questions. Teacher, you must be kidding, right? Creating ghosts? Can just burning do it? Then I will try it too. Damn. Is the person above a murderer? I might as well burn my husky to stop it from destroying the house every day. If you really succeed, then it's no longer just a matter of destroying the house, it might end up destroying the building. Destroying buildings sounds great. You could earn extra cash from the relocation office. Indeed, after the crisis, the netizens' silliness instantly shone through, and the discussion drifted further away. Xiaolu ignored the netizens' comments and instead asked, Teacher Zhou, is this possible? Zhou Jibua replied, in theory, yes. According to research by relevant experts, there is a kind of energy in horror games that can spur the creation of a large number of ghosts. As long as this energy is infused into the deceased, it should be able to create ghostly beings. So this energy should be the power of curses, right? Xiaolu continued to ask. Zhou Jibua nodded, exactly, and the curse power on the evil spirit is the strongest. Gui has put the ashes and skin of the evil spirit onto Meow Meow and set them ablaze. Clearly, he wants to merge all three. Has there been any successful cases before? Xiao Lu frowned and asked. Zhou Jibo replied, no, these are all purely theoretical. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the livestream. Creating ghosts existed only in theory, whether it could be realized depended on Guyi's success. At this moment, the gaming scene suddenly shifted dramatically. Caw caw caw. A woo. The quiet birds in the sky released various strange cries and flew away from the area. Then, one could see blue flames emanating from Miao Miao's corpse. The flames were exceptionally alluring, giving a chilling sense of dread. However, Guyi ignored this side and turned to walk towards Li Yan. Then, he took out clean water and helped her up. He drank a mouthful himself and, with an expressionless face, poured water into Li Yan's mouth. Damn! What is intentional brother doing? Taking advantage? Stop, let go of the sister. Let me do this. Idiot, this is to save someone, don't be so twisted. This scene is so romantic. I can't see any romance, I'm feeling quite angry instead. When netizens saw the scene, they immediately became restless, and many expressed their dissatisfaction. On the scene of the game, Guyi finished pouring water, then reached out and massaged Li Yan's head a few times. Li Yan let out a muffled grunt and came to consciousness. Unexpectedly, just from a sip of water plus a few rubs. This can awaken the unconscious person. What is the principle of this? Is there anyone who studies medicine? Explain it to me. Just a few presses can wake someone up. Is it the rumored acupressure? Everyone witnessed Li Yan's state just now. She was flung more than 10 meters and slammed hard on the ground. Under such impact, anyone with a bit of medical knowledge knows how severe the injuries are. Unexpectedly, Guyi only took a few presses to wake her up. This isn't scientific. Let me explain. I observed closely just now, the points Guyi pressed are all stimulating acupuncture points, meaning pain nerves. In other words, Guyi used poison to counter poison, waking Li Yan up through pain. At this moment, a medically inclined netizen provided an answer. Why does Guyi seem so cold-blooded? This is a bit too much for the young lady. You all don't understand, we're still in the game. Making the young lady wake up quickly is saving her. Knowing is one thing, but still feels like Guyi went a bit too far. Hearing about the method Guyi used, everyone felt he was a bit cruel. But the absolutely rational Guyi didn't care about that at all. That hurts. Li Yan covered her head and said. Guyi said calmly, you'll feel better soon. Buy some medicine for internal injuries from the horror shop, and you'll recover in less than 2 days. After giving his instructions, he ignored her and walked toward the wreckage of the train car. Crash, bang. He grabbed Fat Wang's feet and pulled him out from the debris. Guyi squatted down, checked the pulse, then took out a bottle of clean water and splashed it on the fat guy. Wow, that's amazing. Fat Wang's hands flailed around as he woke up. Then, he immediately began to cough violently, spitting out blood. He was also seriously injured from that blow. Guyi looked at him coldly. Go get medicine from Li Yan. Guyi, what about Miao Miao? At this moment, Li Yan finally woke up, shaking her head and standing up to ask. Guyi, burned. Li Yan and Fat Wang were both stunned. Burned? What kind of talk is this? Before they could comprehend, they suddenly heard a strange noise. The two turned their heads immediately. They saw the burning Miao Miao suddenly emit a Billy Bala sound. Guyi stood up, walked over to Miao Miao, looking at the corpse expressionlessly. The fire suddenly grew fierce. In just a moment, Miao Miao's body disappeared, leaving only a pile of ashes. Guyi squatted down, gradually gathering the ashes, and placed them in a black urn. Once the ashes were put into the black box, a phantom emerged, and it was Miao Miao. Ah! Wow! Li Yan and Fat Wang exclaimed. It really happened, I must try it with my husky. I have the impulse to try it with my little brother. Don't act rashly upstairs, killing is against the law. The key is, you don't have the flesh and bones of a fierce ghost. The netizens watching this scene were all flustered. They never expected that Guyi really managed to create a ghost. Brother! What surprised them even more was that as soon as Miao Miao appeared, she could speak. Guyi nodded, what do you want? Miao Miao blinked her eyes, I don't know, but someone told me that I must kill a ghost here called, the skinning ghost. Oh, so you inherited the last fierce ghost's grudge. Guyi muttered to himself while pinching his chin, then spoke, no problem, you return to the urn first, and I will handle that ghost for you. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao shook her head, no, I must do it myself. Chapter 81, Absolutely Rational Analysis. Hearing Miao Miao's request, Guyi did not hesitate and said okay, turning and walking towards the underground tunnel. Approaching the subway car, he suddenly spoke, come out, or you'll die.
The others were stunned to see two ghostly figures emerge from the car.
The hanging ghost and the clever ghost. While others fought fiercely, these two ghostly figures were scared and hid away. It wasn't that they didn't want to join the battle. The key was that this level of fighting was something they couldn't even consider participating in. Even without mentioning Gu Yi and the fierce ghost, it wouldn't be impossible for Li Yan to deal with them either. As soon as the two ghostly figures appeared, immediately ran in front of Gu Yi and knelt down to admit mistakes. That look was just like a young wife facing an evil mother-in-law. Don't waste time, go down and scout the way for me, explore to the next station. If you can't find the skinning evil spirit, you can directly kill yourselves. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, you will die even worse. Gu Yi said coldly. The two ghostly figures trembled in fear and immediately took action, rushing towards the subway tunnel. Seeing Xiao Jiao and Xiao Ji, I instantly felt amused. The sadness from before was washed away. These two ghosts are definitely here to make us laugh. That kneeling moment looked just like servants meeting a wealthy landlord. Hee, this intentionally old landlord not only demands labor but is also ready to take lives at any moment. Working for him must fill the ghosts' hearts with shadows. Seeing Gu Yi commanding the two ghostly figures to work, the netizens immediately became cheerful. In Gu Yi's inner world, two Gu Yis were communicating. The rational Gu Yi in black was working outside while not stopping the chat inside. The Gu Yi in white questioned himself, saying he couldn't do this. At this moment, seeing the external crisis resolved, the white-clad Gu Yi asked, "Will you eliminate me?" In his impression, the other was just another personality. Heard that people have dual personalities, the stronger side would try to eliminate the other. Just now, Gu Yi excitedly handed over command to the rational Gu Yi. Now, he felt a sense of fear. The black-clad Gu Yi glanced at him and smiled. "I told you, I am not a second personality, nor do I plan to eliminate you." "Then what exactly are you?" the white-clad Gu Yi asked. The explanation of the absolute rationality was really hard to understand. He didn't have time to ask in detail earlier. Now that he had the time, he decided to ask properly. "To be precise, I am the inside, you are the outside." "Huh?" Gu Yi was stunned. This statement felt a bit off. Inside and outside? Could it be that he was created? "You are not created but yearn together." Since birth, I understood many things and could remember all the information I had seen. This made me suffer a lot. Even with absolute rationality, I also eliminated emotions, so I decided to let myself forget. Talking about this is difficult, but it's actually about self-isolation, so you were born. However, I left a backup just in case. Once a crisis arises, my instinct will activate the self-rescue mode. So, there came the so-called hints in your eyes. Do you understand now? The black-clad Gu Yi tried to explain his origin with understandable words. The white-clad Gu Yi swallowed hard. "In short, I am still created by you. Discard the ego and me concept. You are me, and I am you." At this point, the black-clad Gu Yi seemed quite helpless. "Forget it, I won't explain so much, anyway, you won't understand. Just remember, I won't eliminate you, nor will I take over this body. When this game ends, you will still be you." But the white-clad Gu Yi didn't want to let it go. "Since you say you are just absolute rationality, then the so-called omnipotence and omniscience don't exist?" "That's right," the black-clad Gu Yi nodded. The white-clad Gu Yi, "Then how can you calculate so many things?" The black-clad Gu Yi frowned. This was even harder to explain. "Forget it, let's talk about something simple. For example, your first game, just use physics, probability, environment." He spoke continuously, listing a dozen disciplines. The white-clad Gu Yi listened, dumbfounded. "You know all of this?" "A little bit." The black-clad Gu Yi nodded. "Are you sure it's a little bit, not a trillion little bits?" The white-clad Gu Yi couldn't help but tease. Then, he frowned. "Wait. High-altitude escape can be calculated, but that second level's password, and the game difficulty at the adventurer's camp and the resting area, can all be calculated too?" Using a saying from Colonel Chu, the wisdom of mortals. The black-clad Gu Yi shook his head inside, then began to explain. "First, let's talk about the password generation for the treasure hunt. There are actually related hints within the game. For example, when you enter a room, there are many invisible hints. You enter the first apartment. The kitchen password is 612,451. This set of numbers needs to be arranged together to decrypt. Adding 61 gives 7, adding 24 gives 6, adding 51 gives 6, which represent the password creation time, the kitchen square number, and the number of kitchen utensils. In this way, after one observation, the secrets of other apartments can also be inferred. The specific application uses the formula." White-clothed Gu Yi felt his head spinning. Can humans really calculate these things? Moreover, what you call the resting area can be corresponded to the real-world map. By looking at the celestial bodies and the scale of the game, one can determine the specific direction.
I remember the order of all adventurers selected for the game, and by analyzing their mentality, I can determine their general location.
Hearing this, Gui quickly waved his hand. Stop, that's enough. If you keep going, I might just collapse. Black-clothed Gui said, actually, it's simple. Simple my foot.
Even if Kong Ming were to be reborn, he would still curse.
This kind of analysis goes far beyond human limits. Even the most advanced supercomputer think tanks cannot compare. Absolutely rational, it's terrifying.
Gui communicated internally, but had already walked into the subway station.
Along with him, besides Miao Miao, were Li Yan and Wang Pangzi.
The two did not dare to leave Gui. Now, besides the silent birds, there were only a group of hidden ghosts around. Gui was not afraid, but they were. Especially since both of them had not healed their injuries, even knowing Gui was stirring up trouble with the ghosts, they could only follow him.
3 people and 1 ghost arrived at the last subway station.
Suddenly, they saw the hanging ghost and the clever ghost rushing over in a hurry.
Gigi. The clever ghost gestured and called out. Gui responded with MMHM twice and said, not bad. Li Yan and Wang Pangzi looked at each other in confusion. Gui can understand this ghost talk? Chapter 82, Rampage and Lowly Beast. Brother Gu, can you understand this ghost talk? Wang Pangzi could no longer hold back his question.
Gui replied casually, it's simple, the gestures he made are a route map, and the pauses in the Gigi sound prove he found the evil ghost and discovered their collection.
Wang Pangzi felt even more confused. There are pauses in the sound? Li Yan shot him a glance. You entered the game too early, you probably don't know the name of Brother Gu, remember, don't ever ask Brother Gu questions, it'll just make you more confused.
Ha ha ha. The sister's summary is insightful, asking will only make it more confusing, look at Pangzi's expression, it's a live performance.
Don't say anything about talking with ghosts, even if Brother Gu could talk to birds, I wouldn't be surprised.
But speaking of birds, I remember the cruel scene just now, Brother Gu sucked a silent bird dry, it's a bit hard to accept.
Yeah. I also feel it's hard to accept. What was Brother Gu's purpose in doing that? Seeing the messages, Xiaolu asked, Teacher Zhou, you were the first to analyze that Brother Gu plans to create ghosts, how do you view Brother Gu's previous actions?
Zhou Jibo casually replied, I'm kneeling to watch. After saying this, he quickly reacted and waved his hand, not in the way you all think.
It's okay, we understand. Admiring is admiring, it's not shameful, I'm also kneeling to watch.
Exactly, the fierce ghosts have all been taken down, who wouldn't kneel down to watch? My mom just asked me what I was worshipping on my phone, turns out everyone is the same. In an instant, the silly netizens began to expose themselves. Just now, they were too tense to say these things. Now relaxed, they all started to reveal their embarrassing moments.
Ahem. Zhou Jibo lightly cleared his throat, then said, let's talk about Gui's state just now. Xiaolu chuckled before asking seriously, Teacher Zhou, what did you notice just now?
Actually, not just now, even current Gui is in a peculiar state.
Well, how can I say it?
If I put it in popular terms, Gui is in a rampage state. Zhou Jibo pushed up his glasses and transformed into a serious scholar.
Holy shit! Can rampage be so awesome? Does anyone know how to cultivate? This thing doesn't rely on cultivation, it requires talent. Tomorrow, change your name to Gui, you might just make it. Is talent related to changing names? Of course. You can change your name to Newton, and then won't you feel like you're really amazing at physics? Whoa!
Just now, I silently thought, I am Ultraman, and suddenly, I wasn't afraid of the little monsters anymore.
Zhou Jibo's face went dark. Why did his comments always lead the conversation off track? Teacher Zhou, could it be that Gai Yi deliberately used the blood of the silent bird to trigger a berserk state?
Fortunately, Little Deer stepped in just in time, allowing Zhou Jibo to continue analyzing.
No, drinking blood is just to replenish vitality.
Previously, Gui had a fierce battle with a ghost and his physical energy dropped significantly. To fight the evil ghost, he must replenish his strength, and the only thing around was the blood of the silent bird, which can quickly recover energy. As for stimulating Gui to enter berserk mode, it should be because of Miao Miao's death.
Zhou Jibo took the opportunity to express his guess.
The professor is right, Gai Yi and the others hadn't even had a sip of water since entering the game and continued to battle non-stop, so their stamina must be at the limit. Drinking blood isn't pleasant, but it can quickly replenish hydration and energy.
Drinking blood has this effect? Theoretically, yes, as long as you don't throw it back up.
Suddenly, I really admire Gai Yi.
To survive, he could calmly become a vampire.
I suspect the upstairs is a hater, clearly, it's blood replenishing, but now it's turned into a vampire? What I'm curious about is why Gai Yi's berserk state is so polarized. He was so crazy when killing the evil ghost, but now he's so calm.
How does he switch? Curious +1. Curious +2. Professor, please explain.
Seeing the netizens' comments, Joe Jibwa pushed his glasses. This is not hard to understand. During battle, Gui needs to be excited. The crazier he is, the more energized his body becomes. Conversely, after the crisis, he needs to calm down to intimidate the ghosts and comfort his teammates.
Hearing this explanation, the netizens suddenly understood. While the netizens were discussing, Gui and the others continued to move forward. What should we do next? Li Yan asked curiously. Gui replied lightly, we charge straight in. Here we go again, charging straight in. Now, the netizens were too exhausted to complain. Last time they charged in, they encountered two evil ghosts attacking from both sides. Still charging? Don't they fear something bad happening?
Now, everyone had completely lost hope in Gai's physical condition.
Gai seemed more like a god of misfortune. Gui took the 2 and 3 ghosts to the station's dispatch room. Ka!
Pushing the door open, they found the room empty.
Chirp chirp. The clever ghost pointed inside. The hanging ghost then said, Boss, in.
It hadn't finished speaking before Gui waved his hand to stop it. Then, he spoke lightly to the dispatch room, Divine Power Ghost, you leave now, and I might spare your life.
This matter is between me and the skinning ghost. Roar. Boom. The table was flipped.
The Divine Power Ghost stood up from under the table, glaring fiercely at Gui. The skinning ghost got up from the next table, looking even more ferocious.
Swish. Mental scissors hovered in midair, poised to attack. Then. Aoo.
Just a moment ago, the fierce Divine Power Ghost turned and smashed through the wall, fleeing into the darkness.
It wasn't stupid, the opponent had an unknown entity, Meow Meow, which was even better at escaping from evil ghosts. This fight wasn't worth it. So, it cowardly ran away. The skinning ghost was stunned? What the hell?
This is the friendship boat of ghosts, it can really flip at any time.
Ha ha. Seeing the expression on the skinning ghost, I know it must be doubting its ghostly life. A ghost needs a friend to escape. What's the current psychological shadow size of the skinning ghost? I used to be very afraid of watching thrilling live broadcasts, but after watching Gai's broadcast, I no longer respect ghosts. The skinning ghost knew it couldn't escape. So, it let out a furious roar and charged at Gui and the others. After recovering for a while, its hands had grown back. At this moment, facing it, the others finally saw that the skinning ghost's arms were covered with barbs. Just when everyone thought Gui would charge in to fight it, unexpectedly, he reached out his hand, pulling Li Yan and Wang Pengzi back, saying, Meow Meow, go. Ayo. Meow Meow immediately transformed into a little beast and pounced forward.